Volume 1. Tease said that words and signs have power. O'er sprites in planetary hour. But scarce I praise their venturous part, who tamper with such dangerous art. Lay of the Last Minstrel. Introduction. The novel or romance of Waverley made its way to the public slowly, of course, at first, but afterwards with such accumulating popularity as to encourage the author to a second attempt. He looked about for a name and a subject, and the manner in which the novels were composed cannot be better illustrated than by reciting the simple narrative on which Guy Mannering was originally founded, but to which in the progress of the work, the production ceased to bear any even the most distant resemblance. The tale was originally told me by an old servant of my father's, an excellent old Highlander, without a fault, unless a preference to Mountain Dew over less potent liquors be accounted one he believed as firmly in the story as in any part of his creed. A grave and elderly person, according to old John MacKinlay's account, while travelling in the wilder parts of Galloway, was benighted with difficulty. He found his way to a country seat, where with the hospitality of the time and country, he was readily admitted. The owner of the house, a gentleman of good fortune, was much struck by the reverend appearance of his guest, and apologized to him for a certain degree of confusion, which must unavoidably attend his reception, and could not escape his eye. The lady of the house was, he said, confined to her apartment, and on the point of making her husband a father for the first time, though they had been 10 years married. At such an emergency, the laird said he feared his guest might meet with some apparent neglect. Not so, sir, said the stranger, my wants are few and easily supplied, and I trust the present circumstances may even afford an opportunity of showing my gratitude for your hospitality. Let me only request that I may be informed of the exact minute of the birth, and I hope to be able to put you in possession of some particulars, which may influence in an important manner the future prospects of the child, now about to come into this busy and changeful world. I will not conceal from you that I am skillful in understanding and interpreting the movements of those planetary bodies, which exert their influences on the destiny of mortals. It is a science which I do not practice like others, who call themselves astrologers for hire or reward, for I have a competent estate, and only use the knowledge I possess for the benefit of those in whom I feel an interest. The laird bowed in respect and gratitude, and the stranger was accommodated with an apartment which commanded an ample view of the astral regions. The guests spent a part of the night in ascertaining the position of the heavenly bodies and calculating their probable influence, until at length the result of his observations induced him to send for the father and conjure him in the most solemn manner to cause the assistants to retard the birth if practicable were it. But for 5 minutes, the answer declared this to be impossible, and almost in the instant that the message was returned, the father and his guest were made acquainted with the birth of a boy. The astrologer on the morrow met the party who gathered around the breakfast table with looks so grave and ominous as to alarm the fears of the father, who had hitherto exulted in the prospects held out by the birth of an heir to his ancient property. Failing which event it must have passed to a distant branch of the family, he hastened to draw the stranger into a private room. I fear from your looks, said the father, that you have bad tidings to tell me of my young stranger. Perhaps God will resume the blessing he has bestowed ere he attains the age of manhood, or perhaps he is destined to be unworthy of the affection which we are naturally disposed to devote to our offspring. Neither the one nor the other, answered the stranger, unless my judgment greatly err. The infant will survive the years of minority, and in temper and disposition will prove all that his parents can wish, but with much in his horoscope, which promises many blessings, there is one evil influence strongly predominant which threatens to subject him to an unhallowed and unhappy temptation about the time when he shall attain the age of 21, which period the constellations intimate will be the crisis of his fate. In what shape, or with what peculiar urgency, this temptation may beset him, my art cannot discover. Your knowledge then can afford us no defense, said the anxious father, against the threatened evil. Pardon me, answered the stranger, it can. The influence of the constellations is powerful, but he who made the heavens is more powerful than all. If his aid be invoked in sincerity and truth, you ought to dedicate this boy to the immediate service of his Maker, with as much sincerity as Samuel was devoted to the worship in the temple by his parents. You must regard him as a being separated from the rest of the world in childhood. In boyhood, you must surround him with the pious and virtuous, and protect him to the utmost of your power from the sight or hearing of any crime. In word or action, he must be educated in religious and moral principles of the strictest description, let him not enter the world lest he learn to partake of its follies or perhaps of its vices. In short, preserve him as far as possible from all sin, save that of which too great a portion belongs to all the fallen race of Adam. With the approach of his 21st birthday comes the crisis of his fate. If he survive it, he will be happy and prosperous on earth, and a chosen vessel among those elected for heaven. But if it be otherwise, the astrologer stopped and sighed deeply. Sir, replied the parent, still more alarmed than before, your words are so kind, your advice so serious, that I will pay the deepest attention to your behests. But can you not aid me farther in this most important concern? Believe me, I will not be ungrateful. I require and deserve no gratitude for doing a good action, said the stranger, in especial, for contributing all that lies in my power to save from an abhorred fate the harmless infant to whom, under a singular conjunction of planets, last night gave life. There is my address. You may write to me from time to time concerning the progress of the boy in religious knowledge. If he be bred up, as I advise, I think it will be best that he come to my house at the time when the fatal and decisive period approaches, that is, before he has attained his 21st year complete. If you send him such as I desire, I humbly trust that God will protect his own, through whatever strong temptation his fate may subject him to. He then gave his host his address, which was a country seat, near a post town in the south of England, and bid him an affectionate farewell. The mysterious stranger departed, but his words remained impressed upon the mind of the anxious parent. He lost his lady, while his boy was still in infancy. This calamity, I think, had been predicted by the astrologer, and thus his confidence, which, like most people of the period, he had freely given to the science, was riveted and confirmed. The utmost care, therefore, was taken to carry into effect the severe and almost ascetic plan of education, which the sage had enjoined. A tutor of the strictest principles was employed to superintend the youth's education. He was surrounded by domestics of the most established character, and closely watched and looked after by the anxious father himself. The years of infancy, childhood, and boyhood passed, as the father could have wished. A young Nazarene could not have been bred up with more rigor. All that was evil was withheld from his observation. He only heard what was pure in precept, he only witnessed what was worthy in practice. But when the boy began to be lost in the youth, the attentive father saw cause for alarm. Shades of sadness, which gradually assumed a darker character, began to overcloud the young man's temper. Tears, which seemed involuntary, broken sleep, moonlight wanderings, and a melancholy for which he could assign no reason, seemed to threaten at once his bodily health and the stability of his mind. The astrologer was consulted by letter, and returned for answer that this fitful state of mind was but the commencement of his trial, and that the poor youth must undergo more and more desperate struggles with the evil that assailed him. There was no hope of remedy save that he showed steadiness of mind. In the study of the scriptures he suffers, continued the letter of the sage, from the awakening of those harpies, the passions which have slept with him, as with others, till the period of life, which he has now attained. Better, far better, that they torment him by ungrateful cravings, than that he should have to repent having satiated them by criminal indulgence. The dispositions of the young man were so excellent that he combated by reason and religion the fits of gloom, which at times overcast his mind, and it was not till he attained the commencement of his 21st year that they assumed a character which made his father tremble for the consequences. It seemed as if the gloomiest and most hideous of mental maladies was taking the form of religious despair. Still the youth was gentle, courteous, affectionate, and submissive to his father's will, and resisted with all his power the dark suggestions which were breathed into his mind, as it seemed by some emanation of the evil principle, exhorting him, like the wicked wife of Job, to curse God and die. The time at length arrived when he was to perform what was then thought a long and somewhat perilous journey to the mansion of the early friend, who had calculated his nativity. His road lay through several places of interest, and he enjoyed the amusement of traveling more than he himself thought would have been possible. Thus he did not reach the place of his destination till noon on the day preceding his birthday. It seemed as if he had been carried away with an unwonted tide of pleasurable sensation, so as to forget in some degree what his father had communicated concerning the purpose of his journey. He halted at length before a respectable but solitary old mansion, to which he was directed as the abode of his father's friend. The servants who came to take his horse told him he had been expected for 2 days. He was led into a study where the stranger, now a venerable old man who had been his father's guest, met him with a shade of displeasure as well as gravity on his brow. Young man, he said, wherefore so slow on a journey of such importance? I thought, replied the guest, blushing, and looking downward, that there was no harm in traveling slowly and satisfying my curiosity. Providing I could reach your residence by this day, for such was my father's charge, you were to blame, replied the sage in lingering, considering that the avenger of blood was pressing on your footsteps. But you are come at last, and we will hope for the best, though the conflict in which you are to be engaged will be found more dreadful the longer it is postponed. But first accept of such refreshments as nature requires to satisfy, but not to pamper the appetite. The old man led the way into a summer parlor, where a frugal meal was placed on the table. As they sat down to the board, they were joined by a young lady about 18 years of age, and so lovely that the sight of her carried off the feelings of the young stranger from the peculiarity and mystery of his own lot, and riveted his attention. To everything she did or said she spoke little, and it was on the most serious subjects. She played on the harpsichord at her father's command, but it was hymns with which she accompanied the instrument. At length, on a sign from the sage, she left the room, turning on the young stranger, as she departed, a look of inexpressible anxiety and interest. The old man then conducted the youth to his study, and conversed with him upon the most important points of religion, to satisfy himself that he could render a reason for the faith that was in him. During the examination, the youth, in spite of himself, felt his mind occasionally wander and his recollections go in quest of the beautiful vision who had shared their meal at noon on such occasions. The astrologer looked grave and shook his head at this relaxation of attention, yet on the whole he was pleased with the youth's replies. At sunset the young man was made to take the bath, and having done so, he was directed to attire himself in a robe somewhat like that worn by Armenians, having his long hair combed down on his shoulders, and his neck, hands, and feet bare. In this guise, he was conducted into a remote chamber totally devoid of furniture, excepting a lamp, a chair, and a table on which lay a Bible. Here, said the astrologer, I must leave you alone to pass the most critical period of your life. If you can, by recollection of the great truths of which we have spoken, repel the attacks which will be made on your courage and your principles, you have nothing to apprehend. But the trial will be severe and arduous. His features then assumed a pathetic solemnity, the tears stood in his eyes, and his voice faltered with emotion, as he said, Dear child, at whose coming into the world I foresaw this fatal trial, may God give thee grace to support it with firmness. The young man was left alone, and hardly did he find himself so, when, like a swarm of demons, the recollection of all his sins of omission and commission, rendered even more terrible by the scrupulousness with which he had been educated, rushed on his mind, and like furies armed with fiery scourges seemed determined to drive him to despair. As he combated these horrible recollections with distracted feelings, but with a resolved mind, he became aware that his arguments were answered by the sophistry of another, and that the dispute was no longer confined to his own thoughts. The author of evil was present in the room with him in bodily shape, and potent with spirits of a melancholy cast, was impressing upon him the desperation of his state, and urging suicide as the readiest mode to put an end to his sinful career. Amid his errors, the pleasure he had taken in prolonging his journey unnecessarily, and the attention which he had bestowed on the beauty of the fair female, when his thoughts ought to have been dedicated to the religious discourse of her father, were set before him in the darkest colors, and he was treated as one who, having sinned against light, was therefore deservedly left a prey to the Prince of Darkness. As the fated and influential hour rolled on, the terrors of the hateful presence grew more confounding to the mortal senses of the victim, and the knot of the accursed sophistry became more inextricable in appearance, at least to the prey, whom its meshes surrounded. He had not power to explain the assurance of pardon which he continued to assert, or to name the victorious name in which he trusted. But his faith did not abandon him, though he lacked for a time the power of expressing it. Say what you will, was his answer to the tempter, I know there is as much betwixt the two boards of this book as can ensure me forgiveness for my transgressions and safety for my soul. As he spoke, the clock which announced the lapse of the fatal hour was heard to strike. The speech and intellectual powers of the youth were instantly and fully restored. He burst forth into prayer, and expressed in the most glowing terms his reliance on the truth, and on the author of the gospel. The demon retired yelling and discomfited, and the old man, entering the apartment with tears, congratulated his guest on his victory in the fated struggle. The young man was afterwards married to the beautiful maiden, the first sight of whom had made such an impression on him, and they were consigned over at the close of the story to domestic happiness. So ended John McKinley's legend. The author of Waverley had imagined a possibility of framing an interesting, and perhaps not an unedifying tale out of the incidents of the life of a doomed individual, whose efforts at good and virtuous conduct were to be forever disappointed by the intervention, as it were, of some malevolent being, and who was at last to come off victorious from the fearful struggle. In short, something was meditated upon, a plan resembling the imaginative tale of Sintram and his companions by Mons le Baron de la Motte Fouque, although, if it then existed, the author had not seen it. The scheme projected may be traced in the 3 or 4 first chapters of the work, but farther consideration induced the author to lay his purpose aside. It appeared on mature consideration that astrology, though its influence was once received and admitted by Bacon himself, does not now retain influence over the general mind, sufficient even to constitute the mainspring of a romance. Besides, it occurred that to do justice to such a subject would have required not only more talent than the author could be conscious of possessing, but also involved doctrines and discussions of a nature too serious for his purpose, and for the character of the narrative. In changing his plan, however, which was done in the course of printing, the early sheets retained the vestiges of the original tenor of the story, although they now hang upon it as an unnecessary and unnatural encumbrance. The cause of such vestiges occurring is now explained and apologized for. It is here worthy of observation that while the astrological doctrines have fallen into general contempt and been supplanted by superstitions of a more gross and far less beautiful character, they have even in modern days retained some votaries. One of the most remarkable believers in that forgotten and despised science was a late eminent professor of the art of legerdemain. One would have thought that a person of this description ought, from his knowledge of the 1,000 ways in which human eyes could be deceived, to have been less than others subject to the fantasies of superstition, perhaps the habitual use of those abstruse calculations by which, in a manner surprising to the artist himself, many tricks upon cards, etc., are performed. Induced this gentleman to study the combination of the stars and planets with the expectation of obtaining prophetic communications. He constructed a scheme of his own nativity, calculated according to such rules of art as he could collect from the best astrological authors. The result of the past he found agreeable to what had hitherto befallen him. But in the important prospect of the future, a singular difficulty occurred. There were 2 years, during the course of which he could by no means obtain any exact knowledge whether the subject of the scheme would be dead or alive. Anxious concerning so remarkable a circumstance, he gave the scheme to a brother astrologer, who was also baffled in the same manner at one period. He found the native or subject was certainly alive at another, that he was unquestionably dead. But a space of 2 years extended between these 2 terms, during which he could find no certainty as to his death or existence. The astrologer marked the remarkable circumstance in his diary, and continued his exhibitions in various parts of the empire, until the period was about to expire during which his existence had been warranted as actually ascertained at last, while he was exhibiting to a numerous audience his usual tricks of legerdemain. The hands whose activity had so often baffled the closest observer suddenly lost their power, the cards dropped from them, and he sunk down a disabled paralytic in this state. The artist languished for 2 years, when he was at length removed by death. It is said that the diary of this modern astrologer will soon be given to the public. The fact, if truly reported, is one of those singular coincidences which occasionally appear differing so widely from ordinary calculation, yet without which irregularities human life would not present to mortals looking into futurity the abyss of impenetrable darkness, which it is the pleasure of the Creator it should offer to them. Were everything to happen in the ordinary train of events, the future would be subject to the rules of arithmetic, like the chances of gaming, but extraordinary events and wonderful runs of luck defy the calculations of mankind and throw impenetrable darkness on future contingencies. To the above anecdote, another still more recent may be here added. The author was lately honored with a letter from a gentleman deeply skilled in these mysteries, who kindly undertook to calculate the nativity of the writer of Guy Mannering, who might be supposed to be friendly to the divine art which he professed, but it was impossible to supply data for the construction of a horoscope, had the native been otherwise desirous of it, since all those who could supply the minutiae of day, hour, and minute have been long removed from the mortal sphere. Having thus given some account of the first idea or rude sketch of the story, which was soon departed from the author, in following out the plan of the present edition, has to mention the prototypes of the principal characters in Guy Mannering. Some circumstances of local situation gave the author in his youth an opportunity of seeing a little and hearing a great deal about that degraded class, who are called gypsies, who are in most cases a mixed race between the ancient Egyptians who arrived in Europe about the beginning of the 15th century, and vagrants of European descent. The individual gypsy, upon whom the character of Meg Merrilies was founded, was well known about the middle of the last century, by the name of Jean Gordon, an inhabitant of the village of Kirk Yethome in the Cheviot Hills, adjoining to the English border. The author gave the public some account of this remarkable person in one of the early numbers of Blackwood's magazine to the following purpose. My father remembered old Jean Gordon of Yethome, who had great sway among her tribe. She was quite a Meg Merrilies, and possessed the savage virtue of fidelity, in the same perfection. Having been often hospitably received at the farmhouse of Lochside near Yethome, she had carefully abstained from committing any depredations on the farmer's property, but her sons 9 in number had not, it seems, the same delicacy, and stole a broodsow from their kind entertainer. Jean was mortified at this ungrateful conduct, and so much ashamed of it, that she absented herself from Lochside for several years. It happened in course of time that in consequence of some temporary pecuniary necessity, the goodman of Lochside was obliged to go to Newcastle to raise some money to pay his rent. He succeeded in his purpose, but returning through the mountains of Cheviot, he was benighted and lost his way. A light glimmering through the window of a large waste barn, which had survived the farmhouse to which it had once belonged, guided him to a place of shelter, and when he knocked at the door, it was opened by Jean Gordon. Her very remarkable figure, for she was nearly 6 feet high, and her equally remarkable features and dress rendered it impossible to mistake her for a moment, though he had not seen her for years, and to meet with such a character in so solitary a place, and probably at no great distance from her clan, was a grievous surprise to the poor man, whose rent to lose, which would have been ruin, was about his person. Jean set up a loud shout of joyful recognition. "Acers, the winsome gudeman of Lochside, light down, for ye maun a gang farther the night, and a friend's house, sae near the farmer was obliged to dismount, and accept of the gypsy's offer of supper. And a bed, there was plenty of meat in the barn, however it might be come by, and preparations were going on for a plentiful repast, which the farmer, to the great increase of his anxiety, observed, was calculated for 10 or 12 guests of the same description, probably with his landlady. Jean left him in no doubt on the subject. She brought to his recollection the story of the stolen sow, and mentioned how much pain and vexation it had given her. Like other philosophers, she remarked that the world grew worse daily, and like other parents, that the bairns got out of her guiding, and neglected the old gypsy regulations, which commanded them to respect in their depredations the property of their benefactors. The end of all this was an inquiry what money the farmer had about him, and an urgent request or command that he would make her his purse-keeper, since the bairns, as she called her sons, would be soon home. The poor farmer made a virtue of necessity, told his story, and surrendered his gold to Jean's custody. She made him put a few shillings in his pocket, observing it would excite suspicion should he be found travelling altogether penniless. This arrangement being made, the farmer lay down on a sort of shakedown, as the Scotch call it, or bedclothes disposed upon some straw, but, as will easily be believed, slept not. About midnight the gang returned with various articles of plunder, and talked over their exploits in language which made the farmer tremble. They were not long in discovering they had a guest, and demanded of Jean whom she had got there. E'en the winsome gudeman of Lochside, poor body, replied, "Jean, he's been at Newcastle seeking for siller to pay his rent, honest man, but Dalebellicket he's been able to gather in, and sae he's gone in hame wi a tomb purse and a sair heart." "That may be, Jean," replied one of the banditti, "but we maun ripe his pouches a bit, and see if the tale be true or no." Jean set up her throat in exclamations against this breach of hospitality, but without producing any change in their determination. The farmer soon heard their stifled whispers and light steps by his bedside, and understood they were rummaging his clothes, when they found the money which the providence of Jean Gordon had made him retain. They held a consultation if they should take it or no, but the smallness of the booty and the vehemence of Jean's remonstrances determined them in the negative. They caroused, and went to rest as soon as day dawned. Jean roused her guest, produced his horse which she had accommodated behind the hallan, and guided him for some miles, till he was on the highroad to Lochside. She then restored his whole property, nor could his earnest entreaties prevail on her to accept so much as a single guinea. I have heard the old people at Jedburgh say that all Jean's sons were condemned to die there on the same day. It is said the jury were equally divided, but that a friend to justice who had slept during the whole discussion waked suddenly and gave his vote for condemnation in the emphatic words, "Hang them." A unanimity is not required in a Scottish jury, so the verdict of guilty was returned. Jean was present, and only said, "The Lord help the innocent in a day like this." Her own death was accompanied with circumstances of brutal outrage of which poor Jean was in many respects wholly undeserving. She had among other demerits or merits, as the reader may choose to rank it, that of being a staunch Jacobite. She chanced to be at Carlisle, upon fair or market day soon after the year 1746, where she gave vent to her political partiality, to the great offence of the rabble of that city being zealous in their loyalty, when there was no danger in proportion to the tameness with which they had surrendered to the Highlanders, in 1745. The mob inflicted upon poor Jean Gordon no slighter penalty than that of ducking her to death in the Eden. It was an operation of some time, for Jean was a stout woman, and struggling with her murderers, often got her head above water, and while she had voice left continued to exclaim at such intervals, Charlie, yet." When a child, and among the scenes which she frequented, I have often heard these stories, and cried piteously for poor Jean Gordon. Before quitting the border gypsies, I may mention that my grandfather, while riding over Charterhouse Moor then, a very extensive common, fell suddenly among a large band of them, who were carousing in a hollow of the moor surrounded by bushes. They instantly seized on his horse's bridle, with many shouts of welcome, exclaiming, for he was well known to most of them, that they had often dined at his expense, and he must now stay and share their good cheer. My ancestor was a little alarmed, for like the goodman of Lochside, he had more money about his person than he cared to risk in such society. However, being naturally a bold, lively-spirited man, he entered into the humour of the thing, and sate down to the feast, which consisted of all the varieties of game, poultry, pigs, and so forth that could be collected by a wide and indiscriminate system of plunder. The dinner was a very merry one, but my relative got a hint from some of the older gypsies to retire just when the mirth and fun grew fast and furious. And mounting his horse accordingly, he took a French leave of his entertainers, but without experiencing the least breach of hospitality. I believe Jean Gordon was at this festival. Blackwood's Magazine Vol. IP 54. Notwithstanding the failure of Jean's issue, for which weary fa the weefu wuddy, a granddaughter survived her, whom I remember to have seen, that is, as Dr. Johnson had a shadowy recollection of Queen Anne as a stately lady in black, adorned with diamonds. So my memory is haunted by a solemn remembrance of a woman of more than female height, dressed in a long red cloak, who commenced acquaintance by giving me an apple, but whom nevertheless I looked on with as much awe as the future Doctor, High Church and Tory, as he was doomed to be, could look upon the Queen. I conceive this woman to have been Madge Gordon, of whom an impressive account is given in the same article, in which her mother Jean is mentioned, but not by the present writer. The late Madge Gordon was at this time accounted the queen of the Yethome clans. She was, we believe, a granddaughter of the celebrated Jean Gordon, and was said to have much resembled her in appearance. The following account of her is extracted from the letter of a friend, who for many years enjoyed frequent and favorable opportunities of observing the characteristic peculiarities of the Yethome tribes. Madge Gordon was descended from the Faws by the mother's side, and was married to a young. She was a remarkable personage of a very commanding presence, and high stature, being nearly 6 feet high. She had a large aquiline nose, penetrating eyes, even in her old age, bushy hair that hung around her shoulders from beneath a gypsy bonnet of straw, a short cloak of a peculiar fashion, and a long staff, nearly as tall as herself. I remember her well. Every week she paid my father a visit for her amice when I was a little boy, and I looked upon Madge with no common degree of awe and terror. When she spoke vehemently, for she made loud complaints, she used to strike her staff upon the floor, and throw herself into an attitude which it was impossible to regard with indifference. She used to say that she could bring from the remotest parts of the island friends to revenge her quarrel while she sat motionless in her cottage, and she frequently boasted that there was a time when she was of still more considerable importance, for there were at her wedding 50 saddled asses and unsaddled asses, Without number, if Jean Gordon was the prototype of the character of Meg Merrilies, I imagine Madge must have sat to the unknown author as the representative of her person. Footnote Blackwood's magazine vol. IP 56. How far Blackwood's ingenious correspondent was right, how far mistaken in his conjecture, the reader has been informed. To pass to a character of a very different description, Dominie Sampson, the reader may easily suppose that a poor, modest, humble scholar, who has won his way through the classics yet has fallen to leeward in the voyage of life, is no uncommon personage in a country where a certain portion of learning is easily attained by those who are willing to suffer hunger and thirst in exchange for acquiring Greek and Latin. But there is a far more exact prototype of the worthy Dominie upon which is founded the part which he performs in the romance, and which for certain particular reasons must be expressed very generally. Such a preceptor as Mr. Sampson is supposed to have been was actually tutor in the family of a gentleman of considerable property. The young lads his pupils grew up and went out in the world, but the tutor continued to reside in the family, no uncommon circumstance in Scotland in former days, where food and shelter were readily afforded to humble friends, and dependents. The laird's predecessors had been imprudent. He himself was passive, and unfortunate death swept away his sons, whose success in life might have balanced his own bad luck, and incapacity. Debts increased and funds diminished, until ruin came. The estate was sold, and the old man was about to remove from the house of his fathers, to go he knew not whither, when, like an old piece of furniture, which left alone in its wonted corner may hold together for a long while, but breaks to pieces on an attempt to move it, he fell down on his own threshold under a paralytic affection. The tutor awakened, as from a dream he saw his patron dead, and that his patron's only remaining child, an elderly woman, now neither graceful nor beautiful, if she ever had been either the one or the other, had, by this calamity, become a homeless and penniless orphan. He addressed her nearly in the words which Dominie Sampson uses to Miss Bertram, and professed his determination not to leave her. Accordingly, roused to the exercise of talents which had long slumbered, he opened a little school, and supported his patron's child for the rest of her life, treating her with the same humble observance and devoted attention which he had used towards her in the days of her prosperity. Such is the outline of Dominie Sampson's real story, in which there is neither romantic incident nor sentimental passion, but which, perhaps from the rectitude and simplicity of character which it displays, may interest the heart and fill the eye of the reader as irresistibly as if it respected distresses of a more dignified or refined character. These preliminary notices concerning the tale of Guy Mannering, and some of the characters introduced, may save the author and reader, in the present instance, the trouble of writing and perusing a long string of detached notes. Abbotsford, January, 1829. Addendum: I may add that the motto of this novel was taken from the Lay of the Last Minstrel, to evade the conclusions of those who began to think that, as the author of Waverley never quoted the works of Sir Walter Scott, he must have reason for doing so, and that the circumstances might argue an identity between them. Abbotsford, August 1, 1829. Additional note: Galwegian localities and personages, which have been supposed to be alluded to in the novel. An old English proverb says that more know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows, and the influence of the adage seems to extend to works composed under the influence of an idle or foolish planet. Many corresponding circumstances are detected by readers of which the author did not suspect the existence. He must, however, regard it as a great compliment that in detailing incidents purely imaginary, he has been so fortunate in approximating reality as to remind his readers of actual occurrences. It is therefore with pleasure he notices some pieces of local history and tradition which have been supposed to coincide with the fictitious persons, incidents, and scenery of Guy Mannering. The prototype of Dirk Hatterake is considered as having been a Dutch skipper called Jawkins. This man was well known on the coast of Galloway and Dumfriesshire as sole proprietor and master of a buckcar or smuggling lugger, called the Black Prince, being distinguished by his nautical skill and intrepidity. His vessel was frequently freighted, and his own services employed by French-Dutch Manx and Scottish smuggling companies. A person well known by the name of Buckcartia, from having been a noted smuggler of that article, and also by that of Bogle Bush, the place of his residence, assured my kind informant Mr. Train that he had frequently seen upwards of 200 Lingto men assemble at one time, and go off into the interior of the country fully laden with contraband goods. In those halcyon days of the free trade, the fixed price for carrying a box of tea or bale of tobacco from the coast of Galloway to Edinburgh was 15 shillings, and a man with 2 horses carried 4 such packages. The trade was entirely destroyed by Mr. Pitt's celebrated commutation law, which by reducing the duties upon excisable articles, enabled the lawful dealer to compete with the smuggler. The statute was called in Galloway and Dumfriesshire, by those who had thriven upon the contraband, trade the Burning and Starving Act. Sure of such active assistance on shore, Yawkins demeaned himself so boldly that his mere name was a terror to the officers of the revenue. He availed himself of the fears which his presence inspired on one particular night, when happening to be ashore with a considerable quantity of goods in his sole custody. A strong party of excisemen came down on him. Far from shunning the attack, Yawkins sprung forward shouting, "Come on, my lads, Yawkins is before you." The revenue officers were intimidated and relinquished their prize, though defended only by the courage and address of a single man on his proper element. Yawkins was equally successful on one occasion. He was landing his cargo at the Manxman's Lake near Kirkcudbright, when 2 revenue cutters, the Pygmy and the Dwarf, hove in sight at once on different tacks, the one coming round by the Isles of Fleet, the other between the point of Rubery and the Muckle. Ron, the dauntless free trader, instantly weighed anchor, and bore down right between the luggers so close that he tossed his hat on the deck of the one, and his wig on that of the other, hoisted a cask to his maintop to show his occupation, and bore away under an extraordinary pressure of canvas without receiving injury. To account for these and other hairbreadth escapes, popular superstition alleged that Yawkins insured his celebrated buckcar by compounding with the devil for 1/10 of his crew every voyage. How they arranged the separation of the stock and tithes is left to our conjecture. The buckcar was perhaps called the Black Prince, in honor of the formidable insurer. The Black Prince used to discharge her cargo at Loose Balcarry and elsewhere on the coast, but her owner's favourite landing places were at the entrance of the Dee and the Cree near the old castle of Rubery, about 6 miles below Kirkcudbright. There is a cave of large dimensions in the vicinity of Rubery, which, from its being frequently used by Yawkins and his supposed connection with the smugglers on the shore, is now called Dirk Hatterrake's Cave. Strangers who visit this place, the scenery of which is highly romantic, are also shown under the name of the Gaugers Loop, a tremendous precipice, being the same, it is asserted, from which Kennedy was precipitated. Meg Merrilies is in Galloway considered as having had her origin in the traditions concerning the celebrated Flora Marshall, one of the royal consorts of Willie Marshall, more commonly called the Caird of Barrelian, king of the gypsies of the western lowlands. That potentate was himself deserving of notice from the following peculiarities. He was born in the parish of Kirkmichael about the year 1671, and as he died at Kirkcudbright 23 November 1792, he must then have been in the 120th year of his age. It cannot be said that this unusually long lease of existence was noted by any peculiar excellence of conduct or habits of life. Willie had been pressed or enlisted in the army 7 times, and had deserted as often, besides 3 times running away from the naval service. He had been 17 times lawfully married, and besides such a reasonably large share of matrimonial comforts, was after his 100th year the avowed father of 4 children. By less legitimate affections, he subsisted in his extreme old age by a pension from the present Earl of Selkirk's grandfather. Will Marshall is buried in Kirkcudbright Church, where his monument is still shown, decorated with a scutcheon, suitably blazoned with 2 tups horns and 2 cutty spoons. In his youth, he occasionally took an evening walk on the highway with the purpose of assisting travellers by relieving them of the weight of their purses. On one occasion, the Caird of Barrelian robbed the Laird of Bargeley at a place between Carsfarn and Dalmellington. His purpose was not achieved without a severe struggle, in which the gypsy lost his bonnet and was obliged to escape, leaving it on the road. A respectable farmer happened to be the next passenger, and seeing the bonnet alighted, took it up, and rather imprudently put it on his own head. At this instant Bargeley came up with some assistance, and recognizing the bonnet, charged the farmer of Bantobrick with having robbed him, and took him into custody. There being some likeness between the parties, Bargeley persisted in his charge, and though the respectability of the farmer's character was proved, or admitted, his trial before the circuit court came on accordingly. The fatal bonnet lay on the table of the court. Bargeley swore that it was the identical article worn by the man who robbed him, and he and others likewise. deponed that they had found the accused on the spot, where the crime was committed with the bonnet on his head. The case looked gloomily for the prisoner, and the opinion of the judge seemed unfavorable. But there was a person in court who knew well both who did and who did not commit the crime. This was the caird of Barrullion, who, thrusting himself up to the bar near the place where Bargally was standing, suddenly seized on the bonnet, put it on his head, and looking the laird full in the face asked him, with a voice which attracted the attention of the court and crowded audience, "Look at me, sir, and tell me by the oath you have sworn am not I the man who robbed you between Carsfairn and Dalmellington?" Bargally replied in great astonishment, "By heaven, you are the very man. You see what sort of memory this gentleman has," said the volunteer pleader. "He swears to the bonnet. Whatever features are under it, if you yourself, my lord, will put it on your head, he will be willing to swear that your lordship was the party who robbed him between Carsfairn and Dalmellington." The tenant of Bantobrick was unanimously acquitted, and thus Willie Marshall ingeniously contrived to save an innocent man from danger, without incurring any himself, since Bargly's evidence must have seemed to every one too fluctuating to be relied upon. While the king of the gypsies was thus laudably occupied, his royal consort Flora contrived, it is said, to steal the hood from the judge's gown, for which offence, combined with her presumptive guilt as a gypsy, she was banished to New England, whence she never returned. Now, I cannot grant that the idea of Meg Merrilies was in the first concoction of the character derived from Flora Marshall, seeing, I have already said, she was identified with Jean Gordon, and as I have not the Laird of Bargly's apology for charging the same fact on two several individuals, yet I am quite content that Meg should be considered as a representative of her sect and class in general, Flora as well as others. The other instances, in which my Gallividian readers have obliged me by assigning to airy nothings a local habitation and a name, shall also be sanctioned so far as the author may be entitled to do so. I think the facetious Joe Miller records a case pretty much in point where the keeper of a museum, while showing, as he said, the very sword with which Balaam was about to kill his ass, was interrupted by one of the visitors who reminded him that Balaam was not possessed of a sword, but only wished for one. "True, sir," replied the ready-witted Cicerone, "but this is the very sword he wished for." The author, in application of this story, has only to add that, though ignorant of the coincidence between the fictions of the tale and some real circumstances, he is contented to believe he must unconsciously have thought or dreamed of the last while engaged in the composition of Guy Mannering. Editor's Introduction. Guy Mannering. The second essay in fiction of an author who has triumphed in his first romance is a doubtful and perilous adventure. The writer is apt to become self-conscious, to remember the advice of his critics of fatal error, and to tremble before the shadow of his own success. He knows that he will have many enemies, that hundreds of people will be ready to find fault, and to vow that he is written out Scott was not unacquainted with these apprehensions. After publishing Marmion, he wrote thus to Lady Abercorn: "No one acquires a certain degree of popularity without exciting an equal degree of malevolence among those who, either from rivalship or from the mere wish to pull down what others have set up, are always ready to catch the first occasion to lower the favored individual to what they call his real standard. Of this I have enough of experience, and my political interferences, however useless to my friends, have not failed to make me more than the usual number of enemies. I am therefore bound in justice to myself, and to those whose good opinion has hitherto protected me, not to peril myself too frequently. The naturalists tell us that, if you destroy the web which the spider has just made, the insect must spend many days in inactivity, till he has assembled within his person the materials necessary to weave another. Now, after writing a work of imagination, one feels in nearly the same exhausted state as the spider. I believe no man now alive writes more rapidly than I do. No great recommendation. But I never think of making verses till I have a sufficient stock of poetical ideas to supply them. I would as soon join the Israelites in Egypt in their heavy task of making bricks without clay. Besides, I know as a small farmer that good husbandry consists in not taking the same crop too frequently from the same soil, and as turnips come after wheat, according to the best rules of agriculture, I take it that an edition of Swift will do well after such a scourging crop as Marmion. March 13, 1808, copied from the collection of Lady Napier and Ettrick. These fears of the brave then were not unfamiliar to Scott, but he audaciously disregarded all of them in the composition of Guy Mannering. He had just spun his web like the spider of his simile. He had just taken off his intellectual fields, the scourging crop of the Lord of the Isles. He had just received the discouraging news. Its comparative failure when he buckled to achieved Guy Mannering in 6 weeks. And published it. Molière tells us that he wrote Les Facheux in a fortnight. And a French critic adds that it reads indeed as if it had been written in a fortnight. Perhaps a self-confident censor might venture a similar opinion about Guy Mannering. It assuredly shows traces of haste. The plot wanders at its own will, and we may believe that the author often did not see his own way out of the wood. But there is little harm in that. If I do not know what is coming next, a modern novelist has remarked, how can the public know? Curiosity, at least, is likely to be excited by this. Happy-go-lucky manner of Scott's the worst of it, is as he wrote to Lady Abercorn about his poems, June 90 1808, that I am not very good or patient in slow and careful composition. And sometimes I remind myself of the drunken man, who could run long after he could not walk. Scott could certainly run very well, though averse to a plodding motion. He was probably thinking of a famous Edinburgh character, singing Jamie Balfour. Jamie was found very drunk and adhering to the pavement. One night he could not raise himself, but when helped to his feet, ran his preserver a race to the tavern and won. The account of the year's work which preceded Guy Mannering is given by Lockhart, and is astounding. In 1814, Scott had written. Lockhart believes the greater part of the life of Swift, most of Waverley, and the Lord of the Isles. He had furnished essays to the Encyclopedia, and had edited the Memory of the Somervilles. The spider might well seem spun out, the tilth exhausted, but Scott had a fertility, a spontaneity of fancy, equaled only if equaled at all by Alexander Dumas. On November 7 of this laborious year, 1814, Scott was writing to Mr. Joseph Train, thanking him for a parcel of legendary lore, including the Galloway tale of the wandering astrologer, and a budget of gypsy traditions falling in the rich soil of Scott's imagination. The tale of the astrologer yielded a name and an opening to Guy Mannering, while the gypsy lore blossomed into the legend of Meg Merrilies. The seed of the novel was now sown, but between November 11 and December 25, Scott was writing the 3 last cantos of The Lord of the Isles. Yet before The Lord of the Isles was published, Jan 18, 1815, 2 volumes of Guy Mannering were in print. Letter to Morit, Jan 17, 1815. The novel was issued on Feb 14, 1815. Scott, as he says somewhere, was like the turnspit dog, into whose wheel a hot cinder is dropped to encourage his activity. Scott needed hot cinders in the shape of proofsheets fresh from the press, and he worked most busily when the printer's devil was waiting. In this case, not only the printer's devil, but the wolf was at the door. The affairs of the Ballantines clamored for moneys in their necessity, and his own Scott wrote at the rate of a volume in 10 days, and for some financial reason published Guy Mannering with Messrs. Longmans, not with Constable. Scott was at this moment facing creditors and difficulties, as Napoleon faced the armies of the Alice. Present, everywhere daring and successful. True, his Lord of the Isles was a disappointment, as James Ballantyne informed him. Well, James, so be it. But you know we must not droop, for we cannot afford to give over. Since one line has failed, we must just stick to something else. And so he dismissed me and resumed his novel. In these circumstances, far from inspiring, was Guy Mannering written, and hurried through the press. The story has its own history. One can watch the various reminiscences and experiences of life that crystallized together in Scott's mind, and grouped themselves fantastically into his unpremeditated plot. Sir Walter gives in the preface of 1829 the legend which he heard from John Mackinlay, his father's Highland servant, and on which he meant to found a tale more in Hawthorne's manner than in his own. That plan he changed in the course of printing, leaving only just enough of astrology to annoy pedantic reviewers and foolish Puritans. Whence came the rest of the plot? The tale of the long-lost heir, and so on. The true heir, kept out of his own, and returning in disguise, has been a favorite character ever since Homer sang of Odysseus, and probably long before that. But it is just possible that Scott had a certain modern instance in his mind in turning over the old manuscript diary at Branksome Park, mentioned in a note to Waverley. The editor lighted on a singular tale, which in the diarist's opinion might have suggested Guy Mannering to Sir Walter. The resemblance between the story of Van Beest Brown and the hero of the diarist was scanty, but in a long letter of Scott's to Lady Abercorn, May 21, 1813, the editor finds Sir Walter telling his correspondent the very narrative recorded in the Branksome Park diary. Singular things happened, Sir Walter says, and he goes on to describe a case just heard in the court, where he is sitting as clerk of sessions. Briefly, the anecdote is this: a certain Mr. Carruthers of Dormont had reason to suspect his wife's fidelity, while proceedings for a divorce were pending. Mrs. Carruthers bore a daughter of whom her husband of course was legally the father, but he did not believe in the relationship, and sent the infant girl to be brought up in ignorance of her origin. And in seclusion among the Cheviot Hills here, she somehow learned the facts of her own story. She married a Mr. Routledge, the son of a yeoman, and compounded her rights, but not those of her issue, for a small sum of ready money paid by old Dormont. She bears a boy. Then she and her husband died in poverty. Their son was sent by a friend to the East Indies, and was presented with a packet of papers, which he left unopened at a lawyer's. The young man made a fortune in India, returned to Scotland, and took a shooting in Dumfriesshire near Bournemouth. His ancestral home he lodged at a small inn hard by, and the landlady, struck by his name, began to gossip with him about his family history. He knew nothing of the facts which the landlady disclosed, but impressed by her story sent for, and examined his neglected packet of papers. Then he sought legal opinion, and was advised by President Blair that he had a claim worth presenting on the estate of Dormont. The first decision of the cause, writes Scott, was favorable. The true heir celebrated his legal victory by a dinner party, and his friends saluted him as Dormont. Next morning, he was found dead. Such is the true tale as it occupied Scott's mind in 1813, and as he wrote Guy Mannering in 181,415, it is not impossible that he may have borrowed his wandering heir, who returns by pure accident to his paternal domains, and there learns his origin at a woman's lips from the Dormont case. The resemblance of the stories, at least, was close enough to strike a shrewd observer some 70 years ago. Another possible source of the plota, more romantic origin, certainly is suggested by Mr. Robert Chambers in Illustrations of the author of Waverley. A. Maxwell of Glenormiston, a religious and bigoted recluse, sent his only son and heir to a Jesuit college in Flanders, left his estate in his brother's management, and died. The wicked uncle alleged that the heir was also dead. The child, ignorant of his birth, grew up, ran away from the Jesuits at the age of 16, enlisted in the French army, fought at Fontenoy, got his colors, and later landed in the Moray Firth as a French officer in 1745. He went through the campaign, was in hiding in Lochaber after Drumossy, and in making for a Galloway port was seized and imprisoned in Dumfries. Here an old woman of his father's household recognized him by a mark which she remembered on his body. His cause was taken up by friends, but the usurping uncle died, and Sir Robert Maxwell recovered his estates without a lawsuit. This anecdote is quoted from the New Monthly Magazine, June 1819. There is nothing to prove that Scott was acquainted with this adventure. Scott's own experience, as usual, supplied him with hints for his characters. The phrase of Dominie Sampson's "Father, please God, my bairn may live to wag his pow in a pulpit," was uttered in his own hearing. There was a bluegown or bedesman like Eddie Ochiltree who had a son at Edinburgh College. Scott was kind to the son. The bluegown asked him to dinner, and at this meal the old man made the remark about the pulpit and the pow. A similar tale is told by Scott in the Introduction to the Antiquary, 1830. As for the good Dominie, Scott remarks that for certain particular reasons he must say what he has to say about his prototype. Very generally, Mr. Chambers finds the prototype in a Mr. James Sanson, tutor in the house of Mr. Thomas Scott, Sir Walter's uncle. It seems very unlike Sir Walter to mention this excellent man almost by his name, and the tale about his devotion to his patron's daughter cannot apparently be true of Mr. James Sanson, the prototype of Playdell. According to Sir Walter himself, Journal, June 19, 1830, was my old friend Adam Rowland-esque in external circumstances, but not in frolic or fancy. Mr. Chambers, however, finds the original in Mr. Andrew Crosby, an advocate of great talents, who frolicked to ruin and died in 1785. Scott may have heard tales of this patron of high jinks, but cannot have known him much personally. Dandy Dinmont is simply the typical border farmer. Mr. Shortreed, Scott's companion in his Liddesdale raids, thought that Willie Elliot in Milburnhome was the great original. Scott did not meet Mr. James Davidson, in Hindley, owner of all the mustards and peppers, till some years after the novel was written. Guy Mannering, when read to him, sent Mr. Davidson to sleep the kind and manly character of Dandy, the gentle and delicious one of his wife, and the circumstances of their home were suggested, Lockhart thinks, by Scott's friend steward and amanuensis Mr. William Laidlaw, by Mrs. Laidlaw, and by their farm among the braes of Yarrow. In truth, the border was peopled. then by dandies and ailies nor is the race even now extinct in Liddesdale and Teviotdale in Ettrick and Yarrow. As for mustard and pepper, their offspring too is powerful in the land, and is the deadly foe of vermin. The curious may consult Mr. Cook's work on the dandy Dinmont Terrier. The Duke of Buccleuch's breed still resembles the fine example painted by Gainsborough in his portrait of the Duke of Scott's time. Todd Gaby again, as Lockhart says, was studied from Todd Willie, the huntsman of the hills above Loch Skene. As for the Galloway scenery, Scott did not know it well, having only visited the kingdom in 1793, when he was defending the too frolicsome Mr. Macnaught, minister of Girthon, the beautiful and lonely wilds of the Glenkins, in central Galloway, where traditions yet linger, were unluckily terra incognita to Scott. A Galloway story of a murder, and its detection by the prince of the assassin's boots, inspired the scene where Dirk Hatterrake is traced by similar means in Colonel Mannering. By the way, the Ettrick shepherd recognized Walter Scott, painted by himself. The reception of Guy Mannering was all that could be wished. William Erskine and Ballantyne were of opinion that it is much more interesting than Waverley. Mr. Moore at March 1815 pronounced himself to be quite charmed with dandy Meg Merrilies and Dirk Hatterrake characters, as original as true to nature, and as forcibly conceived as I had almost said could have been drawn by Shakespeare himself. The public were not less appreciative. 2,000 copies at a guinea were sold the day after publication, and 3,000 more were disposed of in 3 months. The professional critics acted just as Scott, speaking in general terms, had prophesied that they would. Let us quote the British critic, 1815. There are few spectacles in the literary world more lamentable than to view a successful author in his second appearance, before the public, limping lamely after himself, and treading tediously and awkwardly in the very same round which in his first effort he had traced with vivacity and applause. We would not be harsh enough to say that the author of Waverley is in this predicament, but we are most unwillingly compelled to assert that the second effort falls far below the standard of the first. In Waverley there was brilliancy of genius. In Guy Mannering there is little else beyond the wild sallies of an original genius, the bold and irregular efforts of a powerful but an exhausted mind. Time enough has not been allowed him to recruit his resources both of anecdote and wit, but encouraged by the credit so justly bestowed upon one of the most finished portraits ever presented to the world, he has followed up the exhibition with a careless and hurried sketch, which betrays at once the weakness and the strength of its author. The character of Dirk Hatterrake is a faithful copy from Naturate, is one of those moral monsters which make us almost ashamed of our kind. Still, amidst the ruffian and murderous brutality of the smuggler, some few feelings of our common nature are thrown in, with no less ingenuity than truth. The remainder of the personages are very little above the cast of a common lively novel. The Edinburgh lawyer is perhaps the most original portrait, nor are the Saturnalia of the Saturday evenings described without humour. The Dominie is overdrawn and inconsistent, while the young ladies present nothing above par. There are parts of this novel which none but one endowed with the sublimity of genius could have dictated. There are others which any ordinary character cobbler might as easily have stitched together. There are sparks both of pathos and of humour, even in the dullest parts, which could be elicited from none but the author of Waverley. If indeed we have spoken in a manner derogatory to this, his later effort, our censure arises only from its comparison with the former. We cannot, however, conclude this article without remarking the absurd influence which our author unquestionably attributes to the calculations of judicial astrology. No power of chance alone could have fulfilled the joint predictions both of Guy Mannering and Meg Merrilies. We cannot suppose that the author can be endowed with sufficient folly to believe in the influence of planetary conjunctions himself, nor to have so miserable an idea of the understanding of his readers as to suppose them capable of a similar belief. We must also remember that the time of this novel is not in the Dark Ages, but scarcely 40 years, since no aid therefore can be derived from the general tendency of popular superstition. What the clue may be to this apparent absurdity, we cannot imagine. Whether the author be in jest or earnest we do not know, and we are willing to suppose in this dilemma that he does not know himself. The Monthly Review sorrowed like the British over the encouragement given to the follies of astrology. The Critical Review must lament that Guy Mannering is too often written in language unintelligible to all except the Scotch. The Critical Monthly also had scruples about morality. The novel advocates duelling, encourages a taste for peeping into the future, a taste by far too prevalent and, it is not overnice on religious subjects. The Quarterly Review distinguished itself by stupidity, if not by spite. The language of Guy Mannering, though characteristic, is mean. The state of society, though peculiar, is vulgar. Meg Merrilies is swelled into a very unnatural importance. The speech of Meg Merrilies to Ellengowan is one of the few which affords an intelligible extract. The author does not even scruple to overturn the laws of nature because Colonel Mannering resides in the neighborhood of Ellengowan. The author either gravely believes what no other man alive believes, or he has of malice prepense committed so great an offense against good taste as to build his story on what he must know to be a contemptible absurdity. The greater part of the characters, their manners and dialect are at once barbarous and vulgar, extravagant, and mean. The work would be on the whole improved by being translated into English. Though we cannot on the whole speak of the novel with approbation, we will not affect to deny that we read it with interest, and that it repaid us with amusement. It is in reviewing The Antiquary that the immortal idiot of the Quarterly complains about the dark dialect of Anglified Erse. Published criticism never greatly affected Scott's spirits. Probably he very seldom read it. He knew that the public, like Constable's friend Mrs. Stewart, were reading Guy Mannering all day and dreaming of it all night. Indeed, it is much better to read Guy Mannering than to criticize it. A book written in 6 weeks, a book whose whole plot and conception was changed in the printing, must have its faults of construction. Thus we meet Mannering first as a youthful lover, a wanderer at adventure, an amateur astrologer, and suddenly we lose sight of him and only recover him as a disappointed, disillusioned, and weary though still vigorous veteran. This is the inevitable result of a novel based on a prediction. Either you have to leap some 20 years, just when you are becoming familiar with the persons, or you have to begin in the midst of the events foreseen, and then make a tedious return to explain the prophecy again. It was necessary for Scott to sacrifice Frank Kennedy, who is rather a taking adventurer like Bothwell in Old Mortality. Readers regret the necessity which kills Kennedy. The whole fortunes of Vanbeest, Brown, his duel with the Colonel, and his fortunate appearance in the nick of time seem too rich in coincidences. Still, as the Dormont case and the Ormiston case have shown, coincidences as unlooked for do occur. A fastidious critic has found fault with Brown's flageolet. It is a modest instrument, but what was he to play up on a lute, a concertina, a barrel organ? The characters of the young ladies have not always been applauded. Taste in the matter of heroines varies greatly. Sir Walter had no high opinion of his own skill in delineating them, but Julia Mannering is probably a masterly picture of a girl of that age, a girl with some silliness and more gaiety, with wit, love of banter, and in the last resort sense and good feeling. She is particularly good when in fear and trembling she teases her imposing father. I expect, says Colonel Mannering, that you will pay to this young lady that attention which is due to misfortune and virtue. Certainly, sir, is my future friend. Red-haired Miss Mannering is very capable of listening to Brown's flageolet from the balcony, but not of accompanying Brown should he desire it in the boat. As for Brown himself, he is one of Sir Walter's usual young men, brave, handsome, not too clever. Despair of their humorous creator. Once you come to 40 year, as Thackeray sings, then y'all know that a lad is an ass, and Scott had come to that age, and perhaps entertained that theory of a June premiere when he wrote Guy Mannering. In that novel, as always, he was most himself, when dealing either with homely Scottish characters of everyday life, with exaggerated types of humorous absurdity, and with wildly adventurous banditti, who appealed to the old strain of the border reiver in his blood. The wandering plot of Guy Mannering enabled him to introduce examples of all these sorts. The good-humoured, dull, dawdling Ellengowan, a laird half dwindled to a yeoman, is a sketch absolutely accurate and wonderfully touched with pathos. The landladies, Mrs. Mac Candlish and Tib Mumps, are little masterpieces. So is Mac Morland, the foil to Glossin, and so is Pleydell. Allowing for the manner of the age, Glossin himself is best when least villainous. Sir Robert Hazlewood is hardly a success. But as to Jock Jobos, a southern Scot may say that he knows Jock Jobos in the flesh. So persistent is the type of that charioteer. It is partly Scott's good fortune, partly it is his evil luck to be so inimitably and intimately true in his pictures of Scottish character. This wins the heart of his countrymen indeed, but the stranger can never know how good Scott really is any more than a Frenchman can appreciate Falstaff. Thus the alien may be vexed by what he thinks the mere clannish enthusiasm of praise in Scott's countrymen. Every little sketch of a passing face is exquisite in Scott's work when he is at his best. For example, Dandy Dinmont's children are only indicated with a dusty roll of the brush, but we recognize at once the large, shy, kindly families of the border. Dandy himself, as the Edinburgh Review said 1817, is beyond all question the best rustic portrait that has ever yet been exhibited to the public, the most honorable to rustics, and the most creditable to the heart as well as to the genius of the author, the truest to nature, the most complete in all its lineaments. Dandy is always delightful, whether at Mumps Hall, or on the lonely moor, or at home in Charleshope, or hunting, or lystering fish, or entering terriers at vermin, or fighting, or going to law, or listening to the reading of a disappointing will, or entertaining the orphan whom others neglect. Always delightful, he is always generous, always true, always the border farmer. There is no better stock of men, none less devastated by the modern spirit. His wife is worthy of him, and has that singular gentleness, kindliness, and dignity which prevail on the border, even in households far less prosperous than that of Dandy Dinmont. Dr. John Brown's Ailey in Rab and his friends will naturally occur to the mind of every reader. Among Scott's character parts or types, broadly humorous few have been more popular than Dominie Sampson. His ungainly goodness, unwieldy strength, and inaccessible learning have made great sport, especially when Guy Mannering was terrified for the state. As Miss Bertram remarks in that singular piece, "You her even Jock Jobos wins, till his English, like Elspeth in the Antiquara." Dominie rather forces a tear from the eye of sentiment than a laugh from the lungs of ribaldry. In the play, however, he sits down to read a folio on some bandboxes, which very naturally give way under him, as he has just asked Mrs. Mac Candlish after the health of both her husbands, who are both dead. The lungs of ribaldry are more exercised than the fine eye of sentiment. We scarcely care to see our Dominie treated thus. His creator had the very lowest opinion of the modern playwright's craft, and probably held that stage humor could not be too palpable and practical. Lockhart writes, Roman 5, what share the novelist himself had in this first specimen of what he used to call the art of terrifying, I cannot exactly say, but his correspondence shows that the pretty song of the lullaby was not his only contribution to it, and I infer that he had taken the trouble to modify the plot and rearrange for stage purposes a considerable part of the original dialogue. Friends of the Dominie may be glad to know, perhaps on Scott's own testimony, that he was an alumnus of St. Andrews. I was boarded for 20 pence a week at Lucky Sourcales, in the High Street of St. Andrews. He was also fortunate enough to hold a bursary in St. Leonard's College, which however is a blunder. St. Leonard's and St. Salvator's had already been merged in the United College 1747. All this is in direct contradiction to the evidence in the novel, which makes the Dominie a Glasgow man, yet the change seems to be due to Scott, rather than to Terry. It is certain that Colonel Mannering would not have approved of the treatment which the Dominie undergoes in a play whereof the plot and conduct fall little short of the unintelligible. Against the character of Pleydell, a few murmurs of pedantic criticism, as Lockhart says, were uttered, and it was natural that Pleydell should seem an incredible character to English readers, but there is plenty of evidence that his high jinks were not exaggerated. There remains the heroine of the novel, as Mr. Ruskin not incorrectly calls her, Meg Merrilies, the Sibyl who so captivated the imagination of Keats among Scott's many weird women. She is the most romantic with her loyal heart, and that fiery natural eloquence which, as Scott truly observed, does exist ready for moments of passion even among the reticent lowlanders. The child of a mysterious wandering race, Meg has a double claim to utter such speeches as she addresses to Ellengowan after the eviction of her tribe. Her death, as Mr. Ruskin says, is self-devoted, heroic in the highest, and happy. The devotion of Meg Merrilies, the grandeur of her figure, the music of her songs, more than redeem the character of Dirk Hatterake, even if we hold with the Edinburgh Reviewer that he is a vulgar bandit of the German school, just as the insipidity and flageolet of the hero are redeemed by the ballads sung in the moment of recognition. Are these the links of Forth, she said, or are they the crooks of Dee, or the bonny woods of Warrock Head, that I so fain would see? Guy Mannering, according to Lockhart, was pronounced by acclamation fully worthy to share the honours of Waverley. One star differeth from another in glory, and Guy Mannering has neither that vivid picture of clannish manners, nor that noble melancholy of a gallant and forlorn endeavour of the lost cause. When all was done that man may do, and all was done in vain, which give dignity to Waverley. Yet with Lockhart we may admire in Guy Mannering the rapid, ever-heightening interest of the narrative, the unaffected kindliness of feeling the manly purity of thought everywhere mingled with a gentle humor and homely sagacity, but above all the rich variety and skillful contrast of character and manners at once fresh in fiction, and stamped with the unforgeable seal of truth and nature. Andrew Lang. Guy Mannering. Or The Astrologer. Chapter 1. He could not deny that looking round upon the dreary region, and seeing nothing but bleak fields and naked trees hills, obscured by fogs and flats, covered with inundations, he did, for some time, suffer melancholy to prevail upon him, and wished himself again safe at home. Travels of Will Marvel Idler No 49. It was in the beginning of the month of November 17, when a young English gentleman, who had just left the University of Oxford, made use of the liberty afforded him to visit some parts of the north of England, and curiosity extended his tour into the adjacent frontier of the sister country he had visited on the day that opens our history, some monastic ruins in the county of Dumfries, and spent much of the day in making drawings of them from different points, so that on mounting his horse to resume his journey the brief and gloomy twilight of the season had already commenced. His way lay through a wide tract of black moss extending for miles on each side, and before him little eminences arose like islands on its surface, bearing here and there patches of corn which even at this season was green, and sometimes a hut or farmhouse shaded by a willow or two, and surrounded by large elder bushes. These insulated dwellings communicated with each other by winding passages, through the moss impassable by any but the natives themselves. The public road, however, was tolerably well made and safe, so that the prospect of being benighted brought with it no real danger. Still, it is uncomfortable to travel alone, and in the dark through an unknown country, and there are few ordinary occasions upon which fancy frets herself so much as in a situation like that of Mannering. As the light grew faint and more faint, and the morass appeared blacker and blacker, our traveller questioned more closely each chance passenger on his distance from the village of Kippletringan, where he proposed to quarter for the night. His queries were usually answered by a counter-challenge respecting the place from whence he came, while sufficient daylight remained to show the dress and appearance of a gentleman. These cross-interrogatories were usually put in the form of a case, supposed as yell hae been at the Auld Abbey o' Hallicross, sir. There's money English gentlemen gang to see, that or your honour will become frae the house o' Powderloupet. But when the voice of the querist alone was distinguishable, the response usually was, where are ye coming frae at sic a time o' night, as the like o' Thizer yell no be o' this country friend. The answers, when obtained, were neither very reconcilable to each other nor accurate in the information which they afforded. Kippletringan was distant at first a j-bit. Then the j-bit was more accurately described as a blin's 3 mile, then the 3 mile diminished into like a mile, and a bittock then extended themselves into 4 mile or thereawa, and lastly a female voice having hushed a wailing infant which the spokeswoman carried in her arms assured Guy Mannering it was a weary lang gait, yet to Kippletringan, an unco heavy road for foot passengers. The poor hack upon which Mannering was mounted was probably of opinion that it suited him as ill as the female respondent, for he began to flag very much, answered each application of the spur with a groan, and stumbled at every stone, and they were not few which lay in his road. Mannering now grew impatient. He was occasionally betrayed into a deceitful hope that the end of his journey was near by the apparition of a twinkling light or two, but as he came up, he was disappointed to find that the gleams proceeded from some of those farmhouses which occasionally ornamented the surface of the extensive bog. At length, to complete his perplexity, he arrived at a place where the road divided into two. If there had been light to consult the relics of a finger-post, which stood there, it would have been of little avail, as according to the good custom of North Britain the inscription had been defaced shortly after its erection. Our adventurer was therefore compelled, like a knight-errant of old, to trust to the sagacity of his horse, which without any demur chose the left-hand path, and seemed to proceed at a somewhat livelier pace than before, affording thereby a hope that he knew he was drawing near to his quarters for the evening. This hope, however, was not speedily accomplished, and Mannering, whose impatience made every furlong seem 3, began to think that Kippletringan was actually retreating before him in proportion to his advance. It was now very cloudy, although the stars from time to time shed a twinkling and uncertain light. Hitherto nothing had broken the silence around him, but the deep cry of the bogglitter or bullofthebog, a large species of bittern, and the sighs of the wind as it passed along the dreary morass. To these was now joined the distant roar of the ocean towards, which the traveler seemed to be fast approaching. This was no circumstance to make his mind easy. Many of the roads in that country lay along the sea beach, and were liable to be flooded by the tides which rise with great height and advance with extreme rapidity. Others were intersected with creeks and small inlets, which it was only safe to pass at particular times of the tide. Neither circumstance would have suited a dark night. A fatigued horse, and a traveler ignorant of his road mannering, resolved therefore definitively to halt for the night at the first inhabited place, however poor he might chance to reach, unless he could procure a guide to this unlucky village of Kippletringan. A miserable hut gave him an opportunity to execute his purpose. He found out the door with no small difficulty, and for some time knocked without producing any other answer than a duet between a female and a cur-dog, the latter yelping as if he would have barked his heart out, the other screaming in chorus. By degrees, the human tones predominated, but the angry bark of the cur being at the instant changed into a howl, it is probable something more than fair strength of lungs had contributed to the ascendancy. "Sorrow be in your thrapple." Then these were the first articulate words. "Will you no let me hear what the man wants? Why you're yaffing? Am I far from Kippletringan, good dame?" Fray Kippletringan, in an exalted tone of wonder which we can but faintly express by 3 points of admiration. "Ow man, ye should hae had an easel to Kippletringan. Ye maun gie back as far as the Wap, and bod the Wap till ye come to Ballinloan, and then—" "This will never do, good dame, my horse is almost quite knocked up. Can you not give me a night's lodgings?" "Troth can I know, I am a lone woman, for James he's awa' to Drumsherlock fair with the year-olds, and I doanna for my life open the door to ony o' your gangthery out sort o' bodies. But what must I do then, good dame, for I can't sleep here upon the road all night?" "Troth I kenna, unless ye like to gie down and speer for quarters at the place. Ise warrant they'll tak ye, in whether ye be gentle or semple." "Simple enough to be wandering here at such a time of night," thought Mannering, who was ignorant of the meaning of the phrase. "But how shall I get to the place, as you call it?" "Ye maun bod wessel by the end o' the loan, and take tent o' the jawhole." "Oh, if ye get to Easel and wessel again, I am undone. Is there nobody that could guide me to this place? I will pay him handsomely." The word pay operated like magic. "Jock, ye villain," exclaimed the voice from the interior, "are ye lying routing there? And a young gentleman seeking the way to the place, get up ye fa's loon, and show him the way down the muckle loaning hell. Show you the way, sir, and Ise warrant yell be weel put up for that. Never turn awa anybody frae the door, and ye ll be come in the canny moment. I am thinking for the laird's servant, that's no, to say his body servant, but the helper like rade express by this een to fetch the howdy, and he just stayed the drinking o' 2 pints o' tippenny, to tell us how my leddy was teen why her pains." Perhaps, said Mannering at such a time, a stranger's arrival might be inconvenient. "Houtna ye needna be blade about that their house is muckle enug, and decking times I canty time." By this time, Jock had found his way into all the intricacies of a tattered doublet and more tattered pair of breeches, and sallied forth, a great white-headed bare-legged lubberly boy of 12 years old, so exhibited by the glimpse of a rushlight which his half-nicked mother held in such a manner as to get a peep at the stranger without greatly exposing herself to view. In return, Jock moved on westward by the end of the house, leading Mannering's horse by the bridle, and piloting with some dexterity along the little path which bordered the formidable jawhole, whose vicinity the stranger was made sensible of by means of more organs than one. His guide then dragged the weary hack along a broken and stony car-track, next over a ploughed field, then broke down a slap, as he called it, in a dry stone fence, and lugged the unresisting animal through the breach, about a rood of the simple masonry giving way in the splutter with which he passed. Finally, he led the way through a wicket into something which had still the air of an avenue, though many of the trees were felled. The roar of the ocean was now near and full, and the moon, which began to make her appearance, gleamed on a turreted and apparently a ruined mansion of considerable extent. Mannering fixed his eyes upon it with a disconsolate sensation. "Why, my little fellow," he said, "this is a ruin, not a house." "Ah, but the lairds lived there langsyne, that's Ellingowan auld place, there's a hantle bogles about it. But ye needna be feared, I never saw ony mysel, and we're just at the door o' the new place." Accordingly, leaving the ruins on the right, a few steps brought the traveller in front of a modern house of moderate size, at which his guide, wrapped with great importance, Mannering told his circumstances to the servant, and the gentleman of the house, who heard his tale from the parlour, stepped forward and welcomed the stranger hospitably to Ellangowan. The boy, made happy with half a crown, was dismissed to his cottage, the weary horse was conducted to a stall, and Mannering found himself in a few minutes seated by a comfortable supper, for which his cold ride gave him a hearty appetite. Chapter 2. Comes me cranking in, and cuts me from the best of all my land. A huge half-moon, a monstrous cantle out. Henry Roman 4 Part 1. The company in the parlour at Ellangowan consisted of the laird, and a sort of person who might be the village schoolmaster, or perhaps the minister's assistant. His appearance was too shabby to indicate the minister, considering he was on a visit to the laird. The laird himself was one of those second-rate sort of persons that are to be found frequently in rural situations. Fielding has described one class as feras consumere nati, but the love of field sports indicates a certain activity of mind, which had forsaken Mr. Bertram. If ever he possessed it, a good-humoured listlessness of countenance formed the only remarkable expression of his features, although they were rather handsome than otherwise. In fact, his physiognomy indicated the inanity of character which pervaded his life. I will give the reader some insight into his state and conversation, before he has finished a long lecture to Mannering upon the propriety and comfort of wrapping his stirrupirons round with a wisp of straw, when he had occasion to ride in a chill evening. Godfrey Bertram of Ellangowan succeeded to a long pedigree and a short rentrel like many lairds of that period. His list of forefathers ascended so high that they were lost in the barbarous ages of Galwegian independence, so that his genealogical tree, besides the Christian and crusading names of Godfreys and Gilberts and Denises and Rolands without end, bore heathen fruit of yet darker ages, Arths and Narths and Donegilds and Hanlons. In truth, they had been formerly the stormy chiefs of a desert but extensive domain, and the heads of a numerous tribe called Mac Dingawea. Though they afterwards adopted the Norman surname of Bertram, they had made war-raised rebellions, been defeated, beheaded, and hanged, as became a family of importance for many centuries, but they had gradually lost ground in the world, and from being themselves the heads of treason and traitorous conspiracies, the Bertrams, or Mac Dingaweas of Ellangowan, had sunk into subordinate accomplices. Their most fatal exhibitions in this capacity took place in the 17th century, when the foul fiend possessed them with a spirit of contradiction, which uniformly involved them in controversy with the ruling powers. They reversed the conduct of the celebrated Vicar of Bray, and adhered as tenaciously to the weaker side as that worthy divine to the stronger, and truly, like him, they had their reward. In large, Alan Bertram of Ellangowan, who flourished tempor caroli primi, was, says my authority Sir Robert Douglas in his Scottish baronage, see the title Ellangowan, a steady loyalist, and full of zeal, for the cause of his sacred majesty, in which he united with the great Marquis of Montrose, and other truly zealous and honourable patriots, and sustained great losses in that behalf. He had the honour of knighthood conferred upon him by his most sacred majesty, and was sequestrated as a malignant Parliament 1642, and afterwards as a resolutioner in the year 1648. These two cross-grained epithets of malignant and resolutioner cost poor Sir Alan one half of the family estate. His son Dennis Bertram married a daughter of an eminent fanatic who had a seat in the Council of State, and saved by that union the remainder of the family property. But as ill chance would have it, he became enamored of the lady's principles as well as of her charms, and my author gives him this character: he was a man of eminent parts and resolution, for which reason he was chosen by the western counties, one of the committee of noblemen and gentlemen, to report their griefs to the Privy Council of Charles Roman II, anent the coming in of the Highland host, in 1678. For undertaking this patriotic task, he underwent a fine to pay, which he was obliged to mortgage half of the remaining moiety of his paternal property. This loss he might have recovered by dint of severe economy, but on the breaking out of Argyll's rebellion, Dennis Bertram was again suspected by government, apprehended, sent to Dunutter Castle on the coast of the Mearns, and there broke his neck in an attempt to escape from a subterranean habitation called the Whig's Vault, in which he was confined with some 80 of the same persuasion. The appriser, therefore, as the holder of a mortgage, was then called, entered upon possession, and in the language of Hotspur came me cranking in, and cut the family out of another monstrous cantle of their remaining property. Donohoe Bertram, with somewhat of an Irish name and somewhat of an Irish temper, succeeded to the diminished property of Ellangowan. He turned out of doors, the Reverend Aaron McBriar his mother's chaplain. It is said they quarreled about the good graces of a milkmaid, drank himself daily drunk, with brimming healths to the King Council, and bishops held orgies with the Laird of Lag Theophilus Oglethorpe, and Sir James Turner, and lastly took his grey gelding and joined Clavers at Killiecrankie, at the skirmish of Dunkeld 1689. He was shot dead by a Cameronian, with a silver button being supposed to have proof from the evil one against lead and steel, and his grave is still called the Wicked Laird's Lair. His son Lewis had more prudence than seems usually to have belonged to the family. He nursed what property was yet left to him, for Donohoe's excesses, as well as fines and forfeitures, had made another inroad upon the estate, and although even he did not escape the fatality which induced the lairds of Ellangowan to interfere with politics, he had yet the prudence ere he went out with Lord Kenmore in 1715 to convey his estate to trustees in order to parry pains and penalties, in case the Earl of Mar could not put down the Protestant succession, but Scylla and Charybdis word to the Weiss, only saved his estate at expense of a lawsuit, which again subdivided the family property. He was however a man of resolution. He sold part of the lands, evacuated the old cattle, where the family lived in their decadence, as a mouse, said an old farmer lives under a fir lot pulling down part of these venerable ruins he built with the stones, a narrow house of 3 stories high with a front like a grenadier's cap, having in the very center a round window, like the single eye of a cyclops, 2 windows on each side, and a door in the middle leading to a parlor and withdrawing room full of all manner of cross lights. This was the new place of Ellangowan in which we left our hero, better amused perhaps than our readers, and to this Lewis Bertram, retreated full of projects for re-establishing the prosperity of his family. He took some land into his own hand, rented some from neighboring proprietors, bought and sold Highland cattle and Cheviot sheep, rode to fairs and trysts, fought hard bargains, and held necessity at the staff's end as well as he might, but what he gained in purse he lost in honor, for such agricultural and commercial negotiations were very ill looked upon by his brother lairds, who minded nothing but cockfighting, hunting, coursing, and horse racing with now and then the alternative of a desperate duel. The occupations which he followed encroached in their opinion upon the article of Ellangowan's gentry, and he found it necessary gradually to estrange himself from their society and sink into what was then a very ambiguous character. A gentleman farmer, in the midst of his scheme's death, claimed his tribute, and the scanty remains of a large property descended upon Godfrey Bertram, the present possessor, his only son. The danger of the father's speculations was soon seen deprived of Laird Lewis personal and active superintendence. All his undertakings miscarried, and became either abortive or perilous, without a single spark of energy to meet or repel these misfortunes. Godfrey put his faith in the activity of another. He kept neither hunters, nor hounds, nor any other southern preliminaries to ruin, but as has been observed of his countrymen, he kept a man of business who answered the purpose equally well under this gentleman's supervision. Small debts grew into large interests, were accumulated upon capitals, movable bonds became heritable, and law charges were heaped upon. Although Ellangowan possessed so little the spirit of a litigant that he was on 2 occasions charged to make payment of the expenses of a long lawsuit, although he had never before heard that he had such cases in court. Meanwhile, his neighbors predicted his final ruin. Those of the higher rank, with some malignity, accounted him already a degraded brother. The lower classes, seeing nothing enviable in his situation, marked his embarrassments with more compassion. He was even a kind of favorite with them, and upon the division of a common, or the holding of a blackfishing or poaching court, or any similar occasion, when they conceived themselves oppressed by the gentry, they were in the habit of saying to each other, "Ah, if Ellangowan honest man had his ain, that his forbears had afore him, he wadna see the pure folk trodden down this gate." Meanwhile, this general good opinion never prevented their taking advantage of him on all possible occasions, turning their cattle into his parks, stealing his wood, shooting his game, and so forth. For the laird, honest man, hell never find it. He never minds what a pure body does. Peddlers, gypsies, tinkers, vagrants of all descriptions roosted about his outhouses or harbored in his kitchen, and the laird, who was nae nice body, but a thorough gossip like most weak men, found recompense for his hospitality in the pleasure of questioning them on the news of the countryside. A circumstance arrested Ellangowan's progress on the highroad to ruin. This was his marriage with a lady who had a portion of about £4,000. Nobody in the neighborhood could conceive why she married him, and endowed him with her wealth unless, because he had a tall handsome figure, a good set of features, a genteel address, and the most perfect good humor, it might be some additional consideration, that she was herself at the reflecting age of 28, and had no near relations to control her actions or choice. It was in this lady's behalf, confined for the first time after her marriage, that the speedy and active express mentioned by the old dame of the cottage had been dispatched to Kippletringan on the night of Mannering's arrival. Though we have said so much of the laird himself, it still remains that we make the reader in some degree acquainted with his companion. This was Abel Sampson, commonly called from his occupation as a pedagogue Dominie Sampson. He was of low birth, but having evinced even from his cradle an uncommon seriousness of disposition, the poor parents were encouraged to hope that their bairn, as they expressed it, might wag his pow in a pulpit. Yet with an ambitious view to such a consummation they pinched and pared rose early and lay down late, ate dry bread, and drank cold water to secure to Abel the means of learning. Meantime his tall ungainly figure, his taciturn and grave manners, and some grotesque habits of swinging his limbs and screwing his visage, while reciting his task, made poor Sampson the ridicule of all his school companions. The same qualities secured him at Glasgow College a plentiful share of the same sort of notice. Half the youthful mob of the yards used to assemble regularly to see Dominie Sampson, for he had already attained that honorable title, descend the stairs from the Greek class with his lexicon under his arm, his long misshapen legs sprawling abroad, and keeping awkward time to the play of his immense shoulder blades as they raised and depressed the loose and threadbare black coat, which was his constant and only wear when he spoke the efforts of the professor of divinity, though he were totally inadequate to restrain the inextinguishable laughter of the students, and sometimes even to repress his own, the long sallow visage, the goggle eyes, the huge underjaw, which appeared not to open and shut by an act of volition, but to be dropped and hoisted up again by some complicated machinery within the inner man, the harsh and dissonant voice, and the screechal notes to which it was exalted when he was exhorted to pronounce more distinctly, all added fresh subject for mirth to the torn cloak and shattered shoe, which have afforded legitimate subjects of raillery against the poor scholar from Juvenal's time downward. It was never known that Sampson either exhibited irritability at this ill usage, or made the least attempt to retort upon his tormentors. He slunk from college by the most secret paths he could discover, and plunged himself into his miserable lodging, where for 18 pence a week he was allowed the benefit of a straw mattress, and if his landlady was in good humor, permission to study his task by her fire. Under all these disadvantages, he obtained a competent knowledge of Greek and Latin, and some acquaintance with the sciences. In progress of time, Abel Sampson, probationer of divinity, was admitted to the privileges of a preacher, but alas, partly from his own bashfulness, partly owing to a strong and obvious disposition to risibility which pervaded the congregation upon his first attempt, he became totally incapable of proceeding in his intended discourse, gasped, grinned, hideously rolled his eyes, till the congregation thought them flying out of his head, shut the Bible, stumbled down the pulpit stairs, trampling upon the old women who generally take their station there, and was ever after designated as a sticket minister. And thus he wandered back to his own country with blighted hopes and prospects, to share the poverty of his parents, as he had neither friend nor confidant, hardly even an acquaintance. No one had the means of observing closely how Dominie Sampson bore a disappointment, which supplied the whole town with a week's sport. It would be endless even to mention the numerous jokes to which it gave birth from a ballad called Sampson's Riddle, written upon the subject by a smart young student of humanity, to the sly hope of the principal that the fugitive had not, in imitation of his mighty namesake, taken the college gates along with him in his retreat. To all appearance, the equanimity of Sampson was unshaken. He sought to assist his parents by teaching a school, and soon had plenty of scholars, but very few fees. In fact, he taught the sons of farmers for what they chose to give him, and the poor for nothing, and to the shame of the former. Be it spoken, the pedagogue's gains never equaled those of a skillful ploughman. He wrote, however, a good hand, and added something to his pittance by copying accounts and writing letters for Ellengowan. By degrees, the laird, who was much estranged from general society, became partial to that of Dominie Sampson. Conversation, it is true, was out of the question, but the Dominie was a good listener, and stirred the fire with some address. He attempted even to snuff the candles, but was unsuccessful, and relinquished that ambitious post of courtesy after having twice reduced the parlour to total darkness, so his civilities thereafter were confined to taking off his glass of ale in exactly the same time and measure with the laird, and in uttering certain indistinct murmurs of acquiescence at the conclusion of the long and winding stories of Ellengowan. On one of these occasions, he presented for the first time to Mannering his tall, gaunt, awkward, bony figure, attired in a threadbare suit of black, with a coloured handkerchief not over clean about his sinewy, scraggy neck, and his nether person arrayed in grey breeches, dark blue stockings, clouded shoes, and small copper buckles. Such is a brief outline of the lives and fortunes of those two persons, in whose society Mannering now found himself comfortably seated. Chapter 3. Do not the histories of all ages relate miraculous presages of strange turns in the world's affairs, foreseen by astrologers, soothsayers, Chaldeans, learned genethliacs, and some that have writ almanacs? Hudibras. The circumstances of the landlady were pleaded to Mannering first as an apology for her not appearing to welcome her guest, and for those deficiencies in his entertainment which her attention might have supplied, and then as an excuse for pressing an extra bottle of good wine. I cannot weel sleep, said the laird with the anxious feelings of a father in such a predicament, till I hear she's got o'er with it, and if you, sir, are not very sleepery, and would do me and the Dominie the honour to sit up wi' us, I am sure we shall not detain you very late. Lucky Howatson is very expeditious. There was ance a lass that was in that way. She did not live far from hereabouts. I needna shake your head, and groaned Dominie. I am sure the kirk dues were a weel paid. And what can man do? Merit was laid till her heir she had a sark o'er her head, and the man that she since wadded does not think her a pin. The war for the misfortune they live Mr. Mannering by the shoreside at Annan, and a mere decent orderly couple with 6 as fine bairns as you would wish to see plash in a saltwater dub, and little curly Godforthats the eldest, the come o' will, as I may say's on board an excise yacht. I hae a cousin at the board of excise, that's Commissioner Bertram. He got his commissionership in the great contest for the county that ye must have heard of, for it was appealed to the House of Commons. Now I should have voted there for the Laird of Balridery, but ye see my father was a Jacobite, and out with Kenmore, so he never took the oaths, and I ken not weel how it was, but all that I could do, and say they keepit me off the roll, though my agent that had a vote upon my estate ranked as a good vote for auld Sir Thomas Kittlecourt. But to return to what I was saying, Lucky Howatson is very expeditious for this lass. Here the desultory and long-winded narrative of the laird was interrupted by the voice of someone ascending the stairs from the kitchen story, and singing at full pitch of voice. The high notes were too shrill for a man, the low seemed too deep for a woman. The words, as far as Mannering could distinguish them, seemed to run thus: Canny moment, lucky fit. Is the lady lighter yet? Be it lad or be it lass? Sign why cross, insane why mass? It's Meg Merrilies the gypsy, as sure as I am a sinner, said Mr. Bertram. The Dominie groaned deeply, uncrossed his legs, drew in the huge splay foot, which his former posture had extended, placed it perpendicularly, and stretched the other limb over it, instead puffing out between whiles huge volumes of tobacco smoke. What needs ye? groaned Dominie. I am sure Meg's sangs do nae Roman 99. Nor good neither, answered Dominie Sampson, in a voice whose untunable harshness corresponded with the awkwardness of his figure. They were the first words which Mannering had heard him speak, and as he had been watching with some curiosity when this eating, drinking, moving, and smoking automaton would perform the part of speaking, he was a good deal diverted with the harsh timbre tones which issued from him. But at this moment the door opened, and Meg Merrilies entered. Her appearance made Mannering start. She was full 6 feet high, wore a man's greatcoat over the rest of her dress, had in her hand a goodly sloethorn cudgel, and in all points of equipment, except her petticoats, seemed rather masculine than feminine. Her dark elf-locks shot out like the snakes of the Gorgon between an old-fashioned bonnet called a bongrace, heightening the singular effect of her strong and weather-beaten features, which they partly shadowed, while her eye had a wild roll that indicated something like real or affected insanity. Awil Ellengowan, she said, wad it no hae been a bonny thing and the leddy had been brought to bed, and me at the fair o' Drumsherlock, no kenning, nor dreaming a word about it. Wha was to hae keep it awa the warricows, I trow I and the elves and gyracarlings, frae the bonny bairn grace be why it I, or said St. Calma's charm for its sake the dear. And without waiting an answer she began to sing. Trefoil vervain John Swart Dill. Hinders witches of there. Will weel is them that weel may. Fast upon St. Andrew's Day. Saint Bride and her brat. Saint Calmy and his cat. Saint Michael and his spear. Keep the house frae rafe and wear. This charm she sung to a wild tune in a high and shrill voice, and cutting 3 capers with such strength and agility, as almost to touch the roof of the room concluded, and now, laird, will ye no order me a tass o' brandy? That you shall have Meg sit down yont there at the door, and tell us what news ye have heard at the fair o' Drumshawerloch. Troth, laird, and there was muckle want o' you, and the like o' you, for there was a win bonny lasses there forby mysel, and deal ain to gie them hansels. Weel, Meg, and how mony gypsies were sent to the Tolbooth? Troth, but 3, laird, for there were nae mair in the fair by mysel, as I said before, and I e'en gie them legbill, for there's nae ease in dealing wi quarrelsome folk. And there's Dunbog has warned the red rotten, and John Young af his gruntsblack be his cast, he's nae gentleman nor draps bluid o. Gentlemen wad grudge twa gangrel pure bodies the shelter o a waste house, and the thristles by the roadside for a bit cuddy, and the bits o rotten birk to boil their drap parich. Why, weel, there's ain a bune, but well see, if the red cock craw not in his bonny barnyard I morning before daydoing. Hush, Meg, hush, hush, that's not safe talk. What does she mean? Said Mannering to Sampson in an undertone. Fire-raising, answered the laconic Dominie. Who or what is she, in the name of wonder? Harlot, thief, witch, and gypsy, answered Sampson again. O troth, laird, continued Meg during this bidock, it's, but to the like, o you ain can open their heart, ye see they say Dunbog is nae mair a gentleman than the blunker that's big at the bonny house down in the helm, but the like, o you laird, that's a real gentleman for sae mony 100 years, and never hunts pure folk af your grund, as if they were mad tykes nane o our folk wad stir your gear, if he had as mony capons, as there's leaves on the trysting tree, and now some o ye maun lay down your watch, and tell me the very minute o the hour the wean's born and ill spee its fortune. Aye, but Meg, we shall not want your assistance, for here's a student from Oxford, that kens much better than you how to spee its fortune, he does it by the stars. Certainly, sir, said Mannering, entering into the simple humour of his landlord, I will calculate his nativity, according to the rule of the triplicities, as recommended by Pythagoras, Hippocrates, Dialects, and Avicenna, or I will begin ab hora questionis, as Holly Messahala Ganwehes and Guido Bonatus have recommended. One of Sampson's great recommendations to the favour of Mr. Bertram was that he never detected the most gross attempt at imposition, so that the laird, whose humble efforts at jocularity were chiefly confined to what were then called bites and bams, since denominated hoaxes and quizzes, had the fairest possible subject of wit in the unsuspecting Dominie. It is true he never laughed or joined in the laugh which his own simplicity afforded, nay, it is said he never laughed but once in his life, and on that memorable occasion his landlady miscarried partly through surprise at the event itself, and partly from terror at the hideous grimaces which attended this unusual cachinnation, the only effect which the discovery of such impositions produced upon this saturnine personage was to extort an ejaculation of prodigious, or very facetious, pronounced syllabically, but without moving a muscle of his own countenance. On the present occasion, he turned a gaunt and ghastly stare upon the youthful astrologer, and seemed to doubt if he had rightly understood his answer to his patron. I am afraid, sir, said Mannering, turning towards him, you may be one of those unhappy persons who, their dim eyes being unable to penetrate the starry spheres, and to discern therein the decrees of heaven at a distance, have their hearts barred against conviction by prejudice and misprision. Truly, said Sampson, I opine with Sir Isaac Newton Knight, and Umwell Master of His Majesty's Mint, that the pretended science of astrology is altogether vain, frivolous, and unsatisfactory, and here he reposed his oracular jaws. Really, resumed the traveller, I am sorry to see a gentleman of your learning and gravity labouring under such strange blindness and delusion. Will you place the brief, the modern, and as I may say the vernacular name of Isaac Newton, in opposition to the grave and sonorous authorities of Dariet Bonitus Ptolemy, Holly Estler Dietaric, Nabob Harfort Zale, Tostetter Agrippa Duretus Maginus Origen, and Argyle do not Christians and heathens, and Jews and Gentiles and poets and philosophers unite in allowing the starry influences. Communis errorit is a general mistake, answered the inflexible Dominie Sampson. Not so, replied the young Englishman, it is a general and well-grounded belief. It is the resource of cheaters, knaves, and cozenas, said Sampson. Abusus non tollit, usum the abuse of anything doth not abrogate the lawful use thereof. During this discussion, Ellengowan was somewhat like a woodcock caught in his own springe. He turned his face alternately from the one spokesman to the other, and began from the gravity with which Mannering plied his adversary, and the learning which he displayed in the controversy, to give him credit for being half serious as. For Meg, she fixed her bewildered eyes upon the astrologer, overpowered by a jargon more mysterious than her own. Mannering pressed his advantage, and ran over all the hard terms of art which a tenacious memory supplied, and which from circumstances hereafter to be noticed had been familiar to him in early youth. Signs and planets in aspects sextile quartile trine conjoined or opposite houses of heaven, with their cusps hours, and minutes almute almachoden anabibuzin, catabibuzin, 1,000 terms of equal sound and significance poured, thick and threefold, upon the unshrinking Dominie, whose stubborn incredulity bore him out against the pelting of this pitiless storm. At length the joyful annunciation that the lady had presented her husband with a fine boy, and was of course, as well as could be expected, broke off this intercourse. Mr. Bertram hastened to the lady's apartment. Meg Merrilies descended to the kitchen, to secure her share of the groaning malt and the keno footnote see note Roman 1, and Mannering, after looking at his watch, and noting with great exactness the hour and minute of the birth, requested with becoming gravity that the Dominie would conduct him to some place where he might have a view of the heavenly bodies. The schoolmaster without further answer rose, and threw open a door half sashed with glass, which led to an old-fashioned terrace walk behind the modern house, communicating with the platform on which the ruins of the ancient castle were situated. The wind had arisen, and swept before it the clouds which had formerly obscured the sky. The moon was high, and at the full, and all the lesser satellites of heaven shone forth in cloudless effulgence. The scene which their light presented to Mannering was in the highest degree unexpected and striking. We have observed that in the latter part of his journey, our traveller approached the seashore, without being aware how nearly he now perceived that the ruins of Ellengowan Castle were situated upon a promontory or projection of rock, which formed one side of a small and placid bay. On the seashore the modern mansion was placed lower though closely adjoining, and the ground behind it descended to the sea by a small swelling green bank, divided into levels by natural terraces on which grew some old trees, and terminating upon the white sand. The other side of the bay opposite to the old castle was a sloping and varied promontory covered chiefly with copsewood, which on that favoured coast grows almost within watermark. A fisherman's cottage peeped from among the trees. Even at this dead hour of night, there were lights moving upon the shore, probably occasioned by the unloading a smuggling lugger from the Isle of Man, which was lying in the bay. On the light from the sash door of the house, being observed a halloo from the vessel of Ware Hawk Douse, the glim alarmed those who were on shore, and the lights instantly disappeared. It was 1 hour after midnight, and the prospect around was lovely. The grey old towers of the ruin, partly entire, partly broken here, bearing the rusty weatherstains of ages, and there partially mantled with ivy, stretched along the verge of the dark rock, which rose on Mannering's right hand. In his front was the quiet bay, whose waves, crisping and sparkling to the moonbeams, rolled successively along its surface, and dashed with a soft and murmuring ripple against the silvery beach. To the left, the woods advanced far into the ocean, waving in the moonlight along ground of an undulating and varied form, and presenting those varieties of light and shade, and that interesting combination of glade and thicket, upon which the eye delights to rest, charmed with what it sees, yet curious to pierce still deeper into the intricacies of the woodland scenery above. Rolled the planets, each by its own liquid orbit of light, distinguished from the inferior or more distant stars. So strangely can imagination deceive even those by whose volition it has been excited, that Mannering, while gazing upon these brilliant bodies, was half inclined to believe in the influence ascribed to them by superstition over human events. But Mannering was a youthful lover, and might perhaps be influenced by the feelings so exquisitely expressed by a modern poet. For fable is love's world, his home, his birthplace. Delightedly dwells he 'mong fays and talismans, and spirits, and delightedly believes divinities, being himself divine, the intelligible forms of ancient poets, the fair humanities of old religion, the powerth beauty and the majesty, that had their haunts in dale or piny mountain, or forest by slow stream or pebbly spring, or chasms and watery dipsol. These have vanished. They live no longer in the faith of reason. But still the heart doth need a language still. Doth the old instinct bring back the old names? And to yon starry world they now are gone. Spirits or gods that used to share this earth with man as with their friend, and to the lover. Yonder they move from yonder visible sky. Shoot influence down, and even at this day. T is Jupiter who brings whate'er is great. And Venus who brings everything that's fair. Such musings soon gave way to others, alas, he muttered, my good old tutor, who used to enter so deep into the controversy between Haydon and Chambers on the subject of astrology, he would have looked upon the scene with other eyes, and would have seriously endeavored to discover from the respective positions of these luminaries their probable effects on the destiny of the newborn infant, as if the courses or emanations of the stars superseded, or at least, were coordinate with divine providence. Well, rest be with him, he instilled into me enough of knowledge for erecting a scheme of nativity, and therefore will I presently go about it. So saying, and having noted the position of the principal planetary bodies, Guy Mannering returned to the house. The laird met him in the parlor, and acquainting him with great glee that the boy was a fine healthy little fellow, seemed rather disposed to press further conviviality. He admitted however Mannering's plea of weariness, and conducting him to his sleeping apartment, left him to repose for the evening. Chapter 4. Come and see, trust thine own eyes. A fearful sign stands in the house of life. An enemy, a fiend, lurks close behind. The radiance of thy planet, oh, be warned. Coleridge from Schiller. The belief in astrology was almost universal in the middle of the 17th century. It began to waver and become doubtful towards the close of that period. And in the beginning of the 18th, the art fell into general disrepute, and even under general ridicule, yet it still retained many partisans, even in the seats of learning. Grave and studious men were loath to relinquish the calculations, which had early become the principal objects of their studies, and felt reluctant to descend from the predominating height, to which a supposed insight into futurity, by the power of consulting abstract influences and conjunctions, had exalted them over the rest of mankind. Among those who cherished this imaginary privilege with undoubting faith was an old clergyman with whom Mannering was placed during his youth. He wasted his eyes in observing the stars, and his brains in calculations upon their various combinations. His pupil in early youth naturally caught some portion of his enthusiasm, and labored for a time to make himself master of the technical process of astrological research, so that before he became convinced of its absurdity, William Lilly himself would have allowed him a curious fancy and piercing judgment in resolving a question of nativity. On the present occasion, he arose as early in the morning as the shortness of the day permitted, and proceeded to calculate the nativity of the young heir of Ellangowan. He undertook the task secundum artem, as well to keep up appearances, as from a sort of curiosity to know whether he yet remembered and could practice the imaginary science. He accordingly erected his scheme or figure of heaven, divided into its 12 houses, placed the planets therein according to the ephemeris, and rectified their position to the hour and moment of the nativity, without troubling our readers with the general prognostications, which judicial astrology would have inferred from these circumstances. In this diagram, there was one significator, which pressed remarkably upon our astrologer's attention. Mars having dignity in the cusp of the 12th house threatened captivity, or sudden and violent death, to the native, and Mannering having recourse to those further rules, by which diviners pretend to ascertain the vehemency of this evil direction, observed from the result that 3 periods would be particularly hazardous, 5th his 10th his 21st year. It was somewhat remarkable that Mannering had once before tried a similar piece of foolery, at the instance of Sophia Wellwood, the young lady to whom he was attached, and that a similar conjunction of planetary influence threatened her with death or imprisonment in her 39th year. She was at this time 18, so that according to the result of the scheme in both cases the same year threatened her with the same misfortune that was presaged to the native or infant whom that night had introduced into the world. Struck with this coincidence, Mannering repeated his calculations, and the result approximated the events predicted, until at length the same month and day of the month seemed assigned as the period of peril to both. It will be readily believed that in mentioning this circumstance, we lay no weight whatever upon the pretended information thus conveyed, but it often happens, such is our natural love for the marvelous, that we willingly contribute our own efforts to beguile our better judgments, whether the coincidence which I have mentioned was really one of those singular chances, which sometimes happen against all ordinary calculations, or whether Mannering, bewildered amid the arithmetical labyrinth and technical jargon of astrology, had insensibly twice followed the same clue to guide him out of the maze, or whether his imagination, seduced by some point of apparent resemblance, lent its aid to make the similitude between the two operations more exactly accurate than it might otherwise have been. It is impossible to guess, but the impression upon his mind that the results exactly corresponded was vividly and indelibly strong. He could not help feeling surprise at a coincidence so singular and unexpected. Does the devil mingle in the dance to avenge himself for our trifling with an art said to be of magical origin? Or is it possible, as Bacon and Sir Thomas Browne admit, that there is some truth in a sober and regulated astrology, and that the influence of the stars is not to be denied, though the due application of it by the knaves who pretend to practice the art is greatly to be suspected? A moment's consideration of the subject induced him to dismiss this opinion as fantastical, and only sanctioned by those learned men, either because they durst not at once shock the universal prejudices of their age, or because they themselves were not altogether freed from the contagious influence of a prevailing superstition. Yet the result of his calculations in these two instances left so unpleasing an impression on his mind that, like Prospero, he mentally relinquished his art, and resolved neither in jest nor earnest ever again to practice judicial astrology. He hesitated a good deal what he should say to the Laird of Ellangowan concerning the horoscope of his firstborn, and at length resolved plainly to tell him the judgment which he had formed, at the same time acquainting him with the futility of the rules of art. On which he had proceeded with this resolution, he walked out upon the terrace. If the view of the scene around Ellangowan had been pleasing by moonlight, it lost none of its beauty. By the light of the morning sun, the land, even in the month of November, smiled under its influence. A steep but regular ascent led from the terrace to the neighboring eminence, and conducted Mannering to the front of the old castle. It consisted of two massive round towers, projecting deeply and darkly at the extreme angles of a curtain or flat wall which united them, and thus protecting the main entrance that opened through a lofty arch in the center of the curtain into the inner court of the castle. The arms of the family carved in freestone frowned over the gateway, and the portal showed the spaces arranged by the architect for lowering the portcullis and raising the drawbridge. A rude farm gate made of young fir trees nailed together now formed the only safeguard of this once formidable entrance. The esplanade in front of the castle commanded a noble prospect. The dreary scene of desolation, through which Mannering's road had lain on the preceding evening, was excluded from the view by some rising ground, and the landscape showed a pleasing alternation of hill and dale, intersected by a river, which was in some places visible and hidden in others, where it rolled betwixt deep and wooded banks. The spire of a church, and the appearance of some houses, indicated the situation of a village at the place where the stream had its junction with the ocean. The vales seemed well cultivated, the little enclosures into which they were divided skirting the bottom of the hills, and sometimes carrying their lines of straggling hedgerows. A little way up the ascent above these were green pastures tenanted chiefly by herds of black cattle, then the staple commodity of the country, whose distant low gave no unpleasing animation to the landscape. The remoter hills were of a sterner character, and at still greater distance swelled into mountains of dark heath bordering the horizon, with a screen which gave a defined and limited boundary to the cultivated country, and added at the same time the pleasing idea that it was sequestered and solitary. The seacoast, which Mannering now saw in its extent, corresponded in variety and beauty with the inland view. In some places it rose into tall rocks, frequently crowned with the ruins of old buildings, towers, or beacons, which, according to tradition, were placed within sight of each other, that in times of invasion or civil war they might communicate by signal for mutual defense and protection. Ellangowan Castle was by far the most extensive and important of these ruins, and asserted from size and situation the superiority which its founders were said once to have possessed among the chiefs and nobles of the district. In other places the shore was of a more gentle description, indented with small bays, where the land sloped smoothly down, or sent into the sea promontories covered with wood. In large, a scene so different from what last night's journey had presaged produced a proportional effect upon Mannering. Beneath his eye lay the modern house, an awkward mansion, indeed in point of architecture, but well situated, And with a warm, pleasant exposure, how happily thought our hero. Would life glide on in such a retirement on the one hand, the striking remnants of ancient grandeur, with the secret consciousness of family pride, which they inspire on the other enough of modern elegance and comfort to satisfy every moderate wish here then, and with thee Sophia. We shall not pursue a lover's daydream, any farther. Mannering stood a minute with his arms folded, and then turned to the ruined castle. On entering the gateway, he found that the rude magnificence of the inner court amply corresponded with the grandeur of the exterior. On the one side ran a range of windows lofty and large, divided by carved mullions of stone, which had once lighted the great hall of the castle. On the other were various buildings of different heights and dates, yet so united as to present to the eye a certain general effect of uniformity of front. The doors and windows were ornamented with projections exhibiting rude specimens of sculpture and tracery, partly entire, and partly broken down, partly covered by ivy and trailing plants, which grew luxuriantly among the ruins. That end of the court, which faced the entrance, had also been formerly closed by a range of buildings, but owing, it was said, to its having been battered by the ships of the Parliament under Dean during the long Civil War, this part of the castle was much more ruinous than the rest, and exhibited a great chasm through which Mannering could observe the sea and the little vessel an armed lugger, which retained her station in the center of the bay. Footnote: the outline of the above description, as far as the supposed ruins are concerned, will be found somewhat to resemble the noble remains of Carlaverock Castle 6, or 7 miles from Dumfries and near to Lochar Moss. While Mannering was gazing round the ruins, he heard from the interior of an apartment on the left hand the voice of the gypsy he had seen on the preceding evening. He soon found an aperture through which he could observe her without being himself visible, and could not help feeling that her figure, her employment, and her situation conveyed the exact impression of an ancient sibyl. She sate upon a broken cornerstone in the angle of a paved apartment, part of which she had swept clean to afford a smooth space for the evolutions of her spindle. A strong sunbeam, through a lofty and narrow window, fell upon her wild dress and features, and afforded her light for her occupation. The rest of the apartment was very gloomy, equipped in a habit which mingled the national dress of the Scottish common people with something of an Eastern costume. She spun a thread drawn from wool of 3 different colors, black, white, and gray, by assistance of those ancient implements of housewifery, now almost banished from the land, the distaff and spindle. As she spun, she sung what seemed to be a charm. Mannering, after in vain attempting to make himself master of the exact words of her song, afterwards attempted the following paraphrase of what from a few intelligible phrases he concluded to be its purport. Twist ye, twine ye, even so. Mingle shades of joy and woe, hope and fear and peace and strife, in the thread of human life, while the mystic twist is spinning, and the infant's life beginning, dimly seen through twilight bending. Lo, what varied shapes attending passions wild and follies vain, pleasures soon exchanged for pain, doubt and jealousy and fear, in the magic dance appear. Now they wax and now they dwindle, whirling with the whirling spindle. Twist ye, twine ye, even so. Mingle human bliss and woe. Ere our translator, or rather our free imitator, had arranged these stanzas in his head, and while he was yet hammering out a rhyme for dwindle, the task of the sibyl was accomplished, or her wool was expended. She took the spindle now charged with her labors, and undoing the thread, gradually measured it, by casting it over her elbow and bringing each loop round between her forefinger and thumb. When she had measured it out, she muttered to herself, "A Hank, but not a hail Aneth, full years o' 60 and 10, but thrice broken and thrice to oop Roman 1 to unite hell, be a lucky lad and he win through wit." Our hero was about to speak to the prophetess, when a voice hoarse as the waves with which it mingled hallooed twice, and with increasing impatience, Meg Merrilies, gypsy hag to send davils. I am coming, Captain," answered Meg, and in a moment or two, the impatient commander, whom she addressed, made his appearance from the broken part of the ruins. He was apparently a seafaring man, rather under the middle size, and with a countenance bronzed by 1,000 conflicts with the northeast wind. His frame was prodigiously muscular, strong, and thickset, so that it seemed as if a man of much greater height would have been an inadequate match in any close personal conflict. He was hard-favored, and which was worse, his face bore nothing of the insouciance, the careless frolicsome jollity and vacant curiosity of a sailor on shore. These qualities, perhaps as much as any others contribute to the high popularity of our seamen, and the general good inclination, which our society expresses towards them, their gallantry, courage, and hardihood, are qualities which excite reverence and perhaps rather humble Pacific landsmen. In their presence and neither respect nor a sense of humiliation are feelings easily combined with a familiar fondness towards those who inspire them, but the boyish frolics, the exulting high spirits, the unreflecting mirth of a sailor, when enjoying himself on shore, temper the more formidable points of his character. There was nothing like these in this man's face. On the contrary, surly and even savage scowl appeared to darken features, which would have been harsh and unpleasant under any expression or modification. "Where are you, Mother Davilson?" he said with somewhat of a foreign accent, though speaking perfectly good English. "Donner and Blitzen, we have been staying this half-hour. Come, bless the good ship and the voyage, and be cursed to ye for a hag of Satan." At this moment, he noticed Mannering, who from the position which he had taken to watch Meg Merrilies' incantations, had the appearance of someone who was concealing himself, being half hidden by the buttress behind which he stood. The captain, for such he styled himself, made a sudden and startled pause, and thrust his right hand into his bosom between his jacket and waistcoat, as if to draw some weapon. "What cheer, brother, you seem on the outlook, Mannering, somewhat struck by the man's gesture and insolent tone of voice, had made any answer. The gypsy emerged from her vault and joined the stranger. He questioned her in an undertone, looking at Mannering. "A shark alongside, eh?" She answered in the same tone of under dialogue, using the cant language of her tribe. "Cut Ben Wids, and stow them a gentry cove of the Ken." Footnote, meaning stop your uncivil language, that is a gentleman from the house below. The fellow's cloudy visage cleared up. "The top of the morning to you, sir. I find you are a visitor of my friend Mr. Bertram. I beg pardon, but I took you for another sort of a person." Mannering replied, "And you, sir, I presume are the master of that vessel in the bay?" Aye, sir, I am Captain Dirk Hatterake of the Jungfrau Hagenslappen, well known on this coast. I am not ashamed of my name, nor of my vesselno, nor of my cargo, neither for that matter." "I dare say you have no reason, sir." "Tossend Donner, no, I am all in the way of fair trade, just loaded yonder at Douglas, in the Isle of Manit Cogniacreal Hyson, and Souchong Mechlin lace. If you want any right cogniacque, bumped ashore 100 kegs last night." "Really, sir, I am only a traveller, and have no sort of occasion for anything of the kind at present." "Why then, good morning to you, for business must be minded unless ye'll go aboard, and take schnapps. You shall have a pouchful of tea ashore." Dirk Hatterake knows how to be Roman 153. There was a mixture of impudence, hardihood, and suspicious fear about this man, which was inexpressibly disgusting. His manners were those of a ruffian, conscious of the suspicion attending his character, yet aiming to bear it down by the affectation of a careless and hearty familiarity. Mannering briefly rejected his proffered civilities, and after a surly "good morning, Hatterake," retired with the gypsy to that part of the ruins from which he had first made his appearance. A very narrow staircase here went down to the beach, intended probably for the convenience of the garrison during a siege. By this stair the couple, equally amiable in appearance and respectable by profession, descended to the seaside. The soidescent captain embarked in a small boat with two men who appeared to wait for him, and the gypsy remained on the shore reciting or singing and gesticulating with great vehemence. Chapter 4. "You have fed upon my seigneuries, disparked my parks, and felled my forest woods. From mine own windows torn my household coat, raised out my impress, leaving me no sign, save men's opinions and my living blood, to show the world I am a gentleman." Richard Roman II. When the boat which carried the worthy captain on board his vessel had accomplished that task, the sails began to ascend, and the ship was got under way. She fired 3 guns as a salute to the house of Ellengowan, and then shot away rapidly before the wind, which blew off shore under all the sail she could crowd. "Aye, said the laird, who had sought Mannering for some time, and now joined him there. "They guther go the Freetraders, go Captain Dirk Hatterake, and the Jungfrau Hagenslappen, half Manx, half Dutchman, half devil, run out the boltsprit up mainsail top, and topgallant sails, royals and skyscrapers, and away fellow. Who can that fellow Mr. Mannering? Is the terror of all the excise and custom-house cruisers. They can make nothing of him. He drubs them, or he distances them. And speaking of excise, I come to bring you to breakfast, and you shall have some tea." That Mannering by this time was aware that one thought linked strangely on to another in the concatenation of worthy Mr. Bertram's ideas. like orient pearls at random strung. And therefore, before the current of his associations had drifted farther from the point he had left, he brought him back by some inquiry about Dirk Hatterrake. Oh, he's argued sort of blackguard fellow, enug nobody cares to trouble him smuggler when his guns are in ballast privateer or pirate faith, when he gets them mounted. He has done more mischief to the revenue folk than any rogue that ever came out of Ramsay. But my good sir, such being his character, I wonder he has any protection and encouragement on this coast. Why, Mr. Mannering, people must have brandy and tea, and there's none in the country but what comes this way, and then there's short accounts, and maybe a keg or two, or a dozen pounds left at your stable door, instead of a D.D. Lang account at Christmas from Duncan Robb, the grocer at Kippletringan, who has a sum to make up, and either wants ready money or a short-dated bill. Now Hatterrake will take wood, or hell take bark, or hell take barley, or hell take just what's convenient at the time. I'll tell you a gude story about that. There was ants a laird that's Macfie of Gudgeonford, had a great number of kine hens, that's hens, that the tenant pays to the landlord like a sort of rent in kind. They I feed mine very ill lucky Finistons sent up 3 that were ashamed to be seen only last week, and yet she has 12 beaux sowing a victual. Indeed her goodman Duncan Finiston, that's him, that's gone, must all die. Mr. Mannering, that's o'er true, and speaking of that, let us live in the meanwhile, for here's breakfast on the table, and the Dominie ready to say the grace. The Dominie did accordingly pronounce a benediction that exceeded in length any speech which Mannering had yet heard him utter. The tea, which of course belonged to the noble Captain Hatterrake's trade, was pronounced excellent still. Mannering hinted, though with due delicacy, at the risk of encouraging such desperate characters, were it but in justice to the revenue, I should have supposed. The revenue lads, for Mr. Bertram never embraced a general or abstract idea, and his notion of the revenue was personified in the commissioners, surveyors, controllers, and riding officers, whom he happened to know. Revenue lads can look sharp enug out for themselves, no ain needs to help them, and they have the soldiers to assist them besides. And as to justice, you'll be surprised to hear it, Mr. Mannering, but I am not a justice of peace. Mannering assumed the expected look of surprise, but thought within himself that the worshipful bench suffered no great deprivation from wanting the assistance of his good-humoured landlord. Mr. Bertram had now hit upon one of the few subjects on which he felt sore, and went on with some energy. No, sir, the name of Godfrey Bertram of Ellangowan is not in the last commission, though there's scarce a carle in the country that has a ploughgate of land. But what he must ride to quarter sessions, and write J.P. after his name, I ken fu weel, whom I am obliged to Sir Thomas Kittlecourt, as good as telled me he would sit in my skirts if he had not my interest at the last election, and because I chose to go with my own blood and third cousin the Laird of Balridery, they keep it me off the roll of freeholders, and now there comes a new nomination of justices, and I am left out, and whereas they pretend it was because I let David Mac Guffog the constable draw the warrants and manage the business his ain gate, as if I had been a nose, wax it's a main untruth, for I granted but 7 warrants in my life, and the Dominie wrote every one of Themend, if it had not been that unlucky business of Sandy Mac Gruthars, that the constables should have keep it 2 or 3 days up yonder at the Auld Castle, just till they could get conveniency to send him to the county jailland. That cost me enug o siller. But I ken what Sir Thomas wants very weel. It was just sick, and sick-like about the seat in the Kirk o' Kilmaggardle was I not entitled to have the front gallery facing the minister, rather than Mac Crosskey of Creochstone, the son of Deacon Mac Crosskey the Dumfries weaver. Mannering expressed his acquiescence in the justice of these various complaints. And then, Mr. Mannering, there was the story about the road, and the faldike. I ken Sir Thomas was behind there, and I said plainly to the clerk, to the trustees, that I saw the cloven foot, let them take that as they like. Would any gentleman or set of gentlemen go and drive a road right through the corner of a faldike, and take away, as my agent observed to them, like 2 roods of gude moorland pasture? And there was the story about choosing the collector of the cess. Certainly, sir, it is hard you should meet with any neglect in a country where, to judge from the extent of their residence, your ancestors must have made a very important figure. Very true, Mr. Mannering, I am a plain man, and do not dwell on these things, and I must needs say I have little memory for them. But I wished ye could have heard my father's stories about the auld fights of the Mac Dingaways, that's the Bertrams that now iswe the Irish, and why the Highlanders that came here in their burlings from Illay and Canter, and how they went to the Holy Land, that is to Jerusalem and Jericho, Why a their clan at their heels thee had better have gone to Jamaica, like Sir Thomas Kittlecourt's, uncleaned how they brought hame. Relics like those that Catholics have, and a flag that's up yonder in the garret, if they had been casks of muscovado and puncheons of rum, it would have been better for the estate at this day. But there's little comparison between the auld keep at Kittlecourt and the Castle o' Ellangowan. I doubt if the keep's 40 feet of front, but ye make no breakfast, Mr. Mannering, you're no eating your meat. Allow me to recommend some of the kipper. It was John Hay that catched it Saturday, was 3 weeks down at the stream below Hempseed Ford, etc., etc., etc. The laird, whose indignation had for some time kept him pretty steady to one topic, now launched forth into his usual roving style of conversation, which gave Mannering ample time to reflect upon the disadvantages attending the situation, which an hour before he had thought worthy of so much envy. Here was a country gentleman, whose most estimable quality seemed his perfect good nature, secretly fretting himself, and murmuring against others for causes which, compared with any real evil in life, must weigh like dust in the balance. But such is the equal distribution of providence to those who lie out of the road of great afflictions, are assigned petty vexations, which answer all the purpose of disturbing their serenity, and every reader must have observed that neither natural apathy nor acquired philosophy can render country gentlemen insensible to the grievances which occur at elections, quarter sessions, and meetings of trustees. Curious to investigate the manners of the country, Mannering took the advantage of a pause in good Mr. Bertram's string of stories to inquire what Captain Haderach so earnestly wanted with the gypsy woman. Oh, to bless his ship, I suppose. You must know, Mr. Mannering, that these free traders, whom the law calls smugglers, having no religion, make it all up in superstition, and they have as many spells and charms and nonsense. Vanity and war, said the Dominie, it is a trafficking with the evil one. Spells, periaps, and charms are of his device-choice arrows, out of Apollyon's quiver. Hold your peace, Dominie, you're speaking for ever be the way. They were the first words the poor man had uttered that morning, excepting that he said grace and returned thanks. Mr. Mannering cannot get in a word for ye, and so Mr. Mannering, talking of astronomy and spells, and these matters, have ye been so kind as to consider what we were speaking about last night? I begin to think, Mr. Bertram, with your worthy friend here, that I have been rather jesting with edgetools, and although neither you nor I nor any sensible man can put faith in the predictions of astrology, yet as it has sometimes happened that inquiries into futurity undertaken in jest have in their results produced serious and unpleasant effects, both upon actions and characters, I really wish you would dispense with my replying to your question. It was easy to see that this evasive answer only rendered the laird's curiosity more uncontrollable. Mannering, however, was determined in his own mind not to expose the infant to the inconveniences which might have arisen from his being supposed the object of evil prediction. He therefore delivered the paper into Mr. Bertram's hand, and requested him to keep it for 5 years with the seal unbroken, until the month of November was expired. After that date had intervened, he left him at liberty to examine the writing, trusting that the first fatal period being then safely overpast, no credit would be paid to its farther contents. This Mr. Bertram was content to promise, and Mannering, to ensure his fidelity, hinted at misfortunes, which would certainly take place if his injunctions were neglected the rest of the day, which Mannering, by Mr. Bertram's invitation, spent at Ellangowan, passed over without anything remarkable, and on the morning of that, which followed, the traveller mounted his palfrey, bade a courteous adieu, hospitable landlord, and to his clerical attendant, repeated his good wishes for the prosperity of the family, and then, turning his horse's head towards England, disappeared from the sight of the inmates of Ellangowan. He must also disappear from that of our readers, for it is to another and later period of his life that the present narrative relates. Chapter 6. Next the Justice. In fair round belly, with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard a formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part, as you like it. When Mrs. Bertram of Ellangowan was able to hear the news of what had passed during her confinement, her apartment rung with all manner of gossiping respecting the handsome young student from Oxford, who had told such a fortune by the stars to the young laird. Blessings on his dainty face, the form, accent, and manners of the stranger were expatiated upon. His horse, bridle, saddle, and stirrups did not remain unnoticed. All this made a great impression upon the mind of Mrs. Bertram, for the good lady had no small store of superstition. Her first employment, when she became capable of a little work, was to make a small velvet bag for the scheme of nativity, which she had obtained from her husband. Her fingers itched to break the seal, but credulity proved stronger than curiosity, and she had the firmness to enclose it in all its integrity within 2 slips of parchment, which she sewed round it to prevent its being chafed. The whole was then put into the velvet bag aforesaid, and hung as a charm round the neck of the infant, where his mother resolved it should remain until the period for the legitimate satisfaction of her curiosity should arrive. The father also resolved to do his part by the child in securing him a good education, and with the view that it should commence with the first dawnings of reason. Dominie Sampson was easily induced to renounce his public profession of parish schoolmaster, make his constant residence at the place, and in consideration of a sum not quite equal to the wages of a footman, even at that time, to undertake to communicate to the future Laird of Ellangowan all the erudition which he had, and all the graces and accomplishments, which had not indeed, but which he had never discovered that he wanted in this arrangement. The Laird found also his private advantage, securing the constant benefit of a patient auditor to whom he told his stories when they were alone, and at whose expense he could break a sly jest when he had company. About 4 years after this time, a great commotion took place in the county where Ellangowan is situated. Those who watched the signs of the times had long been of opinion that a change of ministry was about to take place, and at length, after a due proportion of hopes, fears, and delays, rumors from good authority and bad authority, and no authority at all after some clubs had drank up with this statesman and others down with him after riding and running and posting, and addressing and counter-addressing and proffers of lives and fortunes, the blow was at length struck, the administration of the day was dissolved, and Parliament, as a natural consequence, was dissolved also. Sir Thomas Kittlecourt, like other members in the same situation, posted down to his county and met, but an indifferent reception. He was a partisan of the old administration, and the friends of the new had already set about an active canvass in behalf of John Featherhead-esque, who kept the best hounds and hunters in the shire. Among others, who joined the standard of revolt, was Gilbert Glosson, writer, in agent for the Laird of Ellangowan. This honest gentleman had either been refused some favour by the old member, or what is as probable, he had got all that he had the most distant pretension to ask, and could only look to the other side for fresh advancement. Mr. Glosson had a vote upon Ellangowan's property, and he was now determined that his patron should have one also, there being no doubt which side Mr. Bertram would embrace in the contest. He easily persuaded Ellangowan that it would be creditable to him to take the field at the head of as strong a party as possible, and immediately went to work making votes, as every Scotch lawyer knows how, by splitting and subdividing the superiorities upon this ancient and once powerful barony. These were so extensive that by dint of clipping and paring here, adding and eking there, and creating overlords upon all the estate which Bertram held of the crown, they advanced at the day of contest at the head of 10, as good men of parchment as ever took the oath of trust and possession. This strong reinforcement turned the dubious day of battle the principal, and his agent divided the honour. The reward fell to the latter exclusively. Mr. Gilbert Glosson was made clerk of the peace, and Godfrey Bertram had his name inserted in a new commission of justices, issued immediately upon the sitting of the Parliament. This had been the summit of Mr. Bertram's ambition, not that he liked either the trouble or the responsibility of the office, but he thought it was a dignity to which he was well entitled, and that it had been withheld from him by malice prepense. But there is an old and true Scotch proverb, fools should not have chapping sticks, that is, weapons of offence. Mr. Bertram was no sooner possessed of the judicial authority which he had so much longed for, than he began to exercise it with more severity than mercy, and totally belied all the opinions which had hitherto been formed of his inert good nature. We have read somewhere of a justice of peace, who on being nominated in the commission, wrote a letter to a bookseller for the statutes respecting his official duty, in the following orthography: please send the acts relating to Augustus Pease. No doubt when this learned gentleman had possessed himself of the acts, he hewed the laws with it to some purpose. Mr. Bertram was not quite so ignorant of English grammar as his worshipful predecessor, but Augustus Pease himself could not have used more indiscriminately the weapon unwarily put into his hand. In good earnest, he considered the commission with which he had been entrusted as a personal mark of favour from his sovereign, forgetting that he had formerly thought his being deprived of a privilege or honour common to those of his rank was the result of mere party cabal. He commanded his trusty aide-de-camp Dominie Sampson to read aloud the commission, and at the first words, "The king has been pleased to appoint pleased," he exclaimed in a transport of gratitude, "Honest gentleman, I am sure he cannot be better pleased than I am." Accordingly, unwilling to confine his gratitude to mere feelings or verbal expressions, he gave full current to the newborn zeal of office, and endeavored to express his sense of the honor conferred upon him by an unmitigated activity in the discharge of his duty. New brooms, it is said, sweep clean, and I myself can bear witness that on the arrival of a new housemaid, the ancient hereditary and domestic spiders, who have spun their webs over the lower division of my bookshelves, consisting chiefly of law and divinity, during the peaceful reign of her predecessor, fly at full speed before the probationary inroads of the new mercenary. Even so the Laird of Ellangowan ruthlessly commenced his magisterial reform at the expense of various established and superannuated pickers and stealers, who had been his neighbors for half a century. He wrought his miracles like a second Duke Humphrey, and by the influence of the beetle's rod, caused the lame to walk, the blind to see, and the palsied to labor. He detected poachers, blackfishers, orchard breakers, and pigeon shooters, had the applause of the bench for his reward, and the public credit of an active magistrate. All this good had its rateable proportion of evil. Even an admitted nuisance of ancient standing should not be abated without some caution. The zeal of our worthy friend now involved in great distress sundry personages, whose idle and mendicant habits his own laches had contributed to foster, until these habits had become irreclaimable, or whose real incapacity for exertion rendered them fit objects in their own phrase for the charity of all well-disposed Christians. The long-remembered beggar, who for 20 years had made his regular rounds within the neighborhood, received rather as an humble friend than as an object of charity, was sent to the neighboring workhouse. The decrepit dame, who traveled round the parish upon a hand-barrow, circulating from house to house like a bad shilling, which every one is in haste to pass to his neighbours, who used to call for her bearers as loud or louder than a traveller demands post-horseseven. She shared the same disastrous fate. The daft jock, who half-knave half-idiot, had been the sport of each succeeding race of village children, for a good part of a century, was remitted to the county bridewell, where, secluded from free air and sunshine, the only advantages he was capable of enjoying, he pined and died in the course of 6 months. The old sailor, who had so long rejoiced the smoky rafters of every kitchen in the country by singing Captain Ward and bold Admiral Benbow, was banished from the county for no better reason than that he was supposed to speak with a strong Irish accent. Even the annual rounds of the peddler were abolished by the justice in his hasty zeal for the administration of rural police. These things did not pass without notice and censure. We are not made of wood or stone, and the things which connect themselves with our hearts and habits cannot, like bark or lichen, be rent away without our missing them. The farmer's dame lacked her usual share of intelligence, perhaps also the self-applause which she had felt, while distributing the alms in shape of a gowpen handful of oatmeal. To the mendicant who brought the news, the cottage felt inconvenience from interruption of the petty trade carried on by the itinerant dealers. The children lacked their supply of sugar plums and toys, the young women wanted pins, ribbons, combs, and ballads, and the old could no longer barter their eggs for salt snuff and tobacco. All these circumstances brought the busy Laird of Ellangowan into discredit, which was the more general on account of his former popularity. Even his lineage was brought up in judgment against him. They thought nothing of what the like of Greenside or Burnville or Viewforth might do that were strangers in the country, but Ellangowan, that had been a name among them since the Merc Monanday and lang before him, to be grinding the pure at that rate. They cad his grandfather, the wicked laird. But though he was whiles fractious anouch when he got into roving company, and had teen the drap drink, he would have scorned to gang on at this gate. None the muckle chumlay in the auld place reeked like a kilogy in his time, and there were as many pure folk riving at the banes in the court and about the door as there were gentles in the ha, and the leddy on ilka Christmas night, as it came round 12 siller pennies to ilka pure body, about in honour of the 12 apostles, like they were fond to ca' it papistry. But I think our great folk might take a lesson frae the papists, whiles they gie another sort o' help to pure folk, than just dinging down a saxpence in the broad on the Sabbath, and kilting and scourging, and drumming them o' the sax days o' the week besides. Such was the gossip over the good tuppenny in every alehouse within 3 or 4 miles of Ellangowan, that being about the diameter of the orbit, in which our friend Godfrey Bertram esq J.P. must be considered as the principal luminary, still greater scope was given to evil tongues by the removal of a colony of gypsies, with one of whom our reader is somewhat acquainted, and who had for a great many years enjoyed their chief settlement upon the estate of Ellengowan. Chapter 7. Come princes of the ragged regiment. You of the blood prigs, my most upright lord. And these what name or title ere they bear? Jarkman or Patrico Crank or Clapperdudgeon? Prater or Abraman, I speak of all. Beggar's Bush. Although the character of those gypsy tribes, which formerly inundated most of the nations of Europe, and which in some degree still subsist among them as a distinct people, is generally understood, the reader will pardon my saying a few words respecting their situation in Scotland. It is well known that the gypsies were at an early period acknowledged as a separate and independent race by one of the Scottish monarchs, and that they were less favorably distinguished by a subsequent law which rendered the character of gypsy equal in the judicial balance to that of common and habitual thief, and prescribed his punishment accordingly. Notwithstanding the severity of this and other statutes, the fraternity prospered amid the distresses of the country, and received large accessions from among those whom famine, oppression, or the sword of war had deprived of the ordinary means of subsistence. They lost in a great measure by this intermixture the national character of Egyptians, and became a mingled race, having all the idleness and predatory habits of their eastern ancestors, with a ferocity which they probably borrowed from the men of the north, who joined their society. They traveled in different bands, and had rules among themselves, by which each tribe was confined to its own district. The slightest invasion of the precincts, which had been assigned to another tribe, produced desperate skirmishes, in which there was often much blood shed. The patriotic Fletcher of Saltoun drew a picture of these banditti about a century ago, which my readers will peruse with astonishment. There are at this day in Scotland, besides a great many poor families, very meanly provided for by the church boxes, with others who by living on bad food fall into various diseases, 200,000 people begging from door to door. These are not only no way advantageous, but a very grievous burden to so poor a country, and though the number of them be perhaps double to what it was formerly by reason of this present great distress, yet in all times there have been about 100,000 of those vagabonds, who have lived without any regard or subjection either to the laws of the land, or even those of God, and nature no magistrate could ever discover or be informed which way 1 in 100 of these wretches died, or that ever they were baptized. Many murders have been discovered among them, and they are not only a most unspeakable oppression to poor tenants, who if they give not bread, or some kind of provision to perhaps 40 such villains in one day, are sure to be insulted by them, but they rob many poor people who live in houses distant from any neighborhood. In years of plenty, many thousands of them meet together in the mountains, where they feast and riot for many days, and at country weddings, markets, burials, and other the like public occasions, they are to be seen, both man and woman, perpetually drunk, cursing, blaspheming, and fighting together. Notwithstanding the deplorable picture presented in this extract, and which Fletcher himself, though the energetic and eloquent friend of freedom, saw no better mode of correcting than by introducing a system of domestic slavery, the progress of time, and increase both of the means of life, and of the power of the laws, gradually reduced this dreadful evil within more narrow bounds. The tribes of gypsies, jockeys, or cairdsfer, by all these denominations, such banditti were known, became few in number, and many were entirely rooted out. Still, however, a sufficient number remained to give occasional alarm and constant vexation. Some rude handicrafts were entirely resigned to these itinerants, particularly the art of trencher-making, of manufacturing hornspoons, and the whole mystery of the tinker. To these they added a petty trade in the coarse sorts of earthenware. Such were their ostensible means of livelihood. Each tribe had usually some fixed place of rendezvous which they occasionally occupied and considered as their standing camp, and in the vicinity of which they generally abstained from depredation. They had even talents and accomplishments which made them occasionally useful, and entertaining many cultivated music with success, and the favorite fiddler or piper of a district was often to be found in a gypsy town. They understood all outofter sports, especially otter hunting, fishing, or finding game. They bred the best and boldest terriers, and sometimes had good pointers for sale in winter. The women told fortunes, the men showed tricks of legerdemain, and these accomplishments often helped to while away a weary or stormy evening in the circle of the farmers. The wildness of their character, and the indomitable pride with which they despised all regular labor, commanded a certain awe which was not diminished by the consideration that these strollers were a vindictive race, and were restrained by no check either of fear or conscience from taking desperate vengeance upon those who had offended them. These tribes were in short the pariahs of Scotland, living like wild Indians among European settlers, and like them judged of rather by their own customs, habits, and opinions, than as if they had been members of the civilized part of the community. Some hordes of them yet remain chiefly in such situations as afford a ready escape either into a waste country or into another jurisdiction, nor are the features of their character much softened. Their numbers, however, are so greatly diminished that instead of 100,000 as calculated by Fletcher, it would now perhaps be impossible to collect above 500 throughout all Scotland. A tribe of these itinerants to whom Meg Merrilies appertained had long been as stationary as their habits permitted. In a glen upon the estate of Ellangowan, they had there erected a few huts, which they denominated their city of refuge, and where, when not absent on excursions, they harbored unmolested, as the crows that roosted in the old ash trees around them. They had been such long occupants that they were considered in some degree as proprietors of the wretched shielings, which they inhabited. This protection they were said anciently to have repaid by service to the laird, in war, or more frequently by infesting or plundering the lands of those neighbouring barons with whom he chanced to be at feud. Latterly, their services were of a more pacific nature. The women spun mittens for the lady and knitted buthos for the laird, which were annually presented at Christmas with great form. The aged sibyls blessed the bridal bed of the laird when he married, and the cradle of the heir when born. The men repaired her ladyship's cracked china, and assisted the laird in his sporting parties, wormed his dogs, and cut the ears of his terrier puppies. The children gathered nuts in the woods and cranberries, in the moss and mushrooms on the pastures for tribute to the place. These acts of voluntary service and acknowledgments of dependence were rewarded by protection on some occasions, connivance on others, and broken victuals, ale and brandy, when circumstances called for a display of generosity. And this mutual intercourse of good offices, which had been carried on for at least 2 centuries, rendered the inhabitants of Dernclug a kind of privileged retainers upon the estate of Ellangowan. The knaves were the laird's exceeding good friends, and he would have deemed himself very ill used if his countenance could not now and then have borne them out against the law of the country and the local magistrate. But this friendly union was soon to be dissolved. The community of Dernclug, who cared for no rogues but their own, were wholly without alarm at the severity of the justice's proceedings towards other itinerants. They had no doubt that he determined to suffer no mendicants or strollers in the country but what resided on his own property, and practiced their trade by his immediate permission, implied or expressed. Nor was Mr. Bertram in a hurry to exert his newly acquired authority at the expense of these old settlers, but he was driven on by circumstances. At the quarter sessions our new justice was publicly upbraided by a gentleman of the opposite party in county politics, that while he affected a great zeal for the public police, and seemed ambitious of the fame of an active magistrate, he fostered a tribe of the greatest rogues in the country, and permitted them to harbour within a mile of the house of Ellangowan. To this there was no reply, for the fact was too evident and well known. The laird digested the taunt as he best could, and in his way home amused himself with speculations on the easiest method of ridding himself of these vagrants, who brought a stain upon his fair fame as a magistrate, just as he had resolved to take the first opportunity of quarrelling with the pariahs of Dernclug. A cause of provocation presented itself. Since our friend's advancement to be a conservator of the peace, he had caused the gate at the head of his avenue, which formerly having only one hinge remained at all times hospitably open, he had caused this gate, I say, to be newly hung, and handsomely painted. He had also shut up with paling, curiously twisted with furs, certain holes in the fences, adjoining, through which the gypsy boys used to scramble into the plantations to gather birds' nests. The seniors of the village, to make a short cut from one point to another, and the lads and lasses for evening rendezvousal, without offence taken or leave asked. But these halcyon days were now to have an end, and a minatory inscription on one side of the gate intimated prosecution. According to law, the painter had spelt it persecutionlun vout bien lauder to all who should be found trespassing on these enclosures. On the other side, for uniformity's sake, was a precautionary enunciation of springguns and mantraps of such formidable powers, that said the rubric, with an emphatic nota bene, if a man goes in they will break a horse's leg. In defiance of these threats, 6 well-grown gypsy boys and girls were riding cockhorse upon the new gate, and plaiting mayflowers, which it was, but too evident had been gathered within the forbidden precincts, with as much anger as he was capable of feeling or perhaps of. Assuming the laird commanded them to Decenthe paid no attention to his mandate, he then began to pull them down one, after anotherthe resisted passively, at least each sturdy bronzed varlet, making himself as heavy as he could, or climbing up as fast as he was dismounted. The laird then called in the assistance of his servant, a surly fellow who had immediate recourse to his horsewhip. A few lashes sent the party a scampering, and thus commenced the first breach of the peace between the house of Ellengowan and the gypsies of Durnklug. The latter could not for some time imagine that the war was real, until they found that their children were horsewhipped by the grieve when found trespassing, that their asses were pointed by the ground officer when left in the plantations, or even when turned to graze by the roadside against the provision of the turnpike, acts that the constable began to make curious inquiries into their mode of gaining a livelihood, and expressed his surprise that the men should sleep in the hovels all day and be abroad the greater part of the night. When matters came to this point, the gypsies without scruple entered upon measures of retaliation. Ellengowan's henroosts were plundered, his linen stolen from the lines, or bleaching ground his fishings, poached his dogs, kidnapped his growing trees, cut, or barked. Much petty mischief was done, and some evidently for the mischief's sake. On the other hand, warrants went forth without mercy to pursue, search for, take, and apprehend, and notwithstanding their dexterity, one or two of the depredators were unable to avoid conviction when a stout young fellow, who sometimes had gone to sea a fishing, was handed over to the captain of the impress service at D. 2 children were soundly flogged, and one Egyptian matron sent to the house of correction. Still, however, the gypsies made no motion to leave the spot which they had so long inhabited, and Mr. Bertram felt an unwillingness to deprive them of their ancient city of refuge, so that the petty warfare we have noticed continued for several months, without increase or abatement of hostilities on either side. Chapter 8. So the Red Indian by Ontario's side nursed hearty on the brindled panther's hide, as fades his swarthy race with anguish sees the white man's cottage rise beneath the trees. He leaves the shelter of his native wood. He leaves the murmur of Ohio's flood, and forward rushing in indignant grief, where never foot has trod the fallen leaf, he bends his course where twilight reigns sublime, o'er forests silent since the birth of time. Scenes of infancy. In tracing the rise and progress of the Scottish Maroon War, we must not omit to mention that years had rolled on, and that little Harry Bertram, one of the hardiest and most lively children that ever made a sword and grenadier's cap of rushes, now approached his 5th revolving birthday. A hardihood of disposition, which early developed itself, made him already a little wanderer. He was well acquainted with every patch of lee ground and dingle around Ellengowan, and could tell in his broken language upon what balks grew the bonniest flowers, and what copse had the ripest nuts. He repeatedly terrified his attendants by clambering about the ruins of the old castle, and had more than once made a stolen excursion as far as the gypsy hamlet. On these occasions, he was generally brought back by Meg Merrilies, who, though she could not be prevailed upon to enter the place of Ellengowan after her nephew had been given up to the pressgang, did not apparently extend her resentment to the child. On the contrary, she often contrived to wail him in his walks, sing him a gypsy song, give him a ride upon her jackass, and thrust into his pocket a piece of gingerbread or a red-cheeked apple. This woman's ancient attachment to the family repelled, and checked in every other direction, seemed to rejoice in having some object on which it could yet repose and expand itself. She prophesied 100 times that young Mr. Harry would be the pride o' the family, and there hadna been sick a sprout frae the auld ache, since the death of Arthur Mac Dingawaya that was killed in the battle o' the Bloody Bay. As for the present stick, it was good for nothing but firewood. On one occasion when the child was ill, she lay all night below the window chanting a rhyme, which she believed sovereign as a febrifuge, and could neither be prevailed upon to enter the house nor to leave the station she had chosen, till she was informed that the crisis was over. The affection of this woman became matter of suspicion, not indeed to the laird, who was never hasty in suspecting evil, but to his wife, who had indifferent health and poor spirits. She was now far advanced in a second pregnancy, and as she could not walk abroad herself, and the woman who attended upon Harry was young and thoughtless, she prayed Dominie Sampson to to undertake the task of watching the boy in his rambles when he should not be otherwise accompanied. The Dominie loved his young charge, and was enraptured with his own success, in having already brought him so far in his learning as to spell words of 3 syllables, the idea of this early prodigy of erudition being carried off by the gypsies like a second Adam Smith. Footnote: the father of economical philosophy was when a child actually carried off by gypsies and remained some hours in their possession, was not to be tolerated, and accordingly, though the charge was contrary to all his habits of life, he readily undertook it, and might be seen stalking about with a mathematical problem in his head, and his eye upon a child of 5 years old, whose rambles led him into 100 awkward situations. Twice was the Dominie chased by a cross-grained cow. Once he fell into the brook crossing at the stepping stones, and another time was bogged up to the middle in the slough of Lochend, in attempting to gather a water lily for the young laird. It was the opinion of the village matrons, who relieved Sampson on the latter occasion, that the laird might as weel trust the care o' his bairn to a potato bogle. But the good Dominie bore all his disasters with gravity and serenity equally imperturbable. Prodigious was the only ejaculation they ever extorted from the much-enduring man. In large, the laird had by this time determined to make root and branch work with the maroons of Dernclug. The old servants shook their heads at his proposal, and even Dominie Sampson ventured upon an indirect remonstrance, as however it was couched in the oracular phrase ni movius camerinum, neither the allusion nor the language in which it was expressed were calculated for Mr. Bertram's edification, and matters proceeded against the gypsies. In form of law, every door in the hamlet was chalked by the ground officer, in token of a formal warning, to remove at next term. Still, however, they showed no symptoms either of submission or of compliance. At length, the term day, the fatal Martinmas, arrived, and violent measures of ejection were resorted to. A strong posse of peace officers, sufficient to render all resistance vain, charged the inhabitants to depart by noon, and as they did not obey the officers in terms of their warrant, proceeded to unroof the cottages and pull down the wretched doors and windows. A summary and effectual mode of ejection, still practiced in some remote parts of Scotland. When a tenant proves refractory, the gypsies for a time beheld the work of destruction in sullen silence and inactivity, then set about saddling and loading their asses and making preparations for their departure. These were soon accomplished, where all had the habits of wandering Tartars, and they set forth on their journey to seek new settlements where their patrons should neither be of the quorum nor custos rotulorum. Certain qualms of feeling had deterred Ellengowan from attending in person to see his tenants expelled. He left the executive part of the business to the officers of the law, under the immediate direction of Frank Kennedy, a supervisor or ridding officer belonging to the excise, who had of late become intimate at the place, and of whom we shall have more to say in the next chapter. Mr. Bertram himself chose that day to make a visit to a friend at some distance, but it so happened, notwithstanding his precautions, that he could not avoid meeting his late tenants during their retreat from his property. It was in a hollow way near the top of a steep ascent, upon the verge of the Ellengowan estate, that Mr. Bertram met the gypsy procession. 4 or 5 men formed the advanced guard, wrapped in long loose greatcoats that hid their tall slender figures, as the large slouched hats drawn over their brows concealed their wild features, dark eyes, and swarthy faces. 2 of them carried long fowling pieces, 1 wore a broadsword without a sheath, and all had the Highland dirk, though they did not wear that weapon openly or ostentatiously. Behind them followed the train of laden asses and small carts, or tumblers, as they were called, in that country, on which were laid the decrepit and the helpless, the aged and infant part of the exiled community, the women in their red cloaks and straw hats, the elder children with bare heads and bare feet, and almost naked bodies, had the immediate care of the little caravan. The road was narrow, running between 2 broken banks of sand, and Mr. Bertram's servant rode forward, smacking his whip with an air of authority, and motioning to the drivers to allow free passage to their betters. His signal was unattended to. He then called to the men, who lounged idly on before, "Stand to your beasts' heads, and make room for the laird to pass." "He shall have his share of the road," answered a male gypsy from under his slouched and large-brimmed hat, and without raising his face, "and he shall have nae mair. The highway is as free to our cuddies as to his gelding." The tone of the man being sulky, and even menacing, Mr. Bertram thought it best to put his dignity in his pocket, and pass by the procession quietly on such space as they chose to leave for his accommodation, which was narrow enough to cover with an appearance of indifference his feeling of the want of respect with which he was treated. He addressed one of the men as he passed him without any show of greeting, salute, or recognition. Giles Bailey, he said, have you heard that your son Gabriel is well? The question respected the young man who had been pressed. If I had heard otherwise, said the old man, looking up with a stern and menacing countenance, you should have heard of it too. And he plodded on his way, tarrying no further question. Footnote. This anecdote is a literal fact. When the laird had pressed on with difficulty among a crowd of familiar faces, which had on all former occasions marked his approach with the reverence due to that of a superior being, but in which he now only read hatred and contempt, and had got clear of the throng, he could not help turning his horse and looking back to mark the progress of their march. The group would have been an excellent subject for the pencil of Callot. The van had already reached a small and stunted thicket which was at the bottom of the hill, and which gradually hid the line of march until the last stragglers disappeared. His sensations were bitter enough. The race, it is true, which he had thus summarily dismissed from their ancient place of refuge, was idle and vicious, but had he endeavored to render them otherwise, they were not more irregular characters now than they had been while they were admitted to consider themselves as a sort of subordinate dependents of his family, and ought the mere circumstance of his becoming a magistrate to have made at once such a change in his conduct towards them. Some means of reformation ought at least to have been tried before sending 7 families at once upon the wide world, and depriving them of a degree of countenance which withheld them at least from atrocious guilt. There was also a natural yearning of heart on parting with so many known and familiar faces, and to this feeling Godfrey Bertram was peculiarly accessible from the limited qualities of his mind, which sought its principal amusements among the petty objects around him. As he was about to turn his horse's head to pursue his journey, Meg Merrilies, who had lagged behind the troop, unexpectedly presented herself. She was standing upon one of those high precipitous banks which, as we before noticed, overhung the road, so that she was placed considerably higher than Ellangowan, even though he was on horseback, and her tall figure, relieved against the clear blue sky, seemed almost of supernatural stature. We have noticed that there was in her general attire, or rather in her mode of adjusting it, somewhat of a foreign costume, artfully adopted perhaps for the purpose of adding to the effect of her spells and predictions, or perhaps from some traditional notions respecting the dress of her ancestors on this occasion. She had a large piece of red cotton cloth rolled about her head, in the form of a turban, from beneath which her dark eyes flashed with uncommon luster. Her long and tangled black hair fell in elf-locks. From the folds of this singular headgear her attitude was that of a sibyl in frenzy, and she stretched out in her right hand a sapling bough, which seemed just "Ilby said the groom, if she has not been cutting the young ashes in the Ducat Park." The laird made no answer, but continued to look at the figure which was thus perched above his path. "Ride your ways," said the gypsy, "ride your ways, Laird of Ellangowan, ride your ways, Godfrey Bertram. This day have ye quenched 7 smoking hearths. See, if the fire in your ain parlour burn the blither, for that ye have riven the thack off 7 cotter houses. Look, if your ain rooftree stand the faster, ye may stable your stirks in the sheilings at Dernclug. See that the hair does not couch on the hearthstane at Ellangowan. Ride your ways, Godfrey Bertram. Would ye glower after our folk, for there's 30 hearts there that wad hae wanted bread ere ye had wanted sunkets, and spent their lifeblood ere ye had scratched your finger. Yes, there's 30 yonder, from the auld wife of 100 to the babe that was born last week, that ye have turned out o' their bits o' beelds to sleep with the tod and the black cock in the muirs. Ride your ways, Ellangowan. Our bairns are hinging at our weary backs. Look, that your braw cradle at hame be the fairer spread up. Not that I am wishing ill to little Harry, or to the babe that's yet to be born, God forbid, and make them kind to the poor and better folk than their father. And now ride in your ways, for these are the last words ye'll ever hear Meg Merrilies speak, and this is the last rise that ill ever cut in the bonny woods of Ellangowan." So saying, she broke the sapling she held in her hand, and flung it into the road. Margaret of Anjou, bestowing on her triumphant foes her keen-edged malediction, could not have turned from them with a gesture more proudly contemptuous. The laird was clearing his voice to speak, and thrusting his hand in his pocket to find a half-crown. The gypsy waited neither for his reply nor his donation, but strode down the hill to overtake the caravan. Ellangowan rode pensively home, and it was remarkable that he did not mention this interview to any of his family. The groom was not so reserved. He told the story at great length to a full audience in the kitchen, and concluded by swearing that if ever the devil spoke by the mouth of a woman, he had spoken by that of Meg Merrilies that blessed day. Chapter 9. Paint Scotland, greeting o'er her thistle. Her muchkin stoop as tombs a whistle. And D&D excisemen in a bustle. Seizing a stell. Triumphant crescent like a mussel. Or lampet shell. Burns. During the period of Mr. Bertram's active magistracy, he did not forget the affairs of the revenue smuggling, for which the Isle of Man then afforded peculiar facilities, was general or rather universal, all along the southwestern coast of Scotland. Almost all the common people were engaged in these practices, the gentry connived at them, and the officers of the revenue were frequently discountenanced, in the exercise of their duty, by those who should have protected them. There was at this period, employed as a ridding officer or supervisor in that part of the country, a certain Francis Kennedy, already named in our narrative a stout, resolute, and active man, who had made seizures to a great amount, and was proportionally hated by those who had an interest in the fair trade, as they called the pursuit of these contraband adventurers. This person was natural son to a gentleman of good family, owing to which circumstance, and to his being of a jolly convivial disposition, and singing a good song, he was admitted to the occasional society of the gentlemen of the country, and was a member of several of their clubs for practicing athletic games, at which he was particularly expert. At Ellangowan, Kennedy was a frequent, and always an acceptable guest. His vivacity relieved Mr. Bertram of the trouble of thought, and the labor which it cost him to support a detailed communication of ideas, while the daring and dangerous exploits which he had undertaken in the discharge of his office formed excellent conversation. To all these revenue adventures did the Laird of Ellangowan seriously incline, and the amusement which he derived from Kennedy's society formed an excellent reason for countenancing and assisting the narrator in the execution of his invidious and hazardous duty. Frank Kennedy, he said, was a gentleman, though on the wrang side of the blanket. He was connected with the family of Ellangowan through the house of Glengable. The last Laird of Glengable would have brought the estate into the Ellangowan line, but happening to go to Harrogate, he there met with Miss Jean Hadawayby. The By the Green Dragon at Harrogate is the best house of the Twabut for Frank Kennedy. He's in one sense a gentleman born, and it's a shame not to support him against these blackguard smugglers. After this league had taken place between judgment and execution, it chanced that Captain Dirk Hatterake had landed a cargo of spirits and other contraband goods upon the beach, not far from Ellangowan, and confiding in the indifference with which the Laird had formerly regarded similar infractions of the law, he was neither very anxious to conceal nor to expedite the transaction. The consequence was that Mr. Frank Kennedy, armed with a warrant from Ellangowan, and supported by some of the Laird's people who knew the country, and by a party of military, poured down upon the kegs, bales, and bags, and after a desperate affray in which severe wounds were given and received, succeeded in clapping the broad arrow upon the articles, and bearing them off in triumph to the next custom house. Dirk Hatterake vowed in Dutch German and English a deep and full revenge both against the gauger and his abettors, and all who knew him thought it likely he would keep his word. A few days after the departure of the gypsy tribe, Mr. Bertram asked his lady one morning at breakfast whether this was not little Harry's birthday. 5 years old exactly, this blessed day, answered the lady, so we may look into the English gentleman's paper. Mr. Bertram liked to show his authority in trifles. No, my dear, not till tomorrow. The last time I was at quarter sessions, the sheriff told us that dies that dies in septuagen. Short, you don't understand Latin, but it means that a term day is not begun till it's ended. That sounds like nonsense, my dear. Maybe so, my dear, but it may be very good law for all that I am sure. Speaking of term days, I wish, as Frank Kennedy says, that Whit Sunday would kill Martinmas and be hanged for the murder. For there, I have got a letter about that interest of Jenny Cairns, and deal a tenant's been at the place, yet why a bottle of rent nor will not till Candlemas. But speaking of Frank Kennedy, I dare say he'll be here the day, for he was away round to Wigton to warn a king's ship that's lying in the bay about Dirk Hatterake's lugger being on the coast again, and he'll be back this day, so we'll have a bottle of claret, and drink little Harry's health. I wish, replied the lady, Frank Kennedy would let Dirk Hatterake alane. What needs he make himself mair busy than other folk? Cannot he sing his sang, and take his drink, and draw his salary like collector snail, honest man that never fashes ony body? And I wonder at you, Laird, for meddling and making. Did we ever want to send for tea or brandy frae the borough town, when Dirk Hatterake used to come quietly into the bay? Mrs. Bertram, you know nothing of these matters. do you think it becomes a magistrate to let his own house be made a receptacle for smuggled goods? Frank Kennedy will show you the penalties in the act, and ye ken yoursel, they used to put their run goods into the auld place of Ellengowan up by there. Oh dear Mr. Bertram, and what the war were the was, and the vault o' the auld castle, for having a win kegs o' brandy in them at an ora time, I am sure you were not obliged to ken onything about it. And what the war was the king, that the lairds here got a soup o' drink, and the ladies their drap o' tea at a reasonable ratates. Shame to them to pit such taxes on themend, was na I much the better of these Flanders head, and pinners that Dirk Hatterake sent me the way from Antwerp, it will be lang, or the king sends me onything or Frank Kennedy. Either and then you would quarrel with these gypsies. Too, I expect every day to hear the barnyards in a low. I tell you once more, my dear, you don't understand these things, and there's Frank Kennedy, coming galloping up the avenue. Awil Ellengowan, said the lady, raising her voice, as the laird left the room. I wish ye may understand them yoursel, that's a. From this nuptial dialogue, the laird joyfully escaped to meet his faithful friend Mr. Kennedy, who arrived in high spirits for the love of life. Ellengowan, he said, get up to the castle, y'all see that old fox Dirk Hatterake and his majesty's hounds in full cry after him. So saying, he flung his horse's bridle to a boy, and ran up the ascent to the old castle, followed by the laird, and indeed by several others of the family, alarmed by the sound of guns from the sea now distinctly heard. On gaining that part of the ruins, which commanded the most extensive outlook, they saw a lugger with all her canvas crowded, standing across the bay, closely pursued by a sloop of war that kept firing upon the chase from her bows, which the lugger returned with her stern chasers thereat. But at long bowls, yet cried Kennedy in great exultation, but they will be closer by, and by DN him, he's starting his cargo. I see the good Nance pitching overboard keg after keg. That's a DD ungenteel thing of Mr. Hatterake, as I shall let him know by and by. Now they've got the wind of him. That's it, hark to him. Now my dogs, hark to Ranger, hark. I think, said the old gardener to one of the maids, the gangers fie, by which word the common people express those violent spirits, which they think a presage of death. Meantime the chase continued, the lugger being piloted with great ability, and using every nautical shift to make her escape, had now reached, and was about to double the headland, which formed the extreme point of land on the left side of the bay, when a ball having hit the yard in the slings, the mainsail fell upon the deck. The consequence of this accident appeared inevitable, but could not be seen by the spectators, for the vessel, which had just doubled the headland, lost steerage, and fell out of their sight behind the promontory. The sloop of war crowded all sail to pursue, but she had stood too close upon the cape, so that they were obliged to wear the vessel for fear of going ashore, and to make a large tack back into the bay, in order to recover serum enough to double the headland. They lose her by cargo and lugger one or both, said Kennedy. I must gallop away to the point of Warrock. This was the headland so often mentioned, and make them a signal where she has drifted to on the other side. Goodbye. For an hour Ellengowan, get out the gallon punch bowl and plenty of lemons. Stand for the French article by the time I come back, and well drink the young laird's health in a bowl that would swim the collector's yawl. So saying, he mounted his horse and galloped off. About a mile from the house, and upon the verge of the woods, which as we have said covered a promontory terminating in the cape called the Point of Warrock, Kennedy met young Harry Bertram, attended by his tutor Dominie Sampson. He had often promised the child ride upon his galloway, and from singing, dancing, and playing punch for his amusement, was a particular favourite. He no sooner came scampering up the path than the boy loudly claimed his promise, and Kennedy, who saw no risk in indulging him, and wished to tease the Dominie, in whose visage he read a remonstrance, caught up Harry from the ground, placed him before him, and continued his route. Sampson's peradventure Master Kennedy, being lost in the clatter of his horse's feet, the pedagogue hesitated a moment whether he should go after them, but Kennedy, being a person in full confidence of the family, and with whom he himself had no delight in associating, being that he was addicted unto profane and scurrilous jests, he continued his own walk at his own pace, till he reached the place of Ellengowan. The spectators from the ruined walls of the castle were still watching the sloop of war, which at length, but not without the loss of considerable time, recovered serum enough to weather the Point of Warrock, and was lost to their sight behind that wooded promontory. Some time afterwards, the discharges of several cannon were heard at a distance, and after an interval, a still louder explosion as of a vessel blown up, and a cloud of smoke rose above the trees, and mingled with the blue sky. All then separated on their different occasions, auguring variously upon the fate of the smuggler, but the majority insisting that her capture was inevitable if she had not already gone to the bottom. "It is near our dinner time, my dear," said Mrs. Bertram to her husband. "Will it be lang before Mr. Kennedy comes back?" "I expect him every moment, my dear," said the laird. "Perhaps he is bringing some of the officers of the sloop with him." "My stars, Mr. Bertram, why did not ye tell me this before, that we might have had the large round table, and then there a tired o' sout meat? And to tell you the plain truth, a rump o' beef is the best part of your dinner. And then I wad have put on another gown, and ye wadna have been the war o' a clean neckcloth yoursel. But ye delight in surprising and hurrying one. I am sure I am no to bought out for ever against this sort of going on, but when folks missed, then they are moaned. Pshaw, pshaw, deuce take the beef, and the gown and table, and the neckcloth. We shall do all very well. Where's the Dominie John?" to a servant who was busy about the table. "Where's the Dominie and little Harry? Mr. Sampson's been at hame these 2 hours and mair, but I dinna think Mr. Harry cam hame. Why him? Not come hame, why him?" said the lady. "Desire Mr. Sampson to step this way directly." "Mr. Sampson," said she upon his entrance, "is it not the most extraordinary thing in this world wide that you that have free uppeting board and washing 12 pounds sterling a year, just to look after that boy, should let him out of your sight for 2 or 3 hours? Sampson made a bow of humble acknowledgment at each pause, which the angry lady made in her enumeration of the advantages of his situation, in order to give more weight to her remonstrance. And then in words, which we will not do him the injustice to imitate, told how Mr. Francis Kennedy had assumed spontaneously the charge of Master Harry, in despite of his remonstrances in the contrary. "I am very little obliged to Mr. Francis Kennedy for his pains," said the lady peevishly. "Suppose he lets the boy drop from his horse, and lames him, or suppose one of the cannons comes ashore, and kills him, or suppose—" "Or suppose, my dear," said Ellengowan, "what is much more likely than anything else, that they have gone aboard the sloop or the prize, and are to come round the point with the tide. And then they may be drowned," said the lady. "Verily," said Sampson, "I thought Mr. Kennedy had returned an hour, since of a surety I deemed I heard his horse's feet." "That," said John with a broad grin, "was Grizzle chasing the humble cow out of the close." Sampson coloured up to the eyes, not at the implied taunt, which he would never have discovered or resented if he had, but at some idea which crossed his own mind. "I have been in an error," he said, "of a surety I should have tarried for the babe." So saying, he snatched his boneheaded cane and hat, and hurried away towards Warrock Wood faster than he was ever known to walk before or after. The laird lingered some time debating the point with the lady. At length he saw the sloop of war again make her appearance, but without approaching the shore. She stood away to the westward with all her sails set, and was soon out of sight. The lady's state of timorous and fretful apprehension was so habitual that her fears went for nothing with her lord and master, but an appearance of disturbance and anxiety among the servants now excited his alarm, especially when he was called out of the room and told in private that Mr. Kennedy's horse had come to the stable door alone, with the saddle turned round below its belly and the reins of the bridle broken, and that a farmer had informed them in passing that there was a smuggling lugger burning like a furnace on the other side of the point of Warrock, and that though he had come through the wood he had seen or heard nothing of Kennedy or the young laird, only there was Dominie Sampson gone rampaging about like mad, seeking for them. All was now bustle at Ellengowan. The laird and his servants, male and female, hastened to the wood of Warrock. The tenants and cottagers in the neighbourhood lent their assistance, partly out of zeal, partly from curiosity. Boats were manned to search the seashore, which on the other side of the point rose into high and indented rocks. A vague suspicion was entertained, though too horrible to be expressed, that the child might have fallen from one of these cliffs. The evening had begun to close when the parties entered the wood, and dispersed different ways in quest of the boy and his companion. The darkening of the atmosphere, and the hoarse sighs of the November wind through the naked trees, the rustling of the withered leaves, which strewed the glades, the repeated halloos of the different parties, which often drew them together, in expectation of meeting the objects of their search, gave a cast of dismal sublimity to the scene. At length, after a minute and fruitless investigation through the wood, the searchers began to draw together into one body, and to compare notes. The agony of the father grew beyond concealment, yet it scarcely equaled the anguish of the tutor. "Would to God I had died for him," the affectionate creature repeated in notes of the deepest distress, Those who were less interested rushed into a tumultuary discussion of chances and possibilities. Each gave his opinion, and each was alternately swayed by that of the others. Some thought the objects of their search had gone aboard the sloop, some that they had gone to a village at 3 miles distance. Some whispered they might have been on board the lugger, a few planks and beams of which the tide now drifted ashore. At this instant, a shout was heard from the beach, so loud, so shrill, so piercing, so different from every sound which the woods that day had rung to, that nobody hesitated a moment to believe that it conveyed tidings, and tidings of dreadful import. All hurried to the place, and, venturing without scruple upon paths, which at another time they would have shuddered to look at, descended towards a cleft of the rock, where one boat's crew was already landed. "Here, sirs, here, this way, for God's sake, this way, was the reiterated cry. Ellengowan broke through the throng, which had already assembled at the fatal spot, and beheld the object of their terror. It was the dead body of Kennedy. At first sight, he seemed to have perished by a fall from the rocks, which rose above the spot on which he lay, in a perpendicular precipice of 100 feet above the beach. The corpse was lying half and half out of the water, the advancing tide raising the arm and stirring the clothes had given it, at some distance, the appearance of motion, so that those who first discovered the body thought that life remained, but every spark had been long extinguished. My bairn," cried the distracted father, "where can he be?" A dozen mouths were opened to communicate hopes, which no one felt. Someone at length mentioned the gypsies. In a moment, Ellengowan had reascended the cliffs, flung himself upon the first horse he met, and rode furiously to the huts at Durnklug. All was there dark and desolate, and as he dismounted to make more minute search, he stumbled over fragments of furniture which had been thrown out of the cottages, and the broken wood and thatch which had been pulled down by his orders. At that moment, the prophecy or anathema of Meg Merrilies fell heavy on his mind. "You have stripped the thatch from 7 cottages, see that the rooftree of your own house stand the surer. Restore," he cried, "restore my bairn, bring me back my son, and all shall be forgot and forgiven." As he uttered these words in a sort of frenzy, his eye caught a glimmering of light in one of the dismantled cottages. It was that in which Meg Merrilies formerly resided. The light, which seemed to proceed from fire, glimmered not only through the window, but also through the rafters of the hut, where the roofing had been torn off. He flew to the place. The entrance was bolted. Despair gave the miserable father the strength of 10 men. He rushed against the door with such violence that it gave way before the momentum of his weight and force. The cottage was empty, but bore marks of recent habitation. There was fire on the hearth, a kettle, and some preparation for food. As he eagerly gazed around for something that might confirm his hope that his child yet lived, although in the power of those strange people, a man entered the hut. It was his old gardener. "Oh, sir," said the old man, "such a night as this I trusted never to live to see. Ye maun come to the place directly. Is my boy found? Is he alive? Have ye found Harry Bertram? Andrew, have ye found Harry Bertram?" "No, sir, but—" "Then he is kidnapped, I am sure of it, Andrew, as sure as that I tread upon earth. She has stolen him, and I will never stir from this place till I have tidings of my bairn. Oh, but ye maun come hame, sir, ye maun come hame. We have sent for the sheriff, and well seed a watch here a night, in case the gypsies return. But yaw maun come hame, sir, for my lady's in the dead throw." Bertram turned a stupefied and unmeaning eye on the messenger, who uttered this calamitous news, and repeating the words "in the dead throw," as if he could not comprehend their meaning, suffered the old man to drag him towards his horse. During the ride home, he only said, "Wife and bairn baith mother, and son baith sair to abide." It is needless to dwell upon the new scene of agony which awaited him. The news of Kennedy's fate had been eagerly and incautiously communicated at Ellengowan, with the gratuitous addition that doubtless he had drawn the young laird over the craig with him. Though the tide had swept away the child's body, he was light, pure thing, and would flee farther into the surf. Mrs. Bertram heard the tidings. She was far advanced in her pregnancy. She fell into the pains of premature labor, and ere Ellengowan had recovered his agitated faculties, so as to comprehend the full distress of his situation, he was the father of a female infant and a widower. Chapter 10. But see, his face is black and full of blood, his eyeballs farther out than when he lived, staring full ghastly like a strangled man. His hair upreared, his nostrils stretched with struggling, his hands abroad, displayed as one that grasped and tugged for life, and was by strength subdued. Henry Romans 6 Part 2. The sheriff depute of the county arrived at Ellengowan next morning, by daybreak, to this provincial magistrate the law of Scotland, assigns judicial powers of considerable extent, and the task of inquiring into all crimes committed within his jurisdiction, the apprehension and commitment of suspected persons, and so forth. Footnote: the Scottish sheriff discharges, on such occasions, as that now mentioned, pretty much the same duty as a coroner. The gentleman who held the office in the shire, off at the time of this catastrophe, was well born and well educated, and though somewhat pedantic and professional in his habits, he enjoyed general respect. As an active and intelligent magistrate, his first employment was to examine all witnesses whose evidence could throw light upon this mysterious event, and make up the written report prox verbal or precognition, as it is technically called, which the practice of Scotland has substituted for a coroner's inquest, under the sheriff's minute and skillful inquiry. Many circumstances appeared which seemed incompatible with the original opinion that Kennedy had accidentally fallen from the cliffs. We shall briefly detail some of these. The body had been deposited in a neighboring fisher hut, but without altering the condition in which it was found. This was the first object of the sheriff's examination. Though fearfully crushed and mangled by the fall from such a height, the corpse was found to exhibit a deep cut in the head, which in the opinion of a skillful surgeon, must have been inflicted by a broadsword or cutlass. The experience of this gentleman discovered other suspicious indications. The face was much blackened, the eyes distorted, and the veins of the neck swelled. A colored handkerchief which the unfortunate man had worn round his neck did not present the usual appearance, but was much loosened, and the knot displaced and dragged extremely tight. The folds were also compressed, as if it had been used as a means of grappling the deceased, and dragging him perhaps to the precipice. On the other hand, poor Kennedy's purse was found untouched, and what seemed yet more extraordinary, the pistols which he usually carried, when about to encounter any hazardous adventure, were found in his pockets, loaded. This appeared particularly strange, for he was known, and dreaded by the contraband traders, as a man equally fearless and dexterous in the use of his weapons, of which he had given many signal proofs. The sheriff inquired whether Kennedy was not in the practice of carrying any other arms. Most of Mr. Bertram's servants recollected that he generally had a couteau de chasse or short hanger, but none such was found upon the dead body, nor could those who had seen him on the morning of the fatal day take it upon them to assert whether he then carried that weapon or not. The corpse afforded no other indicia respecting the fate of Kennedy, for though the clothes were much displaced, and the limbs dreadfully fractured, the one seemed the probable, the other the certain consequences of such a fall. The hands of the deceased were clenched fast and full of turf and earth, but this also seemed equivocal. The magistrate then proceeded to the place where the corpse was first discovered, and made those who had found it give upon the spot a particular and detailed account of the manner in which it was lying. A large fragment of the rock appeared to have accompanied or followed the fall of the victim from the cliff above. It was of so solid and compact a substance that it had fallen without any great diminution by splintering, so that the sheriff was enabled first to estimate the weight by measurement, and then to calculate from the appearance of the fragment what portion of it had been bedded into the cliff from which it had descended. This was easily detected by the raw appearance of the stone, where it had not been exposed to the atmosphere. They then ascended the cliff and surveyed the place from whence the stony fragment had fallen. It seemed plain from the appearance of the bed that the mere weight of one man standing upon the projecting part of the fragment, supposing it in its original situation, could not have destroyed its balance, and precipitated it with himself from the cliff. At the same time, it appeared to have lain so loose that the use of a lever, or the combined strength of 3 or 4 men, might easily have hurled it from its position. The short turf about the brink of the precipice was much trampled, as if stamped by the heels of men in a mortal struggle, or in the act of some violent exertion. Traces of the same kind, less visibly marked, guided the sagacious investigator to the verge of the copsewood, which in that place crept high up the bank towards the top of the precipice. With patience and perseverance, they traced these marks into the thickest part of the copse, a route which no person would have voluntarily adopted unless for the purpose of concealment. Here they found plain vestiges of violence, and struggling from space to space, small boughs were torn down, as if grasped by some resisting wretch, who was dragged forcibly along the ground, where in the least degree soft or marshy, showed the print of many feet. There were vestiges also which might be those of human blood. At any rate, it was certain that several persons must have forced their passage among the oaks, hazels, and underwood with which they were mingled, and in some places appeared traces, as if a sack full of grain, a dead body, or something of that heavy and solid description, had been dragged along the ground in one part of the thicket. There was a small swamp, the clay of which was whitish, being probably mixed with marl. The back of Kennedy's coat appeared besmeared with stains of the same color. At length, about a quarter of a mile from the brink of the fatal precipice, the traces conducted them to a small open space of ground, very much trampled and plainly stained with blood, although withered leaves had been strewed upon the spot, and other means hastily taken to efface the marks which seemed obviously to have been derived from a desperate affray. On one side of this patch of open ground was found the sufferer's naked hanger, which seemed to have been thrown into the thicket; on the other the belt and sheath, which appeared to have been hidden with more leisurely care and precaution. The magistrate caused the footprints which marked this spot to be carefully measured, and examined. Some corresponded to the foot of the unhappy victim. Some were larger, some less, indicating that at least 4 or 5 men had been busy around him. Above all, here and here only were observed the vestiges of a child's foot, and as it could be seen nowhere else, and the hard horse track which traversed the wood of Warrock was contiguous to the spot, it was natural to think that the boy might have escaped in that direction during the confusion. But as he was never heard of, the sheriff, who made a careful entry of all these memoranda, did not suppress his opinion that the deceased had met with foul play, and that the murderers, whoever they were, had possessed themselves of the person of the child Harry Bertram. Every exertion was now made to discover the criminals. Suspicion hesitated between the smugglers and the gypsies. The fate of Dirk Hatterrake's vessel was certain. 2 men from the opposite side of Warrock Bay, so the inlet on the southern side of the Point of Warrock is called, had seen, though at a great distance, the lugger drive eastward after doubling the headland, and as they judged from her maneuvers in a disabled state, shortly after they perceived that she grounded, smoked, and finally took fire. She was, as one of them expressed himself, in a light, low, bright flame, when they observed a king's ship with her colors upheave in sight from behind the cape. The guns of the burning vessel discharged themselves as the fire reached them, and they saw her at length blow up with a great explosion. The sloop of war kept aloof for her own safety, and after hovering till the other exploded, stood away southward under a press of sail. The sheriff anxiously interrogated these men. Whether any boats had left the vessel they could not say. They had seen none, but they might have put off in such a direction as placed the burning vessel and the thick smoke which floated landward from it between their course and the witnesses' observation. That the ship destroyed was Dirk Hatterrake's, no one doubted. His lugger was well known on the coast, and had been expected just at this time. A letter from the commander of the king's sloop, to whom the sheriff made application, put the matter beyond doubt. He sent also an extract from his logbook of the transactions of the day, which intimated their being on the outlook for a smuggling lugger Dirk Hatterrake, master, upon the information and requisition of Francis Kennedy of His Majesty's Excise Service, and that Kennedy was to be upon the outlook on the shore in case Hatterrake, who was known to be a desperate fellow, and had been repeatedly outlawed, should attempt to run his sloop aground. About 9 o'clock a Roman 1000, they discovered a sail, which answered the description of Hatterrake's vessel, chased her, and after repeated signals to her to show colors and bring to, fired upon her. The chase then showed Hamburg colors, and returned the fire, and a running fight was maintained for 3 hours, when just as the lugger was doubling the Point of Warrock they observed that the mainyard was shot in the slings, and that the vessel was disabled. It was not in the power of the man-of-war's men for some time to profit by this circumstance, owing to their having kept too much in shore for doubling the headland. After 2 tacks they accomplished this, and observed the chase on fire, and apparently deserted the fire, having reached some casks of spirits, which were placed on the deck with other combustibles, probably on purpose, burnt with such fury that no boats durst approach the vessel, especially as her shotted guns were discharging one after another by the heat. The captain had no doubt whatever that the crew had set the vessel on fire, and escaped in their boats after watching the conflagration, till the ship blew up. His Majesty's sloop, the Shark, stood towards the Isle of Man, with the purpose of intercepting the retreat of the smugglers, who, though they might conceal themselves in the woods for a day or 2, would probably take the first opportunity of endeavoring to make for this asylum, but they never saw more of them than is above narrated. Such was the account given by William Pritchard, master and commander of His Majesty's sloop of war Shark, who concluded by regretting deeply that he had not had the happiness to fall in with the scoundrels who had had the impudence to fire on His Majesty's flag, and with an assurance that should he meet Mr. Dirk Hatterrake in any future cruise, he would not fail to bring him into port under his stern, to answer whatever might be alleged against him. As therefore it seemed tolerably certain that the men on board the lugger had escaped the death of Kennedy, if he fell in with them in the woods when irritated by the loss of their vessel, and by the share he had in it was easily to be accounted for, and it was not improbable that to such brutal tempers, rendered desperate by their own circumstances, even the murder of the child against whose father, as having become suddenly active in the prosecution of smugglers' hatterake, was known to have uttered deep threats, would not appear a very heinous crime. Against this hypothesis, it was urged that a crew of 15 or 20 men could not have lain hidden upon the coast, when so close a search took place immediately after the destruction of their vessel, or at least that if they had hid themselves in the woods, their boats must have been seen on the beach, that in such precarious circumstances, and when all retreat must have seemed difficult if not impossible, it was not to be thought that they would have all united to commit a useless murder for the mere sake of revenge. Those who held this opinion supposed either that the boats of the lugger had stood out to sea, without being observed by those who were intent upon gazing at the burning vessel, and so gained safe distance before the sloop got round the headland, or else that the boats being staved or destroyed by the fire of the shark during the chase, the crew had obstinately determined to perish with the vessel. What gave some countenance to this supposed act of desperation was that neither Dirk Hatterake nor any of his sailors, all well-known men in the fair trade, were again seen upon that coast or heard of in the Isle of Man, where strict inquiry was made. On the other hand, only one dead body, apparently that of a seaman killed by a cannon shot, drifted ashore, so all that could be done was to register the names, description, and appearance of the individuals belonging to the ship's company, and offer a reward for the apprehension of them, or any one of them, extending also to any person, not the actual murderer, who should give evidence tending to convict those who had murdered Francis Kennedy. Another opinion, which was also plausibly supported, went to charge this horrid crime upon the late tenants of Durnklug. They were known to have resented highly the conduct of the Laird of Ellangowan towards them, and to have used threatening expressions, which every one supposed them capable of carrying into effect. The kidnapping the child was a crime much more consistent with their habits than with those of smugglers, and his temporary guardian might have fallen in an attempt to protect him. Besides, it was remembered that Kennedy had been an active agent 2 or 3 days before in the forcible expulsion of these people from Durnklug, and that harsh and menacing language had been exchanged between him and some of the Egyptian patriarchs on that memorable occasion. The sheriff received also the depositions of the unfortunate father and his servant concerning what had passed at their meeting the caravan of gypsies as they left the estate of Ellangowan. The speech of Meg Merrilies seemed particularly suspicious. There was, as the magistrate observed in his law language, damnum monotuma, damage, or evil, turn threatenedend malum secutumen, evil of the very kind, predicted shortly afterwards, following a young woman who had been gathering nuts in Warrock Wood upon the fatal day, was also strongly of opinion, though she declined to make positive oath that she had seen Meg Merrilies, at least a woman of her remarkable size and appearance, start suddenly out of a thicket. She said she had called to her by name, but as the figure turned from her and made no answer, she was uncertain if it were the gypsy or her wraith, and was afraid to go nearer to one who was always reckoned in the vulgar phrase no canny. This vague story received some corroboration from the circumstance of a fire being that evening found in the gypsy's deserted cottage. To this fact Ellangowan and his gardener bore evidence, yet it seemed extravagant to suppose that had this woman been accessory to such a dreadful crime, she would have returned that very evening on which it was committed to the place of all others, where she was most likely to be sought after. Meg Merrilies was however apprehended and examined. She denied strongly having been either at Durnklug or in the wood of Warrock upon the day of Kennedy's death, and several of her tribe made oath in her behalf that she had never quitted their encampment, which was in a glen about 10 miles distant from Ellangowan. Their oaths were indeed little to be trusted to, but what other evidence could be had in the circumstances? There was one remarkable fact, and only one, which arose from her examination. Her arm appeared to be slightly wounded by the cut of a sharp weapon, and was tied up with a handkerchief of Harry Bertram's. But the chief of the horde acknowledged he had corrected her that day. With his whinger she herself and others gave the same account of her hurt. And for the handkerchief, the quantity of linen stolen from Ellangowan during the last months of their residence on the estate easily accounted for it, without charging Meg with a more heinous crime. It was observed upon her examination that she treated the questions respecting the death of Kennedy, or the Gauger, as she called him, with indifference, but expressed great and emphatic scorn and indignation at being supposed capable of injuring little Harry Bertram. She was long confined in jail under the hope that something might yet be discovered to throw light upon this dark and bloody transaction. Nothing, however, occurred, and Meg was at length liberated, but under sentence of banishment from the county as a vagrant common thief and disorderly person. No traces of the boy could ever be discovered, and at length, the story, after making much noise, was gradually given up as altogether inexplicable and only perpetuated by the name of the Gauger's Loop, which was generally bestowed on the cliff from which the unfortunate man had fallen or been precipitated. Chapter 11. Enter Time as Chorus. I that please some try all both joy and terror, of good and bad that make and unfold error. Now take upon me in the name of time, to use my wings impute it not a crime, to me or my swift passage that I slide o'er 16 years and leave the growth untried of that wide gap. Winter's Tale. Our narration is now about to make a large stride and omit a space of nearly 17 years, during which nothing occurred of any particular consequence with respect to the story we have undertaken to tell. The gap is a wide one, yet, if the reader's experience in life enables him to look back on so many years, the space will scarce appear longer in his recollection than the time consumed in turning these pages. It was then in the month of November, about 17 years after the catastrophe related in the last chapter, that during a cold and stormy night, a social group had closed around the kitchen fire of the Gordon Arms at Kippletringan, a small but comfortable inn kept by Mrs. Mac Candlish. In that village, the conversation which passed among them will save me the trouble of telling the few events occurring during this chasm in our history, with which it is necessary that the reader should be acquainted. Mrs. Mac Candlish, throned in a comfortable easy-chair lined with black leather, was regaling herself and a neighboring gossip or two with a cup of genuine tea, and at the same time keeping a sharp eye upon her domestics as they went and came in prosecution of their various duties and commissions. The clerk and precentor of the parish enjoyed at a little distance his Saturday night's pipe, and aided its bland fumigation by an occasional sip of brandy and water. Deacon Bearcliff, a man of great importance in the village, combined the indulgence of both parties. He had his pipe and his teacup, the latter being laced with a little spirits. 1 or 2 clowns sat at some distance, drinking their tuppenny. Are ye sure the parlour's ready for them, and the fire burning clear, and the chimney no smoking? Said the hostess to a chambermaid. She was answered in the affirmative. Ane wadna be uncivil to them, especially in their distress, said she, turning to the deacon. Assuredly not, Mrs. Mac Candlish, assuredly not. I am sure ony sma thing they might want frae my shop, under 7 or 8 or 10 pounds. I would book them as readily for it as the first in the country. Do they come in the auld chaise? I dare say no, said the precentor, for Miss Bertram comes on the white powny ilka day to the kirkand, a constant kirkkeeper. She is, and it's a pleasure to hear her singing the psalms. Winsome young thing. I and the young Laird of Hazelwood rides hame half the road wi' her after sermon, said one of the gossips in company. I wonder how auld Hazelwood likes that. I kenna how he may like it now, answered another of the tea-drinkers. But the day has been when Ellengowan wad hae liked as little to see his daughter taking up with their son. I has been, answered the first, with somewhat of emphasis. I am sure, neighbour Ovens, said the hostess, the Hazelwoods of Hazelwood, though they are a very gude auld family in the county, never thought, till within these 20 years of evening themselves, till the Ellengowans, wow woman, the Bertrams of Ellengowan, are the auld Dingaways lang syne. There is a saying about ane o' them marrying a daughter of the King of Man. It begins, Blythe Bertram's teen him o'er the feme, to wed a wife and bring her hame. I dorsay Mr. Scray can sing us the ballant. Gudewife, said Scray, gathering up his mouth and sipping his tiff of brandy punch with great solemnity. Our talents were gene us to other use than to sing daft auld sangs sae near the Sabbath day. Houtfie, Mr. Scray, ise, warrant I hae heard you sing a blithe sang on Saturday at e'en before now. But as for the chaise, deacon, it hasna been out of the coach-house since Mrs. Bertram died. That 16 or 17 years sin sign Jock Jobos is away. Why a chaise of mine for them? I wonder he's no come back. It's pit mirk, but there's no an ill turn on the road but twa, and the brig o'er Warrock Burn is safe enug if he haud to the right side. But then there's Heaviside Bray, that's just a murder for postcattle, but Jock kens the road brawly. A loud rapping was heard at the door. That's no them, I dinna hear the wheels grizzle ye limmer gang to the door. It's a single gentleman, wind out grizzle mon, I take him into the parlour. Foul be in your feet, then it'll be some English rider coming without a servant at this time. O night has the hostler teen the horse ye may light a spunk o fire in the red room. I wish, mom, said the traveller, entering the kitchen, you would give me leave to warm myself here, for the night is very cold. His appearance, voice, and manner produced an instantaneous effect in his favour. He was a handsome, tall, thin figure, dressed in black, as appeared when he laid aside his riding coat. His age might be between 40 and 50, his cast of features grave and interesting, and his air somewhat military. Every point of his appearance and address bespoke the gentleman long habit had given Mrs. Mac Candlish an acute tact in ascertaining the quality of her visitors, and proportioning her reception accordingly. To every guest the appropriate speech was made, and every duty with distinction paid. Respectful, easy, pleasant, or polite. Your honour's servant, Mr. Smith, good night. On the present occasion, she was low in her courtesy and profuse in her apologies. The stranger begged his horse might be attended till she went out herself to school the hostler. There was never a prettier bit o' horseflesh in the stable o' the Gordon Arms, said the man, which information increased the landlady's respect for the rider. Finding on her return that the stranger declined to go into another apartment, which indeed she allowed would be but cold and smoky till the fire blazed up, she installed her guest hospitably by the fireside, and offered what refreshment her house afforded. A cup of your tea, mom, if you will favour me. Mrs. Mac Candlish bustled about, reinforced her teapot with hyson, and proceeded in her duties with her best grace. We have a very nice parlour, sir, and everything very agreeable for gentlefolks. But it's bespoke the night for a gentleman and his daughter that are going to leave this part of the country. Ane of my chaises is gain for them, and will be back forthwith. There ain't no sae wheel in the world as they have been, but we're a subject to ups and downs in this life, as your honour must needs. Ken, but is not the tobacco-reek disagreeable to your honour? By no means, mom, I am an old campaigner, and perfectly used to it. Will you permit me to make some inquiries about a family in this neighbourhood? The sound of wheels was now heard, and the landlady hurried to the door to receive her expected guests, but returned in an instant, followed by the postilion. No, they canna come at no rate, the laird's sae Roman 99. But God help them, said the landlady, the morns, the term the very last day they can bide in the house, a thing's to be roupit. Weel, but they can come at no rate. I tell ye Mr. Bertram canna be moved. What Mr. Bertram, said the stranger, not Mr. Bertram of Ellangowan, I hope. Justine that same, sir, and if ye be a friend o' his ye have come at a time when he's sair bested. I have been abroad for many yearses, his health so much deranged. I and his affairs, and said the deacon, the creditors have entered into possession o' the estate, and it's for sale, and some that made the mayest by him I name nae names. But Mrs. Mac Candlish kens, wha I mean. The landlady shook her head significantly. Theer sarst on him, e'en now, I have a sma matter do myself, but I would rather have lost it than gain to turn the auld man out of his house, and him just dying. Aye, but said the parish clerk factor, Glossin wants to get rid of the auld laird, and drive on the sale for fear the airmill should cast up upon them, for I have heard say, if there was an airmill, they couldna sell the estate for auld Ellangowan's debt. He had a son born a good many years ago, said the stranger. He is dead, I suppose. Nae man can say for that, answered the clerk mysteriously. Dead, said the deacon. Ise, warrant him dead lang syne, he hasna been heard o' these 20 years or thereby. I wot weel it's no 20 years, said the landlady, it's no abune 17 at the outside in this very month. It made an unco noise o'er this country. The bairn disappeared the very day that Supervisor Kennedy cam by his end. If ye ken this country, lang syne your honour wad maybe ken Frank Kennedy. The supervisor, he was a heartsome pleasant man, and company for the best gentleman in the county, and muckle mirth he's made in this house. I was young then, sir, and newly married to Bailie Mac Candlish that's dead, and gone asy, and muckle fun I've had. Why, the supervisor, he was a daft dog o', and he could hauden aft the smugglers a bit, but he was aye venturesome. And so ye see, sir, there was a king's sloop down in Wigton Bay, and Frank Kennedy, he behoved to have her up, to chase Dirk Hatterake's luggeriel. Mind Dirk Hatterake, deacon, I daresay ye may have dealt. Why, him deacon gave a sort of acquiescent nod and humph. He was a daring chield, and he fought his ship till she blew up like peelings of Ingans and Frank Kennedy. He had been the first man to board, and he was flung like a quarter of a mile off, and fell into the water below the rock at Warrock Point, that they ca the Gauger's Loop to this day. And Mr. Bertram's child, said the stranger, what is all this to him? Oh, sir, the bairn I held an unco wark why the supervisor, and it was generally thought he went on board the vessel, alang, why him as bairns are I forward to be in mischief. No, no, said the deacon, you're clean out there, lucky for the young laird was stown away by a randy gypsy woman. They cad Meg Merrilies, I mind her looks wheelin' revenge for Ellengowan, having guard her be drumdy through Kippletringan, for stealing a silver spoon. If yell forgem, deacon, said the precentor, you're e'en as far rang as the gudewife. And what is your edition of the story, sir? Said the stranger, turning to him with interest. That's maybe no sae canny to tell, said the precentor with solemnity. Upon being urged, however, to speak out, he preluded with 2 or 3 large puffs of tobacco smoke, and out of the cloudy sanctuary, which these whiffs formed around him, delivered the following legend, having cleared his voice with 1 or 2 hems, and imitating as near as he could the eloquence which weakly thundered over his head from the pulpit. What we are now to deliver, my brethren, I mean my good friends, was not done in a corner, and may serve as an answer to which advocates atheists and misbelievers of all kinds. Ye must know that the worshipful Laird of Ellengowan was not so precise as he might have been in clearing his land of witches, concerning whom it is said, Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, nor of those who had familiar spirits, and consulted with divination and sorcery and lots, which is the fashion with the Egyptians, as they ca themselves, and other unhappy bodies in this our country. And the laird was 3 years married without having a family, and he was sae left to himsel, that it was thought he held ower muckle troking, and communing why that Meg Merrilies was the mayest notorious witch in a Galloway and Dumfriesshire baith. Will I wot, there's something in that, said Mrs. Mac Candlish. I've kenned him order her 2 glasses o' brandy in this very house. Will gudewife, then the less I lee sae the lady was why bairn at last, and in the night when she should have been delivered there comes to the door of the ha-housed place of Ellengowan, as they cad an ancient man strangely habited, and asked for quarters. His head and his legs and his arms were bare, although it was winter time o' the year, and he had a grey beard 3/4 lang wheel. He was admitted, and when the lady was delivered he craved to know the very moment of the hour of the birth, and he went out and consulted the stars, and when he came back, he telled the laird that the evil one wad have power over the knavebairn that was that night born, and he charged him that the babe should be bred up in the ways of piety, and that he should hae a godly minister at his elbow to pray why the bairn, and for him, and the aged man vanished away, and no man of this country ever saw mair o' him. Now that will not pass, said the postilion, who at a respectful distance was listening to the conversation, begging Mr. Scray's and the company's pardon. There was no sae money hairs on the warlock's face, as there's on Lettergee's footnote. The precentor is called by Alan Ramsay the Lettergee of Holly Rhyme Ain at this moment, and he had as gude a pair o' boots as a man needs strake on his legs, and gloves too, and I should understand boots by this time, I think. Wish Jock, said the landlady. Aye, and what do ye ken o' the matter, friend Jobos, said the precentor contemptuously. No muckle to be sure, Mr. Scray, only that I lived within a penistane, cast o' the head o' the avenue at Ellengowan, when a man cam jingling to our door that night. The young laird was born, and my mother sent me, that was a halflin callant, to show the stranger the gate to the place, which if he had been sick a warlock, he might hae kenned himsel ain wad think, and he was a young wheelford wheeldressed lad like an Englishman, and I tell ye he had as gude a hat and boots and gloves as ony gentleman need to have. To be sure he did jye an awesome glance up at the auld castle, and there was some speework geed on I heard, that but as for his vanishing, I held the stirrup mysel when he geed away, and he jied me a round half-crown. He was riding on a hake, they cad Supple, Sam it belanged to the George at Dumfries. It was a blood-bay beast, very ill o' the spavin. I hae seen the beast baith before and since. Owl Jock, answered Mr. Scray with a tone of mild solemnity, our accounts differ in no material particulars. But I had no knowledge that ye had seen the man, so ye see, my friends, that this soothsayer having prognosticated evil to the boy, his father engaged a godly minister to be with him morn and night. Aye, that was him, they cad Dominie Sampson, said the postilion. He's but a dumb dog, that observed the deacon. I have heard that he never could preach 5 words of a sermon and lang, for as lang as he has been licensed. Weel, but said the precentor, waving his hand, as if eager to retrieve the command of the discourse. He waited on the young laird by night and day now. It chanced, when the bairn was near 5 years old, that the laird had a sight of his errors, and determined to put these Egyptians aff his ground. And he caused them to remove, and that Frank Kennedy, that was a rough swearing fellow, he was sent to turn them off, and he cursed and damned at them, and they swear at him, and that Meg Merrilies, that was the mayest powerful with the enemy of mankind, she as good as said she would have him body and soul before 3 days were o'er his head. And I have it from a sure hand, and that's ane wha saw it, and that's John Wilson, that was the laird's groom, that Meg appeared to the laird, as he was riding hame from Singleside over Gibbosnow, and threatened him why what she wad do to his family, but whether it was Meg or something wore in her likeness, for it seemed bigger than ony mortal creature, John could not say. Awil, said the postilion, it might be sae, I canna say against it, for I was not in the country at the time, but John Wilson was a blustering kind of chield, without the heart of a sprug. And what was the end of all this, said the stranger with some impatience. Oh, the event and upshot of it was, sir, said the precentor, that while they were all looking on beholding a king's ship chase a smuggler, this Kennedy suddenly break away frae them, without ony reason, that could be descridropes, nor toes wad not hae held him and made for the wood of Warrock, as fast as his beast could carry him, and by the way he met the young laird and his governor, and he snatched up the bairn, and, sure if he was bewitched the bairn should have the same luck as him, and the minister followed as fast as he could, and almost as fast as them, for he was wonderfully swift of foot, and he saw Meg the witch, or her master in her similitude, rise suddenly out of the ground, and claft the bairn suddenly out of the ganger's arms, and then he rampaged and drew his sword, for ye ken a fie man, and a cusser fiercena the deal. I believe that's very true, said the postilion. So, sir, she gripped him, and clotted him like a stain from the sling o'er the craigs of Warrock Head, where he was found that evening. But what became of the babe, frankly, I cannot say, but he that was minister here then, that's now in a better place, had an opinion that the bairn was only conveyed to fairyland for a season. The stranger had smiled slightly at some parts of this recital, but ere he could answer the clatter of a horse's hoofs was heard, and a smart servant handsomely dressed with a cockade in his hat, bustled into the kitchen, with "Make a little room, good people." When observing the stranger he descended at once into the modest and civil domestic, his hat sunk down by his side, and he put a letter into his master's hands. The family at Ellengowan, sir, are in great distress, and unable to receive any visits. I know it, replied his master, and now, madam, if you will have the goodness to allow me to occupy the parlour you mentioned, as you are disappointed of your guests. Certainly, sir, said Mrs. Mac Candlish, and hastened to light the way with all the imperative bustle which an active landlady loves to display on such occasions. Young man, said the deacon to the servant, filling a glass, ye'll no be the war o' this after your ride. Not a feather, sir, thank ye, your very good health, sir. And wha may your master be friend? What, the gentleman that was here, that's the famous Colonel Mannering, sir, from the East Indies. What him we read of in the newspapers. Aye, just the same it was, he relieved Cuddyburn and defended Chingalore, and defeated the great Maratha chief Ram Jolly Bundleman. I was with him in most of his campaigns. Lord safe, us, said the landlady, I must go see what he would have for supper that I should set him down here. Oh, he likes that all the better, mother, you never saw a plainer creature in your life than our old colonel, and yet he has a spice of the devil in him too. The rest of the evening's conversation below stairs, tending little to edification, we shall with the reader's leave step up to the parlour. Chapter 12. Reputation, that's man's idol. Set up against God, the maker of all laws, who hath commanded us we should not kill. And yet we say we must for reputation. What honest man can either fear his own, or else will hurt another's reputation? Fear to do base unworthy things is valor. If they be done to us to suffer them, is valor too. Ben Jonson. The colonel was walking pensively up and down the parlour, when the officious landlady re-entered to take his commands, having given them in the manner he thought would be most acceptable for the good of the house. He begged to detain her a moment. I think, he said, madam, if I understood the good people right, Mr. Bertram lost his son in his 5th year. Oh, aye, sir, there's nae doubt that though there are mony idle clashes about the way and manner, for it's an auld story now, and everybody tells it, as we were doing their ain way by the Ingleside, but lost the bairn was in his 5th year, as your honour says, colonel, and the news being rashly telled too. The lady then great with child, cost her life that salmon night, and the laird never throve after that day, but was just careless of everything, though when his daughter Miss Lucy grew up, she tried to keep order within doors. But what could she do, poor thing, so now they're out of house and hauled. Can you recollect, madam, about what time of the year the child was lost? The landlady, after a pause, and some recollection, answered, she was positive it was about this season, and added some local recollections that fixed the date in her memory as occurring about the beginning of November 17. The stranger took 2 or 3 turns round the room in silence, but signed to Mrs. Mac Candlish not to leave it. Did I rightly apprehend, he said, that the estate of Ellangowan is in the market? In the market it will be sold the morn to the highest bidder. That's no the morn, Lord help me, which is the Sabbath, but on Monday the first free day, and the furniture and stocking is to be roupit at the same time on the ground. It's the opinion of the Hale country that the sale has been shamefully forced on at this time, when there's little money stirring in Scotland. Why this weary American war, that somebody may get the land a bargain deal be in them, that I should say seeth good ladies' wrath rising at the supposed injustice. And where will the sale take place? On the premises, as the advertisement says, that's at the house of Ellangowan, your honour, as I understand it. And who exhibits the title deeds, rental and plan? A very decent man, sir, the sheriff substitute of the county, who has authority from the Court of Session. He's in the town just now, if your honour would like to see him, and he can tell you mair about the loss of the bairn than ony body, for the sheriff depute, that's his principal, like, took much pains to come at the truth o' that matter, as I have heard. And this gentleman's name is Mac Morland, sir. He's a man o' character and weel spoken o. Send my compliments, Colonel Mannering's compliments to him, and I would be glad he would do me the pleasure of supping with me, and bring these papers with him. And I beg, good madam, you will say nothing of this to anyone else. Me, sir, near a word shall I say. I wish your honour a courtesy, or ony honourable gentleman that's fought for his country, another courtesy. Had the land since the auld family mon quit a sigh, rather than that wily scoundrel Glosson, that's risen on the ruin of the best friend he ever had. And now, I think on't ill slip on my hood and pattens, and gang to Mr. Mac Morland mysel. He's at Hameen now, it's hardly a step. Do so, my good landlady, and many thanks, and bid my servant step here with my portfolio in the meantime. In a minute or two, Colonel Mannering was quietly seated with his writing materials before him. We have the privilege of looking over his shoulder as he writes, and we willingly communicate its substance to our readers. The letter was addressed to Arthur Mervyn Esk of Mervyn Hall, Lanbraithwaite, Westmoreland. It contained some account of the writer's previous journey since parting with him, and then proceeded as follows. And now why will you still upbraid me with my melancholy, Mervyn? Do you think, after the lapse of 25 years, battles, wounds, imprisonment, misfortunes of every description, I can be still the same lively, unbroken Guy Mannering, who climbed Skiddaw with you, or shot grouse upon Crossfell, that you who have remained in the bosom of domestic happiness experience little change, that your step is as light, and your fancy as full of sunshine, is a blessed effect of health and temperament, cooperating with content, and a smooth current down the course of life? But my career has been one of difficulties and doubts and errors from my infancy. I have been the sport of accident, and though the wind has often borne me into harbour, it has seldom been into that which the pilot destined. Let me recall to you but the task must be brief the odd and wayward fates of my youth, and the misfortunes of my manhood. The former, you will say, had nothing very appalling. All was not for the best, but all was tolerable. My father, the eldest son of an ancient but reduced family, left me with little save the name of the head of the house, to the protection of his more fortunate brothers. They were so fond of me that they almost quarrelled about me. My uncle, the bishop, would have had me in orders, and offered me a living. My uncle, the merchant, would have put me into a counting house, and proposed to give me a share in the thriving concern of Mannering and Marshall in Lombard Street. So between these two stools, or rather these two soft, easy, well-stuffed chairs of divinity and commerce, my unfortunate person slipped down and pitched upon a dragoon saddle. Again, the bishop wished me to marry the niece and heiress of the Dean of Lincoln, and my uncle, the alderman, proposed to me the only daughter of old Slothorn, the great wine merchant, rich enough to play at spankhunter with moidores, and make threadpapers of banknotes. And somehow I slipped my neck out of both nooses, and married poor Sophia Wellwood. You will say my military career in India, when I followed my regiment, there should have given me some satisfaction, And so it assuredly has you will remind me also that if I disappointed the hopes of my guardians, I did not incur their displeasure that the bishop at his death bequeathed me his blessing his manuscript sermons, and a curious portfolio, containing the heads of eminent divines of the Church of England, and that my uncle Sir Paul Mannering left me sole heir and executor to his large fortune yet. This availeth me nothing. I told you I had that upon my mind, which I should carry to my grave with me a perpetual aloes. In the draught of existence, I will tell you the cause more in detail than I had the heart to do while under your hospitable roof. You will often hear it mentioned, and perhaps with different and unfounded circumstances. I will therefore speak it out, and then let the event itself, and the sentiments of melancholy with which it has impressed me never again be subject of discussion between us. Sophia, as you well know, followed me to India. She was as innocent as gay, but unfortunately for us, both as gay as innocent. My own manners were partly formed by studies I had forsaken, and habits of seclusion not quite consistent with my situation as commandant. A regiment in a country where universal hospitality is offered and expected by every settler claiming the rank of a gentleman, in a moment of peculiar pressure, you know how hard we were sometimes run to obtain white faces to countenance our line of battle. A young man named Brown joined our regiment as a volunteer, and finding the military duty more to his fancy than commerce in which he had been engaged, remained with us as a cadet. Let me do my unhappy victim justice. He behaved with such gallantry on every occasion that, offered that the first vacant commission was considered as his due, I was absent for some weeks upon a distant expedition. When I returned, I found this young fellow established quite as the friend of the house and habitual attendant of my wife and daughter. It was an arrangement which displeased me in many particulars, though no objection could be made to his manners or character, yet I might have been reconciled to his familiarity in my family. But for the suggestions of another, if you read over what I never dare open the play of Othello, you will have some idea of what followed. I mean of my motives. My actions, thank God, were less reprehensible. There was another cadet ambitious of the vacant situation. He called my attention to what he led me to term coquetry between my wife and this young man. Sophia was virtuous, but proud of her virtue, and irritated by my jealousy. She was so imprudent as to press and encourage an intimacy which she saw I disapproved, and regarded with suspicion. Between Brown and me, there existed a sort of internal dislike. He made an effort or two to overcome my prejudice, but prepossessed as I was, I placed them to a wrong motive. Feeling himself repulsed, and with scorn he desisted, and as he was without family and friends, he was naturally more watchful of the deportment of one who had both. It is odd with what torture I write this letter. I feel inclined nevertheless to protract the operation, just as if my doing so could put off the catastrophe which has so long embittered my life. Beauty must be told, and it shall be told briefly. My wife, though no longer young, was still eminently handsome, and let me say thus far in my own justifications, was fond of being thought so. I am repeating what I said before. In a word, of her virtue I never entertained a doubt, but pushed by the artful suggestions of Archer, I thought she cared little for my peace of mind, and that the young fellow Brown paid his attentions in my despite, and in defiance of me. He perhaps considered me on his part as an oppressive aristocratic man who made my rank in society, and in the army, the means of galling those whom circumstances placed beneath me, and if he discovered my silly jealousy, he probably considered the fretting me in that sore point of my character as one means of avenging the petty indignities to which I had it in my power to subject him. Yet an acute friend of mine gave a more harmless, or at least a less offensive construction to his attentions, which he conceived to be meant for my daughter Julia, though immediately addressed to propitiate the influence of her mother. This could have been no very flattering or pleasing enterprise on the part of an obscure and nameless young man, but I should not have been offended at this folly, as I was at the higher degree of presumption. I suspected offended, however, I was, and in a mortal degree. A very slight spark will kindle a flame where everything lies open to catch it. I have absolutely forgot the proximate cause of quarrel, but it was some trifle which occurred at the cartable, which occasioned high words, and a challenge we met in the morning, beyond the walls and esplanade of the fortress, which I then commanded on the frontiers of the settlement. This was arranged for Brown's safety. Had he escaped, I almost wish he had, though at my own expense. But he fell by the first fire. We strove to assist him, but some of these ludies, a species of native banditti, who were always on the watch for prey, poured in upon us. Archer and I gained our horses with difficulty, and cut our way through them after a hard conflict in the course of which he received some desperate wounds, to complete the misfortunes of this miserable day my wife, who suspected the design with which I left the fortress, had ordered her palanquin to follow me and was alarmed and almost made prisoner by another troop of these plunderers. She was quickly released by a party of our cavalry, but I cannot disguise from myself that the incidents of this fatal morning gave a severe shock to health, already delicate. The confession of Archer, who thought himself dying, that he had invented some circumstances, and for his purposes put the worst construction upon others, and the full explanation and exchange of forgiveness with me which this produced could not check the progress of her disorder. She died within about 8 months after this incident, bequeathing me only the girl of whom Mrs. Mervyn is so good as to undertake the temporary charge. Julia was also extremely ill, so much so that I was induced to throw up my command and return to Europe, where her native air time and the novelty of the scenes around her have contributed to dissipate her dejection and restore her health. Now that you know my story, you will no longer ask me the reason of my melancholy, but permit me to brood upon it, as I may. There is surely in the above narrative enough to embitter, though not to poison, the chalice which the fortune and fame you so often mention had prepared to regale my years of retirement. I could add circumstances which our old tutor would have quoted as instances of de fatality. You would laugh were I to mention such particulars, especially as you know I put no faith in them. Yet, since I have come to the very house from which I now write, I have learned a singular coincidence, which, if I find it truly established by tolerable evidence, will serve as hereafter for subject of curious discussion. But I will spare you at present, as I expect a person to speak about a purchase of property now open in this part of the country. It is a place to which I have a foolish partiality, and I hope my purchasing may be convenient to those who are parting with it, as there is a plan for buying it under the value. My respectful compliments to Mrs. Mervyn, and I will trust you, though you boast to be so lively a young gentleman, to kiss Julia for me. Adieu, dear Mervyn, thine ever, Guy Mannering. Mr. Macmorland now entered the room. The well-known character of Colonel Mannering at once disposed this gentleman, who was a man of intelligence and probity, to be open and confidential. He explained the advantages and disadvantages of the property. It was settled, he said, the greater part of it at least upon heirsmail, and the purchaser would have the privilege of retaining in his hands a large proportion of the price, in case of the reappearance, within a certain limited term, of the child who had disappeared. To what purpose then force forward a sale, said Mannering. Macmorland smiled ostensibly. He answered, to substitute the interest of money, instead of the ill-paid and precarious rents of an unimproved estate, but chiefly it was believed to suit the wishes and views of a certain intended purchaser, who had become a principal creditor, and forced himself into the management of the affairs by means best known to himself, and who it was thought would find it very convenient to purchase the estate without paying down the price. Mannering consulted with Mr. Macmorland upon the steps for thwarting this unprincipled attempt. They then conversed long on the singular disappearance of Harry Bertram upon his 5th birthday, verifying thus the random prediction of Mannering, of which, however, it will readily be supposed, he made no boast. Mr. Macmorland was not himself in office when that incident took place, but he was well acquainted with all the circumstances, and promised that our hero should have them detailed by the sheriff depute himself, if, as he proposed, he should become a settler in that part of Scotland. With this assurance, they parted well satisfied with each other, and with the evening's conference. On the Sunday following, Colonel Mannering attended the parish church with great decorum. None of the Ellangowan family were present, and it was understood that the old laird was rather worse than better. Jock Jabos, once more dispatched for him, returned once more without his errand, but on the following day Miss Bertram hoped he might be removed. Chapter 13. They told me by the sentence of the law, they had commission to seize all thy fortune. Here stood a ruffian with a horrid face, lording it o'er a pile of massy plate, tumbled into a heap for public sale. There was another making villainous jests. At thy undoing he had ta'en possession of all thy ancient most domestic ornaments. Early next morning Mannering mounted his horse, and accompanied by his servant took the road to Ellangowan. He had no need to inquire the way. A sale in the country is a place of public resort and amusement, and people of various descriptions streamed to it from all quarters. After a pleasant ride of about an hour, the old towers of the ruin presented themselves in the landscape. The thoughts with what different feelings he had lost sight of them So many years before thronged upon the mind of the traveler, the landscape was the same. But how changed the feelings, hopes, and views of the spectator then? Life and love were new, and all the prospect was gilded by their rays, and now disappointed in affection, sated with fame, and what the world calls success, his mind, goaded by bitter and repentant recollection. His best hope was to find a retirement in which he might nurse the melancholy that was to accompany him to his grave. Yet, why should an individual mourn over the instability of his hopes and the vanity of his prospects? The ancient chiefs, who erected these enormous and massive towers, to be the fortress of their race, and the seat of their power, could they have dreamed the day was to come when the last of their descendants should be expelled a ruined wanderer from his possessions. But nature's bounties are unaltered. The sun will shine as fair on these ruins, whether the property of a stranger, or of a sordid and obscure trickster of the abused law, as when the banners of the founder first waved upon their battlements. These reflections brought Mannering to the door of the house, which was that day open to all. He entered among others, who traversed the apartments, some to select articles for purchase, others to gratify their curiosity. There is something melancholy in such a scene, even under the most favorable circumstances. The confused state of the furniture, displaced for the convenience of being easily viewed, and carried off by the purchasers, is disagreeable to the eye. Those articles, which properly and decently arranged look creditable and handsome, have then a paltry and wretched appearance, and the apartments, stripped of all that render them commodious and comfortable, have an aspect of ruin and dilapidation. It is disgusting also to see the scenes of domestic society and seclusion thrown open to the gaze of the curious, and the vulgar to hear their coarse speculations and brutal jests upon the fashions and furniture to which they are unaccustomed. A frolicsome humour much cherished by the whisky, which in Scotland is always put in circulation on such occasions. All these are ordinary effects of such a scene as Ellangowan now presented, but the moral feeling that in this case they indicated the total ruin of an ancient and honourable family gave them treble weight and poignancy. It was some time before Colonel Mannering could find anyone disposed to answer his reiterated questions concerning Ellangowan himself. At length, an old maidservant who held her apron to her eyes as she spoke told him the laird was something better, and they hoped he would be able to leave the house that day. Miss Lucy expected the chaise every moment, and as the day was fine for the time o'yer, they had carried him in his easy-chair up to the green before the Auld Castle, to be out of the way of this unco spectacle. Thither Colonel Mannering went in quest of him, and soon came in sight of the little group, which consisted of 4 persons. The ascent was steep, so that he had time to reconnoitre them as he advanced, and to consider in what mode he should make his address. Mr. Bertram, paralytic, and almost incapable of moving, occupied his easy-chair attired in his nightcap, and a loose camlet coat, his feet wrapped in blankets behind him. With his hands crossed on the cane upon which he rested stood Dominie Sampson, whom Mannering recognized at once. Time had made no change upon him, unless that his black coat seemed more brown, and his gaunt cheeks more lank, than when Mannering last saw him. On one side of the old man was a sylph-like form, a young woman of about 17, whom the colonel accounted to be his daughter. She was looking from time to time anxiously towards the avenue, as if expecting the post-chaise, and between whiles busied herself in adjusting the blankets, so as to protect her father from the cold, and in answering inquiries, which he seemed to make with a captious and querulous manner. She did not trust herself to look towards the place, although the hum of the assembled crowd must have drawn her attention in that direction. The 4th person of the group was a handsome and genteel young man, who seemed to share Miss Bertram's anxiety and her solicitude to soothe and accommodate her parent. This young man was the first who observed Colonel Mannering, and immediately stepped forward to meet him, as if politely to prevent his drawing nearer to the distressed group. Mannering instantly paused, and explained he said a stranger to whom Mr. Bertram had formerly shown kindness and hospitality. He would not have intruded himself upon him at a period of distress, did it not seem to be in some degree a moment also of desertion. He wished merely to offer such services as might be in his power to Mr. Bertram and the young lady. He then paused at a little distance from the chair. His old acquaintance gazed at him with lackluster eye that intimated no tokens of recognition. The Dominie seemed too deeply sunk in distress even to observe his presence. The young man spoke aside with Miss Bertram, who advanced timidly and thanked Colonel Mannering for his goodness. But she said, the tears gushing fast into her eyes, her father, she feared, was not so much himself as to be able to remember him. She then retreated towards the chair accompanied by the colonel father. She said, "This is Mr. Mannering, an old friend, come to inquire after you." "He's very heartily welcome," said the old man, raising himself in his chair and attempting a gesture of courtesy, while a gleam of hospitable satisfaction seemed to pass over his faded features. "But Lucy, my dear, let us go down to the house. You should not keep the gentleman here in the cold. Dominie, take the key of the winecooler. Mr. Oth gentleman will surely take something after his ride." Mannering was unspeakably affected by the contrast which his recollection made between this reception and that with which he had been greeted by the same individual when they last met. He could not restrain his tears, and his evident emotion at once attained him the confidence of the friendless young lady. "Alas," she said, "this is distressing even to a stranger, but it may be better for my poor father to be in this way than if he knew and could feel all." A servant in livery now came up the path and spoke in an undertone to the young gentleman, "Mr. Charles, my lady's wanting you yonder sadly to bid for her for the black ebony cabinet, and Lady Jean de Vorgel is why her and a ye maun come away directly. Tell them you could not find me, Tom or Stacey. I am looking at the horses." "No, no, no," said Lucy Bertram earnestly, "if you would not add to the misery of this miserable moment, go to the company directly. This gentleman, I am sure, will see us to the carriage." "Unquestionably, madam," said Mannering, "your young friend may rely on my attention." "Farewell then," said young Hazelwood, and whispered a word in her ear, then ran down the steep hastily, as if not trusting his resolution, at a slower pace. "Where's Charles Hazelwood running?" said the invalid, who apparently was accustomed to his presence and attentions. "Where's Charles Hazelwood running? What takes him away now?" "He'll return in a little while," said Lucy gently. The sound of voices was now heard from the ruins. The reader may remember there was a communication between the castle and the beach up which the speakers had ascended. "Yes, there's a plenty of shells and seaware for manure, as you observe, and if one inclined to build a new house, which might indeed be necessary, there's a great deal of good hewn stone about this old dungeon for the devil here." "Good God," said Miss Bertram hastily to Sampson T., "is that wretch Glossen's voice? If my father sees him, it will kill him outright." Sampson wheeled perpendicularly round and moved with long strides to confront the attorney as he issued from beneath the portal arch of the ruin. "Avoid ye," he said, "avoid ye wouldst thou kill and take possession." "Come, come, Master Dominie Sampson," answered Glossen insolently, "if ye cannot preach in the pulpit, well, have no preaching here. We go by the law, my good friend, we leave the gospel to you." The very mention of this man's name had been of late a subject of the most violent irritation to the unfortunate patient. The sound of his voice now produced an instantaneous effect. Mr. Bertram started up without assistance and turned round towards him, the ghastliness of his features forming a strange contrast with the violence of his exclamations. "Out of my sight, ye viper, ye frozen viper that I warmed till ye stung me, art thou not afraid that the walls of my father's dwelling should fall and crush thee limb and bone? Are ye not afraid the very lintels of the door of Ellangowan Castle should break open and swallow you up? Were ye not friendless, houseless, penniless when I took ye by the hand? And are ye not expelling me and that innocent girl, friendless, houseless, and penniless, from the house that has sheltered us and ours for 1,000 years?" Had Glossen been alone, he would probably have slunk off, but the consciousness that a stranger was present besides the person who came with him, a sort of land surveyor, determined him to resort to impudence. The task, however, was almost too hard even for his effrontery. "Sir, Mr. Bertram, sir, you should not blame me, but your own imprudence, sir." The indignation of Mannering was mounting very high. "Sir," he said to Glossen, without entering into the merits of this controversy, "I must inform you that you have chosen a very improper place, time, and presence for it, and you will oblige me by withdrawing without more words." Glossen, being a tall, strong, muscular man, was not unwilling rather to turn upon the stranger, whom he hoped to bully, than maintain his wretched cause against his injured patron. "I do not know who you are, sir," he said, "and I shall permit no man to use such freedom with me." Mannering was naturally hot-tempered. His eyes flashed a dark light. He compressed his nether lips so closely that the blood sprung, and approaching Glossen, "Look you, sir, he said that you do not know me is of little consequence. I know you, and if you do not instantly descend that bank, without uttering a single syllable, by the heaven that is above us, you shall make but one step from the top to the bottom." The commanding tone of rightful anger silenced at once the ferocity of the bully. He hesitated, turned on his heel, and muttering something between his teeth about unwillingness to alarm the lady, relieved them of his hateful company. Mrs. Mac Candlish's postilion, who had come up in time to hear what passed, said aloud, "If he had stuck by the way, I would have lent him a heasy, the dirty scoundrel, as willingly as ever I pitched a bottle." He then stepped forward to announce that his horses were in readiness for the invalid and his daughter, but they were no longer necessary. The debilitated frame of Mr. Bertram was exhausted by this last effort of indignant anger, and when he sunk again upon his chair, he expired almost without a struggle or groan. So little alteration did the extinction of the vital spark make upon his external appearance that the screams of his daughter, when she saw his eye fix and felt his pulse stop, first announced his death to the spectators. Chapter 14. The bell strikes one, we take no note of time, but from its loss to give it then a tongue is wise in man, as if an angel spoke. I feel the solemn sound. Young. The moral which the poet has rather quaintly deduced from the necessary mode of measuring time may be well applied to our feelings respecting that portion of it which constitutes human life. We observe the aged, the infirm, and those engaged in occupations of immediate hazard trembling, as it were, upon the very brink of non-existence, but we derive no lesson from the precariousness of their tenure, until it has altogether failed, then for a moment at least. Our hopes and fears start up alarmed, and o'er life's narrow verge look down on what a fathomless abyss, a dark eternity, how surely ours. The crowd of assembled gazers and idlers at Ellangowan had followed the views of amusement, or what they called business, which brought them there, with little regard to the feelings of those who were suffering upon that occasion. Few, indeed, knew anything of the family. The father, betwixt seclusion, misfortune, and imbecility, had drifted, as it were, for many years out of the notice of his contemporaries. The daughter had never been known to them. But when the general murmur announced that the unfortunate Mr. Bertram had broken his heart in the effort to leave the mansion of his forefathers, there poured forth a torrent of sympathy like the waters from the rock, when stricken by the wand of the prophet. The ancient descent and unblemished integrity of the family were respectfully remembered above all the sacred veneration, due to misfortune which in Scotland seldom demands its tribute in vain, then claimed, and received it. Mr. Macmorland hastily announced that he would suspend all farther proceedings in the sale of the estate and other property, and relinquish the possession of the premises to the young lady, until she could consult with her friends, and provide for the burial of her father. Glossin had cowered for a few minutes under the general expression of sympathy, till hardened by observing that no appearance of popular indignation was directed his way, he had the audacity to require that the sale should proceed. "I will take it upon my own authority to adjourn it," said the sheriff substitute, "and will be responsible for the consequences. I will also give due notice, when it is again to go forward. It is for the benefit of all concerned that the lands should bring the highest price the state of the market will admit, and this is surely no time to expect it. I will take the responsibility upon myself." Glossin left the room, and the house too, with secrecy and dispatch, and it was probably well for him that he did so, since our friend Jock Jobos was already haranguing a numerous tribe of bare-legged boys on the propriety of pelting him off the estate. Some of the rooms were hastily put in order for the reception of the young lady, and of her father's dead body. Mannering now found his farther interference would be unnecessary, and might be misconstrued. He observed, too, that several families connected with that of Ellangowan, and who indeed derived their principal claim of gentility from the alliance, were now disposed to pay to their trees of genealogy a tribute which the adversity of their supposed relatives had been inadequate to call forth, and that the honor of superintending the funeral rites of the dead Godfrey Bertram, as in the memorable case of Homer's birthplace, was likely to be debated by 7 gentlemen of rank and fortune, none of whom had offered him an asylum while living. He therefore resolved, as his presence was altogether useless, to make a short tour of a fortnight, at the end of which period the adjourned sale of the estate of Ellangowan was to proceed. But before he departed, he solicited an interview with the Dominie. The poor man appeared on being informed a gentleman wanted to speak to him, with some expression of surprise in his gaunt features, to which recent sorrow had given an expression yet more grisly. He made 2 or 3 profound reverences to Mannering, and then, standing erect, patiently waited an explanation of his commands. "You are probably at a loss to guess, Mr. Sampson," said Mannering, "what a stranger may have to say to you. unless it were to request that I would undertake to train up some youth in polite letters and humane learning. But I cannot, I have yet a task to perform. No, Mr. Sampson, my wishes are not so ambitious. I have no son, and my only daughter, I presume you would not consider as a fit pupil. Of a surety no, replied the simple-minded Sampson nathless. It was I who did educate Miss Lucy, in all useful learning albeit. It was the housekeeper, who did teach her those unprofitable exercises of hemming and shaping. Well, sir, replied Mannering, it is of Miss Lucy. I meant to speak. You have, I presume, no recollection of me. Sampson, always sufficiently absent in mind, neither remembered the astrologer of past years, nor even the stranger who had taken his patron's part against Glosson, so much had his friend's sudden death embroiled his ideas. Well, that does not signify, pursued the colonel. I am an old acquaintance of the late Mr. Bertram, able and willing to assist his daughter in her present circumstances. Besides, I have thoughts of making this purchase, and I should wish things kept in order about the place. Will you have the goodness to apply this small sum in the usual family expenses? He put into the Dominie's hand a purse, containing some gold. Prodigious, exclaimed Dominie Sampson, but if your honor would tarry. Impossible, sir, impossible, said Mannering, making his escape from him. Prodigious again, exclaimed Sampson, following to the head of the stairs, still holding out the purse. But as touching this coin money, Mannering escaped downstairs as fast as possible. Prodigious, exclaimed Dominie Sampson, yet the third time now standing at the front door, but as touching this specie. But Mannering was now on horseback, and out of hearing the Dominie, who had never either in his own right, or as trustee, for another been possessed of a quarter part of this sum, though it was not above 20 guineas, took counsel, as he expressed himself, how he should demean himself. With respect unto the fine gold thus left in his charge, fortunately, he found a disinterested adviser in Macmorland, who pointed out the most proper means of disposing of it, for contributing to Miss Bertram's convenience, being no doubt the purpose to which it was destined by the bestower. Many of the neighboring gentry were now sincerely eager in pressing offers of hospitality and kindness upon Miss Bertram, but she felt a natural reluctance to enter any family for the first time as an object rather of benevolence than hospitality, and determined to wait the opinion and advice of her father's nearest female relation, Mrs. Margaret Bertram, of Singleside, an old unmarried lady, to whom she wrote an account of her present distressful situation. The funeral of the late Mr. Bertram was performed with decent privacy, and the unfortunate young lady was now to consider herself as but the temporary tenant of the house in which she had been born, and where her patience and soothing attentions had so long rocked the cradle of declining age. Her communication with Mr. Macmorland encouraged her to hope that she would not be suddenly or unkindly deprived of this asylum, but fortune had ordered otherwise. For 2 days before the appointed day for the sale of the lands and estate of Ellangowan, Macmorland daily expected the appearance of Colonel Mannering, or at least a letter containing powers to act for him, but none such arrived. Mr. Macmorland waked early in the morning, walked over to the post office. There were no letters for him. He endeavored to persuade himself that he should see Colonel Mannering to breakfast, and ordered his wife to place her best china and prepare herself accordingly. But the preparations were in vain. Could I have foreseen this, he said, I would have travelled Scotland over, but I would have found some one to bid against Glosson. Alas, such reflections were all too late. The appointed hour arrived, and the parties met in the Mason's Lodge at Kippletringan. Being the place fixed for the adjourned sale, Macmorland spent as much time in preliminaries as decency would permit, and read over the articles of sale as slowly as if he had been reading his own death warrant. He turned his eye every time the door of the room opened with hopes which grew fainter and fainter. He listened to every noise in the street of the village, and endeavored to distinguish in it the sound of hoofs or wheels. It was all in vain. A bright idea then occurred that Colonel Mannering might have employed some other person in the transaction. He would not have wasted a moment's thought upon the want of confidence in himself which such a maneuver would have evinced. But this hope also was groundless. After a solemn pause, Mr. Glosson offered the upset price for the lands and barony of Ellangowan. No reply was made, and no competitor appeared. So, after a lapse of the usual interval, by the running of a sandglass upon the intended purchaser, entering the proper sureties, Mr. Macmorland was obliged in technical terms to find and declare the sale lawfully completed, and to prefer the said Gilbert Glosson as the purchaser of the said lands. And a state the honest writer refused to partake of a splendid entertainment, with which Gilbert Glosson Esquire now of Ellangowan treated the rest of the company, and returned home in huge bitterness of spirit, which he vented in complaints against the fickleness and caprice of these Indian nabobs, who never knew what they would be at. For 10 days together Fortune generously determined to take the blame upon herself, and cut off even this vent of Macmorland's resentment. An express arrived about 6 o'clock at night, very particularly drunk, the maidservant said, with a packet from Colonel Mannering, dated 4 days back at a town about 100 miles distance from Kippletringan, containing full powers to Mr. Macmorland, or anyone whom he might employ to make the intended purchase, and stating that some family business of consequence called the Colonel himself to Westmoreland, where a letter would find him addressed to the care of Arthur Mervyn Esk of Mervyn Hall. Macmorland, in the transports of his wrath, flung the power of attorney at the head of the innocent maidservant, and was only forcibly withheld from horsewhipping the rascally messenger, by whose sloth and drunkenness the disappointment had taken place. Chapter 15. My gold is gone, my money is spent. My land now take it unto thee. Give me thy gold, good John o' the Scales, and thine for I my land shall be. Then John he did him to record draw, and John he cast him a godspenny, but for every pound that John agreed, the land I wise was well worth 3 heir of Linns. The Galwegian John o' the Scales was a more clever fellow than his prototype. He contrived to make himself heir of Lynn, without the disagreeable ceremony of telling down the good red gold. Miss Bertram no sooner heard this painful, and of late unexpected intelligence, than she proceeded in the preparations she had already made for leaving the mansion house. Immediately Mr. Macmorland assisted her in these arrangements, and pressed upon her so kindly the hospitality and protection of his roof, until she should receive an answer from her cousin, or be enabled to adopt some settled plan of life, that she felt there would be unkindness in refusing an invitation urged with such earnestness. Mrs. Macmorland was a ladylike person, and well qualified by birth and manners to receive the visit, and to make her house agreeable to Miss Bertram. A home, therefore, and an hospitable reception were secured to her, and she went on with better heart to pay the wages and receive the adieus of the few domestics of her father's family. Where there are estimable qualities on either side, this task is always affecting the present circumstances rendered it doubly so. All received their due, and even a trifle more, and with thanks and good wishes, to which some added tears, took farewell of their young mistress. There remained in the parlour only Mr. Macmorland, who came to attend his guest to his house, Dominie Sampson and Miss Bertram. And now, said the poor girl, I must bid farewell to one of my oldest and kindest friends. God bless you, Mr. Sampson, and requite to you all the kindness of your instructions to your poor pupil, and your friendship to him, that is gone, I hope. I shall often hear from you. She slid into his hand a paper containing some pieces of gold, and rose as if to leave the room. Dominie Sampson also rose, but it was to stand aghast with utter astonishment. The idea of parting from Miss Lucy, go where she might, had never once occurred to the simplicity of his understanding. He laid the money on the table. It is certainly inadequate, said Macmorland, mistaking his meaning but the circumstances. Mr. Sampson waved his hand impatiently. It is not the lucre, it is not the lucre, but that I that have ate of her father's loaf and drank of his cup for 20 years, and more do think that I am going to leave her, and to leave her in distress, and no, Miss Lucy, you need never think it. You would not consent to put forth your father's poor dog, and would you use me more than a messon? No, Miss Lucy Bertram, while I will not separate from you, ill be no burden. I have thought how to prevent that. But as Ruth said unto Naomi, entreat me not to leave thee nor to depart from thee, for whither thou goest I will go, and where thou dwellest I will dwell. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God shall be my God. Where thou deest will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death do part thee and me. During this speech, the longest ever, Dominie Sampson was known to utter. The affectionate creature's eyes streamed with tears, and neither Lucy nor Macmorland could refrain from sympathizing with this unexpected burst of feeling and attachment. Mr. Sampson, said Macmorland, after having had recourse to his snuff-box and handkerchief alternately, my house is large enough, and if you will accept of a bed there, while Miss Bertram honours us with her residence, I shall think myself very happy, and my roof much favoured, by receiving a man of your worth and fidelity. And then, with a delicacy, which was meant to remove any objection on Miss Bertram's part, to bringing with her this unexpected satellite. He added, "My business requires my frequently having occasion for a better accountant than any of my present clerks, and I should be glad to have recourse to your assistance in that way now and then." Of a surety, said Sampson, eagerly, "I understand bookkeeping by double entry and the Italian method." Our postilion had thrust himself into the room to announce his chaise and horses. He tarried unobserved during this extraordinary scene, and assured Mrs. Mac Candlish it was the most moving thing he ever saw. The death of the grey mare Pure Hizzy was neathing tilt. This trifling circumstance afterwards had consequences of greater moment to the Dominie. The visitors were hospitably welcomed by Mrs. Macmorland, to whom as well as to others her husband intimated that he had engaged Dominie Sampson's assistance to disentangle some perplexed accounts, during which occupation he would for convenience sake reside with the family. Mr. Macmorland's knowledge of the world induced him to put this colour upon the matter, aware that however honourable the fidelity of the Dominie's attachment might be both to his own heart and to the family of Ellangowan, his exterior ill qualified him to be a squire of dames, and rendered him upon the whole rather a ridiculous appendage to a beautiful young woman of 17. Dominie Sampson achieved with great zeal such tasks as Mr. Macmorland chose to entrust him with, but it was speedily observed that at a certain hour after breakfast he regularly disappeared and returned again about dinner-time the evening. He occupied in the labour of the office on Saturday. He appeared before Macmorland with a look of great triumph, and laid on the table 2 pieces of gold. "What is this for, Dominie?" said Macmorland. "First, to indemnify you of your charges in my behalf, worthy sir, and the balance for the use of Miss Lucy Bertram. But Mr. Sampson, your labour in the office much more than recompenses me. I am your debtor, my good friend." "Then be it all," said the Dominie, waving his hand, "for Miss Lucy Bertram's behoof." "Well, but Dominie, this money—" "It is honestly come by Mr. Macmorland. It is the bountiful reward of a young gentleman to whom I am teaching the tongues, reading with him 3 hours daily." A few more questions extracted from the Dominie that this liberal pupil was young Hazelwood, and that he met his preceptor daily at the house of Mrs. Mac Candlish, whose proclamation of Sampson's disinterested attachment to the young lady had procured him this indefatigable and bounteous scholar. Macmorland was much struck with what he heard. Dominie Sampson was doubtless a very good scholar and an excellent man, and the classics were unquestionably very well worth reading, yet that a young man of 20 should ride 7 miles and back again each day in the week to hold this sort of tete-a-tete of 3 hours was a zeal for literature to which he was not prepared to give entire credit. Little art was necessary to sift the Dominie, for the honest man's head never admitted any but the most direct and simple ideas. "Does Miss Bertram know how your time is engaged, my good friend?" "Surely not as yet. Mr. Charles recommended it should be concealed from her lest she should scruple to accept of the small assistance arising from it. But," he added, "it would not be possible to conceal it. Long since Mr. Charles proposed taking his lessons occasionally in this house." "Oh, he does," said Macmorland. Yes, I can understand that better. And pray, Mr. Sampson, are these 3 hours entirely spent in construing and translating?" "Doubtless no, we have also colloquial intercourse, to sweeten study nec semper arcum tendit Apollo." The querist proceeded to elicit from this Galloway Phoebus what their discourse chiefly turned upon our past meetings at Ellangowan, and truly, I think very often we discourse concerning Miss Lucy, for Mr. Charles Hazelwood in that particular resembleth me. Mr. Macmorland, when I begin to speak of her I never know when to stop, and as I say jocularly, she cheats us out of half our lessons. "Oh ho," thought Macmorland, "sits the wind in that quarter. I've heard something like this before." He then began to consider what conduct was safest for his protégé, and even for himself, for the senior Mr. Hazelwood was powerful, wealthy, ambitious, and vindictive, and looked for both fortune and title in any connection which his son might form. At length, having the highest opinion of his guests' good sense and penetration, he determined to take an opportunity when they should happen to be alone to communicate the matter to her as a simple piece of intelligence. He did so in as natural a manner as he could. "I wish you joy of your friend Mr. Sampson's good fortune, Miss Bertram. He has got a pupil who pays him 2 guineas for 12 lessons of Greek and Latin. Indeed, I am equally happy and surprised. Who can be so liberal?" "Is Colonel Mannering returned?" No, not Colonel Mannering. But what do you think of your acquaintance Mr. Charles Hazlewood, he talks of taking his lessons here. I wish we may have accommodation for him." Lucy blushed deeply. "For heaven's sake. No, Mr. Macmorland, do not let that be. Charles Hazlewood has had enough of mischief about that already." "About the classics, my dear young lady," wilfully, seeming to misunderstand her. "Most young gentlemen have so at one period or another, sure enough, but his present studies are voluntary." Miss Bertram let the conversation drop, and her host made no effort to renew it, as she seemed to pause upon the intelligence in order to form some internal resolution. The next day Miss Bertram took an opportunity of conversing with Mr. Sampson, expressing in the kindest manner her grateful thanks for his disinterested attachment, and her joy that he had got such a provision. She hinted to him that his present mode of superintending Charles Hazlewood's studies must be so inconvenient to his pupil that while that engagement lasted he had better consent to a temporary separation, and reside either with his scholar or as near him as might be. Sampson refused, as indeed she had expected. To listen a moment to this proposition, he would not quit her to be made preceptor to the Prince of Wales. "But I see," he added, "you are too proud to share my pittance, and peradventure I grow wearisome unto you." "No, indeed, you were my father's ancient, almost his only friend. I am not proud, God knows. I have no reason to be, so you shall do what you judge best in other matters. But oblige me by telling Mr. Charles Hazlewood that you had some conversation with me concerning his studies, and that I was of opinion that his carrying them on in this house was altogether impracticable, and not to be thought of." Dominie Sampson left her presence altogether crestfallen, and as he shut the door could not help muttering the varium et mutabile of Virgil. Next day, he appeared with a very rueful visage, and tendered Miss Bertram a letter. Mr. Hazlewood, he said, was to discontinue his lessons, though he had generously made up the pecuniary loss. But how will he make up the loss to himself of the knowledge he might have acquired under my instruction, even in that one article of writing? Was an hour before he could write that brief note, and destroyed many scrolls, 4 quills, and some good white paper. I would have taught him in 3 weeks a firm, current, clear, and legible hand. He should have been a calligrapher, but God's will be done. The letter contained but a few lines deeply regretting and murmuring against Miss Bertram's cruelty, who not only refused to see him, but to permit him in the most indirect manner to hear of her health and contribute to her service. But it concluded with assurances that her severity was vain, and that nothing could shake the attachment of Charles Hazlewood. Under the active patronage of Mrs. Mac Candlish, Sampson picked up some other scholars very different indeed from Charles Hazlewood in rank, and whose lessons were proportionally unproductive. Still, however, he gained something, and it was the glory of his heart to carry it to Mr. Macmorland weekly, a slight peculium, only subtracted to supply his snuff-box and tobacco-pouch. And here we must leave Kippletringan to look after our hero, lest our readers should fear they are to lose sight of him for another quarter of a century. Chapter 16. Our Polly is a sad slut, nor heeds what we have taught her. I wonder any man alive will ever rear a daughter. For when she's dressed with care, and cost all tempting fine, and gay, as men should serve a cucumber, she flings herself away. Beggar's Opera. After the death of Mr. Bertram, Mannering had set out upon a short tour, proposing to return to the neighbourhood of Ellangowan before the sale of that property should take place. He went accordingly to Edinburgh and elsewhere, and it was in his return towards the southwestern district of Scotland, in which our scene lies, that at a post town, about 100 miles from Kippletringan, to which he had requested his friend Mr. Mervyn to address his letters, he received one from that gentleman, which contained rather unpleasing intelligence. We have assumed already the privilege of acting as secretaries to this gentleman, and therefore shall present the reader with an extract from this epistle. "I beg your pardon, my dearest friend, for the pain I have given you in forcing you to open wounds so festering as those your letter referred to. I have always heard, though erroneously perhaps, that the attentions of Mr. Brown were intended for Miss Mannering. But however that were, it could not be supposed that in your situation his boldness should escape notice and chastisement. Wise men say that we resign to civil society our natural rights of self-defense, only on condition that the ordinances of law should protect us. Where the price cannot be paid, the resignation becomes void. For instance, no one supposes that I am not entitled to defend my purse and person against a highwayman as much as if I were a wild Indian, who owns neither law nor magistracy. The question of resistance or submission must be determined by my means and situation. But if armed and equal in force, I submit to injustice and violence from any man high or low, I presume, it will hardly be attributed to religious or moral feeling in me, or in anyone, but a Quaker and aggression on my honor, seems to me much the same. The insult, however trifling in itself, is one of much deeper consequence to all views in life than any wrong which can be inflicted by a depredator on the highway, and to redress the injured party is much less in the power of public jurisprudence, or rather, it is entirely beyond its reach. If any man chooses to rob Arthur Mervyn of the contents of his purse, supposing the said Arthur has not means of defense, or the skill and courage to use them, the assizes at Lancaster or Carlisle will do him justice by tucking up the robber. Yet who will say I am bound to wait for this justice, and submit to being plundered in the first instance, if I have myself the means and spirit to protect my own property? But if an affront is offered to me, submission under which is to tarnish my character for ever with men of honor, and for which the 12 judges of England, with the Chancellor to boot, can afford me no redress, by what rule of law or reason am I to be deterred from protecting what ought to be, and is so infinitely dearer to every man of honor than his whole fortune of the religious views of the matter? I shall say nothing, until I find a reverend divine who shall condemn self-defense in the article of life and property. If its propriety in that case be generally admitted, I suppose little distinction can be drawn between defense of person and goods and protection of reputation, that the latter is liable to be assailed by persons of a different rank in life, untainted perhaps in morals and fair in character, cannot affect my legal right of self-defense. I may be sorry that circumstances have engaged me in personal strife with such an individual, but I should feel the same sorrow for a generous enemy who fell under my sword in a national quarrel. I shall leave the question with the casuists, however, only observing that what I have written will not avail either the professed duellist or him who is the aggressor in a dispute of honor. I only presume to exculpate him who is dragged into the field by such an offense as, submitted to in patience, would forfeit for ever his rank and estimation in society. I am sorry you have thoughts of settling in Scotland, and yet glad that you will still be at no immeasurable distance, and that the latitude is all in our favor. To move to Westmoreland from Devonshire might make an East Indian shudder, but to come to us from Galloway or Dumfriesshire is a step, though a short one, nearer the sun. Besides, if, as I suspect, the estate in view be connected with the old haunted castle in which you played the astrologer in your northern tour some 20 years, since I have heard you too often describe the scene with comic unction, to hope you will be deterred from making the purchase, I trust, however, the hospitable gossiping laird has not run himself upon the shallows, and that his chaplain, whom you so often made us laugh at, is still in rerum natura. And here, dear Mannering, I wish I could stop, for I have incredible pain in telling the rest of my story, although I am sure I can warn you against any intentional impropriety on the part of my temporary ward, Julia Mannering. But I must still earn my college nickname of downright Dunstable in one word. Then here is the matter. Your daughter has much of the romantic turn of your disposition, with a little of that love of admiration, which all pretty women share less or more. She will besides apparently be your heiress, a trifling circumstance to those who view Julia with my eyes, but a prevailing bait to the specious, artful, and worthless. You know how I have jested with her about her soft melancholy and lonely walks at morning before anyone is up, and in the moonlight when all should be gone to bed, or set down to cards, which is the same thing. The incident which follows may not be beyond the bounds of a joke, but I had rather the jest upon it came from you than me. 2 or 3 times during the last fortnight, I heard at a late hour in the night, or very early in the morning, a flageolet play the little Hindu tune to which your daughter is so partial. I thought for some time that some tuneful domestic, whose taste for music was laid under constraint during the day, chose that silent hour to imitate the strains which he had caught up by the ear during his attendance in the drawing-room. But last night, I sat late in my study, which is immediately under Miss Mannering's apartment, and to my surprise, I not only heard the flageolet distinctly, but satisfied myself that it came from the lake under the window. Curious to know who serenaded us at that unusual hour, I stole softly to the window of my apartment. But there were other watchers than me. You may remember Miss Mannering preferred that apartment on account of a balcony which opened from her window upon the lake. Well, sir, I heard the sash of her window thrown up, the shutters opened, and her own voice in conversation with some person who answered from below This is not much ado about nothing, I could not be mistaken in her voice and such tones, so soft, so insinuating. And to say the truth, the accents from below were in passion's tenderest cadence too, but of the sense. I can say nothing. I raised the sash of my own window, that I might hear something more than the mere murmur of this Spanish rendezvous. But though I used every precaution, the noise alarmed the speakers. Down slid the young lady's casement, and the shutters were barred. In an instant the dash of a pair of oars in the water announced the retreat of the male person of the dialogue. Indeed, I saw his boat, which he rowed with great swiftness and dexterity, fly across the lake, like a 12-oared barge. Next morning, I examined some of my domestics as if by accident, and I found the gamekeeper, when making his rounds, had twice seen that boat beneath the house with a single person, and had heard the flageolet. I did not care to press any farther questions for fear of implicating Julia in the opinions of those of whom they might be asked next morning at breakfast. I dropped a casual hint about the serenade of the evening before, and I promise you Miss Mannering looked red and pale alternately. I immediately gave the circumstance such a turn as might lead her to suppose that my observation was merely casual. I have since caused a watchlight to be burnt in my library, and have left the shutters open to deter the approach of our nocturnal guest, and I have stated the severity of approaching winter and the rawness of the fogs as an objection to solitary walks. Miss Mannering acquiesced with a passiveness which is no part of her character, and which, to tell you the plain truth, is a feature about the business which I like least of all. Julia has too much of her own dear papa's disposition to be curbed in any of her humours. Were there not some little lurking consciousness that it may be as prudent to avoid debate? Now my story is told, and you will judge what you ought to do. I have not mentioned the matter to my good woman, who, a faithful secretary to her sex's foibles, would certainly remonstrate against your being made acquainted with these particulars, and might instead take it into her head to exercise her own eloquence on Miss Mannering, a faculty which, however powerful when directed against me, its legitimate object might, I fear, do more harm than good in the case. Supposed perhaps even you yourself will find it most prudent to act without remonstrating or appearing to be aware of this little anecdote. Julia is very like a certain friend of mine. She has a quick and lively imagination, and keen feelings, which are apt to exaggerate both the good and evil they find in life. She is a charming girl, however, as generous and spirited as she is lovely. I paid her the kiss you sent her with all my heart, and she wrapped my ringers for my reward with all hers. Pray return as soon as you can. Meantime, rely upon the care of yours faithfully, Arthur Mervyn. P.S. You will naturally wish to know if I have the least guess concerning the person of the serenader. In truth, I have none. There is no young gentleman of these parts, who might be in rank or fortune a match for Miss Julia, that I think at all likely to play such a character. But on the other side of the lake, nearly opposite to Mervyn Hall, is a cake house, the resort of walking gentlemen of all descriptions, poets, players, painters, musicians, who come to rave and recite and madden about this picturesque land of ours. It is paying some penalty for its beauties that they are the means of drawing this swarm of coxcombs together. But were Julia my daughter, it is one of those sort of fellows that I should fear on her account. She is generous and romantic, and writes 6 sheets a week to a female correspondent. And it's a sad thing to lack a subject in such a case, either for exercise of the feelings or of the pen. Adieu once more. Were I to treat this matter more seriously than I have done, I should do injustice to your feelings. Were I altogether to overlook it, I should discredit my own. The consequence of this letter was that, having first dispatched the faithless messenger with the necessary powers to Mr. Macmorland for purchasing the estate of Ellangowan, Colonel Mannering turned his horse's head in a more southerly direction, and neither stinted nor stayed until he arrived at the mansion of his friend Mr. Mervyn, upon the banks of one of the lakes of Westmoreland. Chapter 17. Heaven first in its mercy taught mortals their letters, for ladies in limbo and lovers in fetters, or some author who, placing his persons before ye, ungallantly leaves them to write their own story. Pope imitated. When Mannering returned to England, his first object had been to place his daughter in a seminary for female education of established character, not however finding her progress in the accomplishments which he wished her to acquire so rapid, as his impatience expected. He had withdrawn Miss Mannering from the school at the end of the first quarter, so she had only time to form an eternal friendship with Miss Matilda Marchmont, a young lady about her own age, which was nearly 18. To her faithful eye were addressed those formidable choirs which issued forth from Mervyn Hall on the wings of the post. While Miss Mannering was a guest, there the perusal of a few short extracts from these may be necessary to render our story intelligible. First extract. Alas, my dearest Matilda, what a tale is mine to tell. Misfortune from the cradle has set her seal upon your unhappy friend, that we should be severed for so slight a Gaussian ungrammatical phrase in my Italian exercise, and 3 false notes in one of Paisiello's sonatas. But it is a part of my father's character, of whom it is impossible to say whether I love, admire, or fear him the most. His success in life, and in war his habit of making every obstacle yield before the energy of his exertions, even where they seemed insurmountable. All these have given a hasty and peremptory cast to his character, which can neither endure contradiction, nor make allowance for deficiencies. Then he is himself so very accomplished. Do you know, there was a murmur half confirmed too by some mysterious words, which dropped from my poor mother, that he possesses other sciences now lost to the world, which enable the possessor to summon up before him the dark and shadowy forms of future events. Does not the very idea of such a power, or even of the high talent and commanding intellect, which the world may mistake for it, does it not, dear Matilda, throw a mysterious grandeur about its possessor? You will call this romantic. But consider, I was born in the land of talisman and spell, and my childhood lulled by tales, which you can only enjoy through the gauzy frippery of a French translation. Oh, Matilda, I wish you could have seen the dusky visages of my Indian attendants, bending in earnest devotion round the magic narrative that flowed half poetry half prose from the lips of the tale-teller. No wonder that European fiction sounds cold and meager after the wonderful effects which I have seen the romances of the East produce upon their hearers. Second extract. You are possessed, my dear Matilda, of my bosom secret in those sentiments with which I regard Brown. I will not say his memory, I am convinced he lives, and as faithful his addresses to me were countenanced by my deceased parent, imprudently countenanced, perhaps considering the prejudices of my father in favor of birth and rank. But I, then almost a girl, could not be expected surely to be wiser than her, under whose charge nature had placed me. My father, constantly engaged in military duty, I saw, but at rare intervals, and was taught to look up to him with more awe than confidence. Would to heaven it had been otherwise, it might have been better for us all at this day. Third extract. You ask me why I do not make known to my father that Brown yet lives, at least, that he survived the wound he received in that unhappy duel, and had written to my mother expressing his entire convalescence, and his hope of speedily escaping from captivity. A soldier that in the trade of war has oft slain men feels probably no uneasiness at reflecting upon the supposed catastrophe, which almost turned me into stone. And should I show him that letter, does it not follow that Brown, alive and maintaining with pertinacity the pretensions to the affections of your poor friend, for which my father formerly sought his life, would be a more formidable disturber of Colonel Mannering's peace of mind than in his supposed grave? If he escapes from the hands of these marauders, I am convinced he will soon be in England, and it will be then time to consider how his existence is to be disclosed to my father. But if, alas, my earnest and confident hope should betray me, what would it avail to tear open a mystery fraught with so many painful recollections? My dear mother had such dread of its being known, that I think she even suffered my father to suspect that Brown's attentions were directed towards herself, rather than permit him to discover their real object. And oh, Matilda, whatever respect I owe to the memory of a deceased parent, let me do justice to a living one. I cannot but condemn the dubious policy which she adopted as unjust to my father, and highly perilous to herself and me. But peace be with her ashes, her actions were guided by the heart rather than the head. And shall her daughter, who inherits all her weakness, be the first to withdraw the veil from her defects? Fourth extract. Mervyn Hall. If India be the land of magic, this, my dearest Matilda, is the country of romance. The scenery is such as nature brings together in her sublimest mood, sounding cataracts hills, which rear their scathed heads to the skylakes that, winding up the shadowy valleys, lead at every turn to yet more romantic recesses, rocks which catch the clouds of heaven. All the wildness of Salvator here, and there the fairy scenes of Claude. I am happy, too, in finding at least one object upon which my father can share my enthusiasm. An admirer of nature both as an artist and a poet, I have experienced the utmost pleasure from the observations by which he explains the character and the effect of these brilliant specimens of her power. I wish he would settle in this enchanting land. But his views lie still farther north, and he is at present absent on a tour in Scotland, looking I believe for some purchase of land, which may suit him as a residence. He is partial from early recollections to that country, so my dearest Matilda, I must be yet farther removed from you before I am established in a home, and oh how delighted shall I be when I can say come Matilda, and be the guest of your faithful Julia. I am at present the inmate of Mr. and Mrs. Mervyn, old friends of my father. The latter is precisely a good sort of woman, ladylike and housewifely, but for accomplishments or fancygood lack my dearest Matilda. Your friend might as well seek sympathy from Mrs. Teacamew. See, I have not forgot school nicknames. Mervyn is quite a different being from my father, yet he amuses and endures me. He is fat and good-natured, gifted with strong shrewd sense, and some powers of humour, but having been handsome I suppose in his youth, has still some pretension to be a beau garcon, as well as an enthusiastic agriculturist. I delight to make him scramble to the tops of eminences, and to the foot of waterfalls, and am obliged in turn to admire his turnips, his lucerne, and his timothy grass. He thinks me, I fancy, a simple romantic miss with some word, will be out beauty and some good nature, and I hold that the gentleman has good taste for the female outside, and do not expect he should comprehend my sentiments farther. So he rallies hands and hobbles, for the dear creature has got the gout too, and tells old stories of high life of which he has seen a great deal, and I listen and smile and look as pretty as pleasant, and as simple as I can, and we do very well. But alas, my dearest Matilda, how would time pass away, even in this paradise of romance, tenanted, as it is, by a pair assorting so ill with the scenes around them, were it not for your fidelity, in replying to my uninteresting details? Pray, do not fail to write 3 times a week at least. You can be at no loss what to say. Fifth extract. How shall I communicate what I have now to tell? My hand and heart still flutter so much that the task of writing is almost impossible. Did I not say that he lived? Did I not say I would not despair? How could you suggest, my dear Matilda, that my feelings, considering I had parted from him so young, rather arose from the warmth of my imagination than of my heart? Oh, I was sure that they were genuine, deceitful, as the dictates of our bosoms so frequently are. But to my tale, let it be, my friend, the most sacred as it is the most sincere pledge of our friendship. Our hours here are earlier than my heart, with its load of care, can compose itself to rest. I therefore usually take a book for an hour or two after retiring to my own room, which I think I have told you opens to a small balcony, looking down upon that beautiful lake of which I attempted to give you a slight sketch. Mervyn Hall, being partly an ancient building, and constructed with a view to defense, is situated on the verge of the lake. A stone dropped from the projecting balcony plunges into water deep enough to float a skiff. I had left my window partly unbarred, that before I went to bed I might, according to my custom, look out and see the moonlight shining upon the lake. I was deeply engaged with that beautiful scene in The Merchant of Venice, where 2 lovers, describing the stillness of a summer night, enhance on each other its charms, and was lost in the associations of story and of feeling which it awakens when I heard upon the lake the sound of a flageolet. I have told you it was Brown's favorite instrument. Who could touch it in a night which, though still and serene, was too cold and too late in the year to invite forth any wanderer for mere pleasure? I drew yet nearer the window and hearkened with breathless attention. The sounds paused a space, were then resumed, paused again, and again reached my ear, ever coming nearer and nearer. At length I distinguished plainly that little Hindu air, which you called my favorite. I have told you by whom it was taught me. The instrument, the tones were his own. Was it earthly music, or notes passing on the wind to warn me of his death? It was some time ere I could summon courage to step on the balcony. Nothing could have emboldened me to do so but the strong conviction of my mind that he was still alive, and that we should again meet. But that conviction did embolden me, and I ventured, though with a throbbing heart. There was a small skiff with a single person. Oh, Matilda, it was himself. I knew his appearance after so long an absence, and through the shadow of the night, as perfectly as if we had parted yesterday and met again in the broad sunshine. He guided his boat under the balcony and spoke to me. I hardly knew what he said, or what I replied. Indeed, I could scarcely speak for weeping. But they were joyful tears. We were disturbed by the barking of a dog at some distance, and parted, but not before he had conjured me to prepare to meet him at the same place, an hour this evening. But where and to what is all this tending? Can I answer this question? I cannot. Heaven, that saved him from death, and delivered him from captivity, that saved my father too, from shedding the blood of one who would not have blemished a hair of his head, that heaven must guide me out of this labyrinth. Enough for me the firm resolution that Matilda shall not blush for her friend my father for his daughter, nor my lover for her on whom he has fixed his affection. Chapter 18. Talk with a man out of a window, a proper saying. Much ado about nothing. We must proceed with our extracts from Miss Mannering's letters, which throw light upon natural good sense principle and feelings blemished by an imperfect education, and the folly of a misjudging mother who called her husband in her heart a tyrant until she feared him as such and read romances, until she became so enamored of the complicated intrigues which they contain as to assume the management of a little family novel of her own, and constitute her daughter a girl of 16, the principal heroine she delighted in petty mystery and intrigue and secrets, and yet trembled at the indignation which these paltry maneuvers excited in her husband's mind. Thus, she frequently entered upon a scheme, merely for pleasure or perhaps for the love of contradiction, plunged deeper into it than she was aware, endeavored to extricate herself by new arts, or to cover her error by dissimulation, became involved in meshes of her own weaving, and was forced to carry on for fear of discovery machinations, which she had at first resorted to in mere wantonness. Fortunately, the young man whom she so imprudently introduced into her intimate society, and encouraged to look up to her daughter, had a fund of principle and honest pride, which rendered him a safer intimate than Mrs. Mannering ought to have dared to hope or expect. The obscurity of his birth could alone be objected to him in every other respect. With prospects bright upon the world, he came pure love of virtue, strong desire of fame. Men watched the way his lofty mind would take, and all foretold the progress he would make. But it could not be expected that he should resist the snare which Mrs. Mannering's imprudence threw in his way, or avoid becoming attached to a young lady, whose beauty and manners might have justified his passion, even in scenes where these are more generally met with than in a remote fortress in our Indian settlements. The scenes which followed have been partly detailed in Mannering's letter to Mr. Mervyn, and to expand what is there stated into farther explanation would be to abuse the patience of our readers. We shall therefore proceed with our promised extracts from Miss Mannering's letters to her friend. 6th extract. I have seen him again, madaldassing him twice. I have used every argument to convince him that this secret intercourse is dangerous to us. Both I even pressed him to pursue his views of fortune without farther regard to me, and to consider my peace of mind as sufficiently secured by the knowledge that he had not fallen under my father's sword. He answers, but how can I detail all he has to answer? He claims those hopes as his due, which my mother permitted him to entertain, and would persuade me to the madness of a union without my father's sanction. But to this, Matilda, I will not be persuaded. I have resisted, I have subdued the rebellious feelings which arose to aid his plea. Yet how to extricate myself from this unhappy labyrinth, in which fate and folly have entangled us both? I have thought upon it, Matilda, till my head is almost giddy, nor can I conceive a better plan than to make a full confession to my father. He deserves it, for his kindness is unceasing, and I think I have observed in his character, since I have studied it more nearly, that his harsher feelings are chiefly excited where he suspects deceit or imposition, and in that respect, perhaps his character was formerly misunderstood by one who was dear to him. He has too a tinge of romance in his disposition, and I have seen the narrative of a generous action, a trait of heroism or virtuous self-denial, extract tears from him which refused to flow at a tale of mere distress. But then Brown urges that he is personally hostile to him, and the obscurity of his birth that would be indeed stumbling block. Oh, Matilda, I hope none of your ancestors ever fought at Poictiers or Agincourt. If it were not for the veneration which my father attaches to the memory of old Sir Miles Mannering, I should make out my explanation with half the tremor which must now attend it. 7th extract. I have this instant received your letter, your most welcome letter. Thanks, my dearest friend, for your sympathy and your counsels. I can only repay them with unbounded confidence. You ask me what Brown is by origin, that his descent should be so unpleasing to my father. His story is shortly told. He is of Scottish extraction, but being left an orphan, his education was undertaken by a family of relations settled in Holland. He was bred to commerce, and sent very early to one of our settlements in the East, where his guardian had a correspondent, but this correspondent was dead when he arrived in India, and he had no other resource than to offer himself as a clerk to a counting house. The breaking out of the war, and the straits to which we were at first reduced through the army, open to all young men who were disposed to embrace that mode of life, and Brown, whose genius had a strong military tendency, was the first to leave what might have been the road to wealth, and to choose that of fame. The rest of his history is well known to you. But conceive the irritation of my father, who despises commerce, though, by the way, the best part of his property was made in that honorable profession by my great-uncle, and has a particular antipathy to the Dutch. Think with what ear he would be likely to receive proposals for his only child from Van Beest Brown, educated for charity, by the house of Van Beest and Van Bruggen. Oh, Matilda, it will never do, nay, so childish I hardly can help sympathizing with his aristocratic feelings. Mrs. Van Beest Brown, the name has little to recommend it, to be sure. What children we are. 8th extract. It is all over now, Matilda. I shall never have courage to tell my father, nay, most deeply do I fear. He has already learned my secret from another quarter, which will entirely remove the grace of my communication, and ruin whatever gleam of hope I had ventured to connect with it. Yesternight Brown came as usual, and his flageolet on the lake announced his approach. We had agreed that he should continue to use this signal. These romantic lakes attract numerous visitors, who indulge their enthusiasm in visiting the scenery at all hours, and we hoped that, if Brown were noticed from the house, he might pass for one of those admirers of nature who was giving vent to his feelings through the medium of music. The sounds might also be my apology should I be observed on the balcony, but last night, while I was eagerly enforcing my plan of a full confession to my father, which he has earnestly deprecated, we heard the window of Mr. Mervyn's library, which is under my room, open softly. I signed to Brown to make his retreat, and immediately re-entered with some faint hopes that our interview had not been observed. But alas, Matilda, these hopes vanished the instant I beheld Mr. Mervyn's countenance at breakfast the next morning. He looked so provokingly intelligent and confidential, that had I dared I could have been more angry than ever I was in my life. But I must be on good behavior, and my walks are now limited within his farm precincts, where the good gentleman can amble along by my side without inconvenience. I have detected him once or twice attempting to sound my thoughts, and watch the expression of my countenance. He has talked of the flageolet more than once, and has at different times made eulogiums upon the watchfulness and ferocity of his dogs, and the regularity with which the keeper makes his rounds with a loaded fowling piece. He mentioned even man-traps and spring-guns. I should be loth to affront my father's old friend in his own house, but I do long to show him that I am my father's daughter, a fact of which Mr. Mervyn will certainly be convinced, if ever I trust my voice and temper. With a reply to these indirect hints of one thing, I am certain I am grateful to him on that account. Has not told Mrs. Mervyn, Lord help me, I should have had such lectures about the dangers of love, and the night air on the lake, the risk arising from colds, and fortune hunters, the comfort and convenience of sacque and closed windows. I cannot help trifling, Matilda, though my heart is sad enough. What Brown will do I cannot guess. I presume, however, the fear of detection prevents his resuming his nocturnal visits. He lodges at an inn on the opposite shore of the lake, under the name he tells me of Dawson. He has a bad choice in names, that must be allowed. He has not left the army, I believe, but he says nothing of his present views. To complete my anxiety, my father is returned suddenly, and in high displeasure. Our good hostess, as I learned from a bustling conversation between her housekeeper and her, had no expectation of seeing him for a week. But I rather suspect his arrival was no surprise to his friend Mr. Mervyn. His manner to me was singularly cold and constrained, sufficiently so to have damped all the courage with which I once resolved to throw myself on his generosity. He lays the blame of his being discomposed and out of humour to the loss of a purchase in the southwest of Scotland, on which he had set his heart, but I do not suspect his equanimity of being so easily thrown off its balance. His first excursion was with Mr. Mervyn's barge across the lake to the inn I have mentioned. You may imagine the agony with which I waited his return. Had he recognized Brown? Who can guess the consequence? He returned, however, apparently without having made any discovery. I understand that, in consequence of his late disappointment, he means now to hire a house in the neighborhood of this same Ellangowan, of which I am doomed to hear so much. He seems to think it probable that the estate for which he wishes may soon be again in the market. I will not send away this letter until I hear more distinctly what are his intentions. I have now had an interview with my father, as confidential as I presume he means to allow me. He requested me today, after breakfast, to walk with him into the library. My knees, Matilda, shook under me, And it is no exaggeration to say, I could scarce follow him into the room. I feared I knew not what from my childhood I had seen all around him tremble at his frown. He motioned me to seat myself, and I never obeyed a command so readily, for in truth, I could hardly stand. He himself continued to walk up and down the room. You have seen my father and noticed, I recollect the remarkably expressive cast of his features. His eyes are naturally rather light in color, but agitation or anger gives them a darker and more fiery glance. He has a custom also of drawing in his lips, when much moved, which implies a combat between native ardor of temper and the habitual power of self-command. This was the first time we had been alone since his return from Scotland, and as he betrayed these tokens of agitation, I had little doubt that he was about to enter upon the subject I most dreaded. To my unutterable relief, I found I was mistaken, and that whatever he knew of Mr. Mervyn's suspicions or discoveries, he did not intend to converse with me on the topic. Coward as I was inexpressibly relieved, though if he had really investigated the reports which may have come to his ear, the reality could have been nothing to what his suspicions might have conceived. But though my spirits rose high at my unexpected escape, I had not courage myself to provoke the discussion, and remained silent to receive his commands. Julia, he said, my agent writes me from Scotland that he has been able to hire a house for me decently furnished, and with the necessary accommodation for my family. It is within 3 miles of that I had designed to purchase. Then he made a pause, and seemed to expect an answer. Whatever place of residence suits you, sir, must be perfectly agreeable to me. I do not propose, however, Julia, that you shall reside quite alone in this house during the winter. Mr. and Mrs. Mervyn, thought I to myself, whatever company is agreeable to you, sir, I answered aloud. Oh, there is a little too much of this universal spirit of submission, an excellent disposition in action, but your constantly repeating the jargon of it puts me in mind of the eternal salaams of our black dependents in the East. In short, Julia, I know you have a relish for society, and I intend to invite a young person, the daughter of a deceased friend, to spend a few months with us. Not a governess, for the love of heaven, papa, exclaimed poor I, my fears at that moment totally getting the better of my prudence. No, not a governess, Miss Mannering, replied the colonel somewhat sternly, but a young lady from whose excellent example, bred as she has been in the school of adversity, I trust you may learn the art to govern yourself. To answer this was trenching upon too dangerous ground, so there was a pause. Is the young lady a Scotchwoman, papa? Yes, truly enough. Has she much of the accent, sir? Much of the devil, answered my father hastily. Do you think I care about as and ahs and is and ease? I tell you, Julia, I am serious in the matter. You have a genius for friendship, that is for running up intimacies, which you call such. Was not this very harshly said? Matilda, now, I wish to give you an opportunity at least to make one deserving friend, and therefore I have resolved that this young lady shall be a member of my family for some months, and I expect you will pay to her that attention which is due to misfortune and virtue. Certainly, sir, is my future friend, red-haired. He gave me one of his stern glances. You will say perhaps I deserved it, but I think the deuce prompts me with teasing questions on some occasions. She is as superior to you, my love, in personal appearance, as in prudence and affection for her friends. Lord Papa, do you think that superiority a recommendation? Well, sir, but I see you are going to take all this too seriously. Whatever the young lady may be, I am sure, being recommended by you, she shall have no reason to complain of my want of attention. After a pause, has she any attendant, because you know, I must provide for her proper accommodation, if she is without one. And no, not properly an attendant. The chaplain who lived with her father is a very good sort of man, and I believe I shall make room for him in the house. Chaplain, papa, Lord bless us. Yes, Miss Mannering, chaplain. Is there anything very new in that word? Had we not a chaplain at the residence when we were in India? Yes, papa, but you was a commandant then. So I will be now, Miss Mannering, in my own family at least. Certainly, sir, but will he read us the Church of England service? The apparent simplicity with which I asked this question got the better of his gravity. Come, Julia, he said, you are a sad girl. But I gain nothing by scolding you of these two strangers. The young lady is one whom you cannot fail, I think, to love. The person whom, for want of a better term, I called chaplain, is a very worthy and somewhat ridiculous personage, who will never find out you laugh at him, if you don't laugh very loud indeed. Dear papa, I am delighted with that part of his character, but pray, is the house we are going to as pleasantly situated as this? Not perhaps as much to your taste, there is no lake under the windows, and you will be under the necessity of having all your music within doors. This last coup de main ended the keen encounter of our wits, for you may believe, Matilda, it quelled all my courage to reply. Yet my spirits, as perhaps will appear too manifest from this dialogue, have risen insensibly, and as it were in spite of myself, brown alive and free, and in England embarrassment and anxiety, I can, and must endure. We leave this in 2 days for our new residence. I shall not fail to let you know what I think of these Scotch inmates, whom I have but too much reason to believe. My father means to quarter in his house as a brace of honourable spies, a sort of female Rosencrantz, and Reverend Guildenstern one in tartan, petticoats the other, in a cassock. What a contrast to the society I would willingly have secured to myself. I shall write instantly on my arriving at our new place of abode, and acquaint my dearest Matilda with the farther fates off her. Julia Mannering. Chapter 19. Which sloping hills around enclose, where many a beech and brown oak grows, beneath whose dark and branching bowers its tides a Farfandy river pours, by nature's beauties taught to please. Sweet Tusculan of rural easel, Wharton's Woodbourne, the habitation which Mannering, by Mr. Macmorland's mediation, had hired for a season, was a large, comfortable mansion, snugly situated beneath a hill covered with wood, which shrouded the house upon the north and east. The front looked upon a little lawn bordered by a grove of old trees. Beyond were some arable fields extending down to the river, which was seen from the windows of the house, a tolerable though old-fashioned garden, a well-stocked dovecot, and the possession of any quantity of ground, which the convenience of the family might require, rendered the place in every respect suitable, as the advertisements have it, for the accommodation of a genteel family. Here then Mannering resolved for some time at least to set up the staff of his rest. Though an East Indian, he was not partial to an ostentatious display of wealth. In fact, he was too proud a man to be a vain one. He resolved therefore to place himself upon the footing of a country gentleman of easy fortune, without assuming or permitting his household to assume any of the fast, which then was considered as characteristic of a nabob. He had still his eye upon the purchase of Ellangowan, which Macmorland conceived Mr. Glosson would be compelled to part with, as some of the creditors disputed his title to retain so large a part of the purchase money in his own hands, and his power to pay it was much questioned in that case. Macmorland was assured he would readily give up his bargain if tempted with something above the price which he had stipulated to pay. It may seem strange that Mannering was so much attached to a spot which he had only seen once, and that for a short time in early life, but the circumstances which passed there had laid a strong hold on his imagination. There seemed to be a fate which conjoined the remarkable passages of his own family history with those of the inhabitants of Ellangowan, and he felt a mysterious desire to call the terrace his own, from which he had read in the Book of Heaven, a fortune strangely accomplished in the person of the infant heir of that family, and corresponding so closely with one which had been strikingly fulfilled in his own. Besides, when once this thought had got possession of his imagination, he could not without great reluctance brook the idea of his plan being defeated, and by a fellow like Glosson so pride came to the aid of fancy, and both combined to fortify his resolution to buy the estate if possible. Let us do Mannering justice. A desire to serve the distressed had also its share in determining him. He had considered the advantage which Julia might receive from the company of Lucy Bertram, whose genuine prudence and good sense could so surely be relied upon. This idea had become much stronger since Macmorland had confided to him, under the solemn seal of secrecy, the whole of her conduct towards young Haslewood, to propose to her to become an inmate in his family, if distant from the scenes of her youth, and the few whom she called friends would have been less delicate, but at Woodbourne she might without difficulty be induced to become the visitor of a season, without being depressed into the situation of an humble companion. Lucy Bertram, with some hesitation, accepted the invitation to reside a few weeks with Miss Mannering. She felt too well that however the Colonel's delicacy might disguise the truth, his principal motive was a generous desire to afford her his countenance and protection, which his high connections and higher character were likely to render influential in the neighborhood. About the same time, the orphan girl received a letter from Mrs. Bertram, the relation to whom she had written as cold and comfortless as could well be imagined. It enclosed indeed a small sum of money, but strongly recommended economy, and that Miss Bertram should board herself in some quiet family either at Kippletringan or in the neighborhood, assuring her that though her own income was very scanty, she would not see her kinswoman want Miss Bertram shed some natural tears over this cold-hearted epistle, for in her mother's time, this good lady had been a guest at Ellangowan for nearly 3 years, and it was only upon succeeding to a property of about a year that she had taken farewell of that hospitable mansion, which otherwise might have had the honor of sheltering her, until the death of its owner Lucy was strongly inclined to return the paltry donation, which after some struggles with avarice pride had extorted from the old lady, but on consideration, she contented herself with writing that she accepted it as a loan which she hoped in a short time to repay, and consulted her relative upon the invitation she had received from Colonel and Miss Mannering. This time, the answer came in course of post. So fearful was Mrs. Bertram that some frivolous delicacy, or nonsense as she termed it, might induce her cousin to reject such a promising offer and thereby at the same time to leave herself still a burden upon her relations. Lucy, therefore, had no alternative, unless she preferred continuing a burden upon the worthy Macmorlands, who were too liberal to be rich. Those kinsfolk, who formerly requested the favour of her company, had of late either silently, or with expressions of resentment, that she should have preferred Macmorland's invitation to theirs, gradually withdrawn their notice. The fate of Dominie Sampson would have been deplorable had it depended upon anyone, except Mannering, who was an admirer of originality. For a separation from Lucy Bertram would have certainly broken his heart. Macmorland had given a full account of his proceedings towards the daughter of his patron. The answer was a request from Mannering to know whether the Dominie still possessed that admirable virtue of taciturnity, by which he was so notably distinguished at Ellangowan. Macmorland replied in the affirmative. "Let Mr. Sampson know," said the Colonel's next letter, "that I shall want his assistance to catalogue and put in order the library of my uncle, the bishop, which I have ordered to be sent down by sea. I shall also want him to copy and arrange some papers. Fix his salary at what you think befitting. Let the poor man be properly dressed, and accompany his young lady to Woodbourne." Honest Macmorland received this mandate with great joy, but pondered much upon executing that part of it which related to newly attiring the worthy Dominie. He looked at him with a scrutinizing eye, and it was but too plain that his present garments were daily waxing more deplorable. To give him money, and bid him go and furnish himself, would be only giving him the means of making himself ridiculous, for when such a rare event arrived to Mr. Sampson, as the purchase of new garments, the additions which he made to his wardrobe by the guidance of his own taste, usually brought all the boys of the village after him for many days. On the other hand, to bring a tailor to measure him, and send home his clothes, as for a schoolboy, would probably give offence. At length, Macmorland resolved to consult Miss Bertram, and request her interference. She assured him that though she could not pretend to superintend a gentleman's wardrobe, nothing was more easy than to arrange the Dominie's. At Ellangowan, she said, whenever my poor father thought any part of the Dominie's dress wanted renewal, a servant was directed to enter his room by night, for he sleeps as fast as a dormouse, carry off the old vestment, and leave the new one, nor could anyone observe that the Dominie exhibited the least consciousness of the change put upon him on such occasions. Macmorland, in conformity with Miss Bertram's advice, procured a skilful artist, who on looking at the Dominie attentively undertook to make for him 2 suits of clothes, one black and one revengry, and even engaged that they should fit him as well, at least. So the tailor qualified his enterprise, as a man of such an outweighed build could be fitted by merely human needles and shears. When this fashioner had accomplished his task, and the dresses were brought home, Macmorland, judiciously resolving to accomplish his purpose, by degrees withdrew that evening an important part of his dress, and substituted the new article of raiment in its stead. Perceiving that this passed totally without notice, he next ventured on the waistcoat, and lastly on the coat. When fully metamorphosed and arrayed for the first time in his life in a decent dress, they did observe that the Dominie seemed to have some indistinct and embarrassing consciousness that a change had taken place on his outward man. Whenever they observed this dubious expression gather upon his countenance, accompanied with a glance that fixed now upon the sleeve of his coat, now upon the knees of his breeches, where he probably missed some antique patching and darning, which being executed with blue thread upon a black ground, had somewhat the effect of embroidery, they always took care to turn his attention into some other channel, until his garments by the aid of use cleaved to their mold. The only remark he was ever known to make on the subject was that the air of a town like Kippletringan seemed favourable unto wearing apparel, for he thought his coat looked almost as new as the first day he put it on, which was when he went to stand trial for his license as a preacher. When the Dominie first heard the liberal proposal of Colonel Mannering, he turned a jealous and doubtful glance towards Miss Bertram, as if he suspected that the project involved their separation. But when Mr. Macmorland hastened to explain that she would be a guest at Woodbourne for some time, he rubbed his huge hands together and burst into a portentous sort of chuckle like that of the Afrite in the tale of the Caliph Vathek. After this unusual explosion of satisfaction, he remained quite passive in all the rest of the transaction. It had been settled that Mr. and Mrs. Macmorland should take possession of the house a few days before Mannering's arrival, both to put everything in perfect order and to make the transference of Miss Bertram's residence from their family to his as easy and delicate as possible. Accordingly, in the beginning of the month of December, the party were settled at Woodbourne. Chapter 20. A gigantic genius fit to grapple with whole libraries. Boswell's Life of Johnson. The appointed day arrived when the Colonel and Miss Mannering were expected at Woodbourne. The hour was fast approaching, and the little circle within doors had each their separate subjects of anxiety. Macmorland naturally desired to attach to himself the patronage and countenance of a person of Mannering's wealth, and consequence, he was aware from his knowledge of mankind that Mannering, though generous and benevolent, had the foible of expecting and exacting a minute compliance with his directions. He was therefore racking his recollection to discover if everything had been arranged to meet the Colonel's wishes and instructions, and under this uncertainty of mind, he traversed the house more than once from the garret to the stables. Mrs. Macmorland revolved in a lesser orbit, comprehending the dining parlor, housekeeper's room, and kitchen. She was only afraid that the dinner might be spoiled to the discredit of her housewifely accomplishments. Even the usual passiveness of the Dominie was so far disturbed that he twice went to the window, which looked out upon the avenue, and twice exclaimed, "Why tarry the wheels of their chariot?" Lucy, the most quiet of the expectants, had her own melancholy thoughts. She was now about to be consigned to the charge, almost to the benevolence of strangers, with whose character, though hitherto very amiably displayed, she was but imperfectly acquainted. The moments, therefore, of suspense passed anxiously and heavily. At length the trampling of horses and the sound of wheels were heard. The servants who had already arrived drew up in the hall to receive their master and mistress, with an importance and empressement which to Lucy, who had never been accustomed to society or witnessed what is called the manners of the great, had something alarming. Macmorland went to the door to receive the master and mistress of the family, and in a few moments they were in the drawing-room. Mannering, who had travelled as usual on horseback, entered with his daughter hanging upon his arm. She was of the middle size, or rather less, but formed with much elegance. Piercing dark eyes and jet-black hair of great length corresponded with the vivacity and intelligence of features in which were blended a little haughtiness and a little bashfulness, a great deal of shrewdness, and some power of humorous sarcasm. "I shall not like her," was the result of Lucy Bertram's first glance, and yet "I rather think I shall" was the thought excited by the second. Miss Mannering was furred and mantled up to the throat. Against the severity of the weather, the Colonel, in his military greatcoat, he bowed to Mrs. Macmorland, whom his daughter also acknowledged with a fashionable courtesy, not dropped so low as at all to incommode her person. The Colonel then led his daughter up to Miss Bertram, and taking the hand of the latter with an air of great kindness and almost paternal affection, he said, "Julia, this is the young lady whom I hope our good friends have prevailed on to honor our house with a long visit. I shall be much gratified indeed if you can render Woodbourne as pleasant to Miss Bertram as Ellangowan was to me when I first came as a wanderer into this country." The young lady courtesied acquiescence, and took her new friend's hand. Mannering now turned his eye upon the Dominie, who had made bows since his entrance into the room, sprawling out his leg, and bending his back like an automaton, which continues to repeat the same movement until the motion is stopped by the artist. "My good friend Mr. Sampson," said Mannering, introducing him to his daughter, and darting at the same time a reproving glance at the damsel. Notwithstanding he had himself some disposition to join her too obvious inclination to risibility, "this gentleman, Julia, is to put my books in order when they arrive, and I expect to derive great advantage from his extensive learning. I am sure we are obliged to the gentleman, papa, and to borrow a ministerial mode of giving thanks, I shall never forget the extraordinary countenance he has been pleased to show us, But Miss Bertram continued she hastily, for her father's brows began to darken. "We have traveled a good way, will you permit me to retire before dinner?" This intimation dispersed all the company save the Dominie, who, having no idea of dressing, but when he was to rise, or of undressing, but when he meant to go to bed, remained by himself, chewing the cud of a mathematical demonstration, until the company again assembled in the drawing-room, and from thence adjourned to the dinning-parlour. When the day was concluded, Mannering took an opportunity to hold a minute's conversation with his daughter in private. "How do you like your guests, Julia?" "Oh, Miss Bertram, of all things. But this is a most original parson. Why, dear sir, no human being will be able to look at him without laughing. While he is under my roof, Julia, everyone must learn to do so." "Lord Papa, the very footmen could not keep their gravity." "Then let them strip off my livery," said the colonel, and laugh at their leisure. "Mr. Sampson is a man whom I esteem for his simplicity and benevolence of character." "Oh, I am convinced of his generosity too," said this lively lady. "He cannot lift a spoonful of soup to his mouth without bestowing a share on everything round." "Julia, you are incorrigible, but remember, I expect your mirth on this subject to be under such restraint that it shall neither offend this worthy man's feelings, nor those of Miss Bertram, who may be more apt to feel upon his account than he on his own. And so good night, my dear. And recollect, that though Mr. Sampson has certainly not sacrificed to the graces, there are many things in this world more truly deserving of ridicule than either awkwardness of manners or simplicity of character." In a day or two, Mr. and Mrs. Macmorland left Woodbourne, after taking an affectionate farewell of their late guest. The household were now settled in their new quarters. The young ladies followed their studies and amusements together. Colonel Mannering was agreeably surprised to find that Miss Bertram was well skilled in French and Italian, thanks to the assiduity of Dominie Sampson, whose labor had silently made him acquainted with most modern as well as ancient languages. Of music she knew little or nothing, but her new friend undertook to give her lessons in exchange, for which she was to learn from Lucy the habit of walking and the art of riding, and the courage necessary to defy the season. Mannering was careful to substitute for their amusement in the evening such books as might convey some solid instruction with entertainment, and as he read aloud with great skill and taste, the winter nights passed pleasantly away. Society was quickly formed, where there were so many inducements. Most of the families of the neighborhood visited Colonel Mannering, and he was soon able to select from among them such as best suited his taste and habits. Charles Hazelwood held a distinguished place in his favor, and was a frequent visitor, not without the consent and approbation of his parents, for there was no knowing, they thought, what assiduous attention might produce, and the beautiful Miss Mannering, of high family with an Indian fortune, was a prize worth looking after. Dazzled with such a prospect, they never considered the risk, which had once been some object of their apprehension, that his boyish and inconsiderate fancy might form an attachment to the penniless Lucy Bertram, who had nothing on earth to recommend her but a pretty face, good birth, and a most amiable disposition. Mannering was more prudent. He considered himself acting as Miss Bertram's guardian, and while he did not think it incumbent upon him altogether to check her intercourse with a young gentleman for whom, excepting in wealth, she was a match in every respect, he laid it under such insensible restraints as might prevent any engagement or eclaircissement taking place, until the young man should have seen a little more of life and of the world, and have attained that age when he might be considered as entitled to judge for himself in the matter in which his happiness was chiefly interested. While these matters engaged the attention of the other members of the Woodbourne family, Dominie Sampson was occupied body and soul in the arrangement of the late bishop's library, which had been sent from Liverpool by sea, and conveyed by 30 or 40 carts from the seaport, at which it was landed. Sampson's joy at beholding the ponderous contents of these chests arranged upon the floor of the large apartment, from whence he was to transfer them to the shelves, baffles all description. He grinned like an ogre, swung his arms like the sails of a windmill, shouted prodigious, till the roof rung to his raptures. He had never, he said, seen so many books together, except in the college library, and now his dignity and delight in being superintendent of the collection raised him, in his own opinion, almost to the rank of the academical librarian, whom he had always regarded as the greatest and happiest man on earth. Neither were his transports diminished upon a hasty examination of the contents of these volumes, some indeed of belles letters, poems, plays, or memoirs he tossed indignantly aside with the implied censure, offsha, or frivolous, But the greater and bulkier part of the collection bore a very different character. The deceased prelate, a divine of the old and deeply learned caste, had loaded his shelves with volumes, which displayed the antique and venerable attributes so happily described by a modern poet. That weight of wood with leathern coat o'erlaid, those ample clasps of solid metal made, the close breast leaves unuphead for many an A, the dull red edging of the well-filled page, on the broad back the stubborn ridges rolled, where yet the title stands in tarnished gold. Books of theology and controversial divinity commentaries, and polyglot sets of the Fathers and sermons, which might each furnish forth 10 brief discourses of modern-date books of science, ancient and modern classical authors in their best and rarest form such, formed the late bishop's venerable library. And, over such the eye of Dominie Sampson gloated with rapture, he entered them in the catalogue, in his best running hand, forming each letter with the accuracy of a lover writing a valentine, and placed each individually on the destined shelf, with all the reverence which I have seen a lady pay to a jar of china. With all this zeal, his labors advanced slowly. He often opened a volume when halfway up the library steps fell upon some interesting passage, and without shifting, his inconvenient posture continued immersed in the fascinating perusal, until the servant pulled him by the skirts to assure him that dinner waited. He then repaired to the parlor, bolted his food down his capacious throat, in squares of 3 inches, answered aye and no at random, to whatever question was asked at him, and again hurried back to the library, as soon as his napkin was removed, and sometimes with it hanging round his neck like a pinafore. How happily the days of Thalaba went by! And having thus left the principal characters of our tale in a situation which, being sufficiently comfortable to themselves, is of course utterly uninteresting to the reader, we take up the history of a person who has as yet only been named, and who has all the interest that uncertainty and misfortune can give. Chapter 21. What say'st thou, wise one, that all powerful can fortune's strong impediments remove? Nor is it strange that worth should wed to worth, the pride of genius with the pride of birth. Crab. Roman 5 Brown eye will not give at full length his thrice unhappy name had been from infancy a ball for fortune to spurn at, but nature had given him that elasticity of mind which rises higher from the rebound. His form was tall, manly, and active, and his features corresponded with his person, for although far from regular, they had an expression of intelligence and good humor, and when he spoke, or was particularly animated, might be decidedly pronounced interesting. His manner indicated the military profession which had been his choice, and in which he had now attained the rank of captain. The person who succeeded Colonel Mannering in his command, having labored to repair the injustice which Brown had sustained by that gentleman's prejudice against him. But this, as well as his liberation from captivity, had taken place after Mannering left India. Brown followed at no distant period, his regiment being recalled home. His first inquiry was after the family of Mannering, and easily learning their route northward, he followed it with the purpose of resuming his addresses to Julia. With her father he deemed he had no measures to keep, for ignorant of the more venomous belief which had been instilled into the colonel's mind. He regarded him as an oppressive aristocrat, who had used his power as a commanding officer to deprive him of the preferment due to his behavior, and who had forced upon him a personal quarrel without any better reason than his attentions to a pretty young woman agreeable to herself, and permitted and countenanced by her mother. He was determined therefore to take no rejection unless from the young lady herself, believing that the heavy misfortunes of his painful wound and imprisonment were direct injuries received from the father which might dispense with his using much ceremony towards him. How far his scheme had succeeded, when his nocturnal visit was discovered by Mr. Mervyn, our readers are already informed. Upon this unpleasant occurrence, Captain Brown absented himself from the inn in which he had resided under the name of Dawson, so that Colonel Mannering's attempts to discover and trace him were unavailing. He resolved, however, that no difficulties should prevent his continuing his enterprise, while Julia left him a ray of hope. The interest he had secured in her bosom was such as she had been unable to conceal from him, and with all the courage of romantic gallantry, he determined upon perseverance. But we believe the reader will be as well pleased to learn his mode of thinking and intention from his own communication to his special friend and confidant Captain de Lazara, a Swiss gentleman who had a company in his regiment. Extract. Let me hear from you soon, dear de Lazara. Remember, I can learn nothing about regimental affairs, but through your friendly medium, And I long to know what has become of Eyre's court-martial, and whether Elliot gets the majority, also how recruiting comes on, and how the young officers like the mess of our kind friend the lieutenant colonel. I need ask nothing. I saw him, as I passed through Nottingham, happy in the bosom of his family. What a happiness it is, Philip, for us poor devils, that we have a little resting-place between the camp and the grave, if we can manage to escape disease and steal and lead and the effects of hard living. A retired old soldier is always a graceful and respected character. He grumbles a little now and then, but then his is licensed murmuring were a lawyer or a physician or a clergyman to breathe a complaint of hard luck or want of preferment. 100 tongues would blame his own incapacity as the cause, but the most stupid veteran that ever faltered out the thrice-told tale of a siege and a battle and a cock and a bottle is listened to with sympathy and reverence when he shakes his thin locks and talks with indignation of the boys that are put over head. And you and I, de Lazara, foreigners, both, for what am I the better that I was originally a Scotchman, since could I prove my descent the English would hardly acknowledge me. A countryman we may boast that we have fought out our preferment, and gained that by the sword which we had not money to compass. Otherwise the English are a wise people while they praise themselves, and affect to undervalue all other nations. They leave us luckily trapdoors and backdoors open, by which we strangers less favored by nature may arrive at a share of their advantages, and thus they are in some respects like a boastful landlord, who exalts the value and flavor of his 6-year-old mutton, while he is delighted to dispense a share of it to all the company. In short, you whose proud family, and I whose hard fate made us soldiers of fortune, have the pleasant recollection that in the British service stop where we may upon our career, it is only for want of money to pay the turnpike, and not from our being prohibited to travel the road. If therefore you can persuade little Wyshel to come into ours, for God's sake, let him by the ensigncy live, prudently mind his duty, and trust to the fates for promotion. And now, I hope you are expiring with curiosity to learn the end of my romance. I told you I had deemed it convenient to make a few days' tour on foot among the mountains of Westmoreland, with Dudley, a young English artist with whom I have formed some acquaintance. A fine fellow, this you must know, de Lazara. He paints tolerably, draws beautifully, converses well, and plays charmingly on the flute, and though thus well entitled to be a coxcomb of talent, is in fact a modest, unpretending young man. On our return from our little tour, I learned that the enemy had been reconnoitring. Mr. Mervyn's barge had crossed the lake. I was informed by my landlord, with the squire himself and a visitor. What sort of person, landlord? Why, he was a dark, office-looking moan at they called Colonel Squire. Mervyn questioned me as close as I had been at sizes. I had guessed Mr. Dawson. I told you that was my feigned name, but I told him not of your vagaries, and going out a-laking in the mere anoints not I, and I can make no sport isse spoil none, and Squire Mervyn's as cross as poicrust to moan. He's I maundering and my guests, but land beneath his house, though it be marked for the 4th station in the survey. Noa een, let unsmell things out o' themselves for Joe Hodges. You will allow there was nothing for it after this, but paying honest Joe Hodges' bill and departing, unless I had preferred making him my confidant, for which I felt in no way inclined. Besides, I learned that our Sidevant colonel was on full retreat for Scotland, carrying off poor Julia. Along with him, I understand, from those who conduct the heavy baggage, that he takes his winter quarters at a place called Woodbourne in Shire in Scotland. He will be all on the alert just now, so I must let him enter his entrenchments without any new alarm. And then my good colonel, to whom I owe so many grateful thanks, pray look to your defense. I protest to you, de Lazara, I often think there is a little contradiction enters into the ardor of my pursuit. I think I would rather bring this haughty, insulting man to the necessity of calling his daughter Mrs. Brown, than I would wed her with his full consent, and with the king's permission to change my name for the style and arms of Mannering, though his whole fortune went with them. There is only one circumstance that chills me a little. Julia is young and romantic. I would not willingly hurry her into a step which her riper years might disapprove, nor would I like to have her upbraid me were it, but with a glance of her eye, with having ruined her fortunes, far less give her reason to say, as some have not been slow to tell their lords, that had I left her time for consideration, she would have been wiser, and done better. No, de Lazara, this must not be. The picture presses close upon me, because I am aware a girl in Julia's situation has no distinct and precise idea of the value of the sacrifice she makes. She knows difficulties only by name, and if she thinks of love and a farm, it is a firm orny, such as is only to be found in poetic description, or in the park of a gentleman of 12,000 a year. she would be ill prepared for the privations of that real Swiss cottage we have so often talked of, and for the difficulties which must necessarily surround us even before we attain that haven. This must be a point clearly ascertained, although Julia's beauty and playful tenderness have made an impression on my heart never to be erased. I must be satisfied that she perfectly understands the advantages she forgoes before she sacrifices them for my sake. Am I too proud de Lazara, when I trust that even this trial may terminate favorably to my wishes? Am I too vain, when I suppose that the few personal qualities which I possess with means of competence, however moderate, and the determination of consecrating my life to her happiness, may make amends for all I must call upon her to forgo, or will a difference of dress, of attendance, of style, as it is called, of the power of shifting at pleasure the scenes, in which she seeks amusement, will these outweigh in her estimation the prospect of domestic happiness, and the interchange of unabating affection? I say nothing of her father. His good and evil qualities are so strangely mingled that the former are neutralized by the latter, and that which she must regret as a daughter is so much blended with what she would gladly escape from that I place the separation of the father and child as a circumstance which weighs little in her remarkable case. Meantime, I keep up my spirits, as I may. I have incurred too many hardships and difficulties to be presumptuous or confident in success, and I have been too often and too wonderfully extricated from them to be despondent. I wish you saw this country. I think the scenery would delight you. At least it often brings to my recollection your glowing descriptions of your native country to me. It has in a great measure the charm of novelty of the Scottish hills, though born among them, as I have always been assured. I have but an indistinct recollection. Indeed, my memory rather dwells upon the blank which my youthful mind experienced in gazing on the levels of the Isle of Zealand, than on anything which preceded that feeling. But I am confident from that sensation, as well as from the recollections which preceded it, that hills and rocks have been familiar to me at an early period, and that though now only remembered by contrast, and by the blank which I felt while gazing around for them in vain, they must have made an indelible impression on my infant imagination. I remember, when we first mounted that celebrated pass in the Mysore country, while most of the others felt only awe and astonishment at the height and grandeur of the scenery, I rather shared your feelings, and those of Cameron, whose admiration of such wild rocks was blended with familiar love derived from early association. Despite my Dutch education, a blue hill to me is as a friend, and a roaring torrent like the sound of a domestic song that hath soothed my infancy. I never felt the impulse so strongly as in this land of lakes and mountains, and nothing grieves me so much as that duty prevents your being with me in my numerous excursions among recesses. Some drawings I have attempted, but I succeed vilely. Dudley, on the contrary, draws delightfully with that rapid touch which seems like magic, while I labor and botch and make this too heavy, and that too light, and produce at last a base caricature. I must stick to the flageolet, for music is the only one of the fine arts which deigns to acknowledge me. Did you know that Colonel Mannering was a draftsman? I believe not, for he scorned to display his accomplishments to the view of a subaltern. He draws beautifully, however. Since he and Julia left Mervyn Hall, Dudley was sent for there. The squire, it seems, wanted a set of drawings, made up of which Mannering had done the first 4, but was interrupted by his hasty departure in his purpose of completing them. Dudley says he has seldom seen anything so masterly, though slight, and each had attached to it a short poetical description. Is Saul, you will say, among the prophets? Colonel Mannering write poetry? Why, surely this man must have taken all the pains to conceal his accomplishments that others do to display theirs. How reserved and unsociable he appeared among us, how little disposed to enter into any conversation which could become generally interesting. And then his attachment to that unworthy archer, so much below him in every respect, and all this because he was the brother of Viscount Archerfield, a poor Scottish peer. I think, if Archer had longer survived the wounds in the affair of Cuddiborough, he would have told something that might have thrown light upon the inconsistencies of this singular man's character. He repeated to me more than once, "I have that to say which will alter your hard opinion of our late colonel." But death pressed him too hard, and if he owed me any atonement, which some of his expressions seemed to imply, he died before it could be made. I propose to make a further excursion through this country, while this fine frosty weather serves, and Dudley, almost as good a walker as myself, goes with me for some part of the way. We part on the borders of Cumberland, when he must return to his lodgings in Marybone, up 3 pair of stairs, and labor at what he calls the commercial part of his profession. There cannot, he says, be such a difference betwixt any two portions of existence as between that in which the artist, if an enthusiast, collects the subjects of his drawings, and that which must necessarily be dedicated to turning over his portfolio and exhibiting them to the provoking indifference or more provoking criticism of fashionable amateurs during the summer of my year. Says Dudley, I am as free as a wild Indian enjoying myself at liberty amid the grandest scenes of nature, while during my winters and springs I am not only cabined, cribbed, and confined in a miserable garret, but condemned to as intolerable subservience to the humour of others, and to as indifferent company as if I were a literal galley slave. I have promised him your acquaintance de Lazara. You will be delighted with his specimens of art, and he with your Swiss fanaticism for mountains and torrents. When I lose Dudley's company, I am informed that I can easily enter Scotland by stretching across a wild country in the upper part of Cumberland, and that route I shall follow to give the colonel time to pitch his camp. Ere I reconnoitre his position adieu de Lazara, I shall hardly find another opportunity of writing, till I reach Scotland. Chapter 22. Jog on the footpath way, and merrily bend the stilia. A merry heart goes all the day. A sad one tires in Amelia. Winter's Tale. Let the reader conceive to himself a clear frosty November morning, the scene, an open heath having for the background that huge chain of mountains in which Skiddaw and Saddleback are preeminent. Let him look along that blind road, by which I mean the track so slightly marked by the passenger's footsteps that it can but be traced by a slight shade of verdure from the darker heath around it, and being only visible to the eye when at some distance ceases to be distinguished, while the foot is actually treading it. Along this faintly traced path advances the object of our present narrative. His firm step is erect, and free carriage have a military air which corresponds well with his well-proportioned limbs and stature of 6 feet high. His dress is so plain and simple that it indicates nothing as to rank. It may be that of a gentleman who travels in this manner for his pleasure, or of an inferior person of whom it is the proper and usual garb. Nothing can be on a more reduced scale than his traveling equipment: a volume of Shakespeare in each pocket, a small bundle with a change of linen slung across his shoulders, an oaken cudgel in his hand, complete our pedestrian's accommodations, and in this equipage we present him to our readers. Brown had parted that morning from his friend Dudley, and begun his solitary walk towards Scotland. The first 2 or 3 miles were rather melancholy from want of the society to which he had of late been accustomed, but this unusual mood of mind soon gave way to the influence of his natural good spirits, excited by the exercise and the bracing effects of the frosty air. He whistled as he went along, not from want of thought, but to give vent to those buoyant feelings which he had no other mode of expressing. For each peasant whom he chanced to meet, he had a kind greeting or a good-humoured jest. The hearty Cumbrians grinned as they passed, and said, "That's a kind heart, God bless un," and the market girl looked more than once over her shoulder at the athletic form which corresponded so well with the frank and blithe address of the stranger, a rough terrier dog, his constant companion, who rivaled his master in glee, scampered at large in 1,000 wheels round the heath, and came back to jump up on him and assure him that he participated in the pleasure of the journey. Dr. Johnson thought life had few things better than the excitation produced by being whirled rapidly along in a post-chaise. But he who has in youth experienced the confident and independent feeling of a stout pedestrian in an interesting country, and during fine weather, will hold the taste of the great moralist cheap in comparison. Part of Brown's view in choosing that unusual track which leads through the eastern wilds of Cumberland into Scotland had been a desire to view the remains of the celebrated Roman wall, which are more visible in that direction than in any other part of its extent. His education had been imperfect and desultory, but neither the busy scenes in which he had been engaged, nor the pleasures of youth, nor the precarious state of his own circumstances, had diverted him from the task of mental improvement. "And this, then, is the Roman wall," he said, scrambling up to a height which commanded the course of that celebrated work of antiquity. What a people whose labors, even at this extremity of their empire, comprehended such space, and were executed upon a scale of such grandeur in future ages, when the science of war shall have changed, how few traces will exist of the labors of Vauban and Coehorn, while this wonderful people's remains will even then continue to interest and astonish posterity. Their fortifications, their aqueducts, their theaters, their fountains, all their public works bear the grave, solid, and majestic character of their language, while our modern labours like our modern tongues seem, but constructed out of their fragments, having thus moralized, he remembered that he was hungry and pursued his walk to a small public-house, at which he proposed to get some refreshment. The alehouse for it was no better was situated in the bottom of a little dell through which trilled a small rivulet. It was shaded by a large ash tree, against which the clay-built shed that served the purpose of a stable was erected, and upon which it seemed partly to recline. In this shed stood a saddled horse, employed in eating his corn. The cottages in this part of Cumberland partake of the rudeness which characterizes those of Scotland. The outside of the house promised little for the interior, notwithstanding the vaunt of a sign, where a tankard of ale voluntarily decanted itself into a tumbler, and a hieroglyphical scrawl below attempted to express a promise of good entertainment for man and horse. Brown was no fastidious traveller. He stopped and entered the cabaret. See note 2. The first object which caught his eye in the kitchen was a tall, stout, country-looking man in a large jockey greatcoat, the owner of the horse which stood in the shed, who was busy discussing huge slices of cold boiled beef, and casting from time to time an eye through the window to see how his steed sped with his provender. A large tankard of ale flanked his plate of victuals, to which he applied himself by intervals. The good woman of the house was employed in baking. The fire, as is usual in that country, was on a stone hearth, in the midst of an immensely large chimney, which had 2 seats extended beneath the vent. On one of these sat a remarkably tall woman in a red cloak and slouched bonnet, having the appearance of a tinker or beggar. She was busily engaged with a short black tobacco pipe. At the request of Brown for some food, the landlady wiped with her mealy apron one corner of the deal table, placed a wooden trencher, and knife and fork, before the traveller, pointed to the round of beef, recommended Mr. Dinmont's good example, and finally filled a brown pitcher with her homebrewed. Brown lost no time in doing ample credit to both for a while his opposite neighbour, and he were too busy to take much notice of each other, except by a good-humoured nod as each in turn raised the tankard to his head. At length, when our pedestrian began to supply the wants of little Wasp, the Scotch store-farmer, for such was Mr. Dinmont, found himself at leisure to enter into conversation. "A bonny terrier that, sir, and a fell shield at the vermin. I warrant him, that is, if he's been weel entered for it, a lies in that." "Really, sir," said Brown, "his education has been somewhat neglected, and his chief property is being a pleasant companion." "Aye, sir, that's a pity, begging your pardon. It's a great pity that beast or body education should I be minded. I have 6 terriers at hame, for by 2 couple of slowhunds, 5 grews, and a ween other dogs. There's Auld Pepper and Auld Mustard and Young Pepper, and Young Mustard and Little Pepper and Little Mustard. I had them a regularly entered, first why rottens, then why stots or weasels, and then why the tods and brocks, and now they fear neathing that ever cam why a hairy skin on't. I have no doubt, sir, they are thoroughbred, but to have so many dogs you seem to have a very limited variety of names for them." "Oh, that's a fancy of my ain to mark the breed, sir. The Duke himsel has sent as far as Charlie's Hope to get ane o' Dandy Dinmont's pepper and mustard terriers. Lord man, he sent Tam Hudson." The real name of this veteran sportsman is now restored the keeper, and sicken a day as we had why the Falmarts and the Tods, and sicken a blithe Guidon as we had again, e'en faith that was a night. "I suppose game is very plenty with you." "Plenty, man. I believe there's mair hares than sheep on my farm, and for the moorfowl or the greyfowl they lie as thick as dews in a ducat. Did ye ever shoot a blackcock, man?" "Really, I had never even the pleasure to see one, except in the museum at Keswick." "There now I could guess that by your Southland tongue. It's very odd of these English folk that come here, how few of them has seen a blackcock. I'll tell you what, I seem to be an honest lad, and if y'all call on me on Dandy Dinmont at Charlie's Hope, ye shall see a blackcock, and shoot a blackcock, and eat a blackcock too, man. Why, the proof of the matter is the eating, to be sure, sir, and I shall be happy if I can find time to accept your invitation." "Time, man, what ails ye to gie hame? Why me the now, how do ye travel?" "On foot, sir, and if that handsome pony be yours, I should find it impossible to keep up with you." "No, unless ye can walk up to 14 mile an hour, but ye can come o'er the night as far as Riccarton, where there is a public, or if ye like to stop at Jockey Greaves at the Heuch, they would be blithe to see ye, and I am just gone to stop and drink a dram at the door. Why him, and I would tell him you're coming up or stay, gudewife. Could ye lend this gentleman the Gudemans Galloway, and ill send it o'er the waste in the morning. Why, the callant." The Galloway was turned out upon the fell, and was swear to catch aweel. There's nae help for't, but come up the morn at ony rate, and now gudewife, I maun ride to get to the little, or it be dark for your waist, has but a kittle character ye ken yoursel. Hout fie, Mr. Dinmont, that's no like you to gie the country, an ill name I wot there has been nain stirred in the waste, since Sawney Culloch the travelling merchant, that Rowley Overdees and Jock Penny suffered for at Carlisle 2 years, since there's no ane in Castle, would do the like that now we be a true folk now. I tib that will be when the deal's blind, and his eens no sair, yet but hear ye gudewife, I have been through mayest feck o' Galloway and Dumfriesshire, and I have been round by Carlisle, and I was at the Staneshabank fair the day, and I would like ill to be rubbet sae near hame so ill take the gate. Hae ye been in Dumfries? And Galloway, said the old dame who sate smoking by the fireside, and who had not yet spoken a word. Troth have I gudewife, and a weary round I've had aught. Then yell maybe ken a place they ca Ellengowan. Ellengowan, that was Mr. Bertram's, I ken the place whil Enug the laird died about a fortnight, since as I heard. Died, said the old woman, dropping her pipe, and rising, and coming forward upon the floordeed. Are you sure of that? Troth am I, said Dinmont, for it made nae sma noise in the countryside. He died just at the roop of the stocking and furniture. It stopped at the roop, and money folk were disappointed. They said he was the last of an auld family too, and money were sorry for gude bluid scarcer in Scotland than it has been. Dead, replied the old woman, whom our readers have already recognized as their acquaintance Meg Merrilies dead, that quits a scores. And did ye say he died without an heir? Aye did he, gudewife, and the estates selled by the same token, for they said they couldna have selled it if there had been an heir mill. Seld, echoed the gypsy, with something like a scream, and wha durst by Ellengowan, that was not of Bertram's bluid, and wha could tell whether the bonny knavebairn may not come back to claim his ain wha durst by the estate and the castle of Ellengowan. Troth, gudewife, just ain o' the writer, shields that buys a thing they ca him glossin, I think. Glossin, Gibby Glossin, that I have carried in my creels 100 times, for his mother wasna muckle better than mysel, to presume to buy the barony of Ellengowan gude. Be why us it is an awfu' world, I wished him ill, but no sic a downfa as a that neither. Wheeze me to think aught. She remained a moment silent, but still opposing with her hand the farmer's retreat, who betwixt every question was about to turn his back, but good-humouredly stopped on observing the deep interest his answers appeared to excite. It will be seen, and heard Ofarth, and see will not hold their peace. Langer can ye say if the same man be now the sheriff of the county that has been SAE for some years past. Na he's got some other berth in Edinburgh, they say, but gude day gudewife, I maun ride. She followed him to his horse, and while he drew the girths of his saddle, adjusted the wallies, and put on the bridle, still plied him with questions concerning Mr. Bertram's death, and the fate of his daughter, on which however she could obtain little information from the honest farmer. Did ye ever see a place they ca Durnklug, about a mile frae the place of Ellengowan? I wot we'll have I gudewife a wild-looking den. It is why a win ald was o' shillings yonder. I saw it, when I gied o'er the ground why ane that wanted to take the farm. It was a blithe bit, ance, said Meg, speaking to herself. Did ye notice if there was an auld saw tree that's mayest blonde down, but yet its roots are in the earth, and it hangs o'er the bit burn money a day. Hey, I wrought my stocking, and sat on my sunkie under that saw. Hout deals I the wife why her saws, and her sunkies, and Ellengowan's godsake woman, let me away their saxpence tea, ye to buy half a muchkin, instead o' clavering about the auld world stories. Thanks to ye, gudeman, and now ye hae answer to my questions, and never spared, wherefore I ask them ill jie you a bit canny advice, and ye mauna spare what for neither tib mumps will be out why the stirrup dram in a gliffing shell ask, ye whether ye gang o'er Willie's Bray or through Conscouthart, moss tell her ony ain ye like, but be sure, speaking low, and emphatically to tack the ain, ye dinna tell her. The farmer laughed and promised, and the gypsy retreated. Will you take her advice, said Brown, who had been an attentive listener to this conversation. That will I know the randy queen na, I had far rather Tib mumps kenned which way I was gone than her, though Tib's no muckle to lippen to neither, and I would advise ye on no account to stay in the house a night. In a moment after Tib, the landlady appeared with her stirrup cup, which was taken off. She then, as Meg had predicted, inquired whether he went the hill or the moss road. He answered the latter, and having bid Brown goodbye and again told him he depended on seeing him at Charlie's Hope the morn at latest, he rode off at a round pace. Chapter 23. Gallows and Knock are too powerful on the Winter's Tale. In large The hint of the hospitable farmer was not lost on Brown, but while he paid his reckoning, he could not avoid repeatedly fixing his eyes on Meg Merrilies. She was in all respects the same witch-like figure, as when we first introduced her at Ellangowan Place time, had grizzled her raven locks, and added wrinkles to her wild features, but her height remained erect, and her activity was unimpaired. It was remarked of this woman, as of others of the same description, that a life of action, though not of labor, gave her the perfect command of her limbs and figure, so that the attitudes into which she most naturally threw herself were free, unconstrained, and picturesque. At present she stood by the window of the cottage, her person drawn up so as to show to full advantage her masculine stature, and her head somewhat thrown back, that the large bonnet with which her face was shrouded might not interrupt her steady gaze at Brown. At every gesture he made, and every tone he uttered, she seemed to give an almost imperceptible start on his part. He was surprised to find that he could not look upon this singular figure without some emotion. "Have I dreamed of such a figure?" he said to himself. "Or does this wild and singular-looking woman recall to my recollection some of the strange figures I have seen in our Indian pagodas?" While he embarrassed himself with these discussions, and the hostess was engaged in rummaging out silver in change of half a guinea, the gypsy suddenly made 2 strides and seized Brown's hand. He expected, of course, a display of her skill in palmistry, but she seemed agitated by other feelings. "Tell me," she said, "tell me in the name of God, young man, what is your name, and whence you came?" "My name is Brown, mother, and I come from the East Indies." "From the East Indies," dropping his hand with a sigh. "It cannot be then. I am such an old fool that everything I look on seems the thing I want mayest to see. But the East Indies that cannot be weel, be what you will ye hae a face, and a tongue, that puts me in mind of auld times. Good day, make haste on your road, and if ye see ony of our folk, meddle not and make not, and they'll do you nae harm." Brown, who had by this time received his change, put a shilling into her hand, bade his hostess farewell, and taking the route which the farmer had gone before, walked briskly on, with the advantage of being guided by the fresh hoofprints of his horse. Meg Merrilies looked after him for some time, and then muttered to herself, "I maun see that lad again, and I maun gang back to Ellangowan too. The laird's dead owl death pays a scores. He was a kind man ance the sheriff's flitted, and I can keep canny in the bush, so there's no muckle hazard o' scouring the crampering. I would like to see bonny Ellangowan again, or I die." Brown meanwhile proceeded northward at a round pace along the moorish tract called the Waste of Cumberland. He passed a solitary house towards which the horseman who preceded him had apparently turned up, for his horse's tread was evident in that direction. A little farther he seemed to have returned again into the road. Mr. Dinmont had probably made a visit there either of business or pleasure. "I wish," thought Brown, "the good farmer had stayed till I came up. I should not have been sorry to ask him a few questions about the road, which seems to grow wilder and wilder." In truth, nature, as if she had designed this tract of country to be the barrier between 2 hostile nations, has stamped upon it a character of wildness and desolation. The hills are neither high nor rocky, but the land is all heath and morass, the huts poor and mean, and at a great distance from each other. Immediately around them there is generally some little attempt at cultivation, but a half-bred foal or 2 straggling about with shackles on their hind legs to save the trouble of enclosures intimate the farmer's chief resource to be the breeding of horses. The people too are of a ruder and more inhospitable class than are elsewhere to be found in Cumberland, arising partly from their own habits, partly from their intermixture with vagrants and criminals, who make this wild country a refuge from justice. So much were the men of these districts in early times the objects of suspicion and dislike to their more polished neighbours, that there was, and perhaps still exists, a bylaw of the Corporation of Newcastle, prohibiting any freeman of that city to take for apprentice a native of certain of these dales. It is pithily said, "Give a dog an ill name, and hang him," and it may be added, if you give a man or race of men an ill name, they are very likely to do something that deserves hanging. Of this Brown had heard something, and suspected more from the discourse between the landlady Dinmont and the gypsy, but he was naturally of a fearless disposition, had nothing about him that could tempt the spoiler, and trusted to get through the waste with daylight. In this last particular, however, he was likely to be disappointed. The way proved longer than he had anticipated, and the horizon began to grow gloomy, just as he entered upon an extensive morass. Choosing his steps with care and deliberation, the young officer proceeded along a path that sometimes sunk between 2 broken black banks of moss earth, sometimes crossed narrow, but deep ravines filled with a consistence between mud and water, and sometimes along heaps of gravel and stones, which had been swept together when some torrent or waterspout from the neighboring hills overflowed the marshy ground below. He began to ponder how a horseman could make his way through such broken ground. The traces of hoofs, however, were still visible. He even thought he heard their sound at some distance, and convinced that Mr. Dinmont's progress through the morass must be still slower than his own, he resolved to push on in hopes to overtake him and have the benefit of his knowledge of the country. At this moment, his little terrier sprung forward barking most furiously. Brown quickened his pace, and attaining the summit of a small rising ground, saw the subject of the dog's alarm in a hollow about a gunshot below him. A man whom he easily recognized to be Dinmont was engaged with two others in a desperate struggle. He was dismounted and defending himself as he best could with the butt of his heavy whip. Our traveler hastened on to his assistance, but ere he could get up a stroke, had leveled the farmer with the earth, and one of the robbers, improving his victory, struck him some merciless blows on the head, the other villain hastening to meet. Brown called to his companion to come along for that one's content, meaning probably past resistance or complaint. One ruffian was armed with a cutlass, the other with a bludgeon. But as the road was pretty narrow, bar firearms, thought Brown, and I may manage them well enough. They met accordingly with the most murderous threats on the part of the ruffians. They soon found, however, that their new opponent was equally stout and resolute, and after exchanging 2 or 3 blows, one of them told him to follow his nose over the heath in the devil's name, for they had nothing to say to him. Brown rejected this composition as leaving to their mercy the unfortunate man whom they were about to pillage if not to murder outright, and the skirmish had just recommenced, when Dinmont unexpectedly recovered his senses, his feet and his weapon, and hastened to the scene of action, as he had been no easy antagonist even when surprised, and alone the villains did not choose to wait his joining forces with a man who had singly proved a match for them both, but fled across the bog as fast as their feet could carry them, pursued by Wasp, who had acted gloriously during the skirmish, annoying the heels of the enemy, and repeatedly effecting a moment's diversion in his master's favor. "Deal but your dog's wheel entered, why the vermin now, sir," were the first words uttered by the jolly farmer, as he came up, his head streaming with blood, and recognized his deliverer and his little attendant. "I hope, sir, you are not hurt dangerously." "Oh, deal a bit, my head can stand a gay cleur, nay, thanks to them, though, and money to you. But now, hinny, ye maun help me to catch the beast, and ye maun get on behind me, for we maun off like witrits before the whole clanjumfray be down upon us. The rest o' them will no be far off." The Galloway was by good fortune easily caught, and Brown made some apology for overloading the animal. "Deal of fear, man," answered the proprietor. "Dumple could carry 6 folk if his back was lang enug. But God's sake haste, ye get on, for I see some folk coming through the slack yonder, that it may be just as we'll know to wait for." Brown was of opinion that this apparition of 5 or 6 men, with whom the other villains seemed to join company coming across the moss towards them, should abridge ceremony. He therefore mounted Dumple and Croup, and the little spirited nag cantered away with 2 men of great size and strength, as if they had been children of 6 years old. The rider, to whom the paths of these wilds seemed intimately known, pushed on at a rapid pace, managing with much dexterity to choose the safest route, in which he was aided by the sagacity of the Galloway, who never failed to take the difficult passes exactly at the particular spot, and in the special manner by which they could be most safely crossed. Yet even with these advantages the road was so broken, and they were so often thrown out of the direct course by various impediments, that they did not gain much on their pursuers. "Never mind," said the undaunted Scotchman to his companion, "if we were ants by withershins, latch the roads no near sae soft, and well show them fair play fort." They soon came to the place. He named a narrow channel through which soaked rather than flowed a small stagnant stream, mantled over with bright green mosses. Dinmont directed his steed towards a pass, where the water appeared to flow with more freedom over a harder bottom, but Dumple backed from the proposed crossing place, put his head down, as if to reconnoiter the swamp, more nearly stretching forward his forefeet, and stood as fast as if he had been cut out of stone. "Had we not better," said Brown, "dismount, and leave him to his fate, or can you not urge him through the swamp?" "Nunna," said his pilot, "we maun cross Dumple at no rate. He has mair sense than money a Christian." So saying, he relaxed the reins, and shook them loosely. "Come now, lad, take your ain way out, let's see where ye'll take us through." Dumple, left to the freedom of his own will, trotted briskly to another part of the latch, less promising as Brown thought in appearance, but which the animal's sagacity or experience recommended as the safer of the two, and where plunging in he attained the other side with little difficulty. I am glad we're out that Moss said Dinmont, where there's mere stables for horses than change-houses for men. We have the maidenway to help us now at any rate. Accordingly, they speedily gained a sort of rugged causeway, so called being the remains of an old Roman road, which traverses these wild regions in a due northerly direction here. They got on at the rate of 9 or 10 miles an hour Dumple, seeking no other respite than what arose from changing his pace from canter to trot. I could gar him show mere action, said his master, but we are twa langligid shields after and it would be a pity to stress Dumple their wasna the like o' him at Stainshabank fair the day. Brown readily assented to the propriety of sparing the horse, and added that as they were now far out of the reach of the rogues, he thought Mr. Dinmont had better tie a handkerchief round his head for fear of the cold frosty air, aggravating the wound. What would I do that for, answered the hardy farmer, the best way's to let the blood barken upon the cut, that saves plasters hinny. Brown, who in his military profession had seen a great many hard blows pass, could not help remarking, he had never known such severe strokes, received with so much apparent indifference. Hout tout man, I would never be making a humdigen about a scart on the pow, but well be in Scotland in 5 minutes now, and ye maun gang up to Charlie's Hope. Why me, that's a clear case. Brown readily accepted the offered hospitality. Night was now falling when they came in sight of a pretty river, winding its way through a pastoral country. The hills were greener and more abrupt than those which Brown had lately passed, sinking their grassy sides at once upon the river. They had no pretensions to magnificence of height, or to romantic shapes, nor did their smooth swelling slopes exhibit either rocks or woods yet. The view was wild, solitary, and pleasingly rural, no enclosures, no roads, almost no tillage. It seemed a land which a patriarch would have chosen to feed his flocks, and herds. The remains of here and there a dismantled and ruined tower showed that it had once harbored beings of a very different description from its present inhabitants, those freebooters, namely, to whose exploits the wars between England and Scotland bear witness. Descending by a path towards a well-known ford, Dumple crossed the small river, and then quickening his pace trotted about a mile briskly up its banks, and approached 2 or 3 low thatched houses, placed with their angles to each other with a great contempt of regularity. This was the farmsteading of Charlie's Hope, or in the language of the country, the town. A most furious barking was set up at their approach by the whole 3 generations of Mustard and Pepper, and a number of allies' names unknown. The farmer, footnote see note 3, made his well-known voice lustily heard to restore order. The door opened, and a half-dressed ewe-milker who had done that good office shut it in their faces, in order that she might run ben the house to cry, "Mistress, mistress, it's the master," and another man. Why him Dumple turned loose, walked to his own stable door, and their pod and whinnied for admission in strains which were answered by his acquaintances from the interior. Amid this bustle Brown was fain to secure Wasp from the other dogs, who with ardor corresponding more to their own names than to the hospitable temper of their owner, were much disposed to use the intruder roughly. In about a minute, a stout labourer was patting Dumple and introducing him into the stable, while Mrs. Dinmont, a well-favoured buxom dame, welcomed her husband with unfeigned rapture. Acer's Gudeman, ye hae been a weary while away. Chapter 24. Liddell till now except in Doric lays, tuned to her murmurs by her lovesick swains, unknown in song though not a purer stream, rolls towards the western main. Art of preserving health. The present store farmers of the south of Scotland are a much more refined race than their fathers, and the manners I am now to describe have either altogether disappeared or are greatly modified. Without losing the rural simplicity of manners, they now cultivate arts unknown to the former generation, not only in the progressive improvement of their possessions, but in all the comforts of life. Their houses are more commodious, their habits of life regulated so as better to keep pace with those of the civilized world, and the best of luxuries, the luxury of knowledge, has gained much ground among their hills. During the last 30 years, deep drinking, formerly their greatest failing, is now fast losing ground. And while the frankness of their extensive hospitality continues the same, it is generally speaking refined in its character, and restrained in its excesses. Deals in the wife, said Dandy Dinmont, shaking off his spouse's embrace, but gently, and with a look of great affection. Deals in ye Ailey die, no see the stranger gentleman. Ailey turned to make her apology. Troth, I was sae weel pleased to see the gudeman that but gude gracious. What's the matter why ye baith for they were now in her little parlour. And the candle showed the streaks of blood, which Dinmont's wounded head had plentifully imparted to the clothes of his companion, as well as to his own. Ye've been fighting again, dandy why some the Bewcastle horse coopers. Wow man, a married man why a bonny family like yours should ken better, what a father's life's worth in the world. The tears stood in the good woman's eyes as she spoke. Wisht gudewife, said her husband with a smack that had much more affection than ceremony. In it never mind, there's a gentleman that will tell you that just when I had gien up to Lurie Lothers, and had bidden the drinking of twa cheerers, and gotten just in again upon the moss, and was wigging cannily, owa hame twa landloopers jumpet out of a peatheg on me, or I was thinking, and got me down and nevilled me sair anuch, or I could gar my whip walk about their lugs and troth gudewife, if this honest gentleman hadna come up, I would have gotten mair licks than I like, and lost mair siller than I could weel spare. So ye maun be thankful to him for it under God. With that he drew from his side pocket a large greasy leather pocket-book, and bade the gudewife lock it up in her kist. God bless the gentleman, and e'en God bless him why my heart, but what can we do for him? But to gie him the meat and quarters, we wadna refuse to the poorest body on earth unless her eye directed to the pocket-book, but with a feeling of natural propriety, which made the inference the most delicate possible, unless there was any other way. Brown saw and estimated at its due rate the mixture of simplicity and grateful generosity, which took the downright way of expressing itself, yet qualified with so much delicacy. He was aware his own appearance, plain at best, and now torn and spattered with blood, made him an object of pity at least, and perhaps of charity. He hastened to say his name was Brown, a captain in their regiment of cavalry, travelling for pleasure, and on foot, both from motives of independence and economy, and he begged his kind landlady would look at her husband's wounds, the state of which he had refused to permit him to examine. Mrs. Dinmont was used to her husband's broken heads more than to the presence of a captain of dragoons. She therefore glanced at a tablecloth not quite clean, and conned over her proposed supper a minute or two, before patting her husband on the shoulder. She bade him sit down for a hard-headed loon, that was bringing himsel and other folk into Collishangies. When Dandy Dinmont, after executing 2 or 3 caprioles, and cutting the Highland fling by way of ridicule of his wife's anxiety, at last deigned to sit down, and commit his round black shaggy bullet of a head to her inspection, Brown thought he had seen regimental surgeon look grave upon a more trifling case. The gudewife, however, showed some knowledge of chirurgery. She cut away with her scissors the gory locks, whose stiffened and coagulated clusters interfered with her operations, and clapped on the wound some lint besmeared with a vulnerary salve, esteemed sovereign by the whole Dale, which afforded upon fair knights considerable experience of such cases. She then fixed her plaster, with a bandage, and spite of her patient's resistance, pulled over all a nightcap, to keep everything in its right place. Some contusions on the brow and shoulders she fomented with brandy, which the patient did not permit, till the medicine had paid a heavy toll to his mouth. Mrs. Dinmont then simply, but kindly offered her assistance to Brown. He assured her he had no occasion for anything but the accommodation of a basin and towel. "And that's what I should have thought of sooner," she said, "and I did think aught, but I durst not open the door for there's the bairns, poor things, sae keen to see their father." This explained a great drumming and whining at the door of the little parlour, which had somewhat surprised Brown, though his kind landlady had only noticed it by fastening the bolt as soon as she heard it begin. But on her opening the door to seek the basin and towel, for she never thought of showing the guest to a separate room, a whole tide of white-headed urchins streamed in, some from the stable where they had been seeing Dumple, and giving him a welcome home, with part of their forward scones, others from the kitchen where they had been listening to old Elspeth's tales and ballads, and the youngest half-naked out of bed, all roaring to see Daddy, and to inquire what he had brought home for them from the various fairs he had visited in his peregrinations. Our Knight of the Broken Head first kissed and hugged them all round, then distributed whistles, penetrumpets, and gingerbread, and lastly, when the tumult of their joy and welcome got beyond bearing, exclaimed to his guest, "This is a the gudewife's fault, Captain, she will gie the bairns a their ain way." "Me Lord help me," said Ailey, who at that instant entered with the basin, "and you are, how can I help it? I have neathing else to gie them, poor things." Dinmont then exerted himself, and between coaxing threats and shoving, cleared the room of all the intruders, excepting a boy and girl, the 2 eldest of the family, who could, as he observed, behave themselves distinctly for the same reason. But with less ceremony, all the dogs were kicked out excepting the venerable patriarch's old Pepper, and Mustard, whom frequent castigation and the advance of years had inspired with such a share of passive hospitality that after mutual explanation and remonstrance, in the shape of some growling they admitted Wasp, who had hitherto judged it safe to keep beneath his master's chair, to a share of a dreeditor's skin, which with the wool uppermost and unshorn, served all the purposes of a Bristol hearthrug. The active bustle of the mistress, so she was called in the kitchen, and the gudewife in the parlour had already signed the fate of a couple of fowls, which for want of time to dress them otherwise, soon appeared reeking from the gridiron or brander, as Mrs. Dinmont denominated it. A huge piece of cold beefam, eggs, butter cakes, and barleymeal bannocks in plenty made up the entertainment, which was to be diluted with home-brewed ale of excellent quality, and a case bottle of brandy. Few soldiers would find fault with such cheer after a day's hard exercise, and a skirmish to boot. Accordingly Brown did great honour to the eatables, while the gudewife partly aided, partly instructed a great stout servant girl, with cheeks as red as her topknot, to remove the supper matters and supply sugar and hot water, which in the damsel's anxiety to gaze upon an actual live captain, she was in some danger of forgetting. Brown took an opportunity to ask his host whether he did not repent of having neglected the gypsy's hint. "Waukens," answered he, "there a queer devils maybe, I might just have scaped I gang to meet the other. And yet I'll no say that neither, for if that randy wife was coming to Charlie's Hope, she should have a pint bottle o' brandy, and a pound o' tobacco, to wear her through the winter. There a queer devils, as my auld father used to say, there a worst, where there a worst guided, after there's baith gude, and ill about the gypsies." This and some other desultory conversation served as a shoeing-horn to draw on another cup of ale, and another cheerer, as Dinmont termed it in his country phrase of brandy and water. Brown then resolutely declined all further conviviality for that evening, pleading his own weariness, and the effects of the skirmish, being well aware that it would have availed nothing to have remonstrated with his host on the danger that excess might have occasioned to his own raw wound and bloody coxcomb. A very small bedroom, but a very clean bed, received the traveller, and the sheets made good the courteous vaunt of the hostess that they would be as pleasant as he could find ony gate, for they were washed by the Ferrywell water and bleached on the bonny white gowans, and biddled by Nelly and herself, and what could woman, if she was a queen, do mair for them? They indeed rivalled snow in whiteness, and had besides a pleasant fragrance from the manner in which they had been bleached. Little Wasp, after licking his master's hand to ask leave, couched himself on the coverlet at his feet, and the traveller's senses were soon lost in grateful oblivion. Chapter 25. Give ye Britons then your sportive fury pitiless to pour loose on the nightly robber of the fold, him from his craggy winding haunts unearthed. Let all the thunder of the chase pursue. Thomson S. Seasons. Brown rose early in the morning and walked out to look at the establishment of his new friend. All was rough and neglected in the neighbourhood of the house, a paltry garden, no pains taken to make the vicinity dry or comfortable, and a total absence of all those little neatnesses which give the eye so much pleasure in looking at an English farmhouse. There were notwithstanding evident signs that this arose only from want of taste or ignorance, not from poverty or the negligence which attends it. On the contrary, a noble cowhouse well filled with good milk cows, a feeding house with 10 bullocks of the most approved breed, a stable with 2 good teams of horses, the appearance of domestics active, industrious, and apparently contented with their lot. In a word, an air of liberal though sluttish plenty indicated the wealthy fanner. The situation of the house above the river formed a gentle declivity, which relieved the inhabitants of the nuisances that might otherwise have stagnated around it. At a little distance was the whole band of children playing and building houses, with peats around a huge doddered oak tree, which was called Charlie's Bush, from some tradition respecting an old freebooter who had once inhabited the spot between the farmhouse and the hill pasture. Was a deep morass termed in that country a slack. It had once been the defence of a fortalice of which no vestiges now remained, but which was said to have been inhabited by the same doughty hero. We have now alluded to. Brown endeavoured to make some acquaintance with the children, but the rogues fled from him like quicksilver, though the 2 eldest stood peeping when they had got to some distance. The traveller then turned his course towards the hill, crossing the foresaid swamp by a range of stepping stones, neither the broadest nor steadiest that could be imagined. He had not climbed far up the hill when he met a man descending. He soon recognized his worthy host, though a maud as it is called, or a grey shepherd's plaid, supplied his travelling jockey-coat, and a cap faced with wildcat's fur more commodiously covered his bandaged head than a hat would have done, as he appeared through the morning mist. Brown, accustomed to judge of men by their thews and sinews, could not help admiring his height, the breadth of his shoulders, and the steady firmness of his step. Dinmont internally paid the same compliment to Brown, whose athletic form he now perused somewhat more at leisure than he had done formerly. After the usual greetings of the morning, the guest inquired whether his host found any inconvenient consequences from the last night's affray. "I had mayest forgotten," said the hearty borderer, "but I think this morning now that I am fresh and sober, if you and I were at the Withershins latch why ilka, in a gude oak supple in his hand, we wadna turn back no for half a dozen o' yon scaffruff." "But are you prudent, my good sir," said Brown, "not to take an hour or two's repose, after receiving such severe contusions?" "Confusions," replied the farmer, laughing in derision, "Lord Captain, neathing confuses my head. I ance jumped up, and laid the dogs on the fox, after I had tumbled from the tap o' Christenberry Craig, and that might have confused me to purpose. None neathing confuses me unless it be a screed o' drink at an or a time. Besides, I behoved to be round the Hersel this morning, and see how the herds were coming on. They're apt to be negligent why their footballs and fairs and trysts when ains away, and there I met why tarn o' Todshow, and a ween o' the rest o' the billies on the water side. They're a for a fox hunt this morning. Yell gang, Ill jye ye dumple, and take the brood mare mysel." "But I fear I must leave you this morning, Mr. Dinmont," replied Brown. "The fiend a bit o' that," exclaimed the borderer, "ill, no part why, ye at ony rate for a fortnight mare, none we dinna meet sick friends, as you on a Bewcastle moss every night." Brown had not designed his journey should be a speedy one. He therefore readily compounded with this hearty invitation, by agreeing to pass a week at Charlie's Hope. On their return to the house, where the good wife presided over an ample breakfast, she heard news of the proposed fox hunt, not indeed with approbation, but without alarm or surprise. "Dan, you're the auld man, yet neathing will make ye take warning, till you're brought hame some day why your feet foremost." "Tut, lass," answered Dandel, "ye ken yoursel, I am never prin the war o' my rambles." So saying, he exhorted Brown to be hasty in dispatching his breakfast, as the frost having given way, the scent would lie this morning primely. Out they sallied accordingly for Otterscope Scores, the farmer leading the way. They soon quitted the little valley, and involved themselves among hills as steep as they could be without being precipitous. The sides often presented gullies down which in the winter season, or after heavy rain, the torrents descended with great fury. Some dappled mists still floated along the peaks of the hills. The remains of the morning clouds, for the frost had broken up with a smart shower. Through these fleecy screens were seen 100 little temporary streamlets, or rills, descending the sides of the mountains, like silver threads by small sheep tracks along these steeps, over which Dinmont trotted with the most fearless confidence. They at length drew near the scene of sport, and began to see other men both on horse and foot, making toward the place of rendezvous. Brown was puzzling himself to conceive how foxchase could take place among hills where it was barely possible for a pony accustomed to the ground to trot along, but where, quitting the track for half a yard's breadth, the rider might be either bogged or precipitated down the bank. This wonder was not diminished when he came to the place of action. They had gradually ascended very high, and now found themselves on a mountain ridge overhanging a glen of great depth, but extremely narrow. Here the sportsmen had collected with an apparatus which would have shocked a member of the Pytchley hunt, for the object being the removal of a noxious and destructive animal, as well as the pleasures of the chase. Poor Reynard was allowed much less fair play than when pursued in form through an open country. Strength of his habitation, however, and the nature of the ground by which it was surrounded on all sides, supplied what was wanting in the courtesy of his pursuers. The sides of the glen were broken banks of earth and rocks of rotten stone, which sunk sheer down to the little winding stream below, affording here and there a tuft of scathed brushwood, or a patch of furze along the edges of this ravine, which, as we have said, was very narrow, but of profound depth. The hunters on horse and foot ranged themselves. Almost every farmer had with him at least a brace of large and fierce greyhounds of the race of those deer dogs which were formerly used in that country, but greatly lessened in size from being crossed with the common breed. The huntsman, a sort of provincial officer of the district, who receives a certain supply of meal and a reward for every fox he destroys, was already at the bottom of the dell, whose echoes thundered to the chiding of 2 or 3 brace of foxhounds terriers, including the whole generation of Pepper and Mustard, were also in attendance, having been sent forward under the care of a shepherd mongrel whelp, and cur of low degree, filled up the burden of the chorus. The spectators on the brink of the ravine or glen held their greyhounds in leash in readiness to slip them at the fox, as soon as the activity of the party below should force him to abandon his cover. The scene, though uncouth to the eye of a professed sportsman, had something in it wildly captivating. The shifting figures on the mountain ridge, having the sky for their background, appeared to move in the air, the dogs impatient of their restraint, and maddened with the baying beneath, sprung here and there, and strained at the slips which prevented them from joining their companions. Looking down the view was equally striking. The thin mists were not totally dispersed in the glen, so that it was often through their gauzy medium that the eye strove to discover the motions of the hunters. Below, sometimes a breath of wind made the scene visible, the blue rill glittering as it twined itself through its rude and solitary dell. They then could see the shepherds springing with fearless activity from one dangerous point to another, and cheering the dogs on the scent, the whole so diminished by depth and distance that they looked like pygmies. Again the mists close over them, and the only signs of their continued exertions are the halloos of the men, and the clamors of the hounds ascending, as it were, out of the bowels of the earth. When the fox, thus persecuted from one stronghold to another, was at length obliged to abandon his valley, and to break away for a more distant retreat, those who watched his motions from the top slipped their greyhounds, which, excelling the fox in swiftness, and equaling him in ferocity and spirit, soon brought the plunderer to his life's end. In this way, without any attention to the ordinary rules and decorums of sport, but apparently as much to the gratification both of bipeds and quadrupeds, as if all due ritual had been followed, 4 foxes were killed on this active morning, and even Brown himself, though he had seen the princely sports of India and ridden tiger hunting upon an elephant with the Nabob of Arcot, professed to have received an excellent morning's amusement. When the sport was given up for the day, most of the sportsmen, according to the established hospitality of the country, went to dine at Charlie's Hope. During their return homeward, Brown rode for a short time beside the huntsman, and asked him some questions concerning the mode in which he exercised his profession. The man showed an unwillingness to meet his eye, and a disposition to be rid of his company and conversation, for which Brown could not easily account. He was a thin, dark, active fellow, well framed for the hardy profession which he exercised, but his face had not the frankness of the jolly hunter. He was downlooked, embarrassed, and avoided the eyes of those who looked hard at him. After some unimportant observations on the success of the day, Brown gave him a trifling gratuity, and rode on with his landlord. They found the goodwife prepared for their reception, the fold and the poultry-yard furnished the entertainment, and the kind and hearty welcome made amends for all deficiencies in elegance and fashion. Chapter 26. The Elliots and Armstrongs did convene. They were a gallant company. Ballad of Johnny Armstrong. Without noticing the occupations of an intervening day or two which, as they consisted of the ordinary sylvan amusements of shooting and coursing, have nothing sufficiently interesting to detain the reader, we pass to one in some degree peculiar to Scotland, which may be called a sort of salmon hunting. This chase, in which the fish is pursued and struck with barbed spears or a sort of long-shafted trident called a waster, is much practiced at the mouth of the Esk, and in the other salmon rivers of Scotland. The sport is followed by day and night, but most commonly in the latter, when the fish are discovered by means of torches or fire grates filled with blazing fragments of tarbarrels, which shed a strong though partial light upon the water. On the present occasion, the principal party were embarked in a crazy boat upon a part of the river, which was enlarged and deepened by the restraint of a millware, while others, like the ancient bacchanals in their gambols, ran along the banks brandishing their torches and spears, and pursuing the salmon, some of which endeavored to escape up the stream, while others, shrouding themselves under roots of trees, fragments of stones, and large rocks, attempted to conceal themselves from the researches of the fishermen. These the party in the boat detected by the slightest indications. The twinkling of a fin, the rising of an airbell, was sufficient to point out to these adroit sportsmen in what direction to use their weapon. The scene was inexpressibly animating to those accustomed to it, but as Brown was not practiced to use the spear, he soon tired of making efforts, which were attended with no other consequences than jarring his arms against the rocks at the bottom of the river, upon which, instead of the devoted salmon, he often bestowed his blow, nor did he relish, though he concealed feelings which would not have been understood, being quite so near the agonies of the expiring salmon, as they lay flapping about in the boat which they moistened with their blood. He therefore requested to be put ashore, and from the top of a huge or broken bank, enjoyed the scene much more to his satisfaction. Often he thought of his friend Dudley the artist, when he observed the effect produced by the strong red glare on the romantic banks under which the boat glided. Now the light diminished to a distant star that seemed to twinkle on the waters like those which, according to the legends of the country, the water-kelpie sends for the purpose of indicating the watery grave of his victims. Then it advanced nearer, brightening and enlarging as it again approached, till the broad flickering flame rendered bank and rock and tree visible as it passed, tinging them with its own red glare of dusky light, and resigning them gradually to darkness, or to pale moonlight. As it receded by this light, also, were seen the figures in the boat, now holding high their weapons, now stooping to strike, now standing upright, bronzed by the same red glare into a color which might have befitted the regions of pandemonium. Having amused himself for some time with these effects of light and shadow, Brown strolled homewards, towards the farmhouse, gazing in his way at the persons engaged in the sport, 2 or 3 of whom are generally kept together, one holding the torch, the others with their spears, ready to avail themselves of the light it affords to strike their prey, as he observed one man struggling with a very weighty salmon, which he had speared, but was unable completely to raise from the water. Brown advanced close to the bank, to see the issue of his exertions. The man who held the torch in this instance was the huntsman, whose sulky demeanor Brown had already noticed with surprise. Come here, sir, look at this. Ain. He turns up aside like a sow. Such was the cry from the assistants, when some of them observed Brown advancing. Ground the waster wheel, man, ground the waster wheel, haud him down, ye hena the pith, oh a cat, were the cries of advice, encouragement, and expostulation from those who were on the bank to the sportsman engaged with the salmon, who stood up to his middle in water, jingling among broken ice, struggling against the force of the fish and the strength of the current, and dubious in what manner he should attempt to secure his booty. As Brown came to the edge of the bank, he called out, "Hold up your torch, friend huntsman," for he had already distinguished his dusky features by the strong light cast upon them by the blaze. But the fellow no sooner heard his voice, and saw, or rather concluded it was Brown who approached him, than instead of advancing his light, he let it drop as if accidentally into the water. "The deal's in Gabriel," said the spearman, as the fragments of glowing wood floated half-blazing, half-sparkling, but soon extinguished down the stream. "The deal's in the man, ill never master him, without the light, and a braver kipper could I but land him, never rised abune a pair o' cleeks." Footnote C note, foursome dashed into the water to lend their assistance, and the fish, which was afterwards found to weigh nearly 30 pounds, was landed in safety. The behavior of the huntsman struck Brown, although he had no recollection of his face, nor could conceive why he should. As it appeared, he evidently did shun his observation. Could he be one of the footpads he had encountered a few days before? The supposition was not altogether improbable, although unwarranted by any observation he was able to make upon the man's figure and face. To be sure, the villains wore their hats much slouched, and had loose coats, and their size was not in any way so peculiarly discriminated as to enable him to resort to that criterion. He resolved to speak to his host Dinmont on the subject, but for obvious reasons concluded it were best to defer the explanation until a cool hour in the morning. The sportsmen returned loaded with fish, upwards of 100 salmon, having been killed within the range of their sport. The best were selected for the use of the principal farmers, the others divided among their shepherds, cotters, dependents, and others of inferior rank, who attended. These fish, dried in the turf smoke of their cabins or shielings, formed a savory addition to the mess of potatoes mixed with onions, which was the principal part of their winter food. In the meanwhile, a liberal distribution of ale and whiskey was made among them, besides what was called a kettle of fish tuo, or 3 salmon, namely plunged into a cauldron, and boiled for their supper. Brown accompanied his jolly landlord and the rest of his friends into the large and smoky kitchen, where this savory mess reeked on an oaken table massive enough to have dined Johnny Armstrong and his merrymen. All was hearty cheer and huzzah and jest, and clamorous laughter, and bragging alternately and raillery between whiles. Our traveller looked earnestly around for the dark countenance of the fox-hunter, but it was nowhere to be seen. At length he hazarded a question concerning him. "That was an awkward accident, my lads, of one of you who dropped his torch in the water, when his companion was struggling with the large fish. Awkward returned a shepherd, looking up the same stout young fellow, who had speared the salmon. He deserved his pake's fort to put out the light when the fish was on ains witters I am. Wheel, convinced Gabriel, drapped the roughies in the water on purpose. He dosna like to see anybody do a thing better than himsel. I said another, he sair shamed o' himsel, else he would have been up here the night Gabriel, likes a little o' the gude thing as weel as ony o' us. Is he of this country, said Brown. Nunna he's been but shortly in office, but he's a fell hunter he's frae down the country, some gate on the Dumfries side. And what's his name, pray? Gabriel's. But Gabriel what? O Lord kens that we dinna mind folks' afternames, muckle here they run, sae muckle into clans. Ye see sir, said an old shepherd rising, and speaking very slow the folks hereabout, are Armstrong's and Eliot's footnote see note 5, and sic like 2 or 3, given names end. So for distinction's sake, the lairds and farmers have the names of their places that they live at, as for example Tam o' Todshaw, will o' the flat hobby o' sorba trees, and our good master here o' the Charlie's Hope Owil sir. And then the inferior sort o' people ye'll observe are kenned by sorts o' bynames, some o' them as Glaket Christie, and the Duke's Davy, or maybe, like this lad Gabriel by his employment. As for example Todd Gabby or Hunter Gabby, he's no been lang here sir, and I dinna think onybody kens him by ony other name. But it's no right to rin him down ahint his back, for he's a fell fox hunter, though he's maybe no just sae clever, as some o' the folk hirawa why the waster. After some further desultory conversation, the superior sportsmen retired to conclude the evening, after their own manner, leaving the others to enjoy themselves unawed by their presence. That evening, like all those which Brown had passed at Charlie's Hope, was spent in much innocent mirth and conviviality. The latter might have approached to the verge of riot, but for the good women, for several of the neighboring mistresses, a phrase of a signification, how different from what it bears in more fashionable life, had assembled at Charlie's Hope, to witness the event of this memorable evening. Finding the punch bowl was so often replenished, that there was some danger of their gracious presence being forgot, they rushed in valorously upon the recreant revellers, headed by our good mistress Ailey, so that Venus speedily routed Bacchus. The fiddler and piper next made their appearance, and the best part of the night was gallantly consumed in dancing to their music. An otter hunt the next day, and a badger-baiting the day after, consumed the time merrily. I hope our traveller will not sink in the reader's estimation sportsman, though he may be, when I inform him that on this last occasion, after young Pepper had lost a forefoot, and Mustard the second had been nearly throttled, he begged, as a particular and personal favour of Mr. Dinmont, that the poor badger who had made so gallant a defence should be permitted to retire to his earth without farther molestation. The farmer, who would probably have treated this request with supreme contempt had it come from any other person, was contented in Brown's case to express the utter extremity of his wonder. Wheel, he said, that's queer Anug, but since he take his part deal a tyke shall meddle why him mair in my day, we e'en mark him, and ca him the captain's brock, and I am sure I am glad I can do onything to oblige yow, but Lord save us to care about a brock. After a week spent in rural sport, and distinguished by the most frank attentions on the part of his honest landlord, Brown bade adieu to the banks of the Little, and the hospitality of Charlie's Hope. The children, with all of whom he had now become an intimate and a favourite, roared manfully in full chorus at his departure, and he was obliged to promise 20 times that he would soon return and play over all their favourite tunes upon the flageolet, till they had got them by heart. Come back again, Captain, said one little sturdy fellow, and Jenny will be your wife. Jenny was about 11 years old. She ran and hid herself behind her mammy. Captain, come back, said a little fat roll-about girl of 6, holding her mouth up to be kissed, and ill be your wife, my ainsel. They must be of harder mould than I thought. Brown, who could part from so many kind hearts with indifference, the good dame too with matron modesty, and an affectionate simplicity that marked the olden time, offered her cheek to the departing guest. It's little the like of us can do, she said, little indeed, but yet if there were but ony thing. Now, my dear Mrs. Dinmont, you embolden me to make a request. Would you but have the kindness to weave me or work me just such a grey plaid as the goodman wears? He had learned the language and feelings of the country, even during the short time of his residence, and was aware of the pleasure the request would confer. A tate o' woo would be scarce amang, us, said the goodwife, brightening, if he shouldna hae that, and as gude a tweel as ever cam, af a pern ill speak to Johnny Goodsir the weaver at the Castletown, the morn fare ye weel, sir, and may ye be just as happy yoursel as ye like to see a body else, and that would be a sair wish to some folk. I must not omit to mention that our traveller left his trusty attendant Wasp to be a guest at Charlie's Hope. For a season he foresaw that he might prove a troublesome attendant in the event of his being in any situation where secrecy and concealment might be necessary. He was therefore consigned to the care of the eldest boy, who promised in the words of the old song that he should have a bit of his supper, a bit of his bed, and that he should be engaged in none of those perilous pastimes in which the race of Mustard and Pepper had suffered frequent mutilation. Brown now prepared for his journey, having taken a temporary farewell of his trusty little companion. There is an odd prejudice in these hills in favor of riding. Every farmer rides well, and rides the whole day. Probably the extent of their large pasture farms, and the necessity of surveying them, rapidly first introduced this custom, or a very zealous antiquary might derive it from the times of the Lay of the Last Minstrel, when 20,000 horsemen assembled at the light of the beacon fires. Footnote: it would be affectation to alter this reference, but the reader will understand that it was inserted to keep up the author's incognito, as he was not likely to be suspected of quoting his own works. This explanation is also applicable to one or two similar passages in this and the other novels introduced for the same reason. But the truth is undeniable: they like to be on horseback, and can be with difficulty convinced that anyone chooses walking from other motives than those of convenience or necessity. Accordingly, Dinmont insisted upon mounting his guest and accompanying him on horseback as far as the nearest town in Dumfriesshire, where he had directed his baggage to be sent, and from which he proposed to pursue his intended journey towards Woodbourne, the residence of Julia Mannering. Upon the way he questioned his companion concerning the character of the foxhunter, but gained little information, as he had been called to that office. While Dinmont was making the round of the Highland fairs, he was a shakarag-like fellow, he said, and he dared to say had gypsy blood in his veins, but at any rate he was nane. Oh, the smakes that had been on their quarters in the moss, he would ken them weel if he saw them again. There are some no bad folk among the gypsies too, to be sick a gang, added Dandy. If ever I see that auld randletree of a wife again, I'll gie her something to buy tobacco. I have a great notion she meant me very fair after. When they were about finally to part, the good farmer held Brown long by the hand, and at length said, Captain, the woos sae wheel up the year that it's paid o' the rent, and we have neething to do why the rest o' the siller when Ailie has had her new gown and the bairns their bits o' duds. Now, I was thinking of some safe hand to put it into, for it's ower muckle to wear on brandy and sugar now. I have heard that you army gentlemen can sometimes buy yourselves up a step, and if 100 or twa would help ye on such an occasion, the bit scrape o' your pen would be as good to me as the siller, and ye might just take your ain time o' settling it. It wad be a great convenience to me. Brown, who felt the full delicacy that wished to disguise the conferring an obligation under the show of asking a favor, thanked his grateful friend most heartily, and assured him he would have recourse to his purse, without scruple, should circumstances ever render it convenient for him, and thus they parted with many expressions of mutual regard. Chapter 27. If thou hast any love of mercy in thee, turn me upon my face that I may die. Joanna Balliet. Our traveller hired a post-chaise at the place where he separated from Dinmont, with the purpose of proceeding to Kippletringan there, to inquire into the state of the family at Woodbourne, before he should venture to make his presence in the country known to Miss Mannering. The stage was a long one of 18 or 20 miles, and the road lay across the country to add to the inconveniences of the journey. The snow began to fall pretty quickly. The postilion, however, proceeded on his journey for a good many miles without expressing doubt or hesitation. It was not until the night was completely set in that he intimated his apprehensions, whether he was in the right road. The increasing snow rendered this intimation rather alarming, for, as it drove full in the lad's face and lay whitening all around him, it served in two different ways to confuse his knowledge of the country, and to diminish the chance of his recovering the right track. Brown then himself got out, and looked round, not, it may be well imagined, from any better hope than that of seeing some house at which he might make inquiry, but none appeared. He could therefore only tell the lad to drive steadily on the road, on which they were ran through plantations of considerable extent and depth, and the traveller therefore conjectured that there must be a gentleman's house at no great distance. At length, after struggling wearily on, for about a mile, the postboy stopped, and protested his horses would not budge a foot farther, but he saw he set a light among the trees which must proceed from a house. The only way was to inquire the road there. Accordingly, he dismounted heavily encumbered with a long greatcoat and a pair of boots, which might have rivaled in thickness the sevenfold shield of Ajax. As in this guise, he was plodding forth upon his voyage of discovery. Brown's impatience prevailed, and jumping out of the carriage, he desired the lad to stop where he was by the horses, and he would himself go to the house, a command which the driver most joyfully obeyed. Our traveler groped along the side of the enclosure from which the light glimmered in order to find some mode of approaching in that direction, and after proceeding for some space at length, found a stile in the hedge, and a pathway leading into the plantation, which in that place was of great extent. This promised to lead to the light which was the object of his search, and, accordingly, Brown proceeded in that direction, but soon totally lost sight of it among the trees. The path, which at first seemed broad and well marked by the opening of the wood, through which it winded, was now less easily distinguishable, although the whiteness of the snow afforded some reflected light to assist his search. Directing himself as much as possible through the more open parts of the wood, he proceeded almost a mile without either recovering a view of the light or seeing anything resembling a habitation. Still, however, he thought it best to persevere in that direction. It must surely have been a light in the hut of a forester, for it shone too steadily to be the glimmer of an ignis fatuus. The ground at length became broken and declined rapidly, and although Brown conceived he still moved along what had once at least been a pathway, it was now very unequal, and the snow concealing those breaches and inequalities, the traveler had one or two falls. In consequence, he began now to think of turning back, especially as the falling snow, which his impatience had hitherto prevented his attending to, was coming on thicker and faster. Willing, however, to make a last effort, he still advanced a little way, when to his great delight, he beheld the light opposite at no great distance, and apparently upon a level with him. He quickly found that this last appearance was deception, for the ground continued so rapidly to sink as made it obvious. There was a deep dell or ravine of some kind between him and the object of his search. Taking every precaution to preserve his footing, he continued to descend, until he reached the bottom of a very steep and narrow glen, through which winded a small rivulet, whose course was then almost choked with snow. He now found himself embarrassed among the ruins of cottages, whose black gables, rendered more distinguishable by the contrast with the whitened surface from which they rose, were still standing. The side walls had long since given way to time, and piled in shapeless heaps, and covered with snow, offered frequent and embarrassing obstacles to our traveler's progress. Still, however, he persevered, crossed the rivulet not without some trouble, and at length, by exertions which became both painful and perilous, ascended its opposite and very rugged bank, until he came on a level with the building from which the gleam proceeded. It was difficult, especially by so imperfect a light, to discover the nature of this edifice, but it seemed a square building of small size, the upper part of which was totally ruinous. It had perhaps been the abode in former times of some lesser proprietor, or a place of strength and concealment, in case of need, for one of greater importance, but only the lower vault remained, the arch of which formed the roof. In the present state of the building, Brown first approached the place from whence the light proceeded, which was a long narrow slit or loophole, such as usually are to be found in old castles. Impelled by curiosity to reconnoiter the interior of this strange place, before he entered, Brown gazed in at this aperture. A scene of greater desolation could not well be imagined. There was a fire upon the floor, the smoke of which, after circling through the apartment, escaped by a hole broken in the arch above the walls. Seen by this smoky light, had the rude and waste appearance of a ruin of 3 centuries old. At least a cask or two, with some broken boxes and packages, lay about the place in confusion, but the inmates chiefly occupied Brown's attention. Upon a lair composed of straw, with a blanket stretched over it, lay a figure so still that, except that it was not dressed in the ordinary habiliments of the grave, Brown would have concluded it to be a corpse. On a steadier view, he perceived it was only on the point of becoming so, for he heard one or two of those low, deep, and hard-drawn sighs that precede dissolution, when the frame is tenacious of life. A female figure, dressed in a long cloak, sate on a stone by this miserable couch. Her elbows rested upon her knees, and her face, averted from the light of an iron lamp beside her, was bent upon that of the dying person. She moistened his mouth from time to time with some liquid, and between whiles sung in a low monotonous cadence one of those prayers, or rather spells, which in some parts of Scotland and the north of England are used by the vulgar and ignorant to speed the passage of a parting spirit, like the tolling of the bell in Catholic days. She accompanied this dismal sound with a slow rocking motion of her body to and fro as if to keep time with her song. The words ran nearly thus. Wasted weary wherefore stay? Wrestling thus with earth and clay. From the body pass away. Hark, the mass is singing. From thee doff thy mortal weed. Mary Mother be thy speed. Saints to help thee at thy need. Hark, the knell is ringing. Fear not snowdrift driving fast. Sleet or hail or levin blast. Soon the shroud shall lap thee fast. And the sleep be on thee cast. That shall near no waking. Haste thee to be gone. Earth flits fast and time draws on. Gasp thy gasp and groan thy groan. Day is near the breaking. The songstress paused, and was answered by one or two deep and hollow groans, that seemed to proceed from the very agony of the mortal strife. It will not be, she muttered to herself. He cannot pass away with that on his mind, it tethers him here. Heaven cannot abide it. Earth refuses to hide it. Footnote see note 6. I must open the door, and rising she faced towards the door of the apartment, observing heedfully, not to turn back her head, and withdrawing a bolt or two, for notwithstanding the miserable appearance of the place, the door was cautiously secured. She lifted the latch, saying, Open lock in strife come death and pass life. Brown, who had by this time moved from his post, stood before her. As she opened the door she stepped back a pace, and he entered, instantly recognizing, but with no comfortable sensation, the same gypsy woman whom he had met in Beaucastle. She also knew him at once, and her attitude, figure, and the anxiety of her countenance assumed the appearance of the well-disposed ogress of a fairy tale, warning a stranger not to enter the dangerous castle of her husband. The first words she spoke, holding up her hands in a reproving manner, were, Said I not to ye, make not meddle, not beware of the redding strake. Footnote the redding strake, namely, a blow received by a peacemaker, who interferes betwixt two combatants to red or separate them, is proverbially said to be the most dangerous blow a man can receive. You are come to no house, O Fairstreet death. So saying she raised the lamp, and turned its light on the dying man, whose rude and harsh features were now convulsed with the last agony. A roll of linen about his head was stained with blood which had soaked also through the blankets, and the straw. It was indeed under no natural disease that the wretch was suffering. Brown started back from this horrible object, and turning to the gypsy exclaimed, Wretched woman, who has done this? They that were permitted, answered Meg Merrilies, while she scanned with a close and keen glance the features of the expiring man. He has had a sair struggle, but it's passing. I kenned he would pass when you came in. That was the theatrical. He's dead. Sounds were now heard at a distance, as of voices. They are coming, said she to Brown. You are a dead man, if he had as money lives. As Hares Brown eagerly looked round for some weapon of defense. There was none near. He then rushed to the door with the intention of plunging among the trees, and making his escape by flight from what he now esteemed a den of murderers. But Merrilies held him with a masculine grasp. Here, she said, here, be still, and you are safe. Stir not whatever you see or hear, and nothing shall befall you. Brown, in these desperate circumstances, remembered this woman's intimation formerly, and thought he had no chance of safety. But in obeying her, she caused him to couch down among a parcel of straw on the opposite side of the apartment from the corpse, covered him carefully, and flung over him 2 or 3 old sacks, which lay about the place. Anxious to observe what was to happen, Brown arranged, as softly as he could, the means of peeping from under the coverings, by which he was hidden, and awaited with a throbbing heart the issue of this strange and most unpleasant adventure. The old gypsy, in the meantime, set about arranging the dead body, composing its limbs, and straightening the arms by its side. Best to do this, she muttered, ere he stiffen. She placed on the dead man's breast a trencher with salt sprinkled upon it, set one candle at the head and another at the feet of the body, and lighted both. Then she resumed her song, and awaited the approach of those whose voices had been heard without. Brown was a soldier and a brave one, but he was also a man, and at this moment his fears mastered his courage so completely that the cold drops burst out from every pore. The idea of being dragged out of his miserable concealment by wretches whose trade was that of midnight murder without weapons or the slightest means of defense, except entreaties, which would be only their sport, and cries for help which could never reach other ear than their own. His safety, entrusted to the precarious compassion of a being associated with these felons, and whose trade of rapine and imposture must have hardened her against every human feeling. The bitterness of his emotions almost choked him. He endeavored to read in her withered and dark countenance, as the lamp threw its light upon her features, something that promised those feelings of compassion which females, even in their most degraded state, can seldom altogether smother. There was no such touch of humanity about this woman. The interest, whatever it was that determined her in his favor, arose not from the impulse of compassion, but from some internal and probably capricious association of feelings, to which he had no clue. It rested perhaps on a fancied likeness, such as Lady Macbeth found to her father in the sleeping monarch. Such were the reflections that passed in rapid succession through Brown's mind, as he gazed from his hiding-place upon this extraordinary personage. Meantime, the gang did not yet approach, and he was almost prompted to resume his original intention of attempting an escape from the hut, and cursed internally his own irresolution, which had consented to his being cooped up where he had neither room for resistance nor flight. Meg Merrilies seemed equally on the watch. She bent her ear to every sound that whistled round the old walls. Then she turned again to the dead body, and found something new to arrange or alter in its position. "He's a bonny corpse," she muttered to herself, "and weel worth the streaking." And in this dismal occupation, she appeared to feel a sort of professional pleasure, entering slowly into all the minutiae, as if with the skill and feelings of a connoisseur. A long dark-colored sea-cloak, which she dragged out of a corner, was disposed for Paul. The face she left bare after closing the mouth and eyes, and arranged the capes of the cloak, so as to hide the bloody bandages, and give the body, as she muttered, a mere decent appearance. At once 3 or 4 men, equally ruffians in appearance and dress, rushed into the hut. "Meg, ye limb of Satan, how dare you leave the door open?" was the first salutation of the party. And wha ever heard of a door being barred, when a man was in the dead throw? How d'ye think the spirit was to get awa through bolts and bars like thee? "Is he dead?" then said one who went to the side of the couch to look at the body. Aye, dead enough," said another, "but here's what shall give him a rousing like-you-ache." So saying, he fetched a keg of spirits from a corner, while Meg hastened to display pipes and tobacco. From the activity with which she undertook the task, Brown conceived good hope of her fidelity towards her guest. It was obvious that she wished to engage the ruffians in their debauch to prevent the discovery which might take place if by accident any of them should approach too nearly the place of Brown's concealment. Chapter 28. "Nor board nor garner own we now, nor roof nor latched door, nor kind mate bound by holy vow to bless a good man's store. Noon lulls us in a gloomy den, and night is grown our day. Uprouse ye then, my merry men, and use it as ye may." Joanna Bailey. Brown could now reckon his foes. They were 5 in number. 2 of them were very powerful men, who appeared to be either real seamen or strollers, who assumed that character. The other 3, an old man and 2 lads, were slighter made, and from their black hair and dark complexion, seemed to belong to Meg's tribe. They passed from one to another the cup out of which they drank their spirits. "Here's to his good voyage," said one of the seamen, drinking a squally night. "He's got, however, to drift through the sky." We omit here various execrations with which these honest gentlemen garnished their discourse, retaining only such of their expletives as are least offensive. "A does not mind wind, and whether a has had many a northeaster in his day." "He had his last yesterday," said another gruffly, "and now old Meg may pray for his last fair wind, as she's often done before." "Ill pray for nane o' him," said Meg, "nor for you neither, you randy dog. The times are sair altered, since I was a kinchin. Mort men were men then, and fought other in the open field, and there was nae milling in the darkmans, and the gentry had kind hearts, and would have given baith lap and panel to ony pure gypsy, and there was not one from Johnny Faw the upright man to little Christy that was in the panniers would cloyd a dud from them. But ye are altered from the gude auld rules, and no wonder that you scour the crampering, and trine to the cheat sae often. Yes, ye are altered. You eat the goodman's meat, drink his drink, sleep on the strammel in his barn, and break his house, and cut his throat for his pains. There's blood on your hands too. Ye dogs mair than ever came there, by fair writing. See how yell die then lang. It was ere he died he strove and strove sair, and could neither die nor live. But yow half the country will see how yell grace the woody." The party set up a hoarse laugh at Meg's prophecy. "What made you come back here, ye auld beldam?" said one of the gypsies. "Could ye not have stayed where you were, and spawed fortunes to the Cumberland flats? Bing out, and tour ye auld devil, and see that nobody has scented. That's a you're good for now." "Is that a I am good for now?" said the indignant matron. "I was good for mair than that in the great fight between our folk and Patrico Salmons, if I had not helped you with these very fambles," holding up her hands. "Jean Bailey would have frummaged you, ye feckless doolittle." There was here another laugh at the expense of the hero, who had received this Amazon's assistance. "Here, mother," said one of the sailors, "here's a cup of the right for you, and never mind that bully huff." Meg drank the spirits, and withdrawing herself from farther conversation, sat down before the spot where Brown lay hid in such a posture that it would have been difficult for anyone to have approached it. Without her rising, the men, however, showed no disposition to disturb her. They closed around the fire and held deep consultation together, but the low tone in which they spoke, and the cant language which they used prevented Brown from understanding much of their conversation. He gathered, in general, that they expressed great indignation against some individual. "He shall have his gruel," said one, and then whispered something very low into the ear of his comrade. "I'll have nothing to do with that," said the other. "Are you turned hen-hearted, Jack?" "No, by GD, no more than yourself. But I want it was something like that stopped all the trade 15 or 20 years ago. You have heard of the loop?" "I have heard him," indicating the corpse, by a jerk of his head, "tell about that job, GD, how he used to laugh when he showed us how he fetched him off the perch." "Well, but it did up the trade for one while," said Jack. "How should that be?" asked the surly villain. "Why," replied Jack, "the people got rusty about it, and would not deal, and they had bought so many brooms that—" "Well, for all that," said the other, "I think we should be down upon the fellow one of these darkmans, and let him get it well." "But old Meg's asleep now," said another. "She grows a driveler, and is afraid of her shadow shall sing out some of these odd-come-shortlies, if you don't look sharp." "Never fear," said the old gypsy man, "Meg's truebred, she's the last in the gang that will start, but she has some queer ways, and often cuts queer words." With more of this gibberish, they continued the conversation, rendering it, thus even to each other, a dark obscure dialect, eked out by significant nods and signs, but never expressing distinctly, or in plain language, the subject, on which it turned at length. One of them, observing Meg was still fast asleep, or appeared to be so, desired one of the lads to hand in the black Peter, that they might flick it open. The boy stepped to the door, and brought in a portmanteau, which Brown instantly recognized for his own. His thoughts immediately turned to the unfortunate lad he had left with the carriage. Had the ruffians murdered him was the horrible doubt that crossed his mind. The agony of his attention grew yet keener, and while the villains pulled out and admired the different articles of his clothes and linen, he eagerly listened for some indication that might intimate the fate of the postilion. But the ruffians were too much delighted with their prize, and too much busied in examining its contents, to enter into any detail concerning the manner in which they had acquired it. The portmanteau contained various articles of apparel, a pair of pistols, a leathern case with a few papers, and some money, etc., etc. At any other time, it would have provoked Brown excessively to see the unceremonious manner in which the thieves shared his property, and made themselves merry at the expense of the owner. But the moment was too perilous to admit any thoughts, but what had immediate reference to self-preservation. After a sufficient scrutiny into the portmanteau, and an equitable division of its contents, the ruffians applied themselves more closely to the serious occupation of drinking, in which they spent the greater part of the night. Brown was for some time in great hopes that they would drink so deep as to render themselves insensible when his escape would have been an easy matter, but their dangerous trade required precautions inconsistent with such unlimited indulgence, and they stopped short on this side of absolute intoxication. 3 of them at length composed themselves to rest, while the 4th watched. He was relieved in this duty by one of the others after a vigil of 2 hours. When the 2nd watch had elapsed, the sentinel awakened the whole, who, to Brown's inexpressible relief, began to make some preparations, as if for departure, bundling up the various articles, which each had appropriated. Still, however, there remained something to be done. 2 of them, after some rummaging, which not a little alarmed Brown, produced a mattock and shovel. Another took a pickaxe from behind the straw on which the dead body was extended. With these implements, 2 of them left the hut, and the remaining 3, 2 of whom were the seamen, very strong men, still remained in garrison. After the space of about half an hour, one of those who had departed again returned, and whispered the others. They wrapped up the dead body in the sea cloak, which had served as a pall, and went out bearing it along with them. The aged Sibyl then arose from her real or feigned slumbers. She first went to the door as if for the purpose of watching the departure of her late inmates, then returned, and commanded Brown in a low and stifled voice to follow her. Instantly he obeyed, but on leaving the hut he would willingly have repossessed himself of his money or papers at least. But this she prohibited in the most peremptory manner, It immediately occurred to him that the suspicion of having removed anything of which he might repossess himself would fall upon this woman, by whom in all probability his life had been saved. He therefore immediately desisted from his attempt, contenting himself with seizing a cutlass, which one of the ruffians had flung aside among the straw on his feet, and possessed of this weapon, he already found himself half delivered from the dangers which beset him. Still, however, he felt stiffened and cramped both with the cold and by the constrained and unaltered position which he had occupied all night. But as he followed the gypsy from the door of the hut, the fresh air of the morning, and the action of walking, restored circulation and activity to his benumbed limbs. The pale light of a winter's morning was rendered more clear by the snow which was lying all around crisped, by the influence of a severe frost. Brown cast a hasty glance at the landscape around him, that he might be able again to know the spot, the little tower of which only a single vault remained forming the dismal apartment in which he had spent this remarkable night, was perched on the very point of a projecting rock overhanging the rivulet. It was accessible only on one side, and that from the ravine or glen below. On the other 3 sides, the bank was precipitous, so that Brown had on the preceding evening escaped more dangers than one, for if he had attempted to go round the building, which was once his purpose, he must have been dashed to pieces. The dell was so narrow that the trees met in some places from the opposite sides. They were now loaded with snow instead of leaves, and thus formed a sort of frozen canopy over the rivulet beneath, which was marked by its darker color, as it soaked its way obscurely through wreaths of snow. In one place, where the glen was a little wider, leaving a small piece of flat ground between the rivulet and the bank, were situated the ruins of the hamlet, in which Brown had been involved on the preceding evening. The ruined gables, the insides of which were japanned with turf smoke, looked yet blacker contrasted with the patches of snow which had been driven against them by the wind, and with the drifts which lay around them. Upon this wintry and dismal scene, Brown could only at present cast a very hasty glance, for his guide, after pausing an instant as if to permit him to indulge his curiosity, strode hastily before him down the path which led into the glen. He observed with some feelings of suspicion that she chose a track already marked by several feet, which he could only suppose were those of the depredators who had spent the night in the vault. A moment's recollection, however, put his suspicions to rest. It was not to be thought that the woman who might have delivered him up to her gang, when in a state totally defenseless, would have suspended her supposed treachery until he was armed and in the open air, and had so many better chances of defense or escape. He therefore followed his guide in confidence and silence. They crossed the small brook at the same place where it previously had been passed by those who had gone before the footmarks, then proceeded through the ruined village, and from thence down the glen, which again narrowed to a ravine after the small opening in which they were situated. But the gypsy no longer followed the same track. She turned aside, and led the way by a very rugged and uneven path up the bank, which overhung the village, although the snow in many places hid the pathway, and rendered the footing uncertain and unsafe. Meg proceeded with a firm and determined step which indicated an intimate knowledge of the ground she traversed. At length, they gained the top of the bank, though by a passage so steep and intricate that Brown, though convinced it was the same by which he had descended on the night before, was not a little surprised how he had accomplished the task without breaking his neck. Above, the country opened wide and unenclosed for about a mile or 2 on the one hand, and on the other were thick plantations of considerable extent. Meg, however, still led the way along the bank of the ravine out of which they had ascended, until she heard beneath the murmur of voices. She then pointed to a deep plantation of trees, at some distance. "The road to Kippletringan," she said, "is on the other side of these enclosures. Make the speed ye can. There's mair rests on your life than other folks. But you have lost all stay." She fumbled in an immense pocket from which she produced a greasy purse. "Many's the alms your house has Jean Meg and hers, and she has lived to pay it back in a small degree," and she placed the purse in his hand. "The woman is insane," thought Brown. But it was no time to debate the point, for the sounds he heard in the ravine below probably proceeded from the banditti. "How shall I repay this money," he said, "or how acknowledge the kindness you have done me?" "I hae 2 boons to crave," answered the sibyl, speaking low and hastily. "One, that you will never speak of what you have seen this night; the other, that you will not leave this country till you see me again, and that you leave word at the Gordon Arms, where you are to be heard of. And when I next call for you, be it in church or market, at wedding, or at burial Sunday, or Saturday mealtime, or fasting, that ye leave everything else and come with me. Why, that will do you little good, mother. But 'twill do yoursel muckle, And that's what I am thinking. Oh, I am not mad. Although I have had Enug to make me sae, I am not mad nor doting, nor drunken. I know what I am asking. And I know it has been the will of God to preserve you in strange dangers, and that I shall be the instrument to set you in your father's seat again. Sae, give me your promise, and mind that you owe your life to me this blessed night. There's wildness in her manner, certainly, thought Brown, and yet it is more like the wildness of energy than of madness. Well, mother, since you do ask so useless and trifling a favor, you have my promise. It will at least give me an opportunity to repay your money. With additions, you are an uncommon kind of creditor, no doubt, but— Away, away, then said she, waving her hand, think not about the gowd, it's a your ain, but remember your promise, and do not dare to follow me or look after me. So saying, she plunged again into the dell, and descended it with great agility, the icicles and snow-wreaths showering down after her as she disappeared. Notwithstanding her prohibition, Brown endeavored to gain some point of the bank from which he might unseen gaze down into the glen, and with some difficulty, for it must be conceived that the utmost caution was necessary. He succeeded. The spot which he attained for this purpose was the point of a projecting rock which rose precipitously from among the trees. By kneeling down among the snow, and stretching his head cautiously forward, he could observe what was going on in the bottom of the dell. He saw, as he expected, his companions of the last night, now joined by 2 or 3 others. They had cleared away the snow from the foot of the rock, and dug a deep pit which was designed to serve the purpose of a grave. Around this they now stood and lowered into it something wrapped in a naval cloak, which Brown instantly concluded to be the dead body of the man he had seen expire. They then stood silent for half a minute, as if under some touch of feeling for the loss of their companion, but if they experienced such, they did not long remain under its influence, for all hands went presently to work to fill up the grave, and Brown, perceiving that the task would be soon ended, thought it best to take the gypsy woman's hint and walk as fast as possible until he should gain the shelter of the plantation. Having arrived under cover of the trees, his first thought was of the gypsy's purse. He had accepted it without hesitation, though with something like a feeling of degradation, arising from the character of the person by whom he was thus accommodated. But it relieved him from a serious though temporary embarrassment. His money, excepting a very few shillings, was in his portmanteau, and that was in possession of Meg's friend. Some time was necessary to write to his agent, or even to apply to his good host at Charlie's Hope, who would gladly have supplied him. In the meantime, he resolved to avail himself of Meg's subsidy, confident he should have a speedy opportunity of replacing it with a handsome gratuity. It can be but a trifling sum, he said to himself, and I daresay the good lady may have a share of my banknotes to make amends. With these reflections, he opened the leathern purse, expecting to find at most 3 or 4 guineas, but how much was he surprised to discover that it contained, besides a considerable quantity of gold pieces of different coinages and various countries, the joint amount of which could not be short of £100, several valuable rings and ornaments set with jewels, and as appeared from the slight inspection, he had time to give them a very considerable value. Brown was equally astonished and embarrassed by the circumstances in which he found himself possessed, as he now appeared to be of property to a much greater amount than his own, but which had been obtained in all probability by the same nefarious means through which he had himself been plundered. His first thought was to inquire after the nearest justice of peace, and to place in his hands the treasure of which he had thus unexpectedly become the depositary, telling at the same time his own remarkable story. But a moment's consideration brought several objections to this mode of procedure. In the first place, by observing this course, he should break his promise of silence, and might probably by that means involve the safety, perhaps the life, of this woman, who had risked her own to preserve his, and who had voluntarily endowed him with this treasuria. Generosity, which might thus become the means of her ruin, this was not to be thought of. Besides, he was a stranger, and for a time at least unprovided with means of establishing his own character and credit to the satisfaction of a stupid or obstinate country magistrate. I will think over the matter more maturely, he said. Perhaps there may be a regiment quartered at the county town, in which case my knowledge of the service and acquaintance with many officers of the army cannot fail to establish my situation and character by evidence which a civil judge could not sufficiently estimate, and then I shall have the commanding officer's assistance in managing matters, so as to screen this unhappy madwoman, whose mistake or prejudice has been so fortunate for me. A civil magistrate might think himself obliged to send out warrants for her at once, and the consequence in case of her being taken is pretty evident. No, she has been upon honor with me if she were the devil, and I will be equally upon honor with her. She shall have the privilege of a court-martial, where the point of honor can qualify strict law. Besides, I may see her at this place. Kipple Kupluhat did she call it, and then I can make restitution to her, and e'en let the law claim its own when it can secure her. In the meanwhile, however, I cut rather an awkward figure for one who has the honor to bear His Majesty's commission, being little better than the receiver of stolen goods. With these reflections, Brown took from the gypsy's treasure 3 or 4 guineas for the purpose of his immediate expenses, and tying up the rest in the purse, which contained them, resolved not again to open it until he could either restore it to her by whom it was given or put it into the hands of some public functionary. He next thought of the cutlass, and his first impulse was to leave it in the plantation. But when he considered the risk of meeting with these ruffians, he could not resolve on parting with his arms. His walking dress, though plain, had so much of a military character as suited not amiss with his having such a weapon. Besides, though the custom of wearing swords by persons out of uniform had been gradually becoming antiquated, it was not yet so totally forgotten as to occasion any particular remark towards those who chose to adhere to it. Retaining therefore his weapon of defense, and placing the purse of the gypsy in a private pocket, our traveler strode gallantly on through the wood in search of the promised highroad. Chapter 29. All school days, friendship, childhood innocence. We Hermia, like 2 artificial gods, have with our needles created both one flower, both on one sampler, sitting on one cushion, both warbling of one song, both in one key, as if our hands, our sides, voices, and minds had been incorporate. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Julia Mannering to Matilda Marchmont. How can you upbraid me, my dearest Matilda, with abatement in friendship or fluctuation in affection? Is it possible for me to forget that you are the chosen of my heart, in whose faithful bosom I have deposited every feeling which your poor Julia dares to acknowledge to herself, and you do me equal injustice in upbraiding me with exchanging your friendship for that of Lucy Bertram? I assure you she has not the materials I must seek for in a bosom confidant. She is a charming girl, to be sure, and I like her very much, and I confess our forenoon and evening engagements have left me less time for the exercise of my pen than our proposed regularity of correspondence demands. But she is totally devoid of elegant accomplishments, excepting the knowledge of French and Italian, which she acquired from the most grotesque monster you ever beheld, whom my father has engaged as a kind of librarian, and whom he patronizes, I believe, to show his defiance of the world's opinion. Colonel Mannering seems to have formed a determination that nothing shall be considered as ridiculous so long as it appertains to or is connected with him. I remember in India he had picked up somewhere a little mongrel cur, with bandy legs, a long back, and huge flapping ears. Of this uncouth creature he chose to make a favorite in despite of all taste and opinion, and I remember one instance, which he alleged of what he called Brown's petulance, was that he had criticized severely the crooked legs and drooping ears of Bingo. On my word, Matilda, I believe he nurses his high opinion of this most awkward of all pedants. Upon a similar principle, he seats the creature at table, where he pronounces a grace that sounds like the scream of the man in the square that used to cry mackerel, flings his meat down his throat by shovelfuls like a dustman loading his cart, and apparently without the most distant perception of what he is swallowing, then bleats forth another unnatural set of tones by way of returning thanks, stalks out of the room, and immerses himself among a parcel of huge worm-eaten folios that are as uncouth as himself. I could endure the creature well enough had I anybody to laugh at him along with me, but Lucy Bertram, if I but verge on the border of a jest, affecting this same Mr. Sampson, such is the horrid man's horrid name, looks so piteous that it deprives me of all spirit to proceed, and my father knits his brow, flashes fire from his eye, bites his lip, and says something that is extremely rude and uncomfortable to my feelings. It was not of this creature, however, that I meant to speak to you, only that being a good scholar in the modern, as well as the ancient languages, he has contrived to make Lucy Bertram mistress of the former, and she has only, I believe, to thank her own good sense or obstinacy that the Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, for aught I know, were not added to her acquisitions, and thus she really has a great fund of information, and I assure you I am daily surprised at the power which she seems to possess of amusing herself by recalling and arranging the subjects of her former reading. We read together every morning, And I begin to like Italian much better than when we were teased by that conceited animal Sisyphus. This is the way to spell his name, and not Chichipichi. You see, I grow a connoisseur. But perhaps I like Miss Bertram more for the accomplishments she wants, than for the knowledge she possesses. She knows nothing of music whatever and no more of dancing, than is here common to the meanest peasants, who by the way dance with great zeal and spirit, so that I am instructor in my turn, and she takes with great gratitude lessons from me upon the harpsichord, and I have even taught her some of La Pique's steps, and you know he thought me a promising scholar. In the evening Papa often reads, and I assure you he is the best reader of poetry you ever heard, not like that actor, who made a kind of jumble between reading and acting, staring, and bending his brow, and twisting his face, and gesticulating as if he were on the stage, and dressed out in all his costume. My father's manner is quite different. It is the reading of a gentleman who produces effect by feeling, taste, and inflection of voice, not by action or mummery. Lucy Bertram rides remarkably well, and I can now accompany her on horseback, having become emboldened by example. We walk also a good deal in spite of the cold, so upon the whole, I have not quite so much time for writing as I used to have. Besides, my love, I must really use the apology of all stupid correspondence, that I have nothing to say. My hopes, my fears, my anxieties about Brown are of a less interesting cast, since I know that he is at liberty, and in health besides. I must own I think that by this time the gentleman might have given me some intimation what he was doing. Our intercourse may be an imprudent one, but it is not very complimentary to me that Mr. Van Beest Brown should be the first to discover that such is the case, and to break off in consequence. I can promise him that we might not differ much in opinion, should that happen to be his, for I have sometimes thought I have behaved extremely foolishly in that matter, yet I have so good an opinion of poor Brown, that I cannot but think there is something extraordinary in his silence. To return to Lucy Bertram, no, my dearest Matilda, she can never rival you in my regard, so that all your affectionate jealousy on that account is without foundation. She is, to be sure, a very pretty, a very sensible, a very affectionate girl, and I think there are few persons to whose consolatory friendship I could have recourse more freely in what are called the real evils of life. But then these so seldom come in one's way, and one wants a friend who will sympathize with distresses of sentiment, as well as with actual misfortune, heaven knows. And you know, my dearest Matilda, that these diseases of the heart require the balm of sympathy and affection, as much as the evils of a more obvious and determinate character. Now Lucy Bertram has nothing of this kindly sympathy, nothing at all. My dearest Matilda, were I sick of a fever, she would sit up night after night to nurse me with the most unrepining patience. But with the fever of the heart, which my Matilda has soothed so often, she has no more sympathy than her old tutor. And yet what provokes me is, that the demure monkey actually has a lover of her own, and that their mutual affection for mutual, I take it to be, has a great deal of complicated and romantic interest. She was once, you must know, a great heiress, but was ruined by the prodigality of her father, and the villainy of a horrid man in whom he confided, and one of the handsomest young gentlemen in the country is attached to her, but as he is heir to a great estate, she discourages his addresses on account of the disproportion of their fortune. But with all this moderation and self-denial and modesty, and so forth, Lucy is a sly girl. I am sure she loves young Hazelwood, and I am sure he has some guess of that, and would probably bring her to acknowledge it too if my father or she would allow him an opportunity. But you must know the Colonel is always himself in the way to pay Miss Bertram those attentions which afford the best indirect opportunities for a young gentleman in Hazelwood's situation. I would have my good papa take care that he does not himself pay the usual penalty of meddling folks. I assure you, if I were Hazelwood, I should look on his compliments, his bowings, his cloakings, his shawlings, and his handings with some little suspicion. And truly I think Hazelwood does so too at some odd times. Then imagine what a silly figure your poor Julia makes on such occasions. Here is my father making the agreeable to my friend, there is young Hazelwood watching every word of her lips and every motion of her eye, and I have not the poor satisfaction of interesting a human, being not even the exotic monster of a parson, for even he sits with his mouth open, and his huge round goggling eyes fixed like those of a statue, admiring Miss Bartram. All this makes me sometimes a little nervous, and sometimes a little mischievous. I was so provoked at my father and the lovers the other day for turning me completely out of their thoughts and society, that I began an attack upon Hazelwood from which it was impossible for him, in common civility, To escape he insensibly became warm in his defense. I assure you, Matilda, he is a very clever as well as a very handsome young man, and I don't think I ever remember having seen him to the same advantage when behold, in the midst of our lively conversation, a very soft sigh from Miss Lucy reached my not ungratified ears. I was greatly too generous to prosecute my victory any farther even. If I had not been afraid of Papa, luckily, for me he had at that moment got into a long description of the peculiar notions and manners of a certain tribe of Indians who live far up the country, and was illustrating them by making drawings on Miss Bertram's work patterns, 3 of which he utterly damaged, by introducing among the intricacies of the pattern his specimens of Oriental costume. But I believe she thought as little of her own gown at the moment as of the Indian turbans and cummerbunds. However, it was quite as well for me that he did not see all the merit of my little maneuver, for he is as sharp-sighted as a hawk, and a sworn enemy to the slightest shade of coquetry. Well, Matilda Hazelwood heard this same affable sigh, and instantly repented his temporary attentions to such an unworthy object as your Julia, and with a very comical expression of consciousness drew near to Lucy's worktable. He made some trifling observation, and her reply was one in which nothing but an ear as acute as that of a lover or a curious observer like myself could have distinguished anything more cold and dry than usual. But it conveyed reproof to the self-accusing hero, and he stood abashed accordingly. You will admit that I was called upon in generosity to act as mediator, so I mingled in the conversation in the quiet tone of an unobserving and uninterested third party, led them into their former habits of easy chat, and after having served a while as the channel of communication through which they chose to address each other, set them down to a pensive game at chess, and very dutifully went to tease Papa, who was still busied with his drawings. The chess players, you must observe, were placed near the chimney, beside a little worktable, which held the board and men, the colonel at some distance, with lights upon a library table, for it is a large old-fashioned room with several recesses, and hung with grim tapestry, representing what it might have puzzled the artist himself to explain. Is chess a very interesting game, Papa? I am told so, without honoring me with much of his notice. I should think so from the attention Mr. Hazelwood and Lucy are bestowing on it. He raised his head hastily, and held his pencil suspended for an instant apparently. He saw nothing that excited his suspicions, for he was resuming the folds of a Mahratta's turban in tranquillity, when I interrupted him with how old is Miss Bertram, sir? How should I know, miss, about your own age, I suppose? Older, I should think, sir. You are always telling me how much more decorously she goes through all the honors of the teatable Lord Papa. What if you should give her a right to preside once, and forever? Julia, my dear, returned Papa, you are either a fool outright, or you are more disposed to make mischief than I have yet believed you. Oh, my dear sir, put your best construction upon it. I would not be thought a fool for all the world. Then why do you talk like one, said my father. Lord, sir, I am sure there is nothing so foolish in what I said just now. Everybody knows you are a very handsome man. A smile was just visible, that is, for your time of life. The dawn was overcast, which is far from being advanced, and I am sure I don't know why you should not please yourself. If you have a mind, I am sensible I am but a thoughtless girl, and if a graver companion could render you more happy. There was a mixture of displeasure and grave affection in the manner in which my father took my hand that was a severe reproof to me for trifling with his feelings. Julia, he said, I bear with much of your petulance, because I think I have in some degree deserved it by neglecting to superintend your education sufficiently, closely, yet I would not have you give it the rein upon a subject so delicate if you do not respect the feelings of your surviving parent towards the memory of her, whom you have lost. Attend at least to the sacred claims of misfortune, and observe that the slightest hint of such a jest reaching Miss Bertram's ears would at once induce her to renounce her present asylum, and go forth without a protector into a world she has already felt so unfriendly. What could I say to this, Matilda? I only cried heartily, begged pardon, and promised to be a good girl in future. And so here am I neutralized again, for I cannot in honor or common good nature tease poor Lucy by interfering with Hazelwood, although she has so little confidence in me, and neither can I after this grave appeal venture again upon such delicate ground with Papa, so I burn little rolls of paper and sketch Turks' heads upon visiting cards with the blackened end. I assure you I succeeded in making a superb hider ally last night, and I jingle on my unfortunate harpsichord, and begin at the end of a grave book, and read it backward, After all, I begin to be very much vexed about Brown's silence. Had he been obliged to leave the country, I am sure he would at least have written to me. Is it possible that my father can have intercepted his letters? But no, that is contrary to all his principles. I don't think he would open a letter addressed to me tonight, to prevent my jumping out of window tomorrow. What an expression I have suffered to escape my pen. I should be ashamed of it even to you, Matilda, and used in jest. But I need not take much merit for acting as I ought to do. This same Mr. Vanbeest Brown is by no means so very ardent a lover as to hurry the object of his attachment into such inconsiderate steps. He gives one full time to reflect, that must be admitted. However, I will not blame him unheard, nor permit myself to doubt the manly firmness of a character, which I have so often extolled to you. Were he capable of doubt, of fear, of the shadow of change, I should have little to regret. And why, you will say, when I expect such steady and unalterable constancy from a lover, why should I be anxious about what Haswood does, or to whom he offers his attentions? I ask myself the question 100 times a day, and it only receives the very silly answer that one does not like to be neglected, though one would not encourage a serious infidelity. I write all these trifles because you say that they amuse you, and yet I wonder how they should. I remember in our stolen voyages to the world of fiction, you always admired the grand, and the romantic tales of knights, dwarfs, giants, and distressed damsels, Oothsir's visions, beckoning ghosts and bloody hands, whereas I was partial to the involved intrigues of private life, or at farthest to so much only of the supernatural, as is conferred by the agency of an eastern genie, or a beneficent fairy. You would have loved to shape your course of life over the broad ocean with its dead calms and howling tempests, its tornadoes, and its billows mountain high, whereas I should like to trim my little pinnace to a brisk breeze in some inland lake, or tranquil bay, where there was just difficulty of navigation sufficient to give interest, and to require skill without any sensible degree of danger. So that upon the whole, Matilda, I think you should have had my father with his pride of arms, and of ancestry his chivalrous point of honor, his high talents, and his abstruse and mystic studies. You should have had Lucy Bertram too for your friend, whose fathers with names which alike defy memory and orthography ruled over this romantic country, and whose birth took place, as I have been indistinctly informed, under circumstances of deep and peculiar interest. You should have had too our Scottish residence, surrounded by mountains, and our lonely walks to haunted ruins, and I should have had in exchange the lawns and shrubs and greenhouses and conservatories of pine. Park with your good, quiet, indulgent aunt, her chapel in the morning, her nap after dinner, her hand at whist in the evening, not forgetting her fat coach horses and fatter coachmen. Take notice, however, that Brown is not included in this proposed barter of mine. His good humor, lively conversation, and open gallantry suit my plan of life, as well as his athletic form, handsome features, and high spirit would accord with a character of chivalry. So as we cannot change altogether out and out, I think we must e'en abide as we are. End of Volume 1. Guy Mannering, by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2. Guy Mannering, or The Astrologer. Chapter 1. I renounce your defiance, if you parley so roughly ill. Barricade my gates against you, do you see yon bay window? Storm I care, not serving the good Duke of Norfolk. Merry Devil of Edmonton. Julia Mannering to Matilda Marchmont. I rise from a sick bed, my dearest Matilda, to communicate the strange and frightful scenes which have just passed. Alas, how little we ought to jest with futurity. I closed my letter to you in high spirits, with some flippant remarks on your taste for the romantic and extraordinary in fictitious narrative. How little I expected to have had such events to record in the course of a few days, and to witness scenes of terror, or to contemplate them in description, is as different, my dearest Matilda, as to bend over the brink of a precipice, holding by the frail tenure of a half-rooted shrub, or to admire the same precipice as represented in the landscape of Salvator. But I will not anticipate my narrative. The first part of my story is frightful enough, though it had nothing to interest my feelings. You must know that this country is particularly favorable to the commerce of a set of desperate men from the Isle of Man, which is nearly opposite. These smugglers are numerous, resolute, and formidable, and have at different times become the dread of the neighborhood. When anyone has interfered with their contraband, trade, the local magistrates, from timidity or worse motives, have become shy of acting against them, and impunity has rendered them equally daring and desperate. With all this, my father, a stranger in the land, and invested with no official authority, had, one would think, nothing to do, but it must be owned that, as he himself expresses it, He was born when Mars was lord of his ascendant, and that strife and bloodshed find him out in circumstances and situations the most retired and pacific. About 11 o'clock on last Tuesday morning, while Hazelwood and my father were proposing to walk to a little lake about 3 miles distance for the purpose of shooting wild ducks, and while Lucy and I were busied with arranging our plan of work and study for the day, we were alarmed by the sound of horses' feet, advancing very fast up the avenue. The ground was hardened by severe frost, which made the clatter of the hoofs sound yet louder and sharper in a moment. 2 or 3 men armed mounted, and each leading a spare horse loaded with packages, appeared on the lawn, and without keeping upon the road, which makes a small sweep, pushed right across for the door of the house. Their appearance was in the utmost degree hurried and disordered, and they frequently looked back like men who apprehended a close and deadly pursuit. My father and Hazelwood hurried to the front door to demand who they were, and what was their business. They were revenue officers, they stated, who had seized these horses, loaded with contraband articles, at a place about 3 miles off, but the smugglers had been reinforced, and were now pursuing them with the avowed purpose of recovering the goods and putting to death the officers who had presumed to do their duty. The men said that their horses being loaded, and the pursuers gaining ground upon them, they had fled to Woodbourne, conceiving that as my father had served the king, he would not refuse to protect the servants of government when threatened to be murdered in the discharge of their duty. My father, to whom in his enthusiastic feelings of military loyalty even a dog would be of importance if he came in the king's name, gave prompt orders for securing the goods in the hall, arming the servants, and defending the house, in case it should be necessary. Hazelwood seconded him with great spirit, and even the strange animal they call Sampson stalked out of his den, and seized upon a fowling piece which my father had laid aside to take what they call a rifle gun, with which they shoot tigers, etc. in the East. The piece went off in the awkward hands of the poor parson, and very nearly shot one of the excisemen. At this unexpected and involuntary explosion of his weapon, the Dominie, such is his nickname, exclaimed prodigious, which is his usual ejaculation when astonished, but no power could force the man to part with his discharged piece, so they were content to let him retain it with the precaution of trusting him with no ammunition. This, excepting the alarm occasioned by the report, escaped my notice at the time, you may easily believe, but in talking over the scene afterwards, Hazelwood made us very merry with the Dominie's ignorant but zealous valor. When my father had got everything into proper order for defense, and his people stationed at the windows with their firearms, he wanted to order us out of danger into the cellar, I believe, but we could not be prevailed upon to stir, though terrified to death. I have so much of his own spirit that I would look upon the peril which threatens us rather than hear it rage around me, without knowing its nature or its progress. Lucy, looking as pale as a marble statue, and keeping her eyes fixed on Hazelwood, seemed not even to hear the prayers with which he conjured her to leave the front of the house. But in truth, unless the hall door should be forced, we were in little danger, the windows being almost blocked up with cushions and pillows, and what the Dominie most lamented, with folio volumes brought hastily from the library, leaving only spaces through which the defenders might fire upon the assailants. My father had now made his dispositions, and we sat in breathless expectation in the darkened apartment, the men remaining all silent upon their posts, in anxious contemplation, probably of the approaching danger. My father, who was quite at home in such a scene, walked from one to another, and reiterated his orders that no one should presume to fire, until he gave the word. Hazelwood, who seemed to catch courage from his eye, acted as his aide-de-camp, and displayed the utmost alertness in bearing his directions from one place to another, and seeing them properly carried into execution. Our force with the strangers included might amount to about 12 men. At length the silence of this awful period of expectation was broken by a sound which at a distance was like the rushing of a stream of water. But as it approached, we distinguished the thick beating clang of a number of horses. Advancing very fast, I had arranged a loophole for myself, from which I could see the approach of the enemy. The noise increased, and came nearer, and at length 30 horsemen and more rushed at once upon the lawn. You never saw such horrid wretches. Notwithstanding the severity of the season, they were most of them stripped to their shirts and trousers, with silk handkerchiefs knotted about their heads, and all well armed with carbines, pistols, and cutlasses. I, who am a soldier's daughter, and accustomed to see war from my infancy, was never so terrified in my life as by the savage appearance of these ruffians, their horses reeking with the speed at which they had ridden, and their furious exclamations of rage and disappointment When they saw themselves balked of their prey, they paused, however, when they saw the preparations made to receive them, and appeared to hold a moment's consultation among themselves. At length one of the party, his face blackened with gunpowder by way of disguise, came forward with a white handkerchief on the end of his carbine, and asked to speak with Colonel Mannering. My father, to my infinite terror, threw open a window near which he was posted, and demanded what he wanted. We want our goods, which we have been robbed of by these sharks, said the fellow, and our lieutenant bids me say, that if they are delivered, well, go off for this bout, without clearing scores with the rascals who took them, but if not, well, burn the house, and have the heart's blood of every one, and eat a threat, which he repeated more than once, graced by a fresh variety of imprecations, and the most horrid denunciations that cruelty could suggest. And which is your lieutenant? Said my father in reply. That gentleman on the grey horse, said the miscreant, with the red handkerchief bound about his brow. Then be pleased to tell that gentleman, that if he and the scoundrels who are with him do not ride off the lawn this instant, I will fire upon them without ceremony. So saying, my father shut the window and broke short the conference. The fellow no sooner regained his troop, than with a loud hurrah, or rather a savage yell, they fired a volley against our garrison. The glass of the windows was shattered in every direction, but the precautions already noticed saved the party within from suffering. 3 such volleys were fired, without a shot being returned from within. My father then observed them getting hatchets and crows probably to assail the hall door, and called aloud, let none fire, but Hazlewood and me. Hazlewood marked the ambassador. He himself aimed at the man on the grey horse, who fell on receiving his shot. Hazlewood was equally successful. He shot the spokesman, who had dismounted, and was advancing with an axe in his hand. Their fall discouraged the rest, who began to turn round their horses, and a few shots fired at them soon sent them off, bearing along with them their slain or wounded companions. We could not observe that they suffered any farther loss. Shortly after their retreat, a party of soldiers made their appearance to my infinite relief. These men were quartered at a village some miles distant, and had marched on the first rumor of the skirmish. A part of them escorted the terrified revenue officers and their seizure to a neighboring seaport as a place of safety, and at my earnest request 2 or 3 files remained with us for that, and the following day for the security of the house, from the vengeance of these banditti. Such, dearest Matilda, was my first alarm. I must not forget to add that the ruffians left at a cottage on the roadside the man whose face was blackened with powder, apparently because he was unable to bear transportation. He died in about half an hour after. On examining the corpse, it proved to be that of a profligate Boer in the neighborhood, a person notorious as a poacher and smuggler. We received many messages of congratulation from the neighboring families, and it was generally allowed that a few such instances of spirited resistance would greatly check the presumption of these lawless men. My father distributed rewards among his servants, and praised Hazlewood's courage and coolness to the skies. Lucy and I came in for a share of his applause, because we had stood fire with firmness, and had not disturbed him with screams or expostulations. As for the Dominie, my father took an opportunity of begging to exchange snuff-boxes with him. The honest gentleman was much flattered with the proposal, and extolled the beauty of his new snuff-box excessively. It looked, he said, as well as if it were real gold from Ophir. Indeed, it would be odd if it should not, being formed, in fact, of that very metal. But to do this honest creature justice, I believe the knowledge of its real value would not enhance his sense of my father's kindness. Supposing it, as he does, to be pinchbeck gilded, he has had a hard task replacing the folios which were used in the barricade, smoothing out the creases and dog's ears, and repairing the other disasters they have sustained during their service in the fortification. He brought us some pieces of lead and bullets, which these ponderous tomes had intercepted during the action, and which he had extracted with great care. And were I in spirits, I could give you a comic account of his astonishment at the apathy with which we heard of the wounds and mutilation suffered by Thomas Aquinas or the venerable Chrysostom. But I am not in spirits, and I have yet another, and a more interesting incident to communicate. I feel, however, so much fatigued with my present exertion, that I cannot resume the pen till tomorrow. I will detain this letter notwithstanding, that you may not feel any anxiety upon account of your own. Julia Mannering. Chapter 2. Here's a good world. Knew you of this fair work? King John. Julia Mannering to Matilda Marchmont. I must take up the thread of my story, my dearest Matilda, where I broke off yesterday. For 2 or 3 days, we talked of nothing but our siege and its probable consequences, and dinned into my father's unwilling ears a proposal to go to Edinburgh, or at least to Dumfries, where there is remarkably good society. Until the resentment of these outlaws should blow over, he answered with great composure that he had no mind to have his landlord's house, and his own property at Woodbourne, destroyed, that with our good leave, he had usually been esteemed competent to taking measures for the safety or protection of his family, that if he remained quiet at home, he conceived the welcome the villains had received was not of a nature to invite a second visit, but should he show any signs of alarm, it would be the sure way to incur the very risk which we were afraid of, heartened by his arguments, and by the extreme indifference with which he treated the supposed danger. We began to grow a little bolder, and to walk about as usual only. The gentlemen were sometimes invited to take their guns when they attended us, and I observed that my father for several nights paid particular attention to having the house properly secured, and required his domestics to keep their arms in readiness in case of necessity. But 3 days ago chanced an occurrence of a nature which alarmed me more by far than the attack of the smugglers. I told you there was a small lake at some distance from Woodbourne, where the gentlemen sometimes go to shoot wildfowl. I happened at breakfast to say, I should like to see this place in its present frozen state, occupied by skaters and curlers, as they call those who play a particular sort of game upon the ice. There is snow on the ground, but frozen so hard that I thought Lucy, and I might venture to that distance, as the footpath leading there was well beaten by the repair of those who frequented it for pastime. Hazelwood instantly offered to attend us, and we stipulated that he should take his fowling piece. He laughed a good deal at the idea of going a-shooting in the snow, but to relieve our tremors desired that a groom who acts as gamekeeper occasionally should follow us with his gun. As for Colonel Mannering, he does not like crowds or sights of any kind, where human figures make up the show, unless indeed it were a military review, so he declined the party. We set out unusually early on a fine, frosty, exhilarating morning, and we felt our minds, as well as our nerves, braced by the elasticity of the pure air. Our walk to the lake was delightful, or at least the difficulties were only such as diverted USA slippery descent, for instance, or a frozen ditch to cross, which made Hazelwood's assistance absolutely necessary. I don't think Lucy liked her walk the less for these occasional embarrassments. The scene upon the lake was beautiful. One side of it is bordered by a steep crag, from which hung 1,000 enormous icicles, all glittering in the sun. On the other side was a little wood, now exhibiting that fantastic appearance which the pine trees present, when their branches are loaded with snow. On the frozen bosom of the lake itself were a multitude of moving figures, some flitting along with the velocity of swallows, some sweeping in the most graceful circles, and others, deeply interested in a less active pastime, crowding round the spot where the inhabitants of 2 rival parishes contended for the prize at curling, an honor of no small importance, if we were to judge from the anxiety expressed both by the players and bystanders. We walked round the little lake, supported by Hazelwood, who lent us each an arm. He spoke, poor fellow, with great kindness to old and young, and seemed deservedly popular among the assembled crowd. At length we thought of retiring. Why do I mention these trivial occurrences? Not heaven knows from the interest I can now attach to them, but because, like a drowning man who catches at a brittle twig, I seize every apology for delaying the subsequent and dreadful part of my narrative. But it must be communicated. I must have the sympathy of at least one friend under this heartrending calamity. We were returning home by a footpath which led through a plantation of firs. Lucy had quitted Hazelwood's arm. It is only the plea of absolute necessity which reconciles her to accept his assistance. I still leaned upon his other arm. Lucy followed us close, and the servant was 2 or 3 paces behind us. Such was our position when at once, and as if he had started out of the earth, Brown stood before us at a short turn of the road. He was very plainly, I might say coarsely, dressed, and his whole appearance had in it something wild and agitated. I screamed between surprise and terror. Hazelwood mistook the nature of my alarm, and when Brown advanced towards me as if to speak, commanded him haughtily to stand back and not to alarm the lady. Brown replied with equal asperity he had no occasion to take lessons from him how to behave to that or any other lady. I rather believe that Hazelwood, impressed with the idea that he belonged to the band of smugglers and had some bad purpose in view, heard and understood him imperfectly. He snatched the gun from the servant who had come up on a line with us, and pointing the muzzle at Brown, commanded him to stand off at his peril. My screams, for my terror prevented my rinding articulate language. only hastened the catastrophe. Brown, thus menaced, sprung upon Hazelwood, grappled with him, and had nearly succeeded in wrenching the fowling piece from his grasp when the gun went off in the struggle, and the contents were lodged in Hazelwood's shoulder, who instantly fell. I saw no more, for the whole scene reeled before my eyes, and I fainted away. But by Lucy's report, the unhappy perpetrator of this action gazed a moment on the scene before him, until her screams began to alarm the people upon the lake, several of whom now came in sight. He then bounded over a hedge, which divided the footpath from the plantation, and has not since been heard of. The servant made no attempt to stop or secure him, and the report he made of the matter to those who came up to us induced them rather to exercise their humanity in recalling me to life than show their courage by pursuing a desperado described by the groom as a man of tremendous personal strength and completely armed. Hazelwood was conveyed home, that is to Woodbourne, in safety. I trust his wound will prove in no respect dangerous, though he suffers much. But to Brown the consequences must be most disastrous. He is already the object of my father's resentment, and he has now incurred danger from the law of the country, as well as from the clamorous vengeance of the father of Hazelwood, who threatens to move heaven and earth against the author of his son's wound. How will he be able to shroud himself from the vindictive activity of the pursuit? How to defend himself, if taken against the severity of laws, which I am told may even affect his life? And how can I find means to warn him of his danger? Then poor Lucy's ill-concealed grief, occasioned by her lover's wound, is another source of distress to me, and everything round me appears to bear witness against that indiscretion which has occasioned this calamity. For 2 days I was very ill indeed. The news that Hazelwood was recovering, and that the person who had shot him was nowhere to be traced, only that for certain he was one of the leaders of the gang of smugglers, gave me some comfort. The suspicion and pursuit being directed towards those people must naturally facilitate Brown's escape, and I trust has ere this ensured it. But patrols of horse and foot traverse the country in all directions, and I am tortured by 1,000 confused and unauthenticated rumors of arrests and discoveries. Meanwhile, my greatest source of comfort is the generous candor of Hazelwood, who persists in declaring that with whatever intentions the person by whom he was wounded approached our party, he is convinced the gun went off in the struggle by accident, and that the injury he received was undesigned. The groom, on the other hand, maintains that the piece was wrenched out of Hazelwood's hands and deliberately pointed at his body, and Lucy inclines to the same opinion. I do not suspect them of willful exaggeration, yet such is the fallacy of human testimony, for the unhappy shot was most unquestionably discharged unintentionally. Perhaps it would be the best way to confide the whole secret to Hazelwood, but he is very young, and I feel the utmost repugnance to communicate to him my folly. I once thought of disclosing the mystery to Lucy, and began by asking what she recollected of the person and features of the man whom we had so unfortunately met. But she ran out into such a horrid description of a hedge ruffian that I was deprived of all courage and disposition to own my attachment to one of such appearance as she attributed to him. I must say Miss Bertram is strangely biased by her prepossessions, for there are few handsomer men than poor Brown. I had not seen him for a long time, and even in his strange and sudden apparition on this unhappy occasion, and under every disadvantage, his form seems to me on reflection improved in grace, and his features in expressive dignity. Shall we ever meet again? Who can answer that question? Write to me kindly, my dearest Matilda. But when did you otherwise yet again? Write to me soon, and write to me kindly. I am not in a situation to profit by advice or reproof, nor have I my usual spirits to parry them by raillery. I feel the terrors of a child who has in heedless sport put in motion some powerful piece of machinery, and while he beholds wheels revolving, chains clashing, cylinders rolling around him, is equally astonished at the tremendous powers which his weak agency has called into action, and terrified for the consequences which he is compelled to await without the possibility of averting them. I must not omit to say that my father is very kind and affectionate. The alarm which I have received forms a sufficient apology for my nervous complaints. My hopes are that Brown has made his escape into the sister kingdom of England, or perhaps to Ireland, or the Isle of Man. In either case, he may await the issue of Hazelwood's wound with safety, and with patience, for the communication of these countries with Scotland for the purpose of justice is not, thank heaven, of an intimate nature. The consequences of his being apprehended would be terrible at this moment. I endeavor to strengthen my mind by arguing against the possibility of such a calamity. Alas, how soon have sorrows and fears, real as well as severe, followed the uniform and tranquil state of existence, at which so lately I was disposed to repine. But I will not oppress you any longer with my complaints. Adieu, my dearest Matilda Julia Mannering. Chapter 3. A man may see how this world goes with no eyes look. Thine ears see how yon justice rails upon yon simple thief. Hark in thine ear change places, and hand-a-dandy which is the justice, which is the thief. King Lear. Among those who took the most lively interest in endeavouring to discover the person by whom young Charles Hazlewood had been waylaid and wounded, was Gilbert Glosson, Esquire, late writer in now Laird of Ellangowan, and one of the worshipful commission of Justices of the Peace for the county. Of his motives for exertion on this occasion were manifold, but we presume that our readers, from what they already know of this gentleman, will acquit him of being actuated by any zealous or intemperate love of abstract justice. The truth was that this respectable personage felt himself less at ease than he had expected, after his machinations put him in possession of his benefactors, as state his reflections within doors, where so much occurred to remind him of former times, were not always the self-congratulations of successful stratagem, and when he looked abroad, he could not but be sensible that he was excluded from the society of the gentry of the county, to whose rank he conceived he had raised himself. He was not admitted to their clubs, and at meetings of a public nature from which he could not be altogether excluded, he found himself thwarted and looked upon with coldness and contempt. Both principle and prejudice cooperated in creating this dislike, for the gentlemen of the county despised him for the lowness of his birth, while they hated him for the means by which he had raised his fortune. With the common people, his reputation stood still worse. They would neither yield him the territorial appellation of Ellangowan, nor the usual compliment of Mr. Glosson. With them, he was bare Glosson, and so incredibly was his vanity interested by this trifling circumstance, that he was known to give half a crown to a beggar, because he had thrice called him Ellangowan in beseeching him for a penny. He therefore felt acutely the general want of respect, and particularly when he contrasted his own character and reception in society with those of Mr. Macmorlan, who in far inferior worldly circumstances was beloved and respected both by rich and poor, and was slowly but securely laying the foundation of a moderate fortune, with the general goodwill and esteem of all who knew him. Glosson, while he repined internally at what he would fain have called the prejudices and prepossessions of the country, was too wise to make any open complaint. He was sensible his elevation was too recent to be immediately forgotten, and the means by which he had attained it too odious to be soon forgiven. But time, thought he, diminishes wonder and palliates misconduct, with the dexterity therefore of one who made his fortune. By studying the weak points of human nature, he determined to lie by for opportunities to make himself useful even to those who most disliked him, trusting that his own abilities, the disposition of country gentlemen to get into quarrels when a lawyer's advice becomes precious, and 1,000 other contingencies of which with patience and address he doubted not to be able to have himself, would soon place him in a more important and respectable light to his neighbours, and perhaps raise him to the eminence sometimes attained by a shrewd, worldly, bustling man of business. When settled among a generation of country gentlemen, he becomes, in Burnt's language, the tongue of the trump to them. The attack on Colonel Mannering's house, followed by the accident of Hazlewood's wound, appeared to Glosson a proper opportunity to impress upon the country at large the service which could be rendered by an active magistrate, for he had been in the commission for some time, well acquainted with the law, and no less so with the haunts and habits of the illicit traders. He had acquired the latter kind of experience by a former close alliance with some of the most desperate smugglers, in consequence of which he had occasionally acted sometimes as a partner, sometimes as legal adviser with these persons. But the connection had been dropped many years, nor, considering how short the race of eminent characters of this description, and the frequent circumstances occur to make them retire from particular scenes of action, had he the least reason to think that his present researches could possibly compromise any old friend who might possess means of retaliation. The having been concerned in these practices abstractedly was a circumstance which, according to his opinion, ought in no respect to interfere with his now using his experience in behalf of the public, or rather, to further his own private views. To acquire the good opinion and countenance of Colonel Mannering would be no small object to a gentleman who was much disposed to escape from Coventry, and to gain the favor of old Haslewood, who was a leading man in the county, was of more importance still. Lastly, if he should succeed in discovering, apprehending, and convicting the culprits, he would have the satisfaction of mortifying, and in some degree disparaging Mac Morland, to whom, as sheriff substitute of the county, this sort of investigation properly belonged, and who would certainly suffer in public opinion, should the voluntary exertions of Glosson be more successful than his own. Actuated by motives so stimulating, and well acquainted with the lower retainers of the law, Glosson set every spring in motion to detect and apprehend, if possible, some of the gang who had attacked Woodbourne, and more particularly the individual who had wounded Charles Haslewood. He promised high rewards, he suggested various schemes, and used his personal interest among his old acquaintances, who favored the trade, urging that they had better make sacrifice of an understrapper or two than incur the odium of having favored such atrocious proceedings. But for some time all these exertions were in vain. The common people of the country either favored or feared the smugglers too much to afford any evidence against them. At length, this busy magistrate obtained information that man, having the dress and appearance of the person who had wounded Haslewood, had lodged on the evening before the rencontre at the Gordon Arms in Kippletringan. Thither Mr. Glosson immediately went for the purpose of interrogating our old acquaintance, Mrs. Mac Candlish. The reader may remember that Mr. Glosson did not, according to this good woman's phrase, stand high in her books. She therefore attended his summons to the parlour slowly and reluctantly, and on entering the room, paid her respects in the coldest possible manner. The dialogue then proceeded as follows. A fine frosty morning, Mrs. Mac Candlish. I, sir, the morning's weel enug, answered the landlady dryly. Mrs. Mac Candlish, I wish to know if the justices are to dine here as usual, after the business of the court on Tuesday. I believe, I fancy, S.A.E. Sierra's usual about to leave the room. Stay a moment, Mrs. Mac Candlish, why you are in a prodigious hurry, my good friend. I have been thinking a club dining here once a month would be a very pleasant thing. Certainly, sir, a club of respectable gentlemen. True, true, said Glosson. I mean landed proprietors and gentlemen of weight in the county, and I should like to set such a thing a-going. The short dry cough with which Mrs. Mac Candlish received this proposal by no means indicated any dislike to the overture abstractedly considered, but inferred much doubt how far it would succeed under the auspices of the gentleman by whom it was proposed. It was not a cough negative but a cough dubious, and as such Glosson felt it, but it was not his cue to take offence. Have there been brisk doings on the road, Mrs. Mac Candlish? Plenty of company, I suppose. Pretty weel, sir, but I believe I am wanted at the bar. No, no, stop one moment. Cannot you to oblige an old customer, pray? Do you remember a remarkably tall young man who lodged one night in your house last week? Troth, sir, I canna weel say. I never take heed whether my company be lang or short, if they make a lang bill. And if they do not, you can do that for them, eh, Mrs. Mac Candlish? Ha ha ha. But this young man that I inquire after was upwards of 6 feet high, had a dark frock, with metal buttons, light brown hair, unpowdered blue eyes, and a straight nose, travelled on foot, had no servant or baggage. You surely can remember having seen such a traveller. Indeed, sir, answered Mrs. Mac Candlish, bent on baffling his inquiries. I canna charge my memory about the matter. There's mair to do in a house like this, I trow, than to look after passengers' hair, or their een or noses either. Then, Mrs. Mac Candlish, I must tell you in plain terms that this person is suspected of having been guilty of a crime, and it is in consequence of these suspicions that I as a magistrate require this information from you, and if you refuse to answer my questions, I must put you upon your oath. Troth, sir, I am no free to swear. Footnote: some of the strict dissenters decline taking an oath before a civil magistrate. We guide to the anteburger meeting. It's very true in Bailie Mac Candlish's time. Honest man, we keep it the kirk wilk, was most seemly in his station as having office, but after his being called to a better place than Kippletringan, I hae gien back to worthy Maister Macgrainer, and so ye see, sir, I am no clear to swear without speaking to the minister, especially against ony sackless pure young thing that's gone through the country stranger and friendless like. I shall relieve your scruples perhaps, without troubling Mr. Macgrainer, when I tell you that this fellow whom I inquire after is the man who shot your young friend Charles Haslewood. Guidness wa could hae thought the like that him na if it had been for debt or for a bit toolsy why the gauger the deal Nellie Mac Candlish's tongue should ever hae ranged him. But if he really shot young Hazlitt, but I canna think it, Mr. Glosson. This will be some o' your skits now. I canna think it o' sae deuce, a lad na this is just some o' your auld skits ye'll be for having a horning or a caption after him. I see you have no confidence in me, Mrs. Mac Candlish. But look at these declarations, signed by the persons who saw the crime committed, and judge yourself, if the description of the ruffian be not that of your guest. He put the papers into her hand, which she perused very carefully, often taking off her spectacles, to cast her eyes up to heaven, or perhaps to wipe a tear from them for young Hazlitt, was an especial favourite with the good Dame Awil. She said, when she had concluded her examination, since it's een sae, I jie him up the villain, but oh, we are erring mortals, I never saw a face I liked better or a lad that was mair douce, and canny I thought he had been some gentleman under trouble, but I jie him up the villain to shoot Charles Hazlewood, and before the young lady's poor innocent things, I jie him up. So you admit, then, that such a person lodged here the night before this vile business? Troth did he, sir, and of the house were teen why him, he was sick a frank pleasant young man, it wasna for his spending I am sure, for he just had a mutton chop, and a mug of ale, and maybe a glass or twa o' wine, and I asked him to drink ty mysel and didna put that into the bill, and he took nae supper for he said he was defeat why travel o' the night afore I dare say now, it had been on some hellicat errand or other. Did you by any chance learn his name? I wot weel did I, said the landlady, now as eager to communicate her evidence as formerly desirous to suppress it. He telled me his name was Brown, and he said it was likely that an auld woman like a gypsy wife might be asking for him. I tell me your company, and ill tell you why ye are o' the villain Awil, sir. When he gied away in the morning, he paid his bill very honestly, and gie something to the chambermaid, nae doubt, for Grizzy has neething frae me by twa pair o' new shoe ilka year, and maybe a bit compliment at Hansel Monanday here. Glosson found it necessary to interfere and bring the good woman back to the point. Oh, then he just said, if there comes such a person to inquire after Mr. Brown, you will say I am gone to look at the skaters on Loch Creran, as you call it, and I will be back here to dinner. But he never came back, though I expected him sae faithfully, that I gie a look to making the friar's chicken mysel, and to the crappet heads too, and that's what I dinna do for ordinary Mr. Glosson. But little did I think what skating work he was gone about shoot Mr. Charles the innocent lamb. Mr. Glosson, having like a prudent examinator, suffered his witness, to give vent to all her surprise and indignation now, began to inquire whether the suspected person had left any property or papers about the inn. Troth he put a parcella sma parcel under my charge, and he gave me some siller, and desired me to get him 6 ruffled sarks, and peg pasleys in hands why them e'en now, they may serve him, to gang up the Lawnmarket. Footnote: the procession of the criminals to the gallows of old took that direction, moving, as the schoolboy rhyme, headed up the Lawnmarket, down the west bow up the lang ladder, and down the little toe in the scoundrel Mr. Glosson, then demanded to see the packet, but here mine hostess demurred. She didna kench wad not say, but justice should take its course about, when a thing was trusted to ane in her way doubtless, they were responsible, but she sulled cry in Deacon Bearcliff. And if Mr. Glosson liked to tak an inventor o' the property, and gie her a receipt before the deaconner what she wad like muckle better, and it could be sealed up and left in Deacon Bearcliff's handset, wad mak her mind easy, she was for neething but justice on a sides. Mrs. Mac Candlish's natural sagacity and acquired suspicion being inflexible, Glosson sent for Deacon Bearcliff to speak anent the villain that had shot Mr. Charles Hazlewood. The deacon accordingly made his appearance with his wig awry owing to the hurry with which at this summons of the justice he had exchanged it for the Kilmarnock cap in which he usually attended his customers. Mrs. Mac Candlish then produced the parcel deposited with her by Brown, in which was found the gypsy's purse. On perceiving the value of the miscellaneous contents, Mrs. Mac Candlish internally congratulated herself upon the precautions she had taken before delivering them up to Glosson, while he, with an appearance of disinterested candor, was the first to propose they should be properly inventoried and deposited with Deacon Bearcliff until they should be sent to the Crown Office. He did not, he observed, like to be personally responsible for articles which seemed of considerable value and had doubtless been acquired by the most nefarious practices. He then examined the paper in which the purse had been wrapped up. It was the back of a letter addressed to Roman 5 Brown Esquire, but the rest of the address was torn away. The landlady, now as eager to throw light upon the criminal's escape as she had formerly been desirous of. Withholding it for the miscellaneous contents of the purse argued strongly to her mind that all was not right. Mrs. MacCandlish, I say now, gave Glosson to understand that her position and Hostler had both seen the stranger upon the ice that day, when young Hazelwood was wounded. Our reader's old acquaintance Jock Jabos was first summoned, and admitted frankly that he had seen and conversed upon the ice that morning with a stranger who he understood had lodged at the Gordon Arms the night before. "What turn did your conversation take?" said Glosson. "Turn we turn nae gate at a but just keep it straight forward upon the ice like." "Well, but what did ye speak about?" "Oh, he just asked questions like ony ither stranger," answered the postilion, possessed, as it seemed, with the refractory and uncommunicative spirit which had left his mistress. "But about what?" said Glosson. "Oh, just about the folk that was playing at the curling, and about auld Jock Stevenson that was at the cock, and about the leddies and sick like." "What ladies, and what did he ask about them, Jock?" said the interrogator. "What leddies? Oh, it was Miss Jallia Mannering, and Miss Lucy Bertram, that ye ken fu weel yoursel, Mr. Glosson. They were walking wi' the young Laird of Hazelwood upon the ice." "And what did you tell him about them?" demanded Glosson. "Tut, we just said that was Miss Lucy Bertram of Ellangowan that should ance have had a great estate in the country, and that was Miss Jallia Mannering that was to be married to young Hazelwood. See, as she was hinging on his arm, we just spoke about our country clashes like he was a very frank man." "Well, and what did he say in answer?" "Oh, he just stared at the young leddies very keen-like, and asked if it was for cert that the marriage was to be between Miss Mannering and young Hazelwood, and I answered him that it was for positive and absolute cert, as I had an undoubted right to say SAE for my third cousin Jean Clavers. She's a relation o' your ain, Mr. Glosson, ye wad ken Jean Lang Syne, she's sib to the housekeeper at Woodbourne, and she's telled me mair than ance that there was neething could be mair likely." "And what did the stranger say when you told him all this?" said Glosson. "Say," echoed the postilion, "he said neething at a, he just stared at them as they walked round the loch upon the ice as if he could have eaten them, and he never took his aff them, or said another word, or gave another glance at the bonspiel, though there was the finest fun amming the curlers ever was seen, and he turned round and gied aft the loch by the Kirkstall through Woodbourne Furplantings, and we saw nae mair o' him." "Only think," said Mrs. MacCandlish, "what a hard heart he maun hae had to think o' hurting the poor young gentleman, in the very presence of the leddy he was to be married to." "Oh, Mrs. MacCandlish," said Glosson, "there's been many cases such as that on the record. Doubtless he was seeking revenge, where it would be deepest and sweetest." "God pity us," said Deacon Bearcliff, "we're pure frail creatures, when left to ourselves. He forgot wha said vengeance is mine, and I will repay it." "Weel, sir," said Jabos, whose hard-headed and uncultivated shrewdness seemed sometimes to start the game, when others beat the bush. "Weel, ye may be a misteen, yet I'll never believe that a man would lay a plan to shoot another. Why, his ain gun, Lord help ye, I was the keeper's assistant down at the Isle mysel, and ill upon it the biggest man in Scotland shouldna take a gun frae me, or I had. Why's the slugs through him, though I am but sick, a little feckless body fit for neething but the outside o' a saddle, and the forend o' a pache. None nae living man wad venture on that ill wad my best buckskins, and they were new coughed at Kirkcudbright Fair. It's been a chance job, after a, but if ye hae neething mair to say to me, I am thinking I maun gang and see my beasts fed," and he departed accordingly. The hostler who had accompanied him gave evidence to the same purpose. He and Mrs. MacCandlish were then re-interrogated, whether Brown had no arms with him on that unhappy morning. None, they said, but an ordinary bit cutlass or hanger by his side. "Now," said the deacon, taking Glosson by the button, for in considering this intricate subject, he had forgot Glosson's new accession of rank. "This is but doubtful after a Maester Gilbert, for it was not Sae dooms likely that he would go down into battle. Why 6 sma means." Glosson extricated himself from the deacon's grasp, and from the discussion, though not with rudeness, for it was his present interest to buy golden opinions from all sorts of people. He inquired the price of tea and sugar, and spoke of providing himself for the year. He gave Mrs. MacCandlish directions to have a handsome entertainment in readiness for a party of 5 friends, whom he intended to invite to dine with him at the Gordon Arms next Saturday week. And lastly, he gave a half-crown to Jock Jabos, whom the hostler had deputed to hold his steed. "Weel," said the deacon to Mrs. MacCandlish, as he accepted her offer of a glass of bitters at the bar, The deal's no sae ill, as he's ca Roman 500, it's pleasant to see a gentleman pay the regard to the business, o' the county that Mr. Glosson does. I deed ist deacon, answered the landlady, and yet I wonder our gentry leave their ain work to the like o' him, but as lang as Siller's current deacon folk, mauna look o'er nicely at what king's heads on't. I doubt Glosson will prove but shand after a mistress, said Jobos, as he passed through the little lobby beside the bar, but this is a gude half-crown ony way. Chapter 4. A man that apprehends death to be no more dreadful, but as a drunken sleep, careless, reckless, and fearless of what's past, present, or to come, insensible of mortality, and desperately mortal. Measure for measure. Glosson had made careful minutes of the information derived from these examinations. They threw little light upon the story, so far as he understood its purport, but the better-informed reader has received through means of this investigation an account of Brown's proceedings between the moment when we left him upon his walk to Kippletringan, and the time when, stung by jealousy, he so rashly and unhappily presented himself before Julia Mannering and wellnigh brought to a fatal termination the quarrel which his appearance occasioned. Glosson rode slowly back to Ellangowan, pondering on what he had heard, and more convinced that the active and successful prosecution of this mysterious business was an opportunity of ingratiating himself with Haswood and Mannering, to be on no account neglected perhaps. Also he felt his professional acuteness interested in bringing it to a successful close. It was therefore with great pleasure that on his return to his house from Kippletringan, he heard his servants announce hastily that Mac Guffog the thieftaker and 2 or 3 concurrents had a man in hands in the kitchen waiting for his honor. He instantly jumped from horseback and hastened into the house. Send my clerk here directly. Yell, find him copying the survey of the estate in the little green parlor. Set things to rights in my study, and wheel the great leathern chair up to the reading table. Set a stool for Mr. Scrow to the clerk. As he entered the presence chamber, hand downce George Mackenzie on crimes. Open it at the section vis publica et privata, and fold down a leaf at the passage and at the bearing of unlawful weapons. Now lend me a hand off with my muckly coat, and hang it up in the lobby, and bid them bring up the prisoner. I trow ill sort him, but stay first, send up Mac Guffog. Now Mac Guffog, where did ye find this chield? Mac Guffog, a stout bandlegged fellow with a neck like a bull, a face like a firebrand, and a most portentous squint of the left eye, began after various contortions by way of courtesy to the justice, to tell his story, eking it out by sundry sly nods and knowing winks, which appeared to bespeak an intimate correspondence of ideas between the narrator and his principal auditor. Your honor sees, I went down to yon place that your honor spoke o', that's kept by her that your honor kens o' by the seaside. So says she, what are you wanting here? Yell, become why a broom in your pocket frae Ellangowan. So says I, deal a broom will come frae there awa, for ye ken, says I, his honor Ellangowan himsel in former times. Well, said Glosson, no occasion to be particular, tell the essentials. Weel, so we sat niffering about some brandy that I said I wanted till he came in. Who? He, pointing with his thumb inverted to the kitchen where the prisoner was in custody, so he had his griego wrapped close round him, and I judged he was not dry-handed, so I thought it was best to speak proper, and so he believed I was a Manx man, and I kept eye between him and her for fear she had whistled, and then we began to drink about, and then I betted he would not drink out a quartern of Hollands without drawing breath, and then he tried it, and just then Slounging Jock and Dick Spurum came in, and we clinked the darbies on him, took him as quiet as a lamb, and now he's had his bit sleep out, and is as fresh as a May Gowan to answer what your honor likes to spare. This narrative, delivered with a wonderful quantity of gesture and grimace, received at the conclusion the thanks and praises which the narrator expected. Had he no arms? Asked the justice. Aye, they are never without barkers and slashers. Any papers? This bundle, delivering a dirty pocketbook. Go downstairs. Then Mac Guffog and be in waiting. The officer left the room. The clink of irons was immediately afterwards heard upon the stair, and in 2 or 3 minutes a man was introduced, handcuffed and fettered. He was thick, brawny, and muscular, and although his shagged and grizzled hair marked an age somewhat advanced, and his stature was rather low, he appeared nevertheless a person whom few would have chosen to cope with in personal conflict. His coarse and savage features were still flushed, and his eye still reeled under the influence of the strong potation, which had proved immediate cause of his seizure, but the sleep, though short, which Mac Guffog had allowed him, and still more a sense of the peril of his situation, had restored to him the full use of his faculties. The worthy judge and the no less estimable captive looked at each other steadily for a long time, without speaking. Glosson apparently recognized his prisoner, but seemed at a loss how to proceed with his investigation. At length, he broke silence. "So, Captain, this is you have been a stranger on this coast for some years." "Stranger," replied the other, "strange enough, I think, for hold me daredevil, if I been ever here before." "That won't pass, Mr. Captain." "That must pass, Mr. Justice Sapperment." "And who will you be pleased to call yourself, then, for the present?" said Glosson. "Just until I shall bring some other folks to refresh your memory concerning who you are, or at least who you have been." "What bin I Donner and Blitzen? I bin Jans Jansen from Cuxhaven. What sol ich bin?" Glosson took from a case which was in the apartment a pair of small pocket pistols, which he loaded with ostentatious care. "You may retire," said he to his clerk, "and carry the people with you, Scrow, but wait in the lobby within call." The clerk would have offered some remonstrances to his patron on the danger of remaining alone with such a desperate character, although ironed beyond the possibility of active exertion. But Glosson waved him off impatiently when he had left the room. The justice took 2 short turns through the apartment, then drew his chair opposite to the prisoner, so as to confront him, fully placed the pistols before him in readiness, and said in a steady voice, "You are Dirk Hatterake of Flushing, are you not?" The prisoner turned his eye instinctively to the door, as if he apprehended someone was listening. Glosson rose, opened the door, so that from the chair in which his prisoner sate, he might satisfy himself there was no eavesdropper within hearing. Then shut it, resumed his seat, and repeated his question, "You are Dirk Hatterake, formerly of the Jungfrau Hohenslappen, are you not?" "Tausend devils, and if you know that, why ask me?" said the prisoner. "Because I am surprised to see you in the very last place, where you ought to be, if you regard your safety," observed Glosson coolly. "Daredevil, no man regards his own safety that speaks so to me." "What, unarmed, and in irons?" "Well said, Captain," replied Glosson ironically. "But Captain Bullying want do you'll hardly get out of this country, without accounting for a little accident that happened at Warrock Point a few years ago." Hatterake's looks grew black as midnight. "For my part," continued Glosson, "I have no particular wish to be hard upon an old acquaintance, but I must do my duty. I shall send you off to Edinburgh in a post-chaise, and for this very day." "Pause, Donner, you would not do that," said Hatterake in a lower and more humbled tone. "Why, you had the matter of half a cargo in bills on Van Beest and Van Bruggen." "It is so long since, Captain Hatterake," answered Glosson superciliously, "that I really forget how I was recompensed for my trouble." "Your trouble, your silence, you mean." "It was an affair in the course of business," said Glosson, "and I have retired from business for some time." "Aye, but I have a notion that I could make you go steady about and try the old course again," answered Dirk Hatterake. "Why, man, hold me daredevil, but I meant to visit you, and tell you something that concerns you." "Of the boy," said Glosson eagerly. "Yaman here," replied the captain coolly. "He does not live, does he?" "As lifelike as you or I," said Hatterake. "Good God, but in India," exclaimed Glosson. "No tausend devils here on this dirty coast of yours," rejoined the prisoner. "But Hatterake, this that is, if it be true, which I do not believe ethis, will ruin us both, for he cannot but remember your neat job. And for me, it will be productive of the worst consequences. It will ruin us both, I tell you." "I tell you," said the seaman, "it will ruin none but you, for I am done up already, and if I must strap for it, all shall out." "Zounds," said the justice impatiently, "what brought you back to this coast like a madman?" "Why, all the gelt was gone, and the house was shaking, and I thought the job was clayed over and forgotten," answered the worthy skipper. "Stay, what can be done?" said Glosson anxiously. "I dare not discharge you, but might you not be rescued in the way? I sure a word to Lieutenant Brown, and I would send the people with you by the coast road." "No, no, that won't do. Brown's dead shot, laid in the locker, man. The devil has the picking of him." "Dead shot at Woodbourne, I suppose," replied Glosson. "Yaman here." Glosson paused. The sweat broke upon his brow with the agony of his feelings, while the hard-featured miscreant who sat opposite coolly rolled his tobacco in his cheek and squirted the juice into the fire-grate. "It would be ruin," said Glosson to himself, "absolute ruin, if the heir should reappear. And then what might be the consequence of conniving with these men? Yet there is so little time to take measures. Hark you, Hatterake, I can't set you at liberty, but I can put you where you may set yourself at liberty. I always like to assist an old friend. I shall confine you in the old castle for tonight, and give these people double allowance of grog mac guffog, will fall in the trap, in which he caught you the stanchions on the window of the strong room, as they call it, are wasted to pieces, and it is not above 12 feet from the level of the ground without, and the snow lies thick. But the darbies, said Haderach, looking upon his fetters. Harkee, said Glossin, going to a tool chest, and taking out a small file, there's a friend for you, and you know the road to the sea by the stairs. Haderach shook his chains in ecstasy, as if he were already at liberty, and strove to extend his fettered hand towards his protector. Glossin laid his finger upon his lips with a cautious glance at the door, and then proceeded in his instructions, when you escape you had better go to the Kime of Durnklug. Donner that Hauf is blown. The devil, well, then you may steal my skiff that lies on the beach there and away, but you must remain snug at the Point of Warrock, till I come to see you. The Point of Warrock, said Haderach, his countenance again, falling. What in the cave? I suppose I would rather it were anywhere else. Ease spuck, do they say for certain that he walks, but Donner and Blitzen, I never shunned him alive, and I want shun him dead. Strafe mich hell, it shall never be, said Dirk. Haderach feared either dog or devil, so I am to wait there till I see you. I answered Glossin, and now I must call in the men. He did so accordingly. I can make nothing of Captain Jansen, as he calls himself Mac Guffog, and it's now too late to bundle him off to the county jail. Is there not a strong room up yonder in the old castle? Is there, sir. My uncle, the constable Ants, kept a man there for 3 days in Auld Ellingowen's time, but there was an unco dust about it. It was tried in the inner house afore the 15. I know all that, but this person will not stay there very long. It's only a makeshift for a night, a mere lock-up house. Till farther examination, there is a small room through which it opens. You may light a fire for yourselves there, and I'll send you plenty of stuff to make you comfortable, but be sure you lock the door upon the prisoner. And Harkee, let him have a fire in the strong room too. The season requires it. Perhaps hell make a clean breast tomorrow. With these instructions, and with a large allowance of food and liquor, the justice dismissed his party to keep guard for the night in the old castle, under the full hope and belief that they would neither spend the night in watching nor prayer. There was little fear that Glossin himself should that night sleep oversound. His situation was perilous in the extreme, for the schemes of a life of villainy seemed at once to be crumbling around and above him. He laid himself to rest, and tossed upon his pillow for a long time in vain. At length he fell asleep, but it was only to dream of his patron now, as he had last seen him, with the paleness of death upon his features, then again, transformed into all the vigor and comeliness of youth, approaching to expel him from the mansion house of his fathers. Then he dreamed that after wandering long over a wild heath, he came at length to an inn from which sounded the voice of revelry, and that when he entered the first person he met was Frank Kennedy, all smashed and gory as he had lain on the beach at Warrock Point, but with a reeking punchbowl in his hand. Then the scene changed to a dungeon where he heard Dirk Haderach, whom he imagined to be under sentence of death, confessing his crimes to a clergyman. After the bloody deed was done, said the penitent, we retreated into a cave close beside, the secret of which was known but to one man in the country. We were debating what to do with the child, and we thought of giving it up to the gypsies, when we heard the cries of the pursuers hallooing to each other. One man alone came straight to our cave, and it was that man who knew the secret, but we made him our friend at the expense of half the value of the goods saved by his advice. We carried off the child to Holland in our consort, which came the following night to take us from the coast. That man was. No, I deny it, it was not I, said Glossin in half-uttered accents, and struggling in his agony to express his denial more distinctly. He awoke. It was, however, conscience that had prepared this mental phantasmagoria. The truth was that, knowing much better than any other person the haunts of the smugglers, he had, while the others were searching in different directions, gone straight to the cave. Even before he had learned the murder of Kennedy, whom he expected to find their prisoner, he came upon them with some idea of mediation, but found them in the midst of their guilty terrors, while the rage which had hurried them on to murder began with all but Haderach to sink into remorse and fear. Glossin was then indigent and greatly in debt, but he was already possessed of Mr. Bertram's ear, and aware of the facility of his disposition. He saw no difficulty in enriching himself at his expense, provided the airmill were removed, in which case the estate became the unlimited property of the weak and prodigal father. Stimulated by present gain and the prospect of contingent advantage, he accepted the bribe which the smugglers offered in their terror, and connived at, or rather, encouraged their intention of carrying away the child of his benefactor. who if left behind was old enough to have described the scene of blood, which he had witnessed. The only palliative which the ingenuity of Glossin could offer to his conscience was that the temptation was great, and came suddenly upon him embracing, as it were the very advantages on which his mind had so long rested and promising to relieve him from distresses which must have otherwise speedily overwhelmed him. Besides, he endeavoured to think that self-preservation rendered his conduct necessary. He was in some degree in the power of the robbers, and pleaded hard with his conscience that had he declined their offers the assistance, which he could have called for though not distant, might not have arrived in time to save him from men who on less provocation had just committed murder. Galled with the anxious forebodings of a guilty conscience, Glossin now arose, and looked out upon the night. The scene which we have already described in the 3rd chapter of this story was now covered with snow, and the brilliant though waste whiteness of the land gave to the sea by contrast a dark and livid tinge. A landscape covered with snow, though abstractedly it may be called beautiful, has both from the association of cold and barrenness, and from its comparative infrequency, a wild, strange, and desolate appearance. Objects well known to us in their common state have either disappeared, or are so strangely varied and disguised that we seem gazing on an unknown world. But it was not with such reflections that the mind of this bad man was occupied. His eye was upon the gigantic and gloomy outlines of the old castle, where in a flanking tower of enormous size and thickness glimmered 2 lights, one from the window of the strong room where Haderach was confined, the other from that of the adjacent apartment occupied by his keepers. Has he made his escape, or will he be able to do so? Have these men watched who never watched before in order to complete my ruin? If morning finds him there, he must be committed to prison. Macmorlan, or some other person, will take the matter up. He will be detected, convicted, and will tell all in revenge. While these racking thoughts glided rapidly through Glossin's mind, he observed one of the lights obscured as by an opaque body placed at the window. What a moment of interest! He has got clear of his irons. He is working at the stanchions of the window. They are surely quite decayed. They must give way. Oh God, they have fallen outward. I heard them clink among the stones. The noise cannot fail to wake them. Furies seize his Dutch awkwardness. The light burns free again. They have torn him from the window, and are binding him in the room. No, he had only retired an instant on the alarm of the falling bars. He is at the window again, and the light is quite obscured. Now he is getting out. A heavy sound, as of a body dropped from a height among the snow, announced that Haderach had completed his escape, and shortly after Glossin beheld a dark figure like a shadow steal along the whitened beach, and reach the spot where the skiff lay. New cause for fear his single strength will be unable to float her, said Glossin to himself. I must go to the rascal's assistance. But no, he has got her off, and now thank God her sail is spreading itself against the moon. Aye, he has got the breeze. Now would to heaven it were a tempest to sink him to the bottom. After this last cordial wish, he continued watching the progress of the boat as it stood away towards the point of Warrock, until he could no longer distinguish the dusky sail from the gloomy waves over which it glided. Satisfied then that the immediate danger was averted, he retired with somewhat more composure to his guilty pillow. Chapter 5. Why dost not comfort me and help me out from this unhallowed and blood-stained hole? Titus Andronicus. On the next morning great was the alarm and confusion of the officers when they discovered the escape of their prisoner. Mac Guffog appeared before Glossin with a head perturbed with brandy and fear, and incurred a most severe reprimand for neglect of duty. The resentment of the justice appeared only to be suspended by his anxiety to recover possession of the prisoner, and the thief-takers, glad to escape from his awful and incensed presence, were sent off in every direction, except the right one to recover their prisoner if possible. Glossin particularly recommended a careful search at the Kime of Durnklug, which was occasionally occupied under night by vagrants of different descriptions. Having thus dispersed his myrmidons in various directions, he himself hastened by devious paths through the wood of Warrock to his appointed interview with Haderach, from whom he hoped to learn, at more leisure than last night's conference, admitted the circumstances attending the return of the heir of Ellengowan to his native country. With maneuvers like those of a fox when he doubles to avoid the pack, Glossin strove to approach the place of appointment in a manner which should leave no distinct track of his course. Would to heaven it would snow, he said, looking upward, and hide these footprints. Should one of the officers light upon them, he would run the scent up like a bloodhound, and surprise us. I must get down upon the sea beach, and contrive to creep along beneath the rocks. And accordingly, he descended from the cliffs with some difficulty, and scrambled along between the rocks and the advancing tide, now looking up to see if his motions were watched from the rocks above him, now casting a jealous glance to mark if any boat appeared upon the sea from which his course might be discovered. But even the feelings of selfish apprehension were for a time superseded as Glossin passed the spot where Kennedy's body had been found. It was marked by the fragment of rock, which had been precipitated from the cliff above either with the body or after it. The mass was now encrusted with small shellfish, and tasseled with tangle and seaweed. But still, its shape and substance were different from those of the other rocks, which lay scattered around his voluntary walks. It will readily be believed had never led to this spot, so that finding himself now there, for the first time after the terrible catastrophe, the scene at once recurred to his mind, with all its accompaniments of horror. He remembered how, like a guilty thing gliding from the neighboring place of concealment, he had mingled with eagerness, yet with caution among the terrified group, who surrounded the corpse dreading, lest anyone should ask from whence he came. He remembered, too, with what conscious fear he had avoided gazing upon that ghastly spectacle. The wild scream of his patron, my bairn again, rang in his ears. Good God, he exclaimed, and is all I have gained worth the agony of that moment, and the thousand anxious fears and horrors, which have since embittered my life? Oh, how I wish that I lay where that wretched man lies, and that he stood here in life and health, but these regrets are all too late. Stifling therefore his feelings, he crept forward to the cave, which was so near the spot where the body was found that the smugglers might have heard from their hiding place the various conjectures of the bystanders concerning the fate of their victim, but nothing could be more completely concealed than the entrance to their asylum. The opening, not larger than that of a foxearth, lay in the face of the cliff, directly behind a large black rock, or rather upright stone, which served at once to conceal it from strangers, and as a mark to point out its situation to those who used it as a place of retreat. The space between the stone and the cliff was exceedingly narrow, and being heaped with sand and other rubbish, the most minute search would not have discovered the mouth of the cavern without removing those substances which the tide had drifted before it for the purpose of further concealment. It was usual with the contraband traders, who frequented this haunt, after they had entered, to stuff the mouth with withered seaweed loosely piled together, as if carried there by the waves. Dirk Hatterake had not forgotten this precaution. Glossin, though a bold and hardy man, felt his heart throb and his knees knock together when he prepared to enter this den of secret iniquity, in order to hold conference with a felon, whom he justly accounted one of the most desperate and depraved of men. But he has no interest to injure me, was his consolatory reflection. He examined his pocket pistols, however, before removing the weeds and entering the cavern, which he did upon hands and knees. The passage, which at first was low and narrow, just admitting entrance to a man in a creeping posture, expanded after a few yards into a high arched vault of considerable width. The bottom, ascending gradually, was covered with the purest sand. Ere Glossin had got upon his feet, the hoarse, yet suppressed voice of Hatterake growled through the recesses of the cave. Hagel and Donner, best do. Are you in the dark? Dark daredevil, I said Dirk Hatterake, where should I have a glim? I have brought light, and Glossin accordingly produced a tinderbox, and lighted a small lantern. You must kindle some fire too, for hold mich daredevil ich bin ganz gefroren. It is a cold place, to be sure, said Glossin, gathering together some decayed staves of barrels and pieces of wood, which had perhaps lain in the cavern since Hatterake was there last. Cold snowwasser, and Hagel its perdition, I could only keep myself alive by rambling up and down this DD vault, and thinking about the merry rouses we have had in it. The flame then began to blaze brightly, and Hatterake hung his bronzed visage, and expanded his hard and sinewy hands over it, with an avidity resembling that of a famished wretch, to whom food is exposed. The light showed his savage and stern features, and the smoke, which in his agony of cold he seemed to endure almost to suffocation after circling round his head, rose to the dim and rugged roof of the cave, through which it escaped by some secret rents or clefts in the rock, the same doubtless that afforded air to the cavern, when the tide was in, at which time the aperture to the sea was filled with water. And now I have brought you some breakfast, said Glossin, producing some cold meat and a flask of spirits. The latter Hatterake eagerly seized upon and applied to his mouth, and after a hearty draught, he exclaimed with great rapture, Das schmeckt, that is good, that warms the liver. Then broke into the fragment of a High Dutch song. Soffen Bier und Brantwijn. Schmeißen alle die Fenstern ein. Ich bin liederlich. Du bist liederlich. Sind wir nicht liederlich Lut? Well said, my hearty captain, cried Glosson, endeavouring to catch the tone of revelry. Gin by pailfuls, wine in rivers. Dash the window glass to shivers. For 3 wild lads were we, brave boys. And 3 wild lads were we. Thou on the land, and I on the sand. And Jack on the gallows tree. That's it, my bully boy, why you're alive again now. And now let us talk about our business. Your business, if you please, said Hatterake Hagel, and Donner, mine was done when I got out of the bilboes. Have patience, my good friend, ill, convince you our interests are just the same. Hatterake gave a short dry cough, and Glosson, after a pause, proceeded. How came you to let the boy escape? Why, Flutch and Blitzen, he was no charge of mine. Lieutenant Brown gave him to his cousin, that's in the Middleburg house of Van Beest and Van Bruggen, and told him some goose's gazette about his being taken in a skirmish with the landsharks. He gave him for a footboy. Me let him escape. The bastard Kinchin should have walked the plank ere I troubled myself about him. Well, and was he bred a footboy then? Neen, the Kinchin got about the old man's heart, and he gave him his own name and bred him up in the office, and then sent him to India. I believe he would have packed him back here. But his nephew told him it would do up the free trade for many a day if the youngster got back to Scotland. Do you think the younker knows much of his own origin now? Davil, replied Hatterake, how should I tell what he knows now? But he remembered something of it long when he was but 10 years old. He persuaded another Satan's limb of an English bastard like himself to steal my lugger's conboat. What do you call it? To return to his country, as he called it, fire him, before we could overtake them. They had the skiff out of channel as far as the Juelu. The boat might have been lost. I wish to heaven she had with him, in her, ejaculated Glosson. Why, I was so angry myself that sapperment, I did give him a tip over the side, but split him. The comical little devil swam like a duck. So I made him swim astern for a mile to teach him manners, and then took him in when he was sinking. By the knocking Nicholas, I hell plague you, now he's come over the herring pond. When he was so high he had the spirit of thunder and lightning. How did he get back from India? Why, how should I know? The house there was done up, and that gave us a shake at Middleburg. I think so. They sent me again to see what could be done among my old acquaintances here, for we held old stories were done away and forgotten. So I had got a pretty trade on foot within the last 2 trips. But that stupid houndsfoot Shelm Brown has knocked it on the head again, I suppose, with getting himself shot by the colonelman. Why were not you with them? Why, you see, sapperment, I fear nothing, but it was too far within land, and I might have been scented. True, but to return to this youngster. I Donner and Blitzen, he is your affair, said the captain. How do you really know that he is in this country? Why, Gabriel saw him up among the hills. Gabriel, who is he? A fellow from the gypsies that about 18 years since was pressed on board that D.D. fellow Pritchard's sloop afore it was he came off, and gave us warning that the shark was coming round upon us the day Kennedy was done, and he told us how Kennedy had given the information the gypsies and Kennedy had some quarrel. Besides this, Gab went to the East Indies in the same ship with your younker, and sapperment knew him well, though the other did not remember him. Gab kept out of his eye, though, as he had served the States against England, and was a deserter to boot, and he sent us word directly that we might know of his being here, though it does not concern us a rope's end. So then, really, and in sober earnest, he is actually in this country? Hatterake, between friend and friend, asked Glosson seriously. Wedder and Donner, what do you take me for? For a bloodthirsty, fearless miscreant, thought Glosson internally, but said aloud, and which of your people was it that shot young Haslewood? Sturmwitter, said the captain. Do ye think we were mad? None of us, man. Got the country was too hot for the trade already, with that D.D. frolic of Brown's, attacking what you call Woodbourne House. Why, I am told, said Glosson, it was Brown who shot Haslewood. Not our lieutenant, I promise you, for he was laid 6 feet deep at Durnklug, the day before the thing happened. Tossin Davil's man, do ye think that he could rise out of the earth to shoot another man? A light here began to break upon Glosson's confusion of ideas. Did you not say that the younker, as you call him, goes by the name of Brown? Of Brown, Van Beest Brown, old Van Beest Brown of our Van Beest and Van Bruggen, gave him his own name, he Roman 999. Then said Glosson, rubbing his hands, it is he, by heaven, who has committed this crime. And what have we to do with that? Demanded Hatterake. Glosson paused, and fertile in expedients hastily ran over his project in his own mind, and then drew near the smuggler with a confidential air. "You know, my dear Hatterake, it is our principal business to get rid of this young man." Answered Dirk Hatterake. "Not," continued Glossonot, "that I would wish any personal harm to him if we can do without now. He is liable to be seized upon by justice both, as bearing the same name with your lieutenant, who was engaged in that affair at Woodbourne, and for firing at young Hazlewood with intent to kill or wound." "Aye," said Dirk Hatterake, "but what good will that do you? Hell be loose again, as soon as he shows himself to carry other colours." "True, my dear Dirk, well noticed, my friend Hatterake, but there is ground enough for a temporary imprisonment, till he fetch his proofs from England or elsewhere, my good friend. I understand the law, Captain Hatterake, and take it upon me, simple Gilbert Glosson of Ellangowan, justice of peace, for the county of to refuse his bail, if he should offer the best in the country, until he is brought up for a second examination. Now where die think incarcerate him? Hagel and Wetter, what do I care?" "Stay, my friend, you do care a great deal. Do you know your goods that were seized and carried to Woodbourne are now lying in the custom house at Portonferry, a small fishing town? Now I will commit this younker." "When you have caught him." "Aye, when I have caught him, I shall not be long about that. I will commit him to the workhouse or Bridewell, which you know is beside the custom house." "Ja, the Rasfaus, I know it very well." "I will take care that the redcoats are dispersed through the country. You land at night, with the crew of your lugger, receive your own goods, and carry the younker Brown with you back to Flushing. Want that do?" "I carry him to Flushing," said the captain. "Ordo America." Aye, my friend." "Ordo Jericho." "Pshaw, wherever you have a mind." "I or pitch him overboard." "Nay, I advise no violence." Neen, you leave that to me, Sturmwitter. I know you of old, but hark ye, what am I, Dirk Hatterake, to be the better of this?" "Why is it not your interest, as well as mine?" said Glosson. "Besides, I set you free this morning." "You set me free, Donner, and Davil, I set myself free besides. It was all in the way of your profession, and happened a long time ago. Ha ha ha." Pshaw, don't let us jest. I am not against making a handsome compliment, but it's your affair as well as mine." "What do you talk of my affair? Is it not you that keep the younker's whole estate from him? Dirk Hatterake never touched a stiver of his rents." Hush, I tell you, it shall be a joint business." "Why will ye give me half the kit?" "What half the estate? Die mean, we should set up house together at Ellangowan, and take the barony ridge about." "Sturmwitter, no, but you might give me half the value, a half the gelt live with you neen. I would have a lusthouse of mine own on the Middleburg dike, and a blooming gart like a burgomaster's. Aye, and a wooden lion at the door, and a painted sentinel in the garden with a pipe in his mouth. But hark ye, Hatterake, what will all the tulips and flower gardens and pleasure houses in the Netherlands do for you if you are hanged here in Scotland?" Hatterake's countenance fell. "Dare Davil hanged?" "I hanged main Herr Captain. The devil can scarce save Dirk Hatterake from being hanged for a murderer and kidnapper, if the younker of Ellangowan should settle in this country, and if the gallant captain chances to be caught here re-establishing his fair trade, and I want say, but as peace is now so much talked of, their high mightinesses may not hand him over to oblige their new allies, even if he remained in Faderland." Pause, Hagel Blitzen, and Donner, I doubt you say true. "Not," said Glosson, perceiving he had made the desired impression. "Not that I am against being civil," and he slid into Hatterake's passive hand a banknote of some value. "Is this all?" said the smuggler. "You had the price of half a cargo for winking at our job, and made us do your business too. But my good friend, you forget in this case, you will recover all your own goods." "I, at the risk of all our own necks, we could do that without you." "I doubt that, Captain Hatterake," said Glosson dryly, "because you would probably find a dozen redcoats at the custom house, whom it must be my business, if we agree about this matter, to have removed. Come, I will be as liberal as I can, but you should have a conscience. Now strafe Mitch dare Dafel, this provokes me more than all the rest. You rob and you murder, and you want me to rob and murder, and play the silver cooper or kidnapper, as you call it, a dozen times over, and then Hagel and Windstorm, you speak to me of conscience. Can you think of no fairer way of getting rid of this unlucky lad?" "No, main Herr, but as I commit him to your charge." "To my charge, to the charge of steel and gunpowder, and well, if it must be, it must, but you have a tolerably good guess what's like to come of it." "Oh, my dear friend, I trust no degree of severity will be necessary," replied Glosson. Severity, said the fellow with a kind of groan, I wish you had had my dreams, when I first came to this dog-hole, and tried to sleep among the dry seaweed. First there was that D.D. fellow there with his broken back sprawling as he did, when I hurled the rock over top on him. Ha ha, you would have sworn he was lying on the floor where you stand wriggling like a crushed frog, and then— Nay, my friend, said Glosson, interrupting him, what signifies going over this nonsense? If you are turned chicken-hearted, why the game's up, that's all, the game's up with us both. Chicken-hearted, no, I have not lived so long upon the account, to start at last neither for devil nor Dutchman. Well then, take another, schnaps the colds at your heart still, and now tell me, are any of your old crew with you? Neen, all dead, shot, hanged, drowned, and damned Brown was the last, all dead, but Gypsy Gab, and he would go off the country for a spill of money, or hell, be quiet for his own sake, or old Meg his aunt will keep him quiet for hers. Which Meg? Meg Merrilies, the old devil's limb of a gypsy witch. Is she still alive? Yeah. And in this country? And in this country, she was at the Kime of Durnklug at Van Beest Brown's last wake, as they call it, the other night with 2 of my people, and some of her own blasted gypsies. That's another breaker ahead, Captain, will she not squeak, think ye? Not she won't start, she swore by the salmon. Footnote, the great and inevitable oath of the strolling tribes. If we did the kinchin no harm, she would never tell how the gauger got it. Why, man, though I gave her a wipe with my hanger in the heat of the matter, and cut her arm, and though she was so long after in trouble about it up at your borough town, their dare-devil old Meg was as true as steel. Why, that's true as you say, replied Glosson, and yet if she could be carried over to Zealand, or Hamburg, or anywhere else, you know it were as well. Hatteraick jumped upright upon his feet, and looked at Glosson from head to heel. I don't see the goat's foot, he said. And yet he must be the very devil, but Meg Merrilies is closer yet with the kobold than you are I, and I had never such weather as after having drawn her blood. Neen ill. Meddle with her no more, she's a witch of the fiend, a real devil's kind, but that's her affair, donner. And wetter ill neither make nor meddle, that's her work. But for the rest, why, if I thought the trade would not suffer, I would soon rid you of the yunker, if you send me word when he's under embargo. In brief and undertones, the 2 worthy associates concerted their enterprise, and agreed at which of his haunts Hatteraick should be heard of. The stay of his lugger on the coast was not difficult, as there were no king's vessels there at the time. Chapter 6. You are one of those that will not serve God if the devil bids you, because we come to do you service, you think we are ruffians. Acello. When Glosson returned home, he found among other letters and papers sent to him one of considerable importance. It was signed by Mr. Protocol, an attorney in Edinburgh, and addressing him as the agent for Godfrey Bertram Esq, late of Ellangowan, and his representatives, acquainted him with the sudden death of Mrs. Margaret Bertram of Singleside, requesting him to inform his clients thereof, in case they should judge it proper to have any person present for their interest at opening the repositories of the deceased. Mr. Glosson perceived at once that the letter-writer was unacquainted with the breach which had taken place between him and his late patron. The estate of the deceased lady should by rights, as he well knew, descend to Lucy Bertram, but it was 1,000 to 1 that the caprice of the old lady might have altered its destination after running over contingencies and probabilities in his fertile mind, to ascertain what sort of personal advantage might accrue to him from this incident. He could not perceive any mode of availing himself of it, except in so far as it might go to assist his plan of recovering, or rather creating, a character, the want of which he had already experienced, and was likely to feel yet more deeply. I must place myself, he thought, on strong ground that if anything goes wrong with Dirk Hatteraick's project, I may have prepossessions in my favor at least. Besides, to do Glosson justice, bad as he was, he might feel some desire to compensate to Miss Bertram in a small degree, and in a case in which his own interest did not interfere with hers the infinite mischief which he had occasioned to her family. He therefore resolved early the next morning to ride over to Woodbourne. It was not without hesitation that he took this step, having the natural reluctance to face Colonel Mannering, which fraud and villainy have to encounter honor and probity. But he had great confidence in his own savoir-faire. His talents were naturally acute, and by no means confined to the line of his profession. He had at different times resided a good deal in England, and his address was free both from country rusticity and professional pedantry, so that he had considerable powers, both of address and persuasion, joined to an unshaken effrontery, which he affected to disguise under plainness of manner, confident therefore in himself. He appeared at Woodbourne about 10 in the morning, and was admitted as a gentleman come to wait upon Miss Bertram. He did not announce himself until he was at the door of the breakfast parlour, when the servant by his desire said aloud Mr. Glosson to wait upon Miss Bertram. Lucy, remembering the last scene of her father's existence, turned as pale as death, and had well-nigh fallen. From her chair Julia Mannering flew to her assistance, and they left the room together. There remained Colonel Mannering, Charles Haslewood with his arm in a sling, and the Dominie, whose gaunt visage and wall-eyes assumed a most hostile aspect on recognizing Glosson. That honest gentleman, though somewhat abashed by the effect of his first introduction, advanced with confidence, and hoped he did not intrude upon the ladies. Colonel Mannering, in a very upright and stately manner, observed that he did not know to what he was to impute the honour of a visit from Mr. Glosson. Hem, I took the liberty to wait upon Miss Bertram, Colonel Mannering, on account of a matter of business. If it can be communicated to Mr. Macmorland, her agent, sir, I believe it will be more agreeable to Miss Bertram. I beg pardon, Colonel Mannering, said Glosson, making a wretched attempt at an easy demeanour. You are a man of the world. There are some cases in which it is most prudent for all parties to treat with principles. Then replied Mannering with a repulsive air, if Mr. Glosson will take the trouble to state his object in a letter, I will answer that Miss Bertram pays proper attention to it. Certainly, stammered Glosson, but there are cases in which a viva voce conference I perceive I know Colonel Mannering has adopted some prejudices which may make my visit appear intrusive. But I submit to his good sense whether he ought to exclude me from a hearing, without knowing the purpose of my visit, or of how much consequence it may be to the young lady whom he honours with his protection. Certainly, sir, I have not the least intention to do so, replied the Colonel. I will learn Miss Bertram's pleasure on the subject, and acquaint Mr. Glosson, if he can spare time to wait for her answer. So saying, he left the room. Glosson had still remained standing in the midst of the apartment. Colonel Mannering had made not the slightest motion to invite him to sit, and indeed had remained standing himself during their short interview. When he left the room, however, Glosson seized upon a chair, and threw himself into it with an air between embarrassment and effrontery. He felt the silence of his companions disconcerting and oppressive, and resolved to interrupt it. A fine day, Mr. Sampson. The Dominie answered with something between an acquiescent grunt and an indignant groan. You never come down to see your old acquaintance on the Ellengowan property, Mr. Sampson. You would find most of the old stagers still stationary there. I have too much respect for the late family to disturb old residenters, even under pretence of improvement. Besides, it's not my way. I don't like it. I believe Mr. Sampson's scripture particularly condemns those who oppress the poor and remove landmarks, or who devour the substance of orphans, subjoined the Dominie. Anathema Maranatha. So saying, he rose, shouldered the folio, which he had been perusing, face to the right about, and marched out of the room with the strides of a grenadier. Mr. Glosson, no way disconcerted, or at least feeling it necessary not to appear so, turned to young Haslewood, who was apparently busy with the newspaper. Any news? Sir Haslewood raised his eyes, looked at him, and pushed the paper towards him as if to a stranger in a coffee-house, then rose and was about to leave the room. I beg pardon, Mr. Haslewood, but I can't help wishing you joy of getting so easily over that infernal accident. This was answered by a sort of inclination of the head, as slight and stiff as could well be imagined, yet it encouraged our man of law to proceed. I can promise you, Mr. Haslewood, few people have taken the interest in that matter, which I have done both for the sake of the country, and on account of my particular respect for your family, which has so high a stake in it, indeed so very high stake that as Mr. Featherhead is turning old now, and as there's a talk since his last stroke of his taking the Chiltern Hundreds, it might be worth your while to look about you. I speak as a friend, Mr. Haslewood, and as one who understands the role, and if in going over it together. I beg pardon, sir, but I have no views in which your assistance could be useful. Oh, very well, perhaps you are right, it's quite time enough, and I love to see a young gentleman cautious. But I was talking of your wound. I think I have got a clue to that business, I think I have, and if I don't bring the fellow to condign punishment. I beg your pardon, sir, once more, but your zeal outruns my wishes. I have every reason to think the wound was accidental. Certainly, it was not premeditated. Against ingratitude and premeditated treachery, should you find any one guilty of them, my resentment will be as warm as your own. This was Hazelwood's answer. Another rebuff, thought Glosson. I must try him upon the other tack. Right, sir, very nobly said. I would have no more mercy on an ungrateful man than I would on a woodcock. And now we talk of sport. This was a sort of diverting of the conversation, which Glosson had learned from his former patron. I see you often carry a gun, and I hope you will be soon able to take the field again. I observe you confine yourself always to your own side of the Hasleshaw's burn. I hope, my dear sir, you will make no scruple of following your game to the Ellengowan bank. I believe it is rather the best exposure of the two for woodcocks, although both are capital. As this offer only excited a cold and constrained Beau, Glosson was obliged to remain silent, and was presently afterwards somewhat relieved by the entrance of Colonel Mannering. I have detained you some time, I fear, sir, said he, addressing Glosson. I wish to prevail upon Miss Bertram to see you, as in my opinion her objections ought to give way to the necessity of hearing in her own person what is stated to be of importance that she should know, but I find that circumstances of recent occurrence, and not easily to be forgotten, have rendered her so utterly repugnant to a personal interview with Mr. Glosson that it would be cruelty to insist upon it, and she has deputed me to receive his commands or proposal, or in short, whatever he may wish to say to her. Hem, I am sorry, sir, I am very sorry, Colonel Mannering, that Miss Bertram should suppose that any prejudice, in shorter idea, that anything on my part. Sir, said the inflexible Colonel, where no accusation is made, excuses or explanations are unnecessary. Have you any objection to communicate to me, as Miss Bertram's temporary guardian, the circumstances which you conceive to interest her? None, Colonel Mannering. She could not choose a more respectable friend, or one with whom I in particular would more anxiously wish to communicate frankly. Have the goodness to speak to the point, sir, if you please. Why, sir, it is not so easy all at once, but Mr. Haslewood need not leave the room. I mean so well to Miss Bertram that I could wish the whole world to hear my part of the conference. My friend Mr. Charles Haslewood will not probably be anxious, Mr. Glosson, to listen to what cannot concern him, and now when he has left us alone, let me pray you to be short and explicit in what you have to say. I am a soldier, sir, somewhat impatient of forms and introductions. So saying, he drew himself up in his chair and waited for Mr. Glosson's communication. Be pleased to look at that letter, said Glosson, putting Protocol's epistle into Mannering's hand as the shortest way of stating his business. The Colonel read it and returned it after penciling the name of the writer in his memorandum book. This, sir, does not seem to require much discussion. I will see that Miss Bertram's interest is attended to. But, sir, but Colonel Mannering, added Glosson, there is another matter which no one can explain but myself. This Ladythis Mrs. Margaret Bertram, to my certain knowledge, made a general settlement of her affairs in Miss Lucy Bertram's favor, while she lived with my old friend Mr. Bertram at Ellengowan. The diminutive was the name by which my deceased friend always called that very respectable man Mr. Sampson, and I witnessed the deed. And she had full power at that time to make such a settlement, for she was in fee of the estate of Singleside. Even then, although it was life rented by an elder sister, it was a whimsical settlement of old Singleside's. Sir, he pitted the two cats, his daughters, against each other, ha ha ha. Well, sir, said Mannering, without the slightest smile of sympathy, but to the purpose. You say that this lady had power to settle her estate on Miss Bertram, and that she did so. Even so, Colonel, replied Glosson, I think I should understand the law. I have followed it for many years, and though I have given it up to retire upon a handsome competence, I did not throw away that knowledge which is pronounced better than house and land, and which I take to be the knowledge of the law, since, as our common rhyme has it, 'tis most excellent to win the land that's gone and spent. No, I love the smack of the whip. I have a little, a very little law yet at the service of my friends. Glosson ran on in this manner, thinking he had made a favorable impression on Mannering. The Colonel, indeed, reflected that this might be a most important crisis for Miss Bertram's interest, and resolved that his strong inclination to throw Glosson out at window or at door should not interfere with it. He put a strong curb on his temper, and resolved to listen with patience, at least if without complacency. He therefore let Mr. Glosson get to the end of his self-congratulations, and then asked him if he knew where the deed was. I know that, as I think I believe I can recover it in such cases. Custodiers have sometimes made a charge. We won't differ as to that, sir, said the Colonel, taking out his pocketbook. But my dear sir, you take me so very short. I said some persons might make such a claim, I mean, for payment of the expenses of the deed, trouble in the affair, etc. But I, for my own part, only wish Miss Bertram and her friends to be satisfied that I am acting towards her with honor. There's the paper, sir. It would have been a satisfaction to me to have delivered it into Miss Bertram's own hands, and to have wished her joy of the prospects which it opens. But since her prejudices on the subject are invincible, it only remains for me to transmit her my best wishes through you, Colonel Mannering, and to express that I shall willingly give my testimony in support of that deed. When I shall be called upon, I have the honor to wish you a good morning, sir. This parting speech was so well got up, and had so much the tone of conscious integrity, unjustly suspected, that even Colonel Mannering was staggered in his bad opinion. He followed him 2 or 3 steps, and took leave of him with more politeness, though still cold and formal, than he had paid during his visit. Glossin left the house half pleased with the impression he had made, half mortified by the stern caution and proud reluctance with which he had been received. Colonel Mannering might have had more politeness, he said to himself. It is not every man that can bring a good chance of £400 a year to a penniless girl single-side. Must be up to £400 a year now. There's Rylage Ganbeg Gillifidget Loverless Lealone, and the spinsters no good £400 a year. Some people might have made their own of it in my place. And yet, to own the truth, after much consideration, I don't see how that is possible. Glossin was no sooner mounted and gone than the Colonel dispatched a groom for Mr. Macmorland, and putting the deed into his hand, requested to know if it was likely to be available to his friend Lucy Bertram. Macmorland perused it with eyes that sparkled with delight, snapped his fingers repeatedly, and at length exclaimed, "Available, it's as tight as a glove. Nobody could make better work than Glossin, when he didna let down a steek on purpose. But his countenance, falling the auld be that I should say so, might alter at pleasure." Ah, and how shall we know whether she has done so? Somebody must attend on Miss Bertram's part when the repositories of the deceased are opened. "Can you go?" said the Colonel. "I fear I cannot," replied Macmorland. "I must attend a jury trial before our court." "Then I will go myself," said the Colonel. "Ill set out tomorrow. Sampson shall go with me. He is witness to this settlement. But I shall want a legal adviser. The gentleman that was lately sheriff of this county is high in reputation as a barrister. I will give you a card of introduction to him. What I like about you, Mr. Macmorland," said the Colonel, "is that you always come straight to the point. Let me have it instantly. Shall we tell Miss Lucy her chance of becoming an heiress?" "Surely, because you must have some powers from her, which I will instantly draw out. Besides, I will be cautioned for her prudence, and that she will consider it only in the light of a chance." Macmorland judged well. It could not be discerned from Miss Bertram's manner that she founded exulting hopes upon the prospect thus unexpectedly opening before her. She did indeed in the course of the evening ask Mr. Macmorland, as if by accident, what might be the annual income of the Haslewood property. But shall we therefore aver for cert that she was considering whether an heiress of 400 a year might be a suitable match for the young laird. Chapter 7. "Give me a cup of sack to make mine eyes look red, for I must speak in passion, and I will do it in King Cambyses' vein." Henry Roman 4 Part Roman 1. Mannering with Sampson, for his companion, lost no time in his journey to Edinburgh. They travelled in the Colonel's postchariot, who, knowing his companion's habits of abstraction, did not choose to lose him out of his own sight, far less to trust him on horseback, where in all probability a knavish stable-boy might with little address have contrived to mount him with his face to the tail. Accordingly, with the aid of his valet, who attended on horseback, he contrived to bring Mr. Sampson safe to an inn in Edinburgh, for hotels in those days there were none, without any other accident than arose from his straying twice upon the road. On one occasion, he was recovered by Barnes, who understood his humour, when after engaging in close colloquy with the schoolmaster of Moffat respecting a disputed quantity in Horace's 7th Ode Book 2, the dispute led on to another controversy concerning the exact meaning of the word Malabathro in that lyric effusion. His second escapade was made for the purpose of visiting the field of Rullion Green, which was dear to his Presbyterian predilections. Having got out of the carriage, for an instant, he saw the sepulchral monument of the slain at the distance of about a mile, and was arrested by Barnes in his progress up the Pentland Hills, having on both occasions forgot his friend, patron, and fellow-traveller as completely as if he had been in the East Indies. On being reminded that Colonel Mannering was waiting for him, He uttered his usual ejaculation of, "Prodigious, I was oblivious," and then strode back to his post. Barnes was surprised at his master's patience on both occasions, knowing by experience how little he brooked neglect or delay. But the Dominie was in every respect a privileged person, his patron, and he were never for a moment in each other's way, and it seemed obvious that they were formed to be companions through life. If Mannering wanted a particular book, the Dominie could bring it. If he wished to have accounts summed up or checked, his assistance was equally ready. If he desired to recall a particular passage in the classics, he could have recourse to the Dominie as to a dictionary, and all the while this walking statue was neither presuming, when noticed, nor sulky when left to himself, to a proud, shy, reserved man. And such in many respects was Mannering. This sort of living catalogue and animated automaton had all the advantages of a literary dumbwaiter. As soon as they arrived in Edinburgh, and were established at the George Inn near Bristow Port, then kept by old Cockburn, I love to be particular, the Colonel desired the waiter to procure him a guide to Mr. Pleydell's, the advocate, for whom he had a letter of introduction from Mr. Macmorlan. He then commanded Barnes to have an eye to the Dominie, and walked forth with a chairman, who was to usher him to the man of law. The period was near the end of the American War. The desire of room, of air, and of decent accommodation had not as yet made very much progress in the capital of Scotland. Some efforts had been made on the south side of the town towards building houses within themselves, as they are emphatically termed, and the new town on the north, since so much extended, was then just commenced. But the great bulk of the better classes, and particularly those connected with the law, still lived in flats or dungeons of the old town. The manners also of some of the veterans of the law had not admitted innovation. One or two eminent lawyers still saw their clients in taverns, as was the general custom 50 years before, and although their habits were already considered as old-fashioned by the younger barristers, yet the custom of mixing wine and revelry with serious business was still maintained by those senior counsellors who loved the old road, either because it was such or because they had got too well used to it to travel any other. Among those praisers of the past time, who with ostentatious obstinacy affected the manners of a former generation, was this same Paulus Pleydell-esque, otherwise a good scholar, an excellent lawyer, and a worthy man. Under the guidance of his trusty attendant, Colonel Mannering, after threading a dark lane or two, reached the High Street, then clanging with the voices of oysterwomen and the bells of piemen, for it had, as his guide assured him, just chapped 8 upon the Tron. It was long since Mannering had been in the street of a crowded metropolis, which with its noise and clamour, its sounds of trade, of revelry, and of license, its variety of lights, and the eternally changing bustle of its 100 groups, offers by night especially a spectacle, which, though composed of the most vulgar materials when they are separately considered, has when they are combined a striking and powerful effect on the imagination. The extraordinary height of the houses was marked by lights, which, glimmering irregularly along their front, ascended so high among the attics that they seemed at length to twinkle in the middle sky. This coup d'eil, which still subsists in a certain degree, was then more imposing owing to the uninterrupted range of buildings on each side, which, broken only at the space where the North Bridge joins the main street, formed a superb and uniform place, extending from the front of the Lucken Booths to the head of the Cannon Gate, and corresponding in breadth and length to the uncommon height of the buildings on either side. Mannering had not much time to look and to admire. His conductor hurried him across this striking scene, and suddenly dived with him into a very steep paved lane. Turning to the right, they entered a scale staircase, as it is called, the state of which, so far as it could be judged of by one of his senses, annoyed Mannering's delicacy not a little. When they had ascended cautiously to a considerable height, they heard a heavy rap at a door still 2 stories above them. The door opened, and immediately ensued the sharp and worrying bark of a dog, the squalling of a woman, the screams of an assaulted cat, and the hoarse voice of a man who cried in a most imperative tone, "Will ye mustard, will ye down, sir, down?" "Lord preserve us," said the female voice, "and he had worried our cat, Mr. Pleydell would near hae forgian me. Will my do the cats no aprin the war, so he's no in ye say." "Na, Mr. Pleydell's near in the house on Saturday at e'en," answered the female voice. "And the morn's Sabbath too," said the queerest. "I dinna ken what will be done." By this time Mannering appeared, and found a tall, strong countryman clad in a coat of pepper-and-salt-colored mixture, with huge metal buttons, a glazed hat and boots, and a large horsewhip beneath his arm, in colloquy with a slipshod damsel who had in one hand the lock of the door, and in the other a pail of whiting or camstain, as it is called mixed with water a circumstance, which indicates Saturday night in Edinburgh. So Mr. Playdell is not at home, my good girl, said Mannering. Aye, sir, he's at hame, but he's no in the house, he's aye out on Saturday at e'en. But my good girl, I am a stranger, and my business express, will you tell me where I can find him? His honour said the chairman will be at Claryhugh's, about this time. Herself could hae telled ye that, but she thought ye wanted to see his house. Well then, show me to this tavern, I suppose he will see me, as I come on business of some consequence. I dinna ken, sir, said the girl, he disna like to be disturbed on Saturdays, why business, but he's aye civil to strangers. I'll gang to the tavern too, said our friend Dinmont, for I am a stranger also, and on business e'en sick like. Na, said the handmaiden, and he see the gentleman hell see the simple body too, but Lord's sake dinna say it was me sent ye there. At will, I am a simple body, that's true hinny, but I am no come to steal ony o' his skiel, for neathing, said the farmer in his honest pride, and strutted away downstairs followed by Mannering, and the Katie Mannering could not help admiring the determined stride with which the stranger who preceded them divided the press shouldering from him by the mere weight and impetus of his motion. Both drunk and sober passengers hell, be a teviot del tup tat, ain, said the chairman, tats for keeping ta crown o ta causeway tat gate, he ll no gang far, or he ll get somebody to bell ta cat why him. His shrewd augury, however, was not fulfilled. Those who recoiled from the colossal weight of Dinmont, on looking up at his size and strength, apparently judged him too heavy metal to be rashly encountered, and suffered him to pursue his course, unchallenged, following in the wake of this first-rate Mannering, proceeded, till the farmer made a pause, and looking back to the chairman, said, I am thinking this will be the close friend. Aye, replied Donald, tats ta close. Dinmont descended confidently, then turned into a dark alley, then up a dark stair, and then into an open door, while he was whistling shrilly for the waiter, as if he had been one of his collie dogs. Mannering looked round him, and could hardly conceive how a gentleman of a liberal profession and good society should choose such a scene for social indulgence. Besides the miserable entrance, the house itself seemed paltry and half ruinous. The passage in which they stood had a window to the close, which admitted a little light during the daytime, and a villainous compound of smells at all times, but more especially towards evening. Corresponding to this window was a borrowed light on the other side of the passage looking into the kitchen, which had no direct communication with the free air, but received in the daytime at second hand such straggling and obscure light as found its way from the lane through the window opposite. At present the interior of the kitchen was visible by its own huge fire's, a sort of pandemonium, where men and women half undressed were busied in baking, broiling, roasting oysters, and preparing devils on the gridiron. The mistress of the place, with her shoes slipshod, and her hair straggling like that of Magira, from under a round-eared cap, toiling, scolding, receiving orders, giving them, and obeying them all at once, seemed the presiding enchantress of that gloomy and fiery region. In large, loud and repeated bursts of laughter from different quarters of the house proved that her labors were acceptable and not unrewarded by a generous public. With some difficulty a waiter was prevailed upon to show Colonel Mannering and Dinmont the room where their friend learned in the law held his hebdomadal carousals, the scene which it exhibited, and particularly the attitude of the counsellor himself, the principal figure therein, struck his two clients with amazement. Mr. Playdell was a lively, sharp-looking gentleman with a professional shrewdness in his eye, and generally speaking a professional formality in his manners, but this, like his three-dilled wig and black coat, he could slip off on a Saturday evening when surrounded by a party of jolly companions, and disposed for what he called his altitudes. On the present occasion, the revel had lasted since 4 o'clock, and at length, under the direction of a venerable competitor, who had shared the sports and festivity of 3 generations, the frolicsome company had begun to practice the ancient and now forgotten pastime of high jinks. This game was played in several different ways. Most frequently, the dice were thrown by the company, and those upon whom the lot fell were obliged to assume and maintain for a time a certain fictitious character, or to repeat a certain number of fescennine verses in a particular order if they departed from the characters assigned, or if their memory proved treacherous in the repetition, they incurred forfeits which were either compounded for by swallowing an additional bumper, or by paying a small sum towards the reckoning. At this sport, the jovial company were closely engaged when Mannering entered the room. Mr. Counsellor Playdell, such as we have described him, was enthroned as a monarch in an elbow chair, placed on the dining table, his scratch wig on one side, his head crowned with a bottle slider, his eye leering with an expression betwixt fun and the effects of wine, while his court around him resounded with such crambo scraps of verse as these. Where is Geronto now, and what's become of him? Geronto's drowned, because he could not swim, etc., etc. Such, O Themis, were anciently the sports of thy Scottish children. Dinmont was first in the room. He stood aghast a moment, and then exclaimed, It's him, sure enough, deal o the like o that ever I saw. At the sound of Mr. Dinmont, and Colonel Mannering wanting to speak to you, Sir Pleydell turned his head, and blushed a little, when he saw the very genteel figure of the English stranger. He was however of the opinion of Falstaff, Out, ye villains, play out the play, wisely judging it the better way to appear totally unconcerned. Where be our guards? Exclaimed this second Justinian. See, ye not a stranger knight from foreign parts arrived at this, our court of Holyrood, with our bold yeoman Andrew Dinmont, who has succeeded to the keeping of our royal flocks within the forest of Jedwood, where, thanks to our royal care in the administration of justice, they feed us safe as if they were within the bounds of Fife. Where be our heralds, our pursuivants, our Lyon, our Marchmont, our Carrick, and our Snowdon? Let the strangers be placed at our board, and regaled as beseemeth their quality, and this our high holiday tomorrow we will hear their tidings. So please you, my liege, tomorrow's Sunday, said one of the company. Sunday is it? Then we will give no offence to the assembly of the kirk. On Monday shall be their audience. Mannering, who had stood at first uncertain whether to advance or retreat, now resolved to enter for the moment into the whim of the scene, though internally fretting at Mac Morlan for sending him to consult with a crack-brained humorist. He therefore advanced with 3 profound congees, and craved permission to lay his credentials at the feet of the Scottish monarch, in order to be perused at his best leisure, the gravity with which he accommodated himself to the humour of the moment, and the deep and humble inclination with which he at first declined, and then accepted a seat presented by the master of the ceremonies, procured him 3 rounds of applause. Deal hae me if they arena a mad thegither, said Dinmont, occupying with less ceremony a seat at the bottom of the table, or else they hae teen Yule before it comes, and are gone aguisarding. A large glass of claret was offered to Mannering, who drank it to the health of the reigning prince. You are, I presume, to guess, said the monarch, that celebrated Sir Miles Mannering, so renowned in the French wars, and may well pronounce to us, if the wines of Gascony lose their flavour in our more northern realm. Mannering, agreeably flattered by this allusion to the fame of his celebrated ancestor, replied by professing himself only a distant relation of the Priya Chevalier, and added that in his opinion the wine was superlatively good. It's o'er called for my stamach, said Dinmont, setting down the glass empty. However, we will correct that quality, answered King Paulus, the first of the name. We have not forgot that the moist and humid air of our valley of Little inclines to stronger potations. Seneschal, let our faithful yeoman have a cup of brandy, it will be more germane to the matter. And now, said Mannering, since we have unwarily intruded upon your majesty, at a moment of mirthful retirement, be pleased to say when you will indulge a stranger with an audience on those affairs of weight which have brought him to your northern capital. The monarch opened Mac Morlan's letter, and running it hastily over, exclaimed with his natural voice and manner, Lucy Bertram of Ellangowan, poor dear lassie. A forfeit, exclaimed a dozen voices. His majesty has forgot his kingly character. Not a whit, not a whit, replied the king. Ill be judged by this courteous knight. May not a monarch love a maid of low degree? Is not King Cophetua and the beggar maid an adjudged case in point? Professional, another forfeit, exclaimed the tumultuary nobility. Had not our royal predecessors, continued the monarch, exalting his sovereign voice to drown these disaffected clamorshad, they not their Jean Logies, their Bessie Carmichaels, their Oliphants, their Sandalins, and their Weirs? And shall it be denied to us, even to name a maiden whom we delight to honour? Nay, then sink state and perish sovereignty for like a second Charles V. We will abdicate and seek in the private shades of life those pleasures which are denied to a throne. So saying, he flung away his crown, and sprung from his exalted station with more agility than could have been expected from his age, ordered lights and a wash-hand basin, and towel with a cup of green tea into another room, and made a sign to Mannering to accompany him. In less than 2 minutes, he washed his face and hands, settled his wig in the glass, and to Mannering's great surprise, looked quite a different man from the childish bacchanal he had seen a moment before. There are folks, he said, Mr. Mannering, before whom one should take care how they play the fool, because they have either too much malice or too little wit. As the poet says, the best compliment I can pay Colonel Mannering is to show I am not ashamed to expose myself before him. And truly I think it is a compliment I have not spared tonight on your good nature. But what's that great strong fellow wanting? Dinmont, who had pushed after Mannering into the room, began with a scrape with his foot, and a scratch of his head in unison. I am Dandy Dinmont, sir, of the Charlie's Hopeth Liddesdale, lad yell mind me. It was for me ye won yon grand plea. What plea, you loggerhead, said the lawyer, die. Think I can remember all the fools that come to plague me. Lord, sir, it was the grand plea about the grazing the lanky head, said the farmer. Well, curse thee, never mind, give me the memorial, and come to me on Monday at 10, replied the learned counsel. But sir, I hena got any distinct memorial. No memorial, man, said Playdell. Nusser nay memorial, answered Dandy, for your honour said, before Mr. Playdell yell mind, that ye liked best to hear us, hillfolk tell our ain tale by word o' mouth. Beshrew my tongue, that said so, answered the counsellor, it will cost my ears a dinning well, say in 2 words, what you've got to say. You see the gentleman waits. Oh sir, if the gentleman likes, he may play his ain spring, first it's a ain to Dandy. Now you looby, said the lawyer, cannot you conceive that your business can be nothing to Colonel Mannering, but that he may not choose to have these great ears of thine regaled with his matters? I will, sir, just as you and he like, so ye see to my business, said Dandy, not a whit disconcerted by the roughness of this reception. We're at the auld wark o' the marches again, Jock o' Doston Clooge. And me, ye see, we march on the tap o' Towthaprig. After we pass the Pomeragrains, for the Pomeragrains and Slackenspool and Bloodalaws they come in there, and they belang to the peel. But after ye pass Pomeragrains at a muckle great saucer-headed cut-lugged stain that they ca' Charlie's Chucky their Doston Clooge, and Charlie's Hope they march now. I say, the march rins on the tap o' the hill where the wind and water shears, but Jock o' Doston Clooge again, he contravenes that, and says that it bods down by the auld drover road that gies awa by the knot o' the gate o'er to Kiildar ward, and that makes an unco difference. And what difference does it make, friend, said Playdell, how many sheep will it feed? Oh no money, said Dandy, scratching his head, it's lying high, and exposed it may feed a hog, or aiblins twa in a good year. And for this grazing, which may be worth about 5 shillings a year, you are willing to throw away £100 or 2. No, sir, it's no, for the value of the grass, replied Dinmont, it's for justice. My good friend, said Playdell, justice, like charity, should begin at home. Do you justice to your wife and family, and think no more about the matter. Dinmont still lingered, twisting his hat in his hand. It's no for that, sir. But I would like ill to be bragged, why him he threeps hell bring a score o' witnesses. And mair, and I am sure there's as money will swear for me, as for him folk, that lived their days upon the Charlie's Hope, and wadna like to see the land lose its right. Zounds, man, if it be a point of honour, said the lawyer, why don't your landlords take it up? I dinna ken, sir, scratching his head again, there's been nae election dust lately, and the lairds are unco neighbourly, and Jock and me canna get them to yoke thegither about it that we can say, but if ye thought we might keep up the rent. No, no, that will never do, said Playdell, confound you, why don't you take good cudgels and settle it? Odd, sir, answered the farmer, we tried that 3 times already, that's twice on the land, and ance at Lockerby Fair, but I dinna ken we're baith jay good at singlestick, and it couldna weel be judged. Then take broadswords and be DD to you, as your fathers did, before you said the counsel learned in the law. Will, sir, if ye think it wadna be again the law, it's a ain to Dandy. Hold, exclaimed Playdell, we shall have another Lord Soley's mistake, prithee man. Comprehend me, I wish you to consider how very trifling and foolish a lawsuit you wish to engage in. I, sir, said Dandy, in a disappointed tone, so you winna take on why me I am doubting. Me not Roman one, go home, take a pint and agree. Dandy looked, but half contented, and still remained stationary. Anything more, my friend? Only, sir, about the succession of this leddy, that's dead auld, Miss Margaret Bertram o' Singleside. I would about her, said the counsellor, rather surprised. Oh, we have nae connection at a why, the Bertrams, said Dandy, they were grand folk by the like o' us. But Jean Liltup, that was auld Singleside's housekeeper, and the mother of these twa young ladies that are ganeth last o' them's dead at a ripe age. I trow Jean Liltup came out o' little water, and she was as near our connection as second cousin to my mother's half-sister. She drew up why Singleside, nae doubt, when she was his housekeeper, and it was a sair vex and grief to her kith and kin, but he acknowledged a marriage, and satisfied the kirk, and now I wad ken frae you if we hae not some claim by not the shadow of a claim. Owl were nay purer, said Dandy, but she may hae thought on us, if she was minded to make a testament weel. Sir Ive said my say ease, e'en wished you good night, and putting his hand in his pocket. No, no, my friend, I never take fees on Saturday nights, or without a memorial away with you. Dandy and Dandy made his reverence, and departed accordingly. Chapter 8. But this poor farce has neither truth nor art, to please the fancy or to touch the heart. Dark but not awful, dismal but yet mean, with anxious bustle moves the cumbrous scene. Presents no objects tender or profound, but spreads its cold unmeaning gloom around. Parish Register. Your Majesty, said Mannering laughing, has solemnized your abdication, by an act of mercy and charity that fellow will scarce think of going to law. Oh, you are quite wrong, said the experienced lawyer. The only difference is I have lost my client, and my fee hell never rest, till he finds somebody to encourage him to commit the folly he has predetermined. No, no, I have only shown you another weakness of my character. I always speak truth of a Saturday night. And sometimes through the week, I should think, said Mannering, continuing the same tone. Why, yes, as far as my vocation will permit, I am, as Hamlet says, indifferent honest, when my clients and their solicitors do not make me the medium of conveying their double-distilled lies to the bench. But oportet vivere, it is a sad thing. And now to our business. I am glad my old friend Mac Morlan has sent you to me. He is an active, honest, and intelligent man, long sheriff substitute of the county off under me, and still holds the office. He knows I have a regard for that unfortunate family of Ellangowan. And for poor Lucy, I have not seen her since she was 12 years old, and she was then a sweet pretty girl under the management of a very silly father, but my interest in her is of an early date. I was called upon Mr. Mannering, being then sheriff of that county, to investigate the particulars of a murder, which had been committed near Ellangowan the day on which this poor child was born, and which by a strange combination that I was unhappily not able to trace involved the death or abstraction of her only brother, a boy of about 5 years old. No, Colonel, I shall never forget the misery of the house of Ellangowan that morning, the father half distracted, the mother dead in premature travail, helpless infant with scarce any one to attend it coming walling and crying into this miserable world, at such a moment of unutterable misery. We lawyers are not of iron, sir, or of brass any more than you soldiers are of steel. We are conversant with the crimes and distresses of civil society, as you are with those that occur in a state of war. And to do our duty in either case, a little apathy is perhaps necessary, but the devil take a soldier whose heart can be as hard as his sword, and his dam catch the lawyer who bronzes his bosom instead of his forehead. But come, I am losing my Saturday at e'en. Will you have the kindness to trust me with these papers, which relate to Miss Bertram's business and stay tomorrow? Yowl, take a bachelor's dinner with an old lawyer. I insist upon it at 3 precisely, and come an hour sooner. The old lady is to be buried on Monday. It is the orphan's cause, and well borrow an hour from the Sunday to talk over this business, although I fear nothing can be done if she has altered her settlement, unless perhaps it occurs within the 60 days. And then, if Miss Bertram can show that she possesses the character of heir-at-law, why, but hark, my lieges are impatient of their interregnum. I do not invite you to rejoin us, Colonel. It would be a trespass on your complaisance, unless you had begun the day with us, and gradually glided on from wisdom to mirth, and from mirth to extravagance. Good night, Harry. Go home with Mr. Mannering to his lodging, Colonel. I expect you at a little past 2 tomorrow. The Colonel returned to his inn, equally surprised at the childish frolics, in which he had found his learned counselor, engaged at the candor and sound sense which he had in a moment summoned up to meet the exigencies of his profession, and at the tone of feeling which he displayed when he spoke of the friendless orphan. In the morning, while the Colonel and his most quiet and silent of all retainers, Dominie Sampson, were finishing the breakfast which Barnes had made and poured out after the Dominie had scalded himself in the attempt, Mr. Playdell was suddenly ushered in a nicely dressed bobwig, upon every hair of which a zealous and careful barber had bestowed its proper allowance of powder, a well-brushed black suit, with very clean shoes and gold buckles, and stockbuckle, a manner rather reserved and formal than intrusive, but withal showing only the formality of manner, by no means that of awkwardness. A countenance, the expressive and somewhat comic features of which were in complete reposal, showed a being perfectly different from the choice spirit of the evening before. A glance of shrewd and piercing fire in his eye was the only marked expression which recalled the man of Saturday at e'en. I am come, said he with a very polite address, to use my regal authority in your behalf in spirituals, as well as temporals. Can I accompany you to the Presbyterian Kirk, or Episcopal Meeting-house Troes? Tyrius, a lawyer you know, is of both religions, or rather, I should say, of both forms. Sir, can I assist in passing the forenoon? Otherwise, y'all excuse my old-fashioned importunity. I was born in a time when a Scotchman was thought inhospitable, if he left a guest alone a moment, except when he slept, but I trust you will tell me at once if I intrude. Not at all, my dear sir, answered Colonel Mannering. I am delighted to put myself under your pilotage. I should wish much to hear some of your Scottish preachers, whose talents have done such honor to your country, your Blair, your Robertson, or your Henry, and I embrace your kind offer with all my heart, only drawing the lawyer a little aside, and turning his eye towards Sampson, my worthy friend there in the reverie, is a little helpless and abstracted. And my servant Barnes, who is his pilot in ordinary, cannot well assist him here, especially as he has expressed his determination of going to some of your darker and more remote places of worship. The lawyer's eye glanced at Dominie Sampson. A curiosity worth preserving, and ill, find you a fit custodier, here you sir, to the waiter, go to Lucky Finlayson's in the Cowgate, for Miles Macfin the Cady hell be there about this time, and tell him I wish to speak to him. The person wanted soon arrived. I will commit your friend to this man's charge, said Playdell. Hell attend him, or conduct him, wherever he chooses to go with a happy indifference, as to kirk, or market meeting, or court of justice, or any other place whatever, and bring him safe home at whatever hour you appoint, so that Mr. Barnes there may be left to the freedom of his own will. This was easily arranged, and the colonel committed the Dominie to the charge of this man, while they should remain in Edinburgh. And now, sir, if you please, we shall go to the Greyfriars Church, to hear our historian of Scotland, of the continent, and of America. They were disappointed. He did not preach that morning. Never mind, said the counsellor, have a moment's patience, and we shall do very well. The colleague of Dr. Robertson ascended the pulpit. Footnote: this was the celebrated Dr. Erskine, a distinguished clergyman, and a most excellent man. His external appearance was not prepossessing, a remarkably fair complexion, strangely contrasted with a black wig, without a grain of powder, a narrow chest, and a stooping posture. Hands which placed like props on either side of the pulpit seemed necessary, rather to support the person, than to assist the gesticulation of the preacher. No gown, not even that of Geneva, a tumbled band, and a gesture which seemed scarce voluntary, were the first circumstances which struck a stranger. The preacher seems a very ungainly person, whispered Mannering to his new friend. Never fear, he's the son of an excellent Scottish lawyer. Footnote: the father of Dr. Erskine was an eminent lawyer, and his Institutes of the Law of Scotland are to this day the textbook of students of that science. Hell show blood, ill warrant him. The learned counsellor predicted truly. A lecture was delivered fraught with new, striking, and entertaining views of Scripture history, a sermon in which the Calvinism of the Kirk of Scotland was ably supported, yet made the basis of a sound system of practical morals which should neither shelter the sinner under the cloak of speculative faith or of peculiarity of opinion, nor leave him loose to the waves of unbelief and schism. Something there was of an antiquated turn of argument and metaphor, but it only served to give zest and peculiarity to the style of elocution. The sermon was not read. A scrap of paper containing the heads of the discourse was occasionally referred to, and the enunciation, which at first seemed imperfect and embarrassed, became, as the preacher warmed in his progress, animated and distinct, and although the discourse could not be quoted as a correct specimen of pulpit eloquence, yet Mannering had seldom heard so much learning, metaphysical acuteness, and energy of argument brought into the service of Christianity. Such, he said, going out of the church, must have been the preachers to whose unfearing minds and acute, though sometimes rudely exercised talents, we owe the Reformation. And yet that reverend gentleman, said Playdell, whom I love for his father's sake, and his own, has nothing of the sour or pharisaical pride which has been imputed to some of the early fathers of the Calvinistic Kirk of Scotland. His colleague and he differ and had different parties in the Kirk about particular points of church discipline, but without for a moment losing personal regard or respect for each other or suffering malignity to interfere in an opposition steady, constant, and apparently conscientious on both sides. And you, Mr. Playdell, what do you think of their points of difference? Why, I hope, Colonel, a plain man may go to heaven without thinking about them at all. Besides, in turn knows, I am a member of the suffering and Episcopal Church of Scotland's shadow of a shade now, And fortunately, so. But I love to pray where my fathers prayed before me, without thinking worse of the Presbyterian forms, because they do not affect me with the same associations. And with this remark, they parted until dinner time. From the awkward access to the lawyer's mansion Mannering, was induced to form very moderate expectations of the entertainment, which he was to receive. The approach looked even more dismal by daylight than on the preceding evening. The houses on each side of the lane were so close that the neighbors might have shaken hands with each other from the different sides, and occasionally the space between was traversed by wooden galleries, and thus entirely closed up the stair. The scale stair was not well cleaned, and on entering the house Mannering was struck with the narrowness and meanness of the wainscoted passage, but the library into which he was shown by an elderly, respectable-looking manservant was a complete contrast to these unpromising appearances. It was a well-proportioned room, hung with a portrait or two of Scottish characters of eminence, by Jamieson, the Caledonian Van Dyck, and surrounded with books, the best editions of the best authors, and in particular an admirable collection of classics. These said Pleydell are my tools of trade. A lawyer without history or literature is a mechanic, a mere working mason. If he possesses some knowledge of these, he may venture to call himself an architect. But Mannering was chiefly delighted with the view from the windows, which commanded that incomparable prospect of the ground between Edinburgh and the Seath Firth of Forth with its islands, the embayment which is terminated by the law of North Berwick, and the varied shores of Fife to the northward, indenting with a hilly outline the clear blue horizon. When Mr. Pleydell had sufficiently enjoyed the surprise of his guest, he called his attention to Miss Bertram's affairs. I was in hopes, he said, though but faint, to have discovered some means of ascertaining her indefeasible right to this property of Singleside. But my researches have been in vain. The old lady was certainly absolute fire, and might dispose of it in full right of property. All that we have to hope is that the devil may not have tempted her to alter this very proper settlement. You must attend the girl's funeral tomorrow, to which you will receive an invitation, for I have acquainted her agent with your being here on Miss Bertram's part, and I will meet you afterwards at the house she inhabited, and be present to see fair play at the opening of the settlement. The old cat had a little girl, the orphan of some relation, who lived with her as a kind of slavish companion. I hope she has had the conscience to make her independent, in consideration of the pain forte et dure to which she subjected her during her lifetime. 3 gentlemen now appeared, and were introduced to the stranger. They were men of good sense, gaiety, and general information, so that the day passed very pleasantly over, and Colonel Mannering assisted about 8 o'clock at night in discussing the landlord's bottle, which was of course a magnum. Upon his return to the inn, he found a card inviting him to the funeral of Miss Margaret Bertram, late of Singleside, which was to proceed from her own house to the place of interment in the Greyfriars churchyard at 1 o'clock afternoon. At the appointed hour Mannering went to a small house in the suburbs to the southward of the city, where he found the place of mourning indicated as usual in Scotland by 2 rueful figures, with long black cloaks, white crapes, and hatbands, holding in their hands poles adorned with melancholy streamers of the same description, by 2 other mutes, who from their visages seemed suffering under the pressure of some strange calamity. He was ushered into the dining parlour of the defunct, where the company were assembled for the funeral. In Scotland, the custom now disused in England of inviting the relations of the deceased to the interment is universally retained on many occasions. This has a singular and striking effect, but it degenerates into mere empty form and grimace in cases where the defunct has had the misfortune to live unbeloved and die unlamented. The English service for the dead, one of the most beautiful and impressive parts of the ritual of the Church, would have in such cases the effect of fixing the attention and uniting the thoughts and feelings of the audience present in an exercise of devotion, so peculiarly adapted to such an occasion. But according to the Scottish custom, if there be not real feeling among the assistants, there is nothing to supply the deficiency and exalt or rouse the attention, so that a sense of tedious form and almost hypocritical restraint is too apt to pervade the company assembled for the mournful solemnity. Mrs. Margaret Bertram was unluckily one of those whose good qualities had attached no general friendship. She had no near relations who might have mourned from natural affection, and therefore her funeral exhibited merely the exterior trappings of sorrow. Mannering therefore stood among this lugubrious company of cousins, in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th degree, composing his countenance to the decent solemnity of all who were around him, and looking as much concerned on Mrs. Margaret Bertram's account, as if the deceased lady of Singleside had been his own sister or mother. After a deep and awful pause, the company began to talk aside under their breaths, however, and as if in the chamber of a dying person. "Our poor friend," said one grave gentleman, scarcely opening his mouth for fear of deranging the necessary solemnity of his features, and sliding his whisper from between his lips, which were as little unclosed as possibly "your poor friend has died well to pass in the world." "Nae doubt," answered the person addressed with half-closed eyes. "Poor Mrs. Margaret was aye careful of the gear." "Any news today, Colonel Mannering?" said one of the gentlemen whom he had dined with the day before, but in a tone which might for its impressive gravity have communicated the death of his whole generation. "Nothing particular, I believe, sir," said Mannering, in the cadence which was, he observed, appropriated to the house of mourning. "I understand," continued the first speaker emphatically, and with the air of one who is well informed, "I understand, there is a settlement." "And what does little Jenny Gibson get?" "100, and the auld repeater." "That's but sma gear, pure thing, she had a sair time out with the auld leddy, but it's ill waiting for dead folks shoon." "I am afraid," said the politician who was close by Mannering, "we have not done with your old friend Tippoo Sahib, yet I doubt hell give the company more plague, and I am told, but y'all know for cert, that East India stock is not rising." "I trust it will, sir, soon." "Mrs. Margaret," said another person mingling in the conversation, "had some India bonds. I know that, for I drew the interest for her. It would be desirable now for the trustees and legatees to have the Colonel's advice about the time and mode of converting them into money. For my part, one think but, there's Mr. Mortcloak to tell us, they are gone to lift." Mr. Mortcloak, the undertaker, did accordingly with a visage of professional length and most grievous solemnity distribute among the pallbearers little cards assigning their respective situations in attendance upon the coffin, as this precedence is supposed to be regulated by propinquity to the defunct. The undertaker, however skillful a master of these lugubrious ceremonies, did not escape giving some offense to be related to Mrs. Bertram, was to be of kin to the lands of Singleside, and was a propinquity of which each relative present at that moment was particularly jealous. Some murmurs there were on the occasion, and our friend Dinmont gave more open offense, being unable either to repress his discontent or to utter it in the key properly modulated to the solemnity. "I think you might hae at least Jean me a leg o' her to carry," he exclaimed, in a voice considerably louder than propriety admitted. "God, and it hadna been for the rigs o' land, I would hae gotten her a to carry myself for as mony gentles as are." A score of frowning and reproving brows were bent upon the unappalled yeoman, who, having given vent to his displeasure, stalked sturdily downstairs with the rest of the company, totally disregarding the censures of those whom his remarks had scandalized. And then, the funeral pomp set forth sollies with their batons and gumphions of tarnished white crape, in honor of the well-preserved maiden fame of Mrs. Margaret Bertram. 6 starved horses themselves, the very emblems of mortality, well cloaked and plumed, lugging along the hearse with its dismal emblazonry, crept in slow state towards the place of interment, preceded by Jamie Duff, an idiot, who with weepers and cravat made of white paper attended on every funeral, and followed by 6 mourning coaches filled with the company. Many of these now gave more free loose to their tongues, and discussed with unrestrained earnestness the amount of the succession and the probability of its destination. The principal expectants, however, kept a prudent silence, indeed, ashamed to express hopes which might prove fallacious, and the agent or man of business, who alone knew exactly how matters stood, maintained a countenance of mysterious importance, as if determined to preserve the full interest of anxiety and suspense. At length they arrived at the churchyard gates, and from thence, amid the gaping of 2 or 3 dozen of idle women with infants in their arms, and accompanied by some 20 children who ran gambolling and screaming alongside of the sable procession, they finally arrived at the burial place of the Singleside family. This was a square enclosure in the Greyfriars churchyard, guarded on one side by a veteran angel without a nose, and having only one wing, who had the merit of having maintained his post for a century, while his comrade cherub, who had stood sentinel on the corresponding pedestal, lay a broken trunk among the hemlock, burdock, and nettles, which grew in gigantic luxuriance around the walls of the mausoleum. A moss-grown and broken inscription informed the reader that, in the year 1650, Captain Andrew Bertram, first of Singleside, descended of the very ancient and honourable house of Ellangowan, had caused this monument to be erected for himself, and his descendants, a reasonable number of scythes and hourglasses and death's heads, and crossbones garnished the following sprig of sepulchral poetry to the memory of the founder of the mausoleum. Nathaniel's heart Bezalel's hand, if ever any had these boldly, do I say had he who lieth in this bed. Here then, amid the deep black fat loam, into which her ancestors were now resolved, they deposited the body of Mrs. Margaret Bertram, and like soldiers returning from a military funeral, the nearest relations, who might be interested in the settlements of the lady, urged the dog-cattle of the hackney coaches, to all the speed of which they were capable, in order to put an end to farther suspense on that interesting topic. Chapter 9. Die and endow a college or a cat. Pope. There is a fable told by Lucian, that while a troop of monkeys well drilled by an intelligent manager were performing a tragedy with great applause, the decorum of the whole scene was at once destroyed, and the natural passions of the actors called forth into very indecent and active emulation, by a wag who threw a handful of nuts upon the stage in like manner. The approaching crisis stirred up among the expectants feelings of a nature very different from those of under the superintendence of Mr. Mortcloak. They had but now been endeavouring to imitate the expression those eyes, which were lately devoutly cast up to heaven, or with greater humility bent solemnly upon earth, were now sharply and alertly darting their glances through shuttles and trunks and drawers and cabinets, and all the odd corners of an old maiden lady's repositories, nor was their search without interest, though they did not find the will of which they were in quest. Here was a promissory note for £20 by the minister of the non-juring chapel interest, marked as paid to Martinmas last, carefully folded up in a new set of words to the old tune of Over the Water to Charlie. There was a curious love correspondence between the deceased and a certain Lieutenant O'Keene of a marching regiment of foot, and tied up with the letters was a document which at once explained to the relatives why a connection that boded them little good had been suddenly broken off, being the lieutenant's bond for £200 upon which no interest whatever appeared to have been paid, other bills and bonds to a larger amount, and signed by better names, I mean commercially, than those of the worthy divine and gallant soldier, also occurred in the course of their researches, besides a hoard of coins of every size and denomination, and scraps of broken gold, and silver, old earrings, hinges of cracked snuff-boxes, mountings of spectacles, etc., etc., etc. Still no will made its appearance, and Colonel Mannering began full well to hope that the settlement which he had obtained from Glosson contained the ultimate arrangement of the old lady's affairs, but his friend Pleydell, who now came into the room, cautioned him against entertaining this belief. I am well acquainted with the gentleman, he said, who is conducting the search, and I guess from his manner that he knows something more of the matter than any of us. Meantime, while the search proceeds, let us take a brief glance at one or two of the company who seem most interested. Of Dinmont, who with his large hunting whip under his arm, stood poking his great round face over the shoulder of the homme d'affaires, it is unnecessary to say anything. That thin-looking oldish person in a most correct and gentlemanlike suit of mourning is Mac Casquil, formerly of Drumquag, who was ruined by having a legacy bequeathed to him of 2 shares in the Air Bank. His hopes on the present occasion are founded on a very distant relationship upon his sitting in the same pew with the deceased every Sunday, and upon his playing at cribbage with her regularly on the Saturday evenings, taking great care never to come off a winner. That other coarser-looking man, wearing his own greasy hair tied in a leathern queue more greasy still, is a tobacconist, a relation of Mrs. Bertram's mother, who, having a good stock in trade when the colonial war broke out, trebled the price of his commodity to all the world. Mrs. Bertram alone excepted, whose tortoise-shell snuff-box was weekly filled with the best rappee at the old prices, because the maid brought it to the shop with Mrs. Bertram's respects to her cousin Mr. Quid, that young fellow who has not had the decency to put off his boots and buckskins, might have stood as forward as most of them in the graces of the old lady, who loved to look upon a comely young man. But it is thought he has forfeited the moment of fortune, by sometimes neglecting her teatable, when solemnly invited, sometimes appearing there, when he had been dining with blither company, twice treading upon her cat's tail, and once affronting her parrot. To Mannering, the most interesting of the group was the poor girl, who had been a sort of humble companion of the deceased, as a subject upon whom she could at all times expectorate her bad humour. She was for form's sake dragged into the room by the deceased's favourite female attendant, were shrinking into a corner as soon as possible. She saw with wonder and affright the intrusive researches of the strangers, amongst those recesses, to which from childhood she had looked with awful veneration. This girl was regarded with an unfavorable eye by all the competitors. Honest, Dinmont only accepted the rest, conceived they should find in her a formidable competitor whose claims might at least encumber and diminish their chance of succession, yet she was the only person present who seemed really to feel sorrow for the deceased. Mrs. Bertram had been her protectress, although from selfish motives, and her capricious tyranny was forgotten at the moment, while the tears followed each other fast down the cheeks of her frightened and friendless dependent. "There's ower muckle sout water there, drumquag," said the tobacconist to the ex-proprietor, "to bode ither folk muckle gude folk seldom greet that gate, but they ken what it's for." Mr. Mac Casquill only replied with a nod, feeling the propriety of asserting his superior gentry in presence of Mr. Playdell and Colonel Mannering. "Very queer if there suld be nay, well, after a friend," said Dinmont, who began to grow impatient to the man of business. "A moment's patience, if you please. She was a good and prudent woman, Mrs. Margaret Bertram, a good and prudent and well-judging woman, and knew how to choose friends and depositaries. She may have put her last will and testament, or rather her mortis causa settlement, as it relates to heritage, into the hands of some safe friend. Ill bet a rump, and dozen," said Playdell, whispering to the colonel, "he has got it in his own pocket." Then addressing the man of law, "Come, sir, well, cut this short. If you please, here is a settlement of the estate of Singleside, executed several years ago, in favor of Miss Lucy Bertram of Ellangowan." The company stared fearfully. "While you, I presume, Mr. Protocol, can inform us if there is a later deed. Please to favor me, Mr. Playdell." And so saying, he took the deed out of the learned counsel's hand and glanced his eye over the contents. "Too cool," said Playdell, "too cool. By half, he has another deed in his pocket still." "Why does he not show it then, and be DD to him?" said the military gentleman, whose patience began to wax threadbare. "Why, how should I know?" answered the barrister. "Why does a cat not kill a mouse, when she takes him the consciousness of power, and the love of teasing, I suppose? Well, Mr. Protocol, what say you to that deed?" "Why, Mr. Playdell, the deed is a well-drawn deed, properly authenticated and tested in forms of the statute, but recalled or superseded by another of posterior date in your possession." Said the counsellor. "Something of the sort, I confess, Mr. Playdell," rejoined the man of business, producing a bundle tied with tape, and sealed at each fold and ligation with black wax. "That deed, Mr. Playdell, which you produce and found upon, is dated 1st June 17, but this, breaking the seals, and unfolding the document slowly, is dated the 20th. I see. It is the 21 Staff April of this present year, being 10 years posterior." "Mary hang her brock," said the counsellor, borrowing an exclamation from Sir Toby Belch, "just the month in which Ellangowan's distresses became generally public, but let us hear what she has done." Mr. Protocol, accordingly, having required silence, began to read the settlement aloud in a slow, steady, businesslike tone. The group around, in whose eyes hope alternately awakened and faded, and who were straining their apprehensions to get at the drift of the testator's meaning through the mist of technical language, in which the conveyance had involved it, might have made a study for Hogarth. The deed was of an unexpected nature. It set forth with conveying and disponing all and whole the estate and lands of Singleside, and others with the lands of loverless Lealone spinsters. No, and heaven knows what beside too, and in favors of here. The reader softened his voice to a gentle and modest piano. Peter Protocol, clerk to the signet, having the fullest confidence, capacity, and integrity. These are the very words which my worthy deceased friend insisted upon my inserting, but in trust. Always here." The reader recovered his voice and style, and the visages of several of the hearers, which had attained a longitude that Mr. Mortcloak might have envied, were perceptibly shortened. "In trust always, and for the uses, ends, and purposes hereinafter mentioned." In these uses, ends, and purposes lay the cream of the affair. The first was introduced by a preamble setting forth that the testatrix was lineally descended from the ancient house of Ellangowan, her respected great-grandfather Andrew Bertram, first of Singleside of happy memory, having been second son to Alan Bertram, 15th Baron of Ellangowan. It proceeded to state that Henry Bertram's son, and heir of Godfrey Bertram now of Ellangowan, had been stolen from his parents in infancy, but that she, the testatrix, was well assured that he was yet alive in foreign parts, and by the providence of heaven, would be restored to the possessions of his ancestors, in which case the said Peter Protocol was bound and obliged like as he bound, and obliged himself, by acceptance of these presents, to denude himself of the said lands of Singleside and others, and of all the other effects, thereby conveyed accepting always a proper gratification for his own trouble too, and in favour of the said Henry Bertram, upon his return to his native country, and during the time of his residing in foreign parts, or in case of his never again returning to Scotland. Mr. Peter Protocol, the trustee, was directed to distribute the rents of the land and interest of the other funds, deducting always a proper gratification for his trouble in the premises in equal portions, among 4 charitable establishments, pointed out in the will the power of management, of letting leases, of raising and lending out money. In short, the full authority of a proprietor was vested in this confidential trustee, and in the event of his death went to certain official persons named in the deed. There were only 2 legacies, one of £100, to a favourite waiting maid, another of the like sum to Janet Gibson, whom the deed stated to have been supported by the charity of the testatrix, for the purpose of binding her an apprentice to some honest trade. A settlement in Mortmain is in Scotland termed a mortification, and in one great borough, Aberdeen, if I remember rightly, there is a municipal officer who takes care of these public endowments, and is thence called the master of mortifications. One would almost presume that the term had its origin in the effect which such settlements usually produce upon the kinsmen of those by whom they are executed. Heavy, at least, was the mortification which befell the audience who, in the late Mrs. Margaret Bertram's parlour, had listened to this unexpected destination of the lands of Singleside. There was a profound silence after the deed had been read over. Mr. Pleydell was the first to speak. He begged to look at the deed, and having satisfied himself that it was correctly drawn and executed, he returned it without any observation, only saying aside to Mannering, Protocol is not worse than other people, I believe, but this old lady has determined that if he do not turn rogue, it shall not be for want of temptation. I really think, said Mr. Mac Casquill of Drumquag, who, having gulped down 1/2 of his vexation, determined to give vent to the rest, I really think this is an extraordinary case. I should like now to know from Mr. Protocol, who being sole and unlimited trustee, must have been consulted upon this occasion, I should like, I say, to know how Mrs. Bertram could possibly believe in the existence of a boy that, the world kens, was murdered many a year since. Really, sir, said Mr. Protocol, I do not conceive it is possible for me to explain her motives more than she has done herself. Our excellent deceased friend was a good woman, seer, a pious woman, and might have grounds for confidence in the boy's safety, which are not accessible to us, sir. Hout, said the tobacconist, I ken very weel what were her grounds for confidence. There's Mrs. Rebecca, the maid sitting, there has telled me 100 times in my ain shop, there was nae kenning how her leddy wad settle her affairs, for an auld gypsy witch wife at Gilsland had possessed her, with a notion that the callant Harry Bertram Cass she him would come alive again some day, after a yell no deny that Mrs. Rebecca, though I dare to say ye forgot to put your mistress in mind of what ye promised to say when I gied ye money a half-crown, but ye'll no deny what I am saying now, lass. I ken neething at about it, answered Rebecca doggedly, and looking straight forward, with the firm countenance of one not disposed to be compelled to remember more than was agreeable to her. Will, said Rebecca, you're satisfied, why your ain share anyway, rejoined the tobacconist. The buck of the second head for a buck of the first head, he was not had hitherto been slapping his boots with his switch-whip, and looking like a spoiled child that has lost its supper. His murmurs, however, were all vented inwardly, or at most in a soliloquy, such as this: I am sorry by G.D. I ever plagued myself about her. I came here by G.D. one night to drink tea, and I left King and the Duke's rider will hack. They were toasting a round of running horses by G.D. I might have got leave to wear the jacket as well as other folk if I had carried it on with them, and she has not so much as left me that 100. Well, make the payment of the note quite agreeable, said Mr. Protocol, who had no wish to increase at that moment the odium attached to his office. And now, gentlemen, I fancy we have no more to wait for here, and I shall put the settlement of my excellent and worthy friend on record tomorrow, that every gentleman may examine the contents and have free access to take an extract, and he proceeded to lock up the repositories of the deceased with more speed than he had opened them. Mrs. Rebecca, ye'll be so kind as to keep all right here until we can let the house. I had an offer from a tenant this morning, if such a thing should be, and if I was to have any management. Our friend Dinmont, having had his hopes, as well as another, had hitherto sate sulky enough in the armchair, formerly appropriated to the deceased, and in which she would have been not a little scandalized to have seen this colossal specimen of the masculine gender. Lolling at length, his employment had been rolling up into the form of a coiled snake the long lash of his horsewhip, and then by a jerk causing it to unroll itself into the middle of the floor. The first words he said, when he had digested the shock, contained a magnanimous declaration which he probably was not conscious of having uttered aloud. "Will bluid's thicker than water, she's welcome to the cheeses, and the hams just the same." But when the trustee had made the above-mentioned motion for the mourners to depart and talked of the house being immediately let, honest Dinmont got upon his feet and stunned the company with this blunt question, "And what's to come o' this poor lassie?" Then Jenny Gibson sae money owes as thought ourselves sib to the family, when the gear was parting, we may do something for her among us surely. This proposal seemed to dispose most of the assembly instantly to evacuate the premises, although upon Mr. Protocol's motion, they had lingered, as if around the grave of their disappointed hopes. Drumquag said, or rather muttered something of having a family of his own and took precedence in virtue of his gentle blood, to depart as fast as possible. The tobacconist sturdily stood forward, and scouted the motion a little hussy-like, that was weel enug provided for already, and Mr. Protocol at any rate was the proper person to take direction of her as he had charge of her legacy, and after uttering such his opinion in a steady and decisive tone of voice, he also left the place. The buck made a stupid and brutal attempt at a jest upon Mrs. Bertram's recommendation that the poor girl should be taught some honest trade, but encountered a scowl from Colonel Mannering's darkening eye, to whom, in his ignorance of the tone of good society, he had looked for applause that made him ache to the very backbone. He shuffled downstairs therefore as fast as possible. Protocol, who was really a good sort of man, next expressed his intention to take a temporary charge of the young lady under protest, always that his so doing should be considered as merely eleemosynary, when Dinmont at length got up, and having shaken his huge dreadnought greatcoat as a Newfoundland dog does his shaggy hide when he comes out of the water, ejaculated, "We'll deal hae me then, if ye hae ony fash. Why her Mr. Protocol, if she likes to gang hame, why me, that is ye see Ailey and me were weel to pass, and we would like the lasses to hae a wee bit mair lair than ourselves, and to be neighbour-like, that wad we, and ye see Jenny canna miss, but to ken manners, and the like o' reading books, and sewing seams, having lived sae lang why a grand lady like Lady Singleside, or if she disna ken onything about it, I am jealous that our bairns will like her the better, and ill take care o' the bits o' clees, and what spending siller she maun hae, so the £100 may rin on in your hands, Mr. Protocol, and ill be adding something till shall maybe get a Liddesdale Joe that wants something to help to buy the hersel. What die say to that? Hinny ill take out a ticket for ye in the fly to Jethart Odd, but ye maun take a powny after that o'er the limestone rig deal a wheeled carriage ever gied into Liddesdale. Footnote see note Roman 1, and ill be very glad if Mrs. Rebecca comes why you hinny, and stays a month or twa, while you're stranger like. While Mrs. Rebecca was curtsying and endeavouring to make the poor orphan girl curtsy instead of crying, and while Dandy in his rough way was encouraging them, both old Playdell had recourse to his snuff-box. "It's meat and drink to me, now, Colonel," he said, as he recovered himself. "To see a clown like this, I must gratify him in his own way, must assist him to ruin himself. There's no help for it. Here, you Liddesdale dandy Charlie's Hope, what do they call you?" The farmer turned infinitely gratified even by this sort of notice, for in his heart, next to his own landlord, he honoured a lawyer in high practice. "So you will not be advised against trying that question about your marches?" "No, no, sir, nobody likes to lose their right, and to be laughed at down the hill water. But since your honour's no agreeable, and is maybe a friend to the other side, like we maun try some other advocate." "There, I told you so, Colonel Mannering. Well, sir, if you must needs be a fool, the business is to give you the luxury of a lawsuit, at the least possible expense, and to bring you off conqueror, if possible. Let Mr. Protocol send me your papers, and I will advise him how to conduct your cause. I don't see, after all, why you should not have your lawsuits too, and your feuds in the Court of Session, as well as your forefathers had their manslaughters and fire-raisings." "Very natural, to be sure, sir. We wad just take the auld gate as readily if it were na for the law. And as the law binds us, the law should loose us. Besides, a man's eye, the better thought o' in our country, for having been afore the 15. "Excellently argued, my friend. Away with you, and send your papers to me. Come, Colonel, we have no more to do here." God well ding Jock o' Doston Klug, now after, said Dinmont, slapping his thigh in great exultation. Chapter 10. I am going to the Parliament. You understand this bag, if you have any business. Depending there be short, and let me hear it. And pay your fees. Little French lawyer. Shall you be able to carry this honest fellow's cause for him, said Mannering. Why, I don't know, the battle is not to the strong, but he shall come off triumphant over Jock of Doston, if we can make it out. I owe him something. It is the pest of our profession, that we seldom see the best side of human nature. People come to us, with every selfish feeling newly pointed, and grinded they turn down the very caulkers of their animosities and prejudices, as smiths do with horses' shoes, in a white frost. Many a man has come to my garret yonder, that I have at first longed to pitch out at the window, and yet at length have discovered that he was only doing as I might have done in his case, being very angry and of course very unreasonable. I have now satisfied myself that if our profession sees more of human folly and human roguery than others, it is because we witness them acting in that channel in which they can most freely vent themselves in civilized society. Law is the chimney through which all that smoke discharges itself that used to circulate through the whole house, and put everyone's eyes out. No wonder, therefore, that the vent itself should sometimes get a little sooty, but we will take care our Liddesdale man's cause is well conducted, and well argued, so all unnecessary expense will be saved. He shall have his pineapple at wholesale price. Will you do me the pleasure, said Mannering, as they parted, to dine with me at my lodgings? My landlord says he has a bit of reindeer venison, and some excellent wine. Venison, answered the counsellor alertly, but presently added, but no, it's impossible, and I can't ask you home. Neither Monday's a sacred day, so's Tuesday and Wednesday. We are to be heard in the great Tayant case in presence, but stay, it's frosty weather, and if you don't leave town, and that venison would keep till Thursday. You will dine with me that day. Under certification. Well then, I will indulge a thought I had of spending a week here, and if the venison will not keep, why, we will see what else our landlord can do for us. Oh, the venison will keep, said Pleydell, and now goodbye. Look at these 2 or 3 notes, and deliver them. If you like the addresses, I wrote them for you this morning. Farewell. My clerk has been waiting this hour to begin a DD information. And away walked Mr. Pleydell with great activity, diving through closes, and ascending covered stairs in order to attain the High Street, by an access which, compared to the common route, was what the Straits of Magellan are to the more open but circuitous passage round Cape Horn. On looking at the notes of introduction, which Pleydell had thrust into his hand, Mannering was gratified with seeing that they were addressed to some of the first literary characters of Scotland, to David Hume-esque, to John Home-esque, to Dr. Ferguson, to Dr. Black, to Lord Kimes, to Mr. Button, to John Clerk-esque of Eldon, to Adam Smith-esque, to Dr. Robertson. Upon my word, my legal friend has a good selection of acquaintances. These are names pretty widely blown. Indeed, an East Indian must rub up his faculties a little, and put his mind in order before he enters this sort of society. Mannering gladly availed himself of these introductions, and we regret deeply it is not in our power to give the reader an account of the pleasure and information which he received in admission to a circle never closed against strangers of sense and information, and which has perhaps at no period been equaled, considering the depth and variety of talent which it embraced and concentrated. Upon the Thursday appointed, Mr. Pleydell made his appearance at the inn, where Colonel Mannering lodged. The venison proved in high order, the claret excellent, and the learned counsel, a professed amateur in the affairs of the table, did distinguished honor to both. I am uncertain, however, if even the good cheer gave him more satisfaction than the presence of Dominie Sampson, from whom, in his own juridical style of wit, he contrived to extract great amusement both for himself and 1 or 2 friends, whom the colonel regaled on the same occasion. The grave and laconic simplicity of Sampson's answers to the insidious questions of the barrister placed the bonhomie of his character in a more luminous point of view than Mannering had yet seen it upon the same occasion. He drew forth a strange quantity of miscellaneous and abstruse, though generally speaking, useless learning. The lawyer afterwards compared his mind to the magazine of a pawnbroker, stowed with goods of every description, but so cumbrously piled together, and in such total disorganization, that the owner can never lay his hands upon any one article at the moment he has occasion for it. As for the advocate himself, he afforded at least as much exercise to Sampson as he extracted amusement from him. When the man of law began to get into his altitudes, and his wit naturally shrewd and dry became more lively and poignant. The Dominie looked upon him with that sort of surprise with which we can conceive a tame bear might regard his future associate the monkey, on their being first introduced to each other. It was Mr. Pleydell's delight to state in grave and serious argument some position which he knew the Dominie would be inclined to dispute. He then beheld, with exquisite pleasure, the internal labor with which the honest man arranged his ideas for reply, and tasked his inert and sluggish powers to bring up all the heavy artillery of his learning for demolishing the schismatic or heretical opinion which had been stated when, behold, before the ordnance could be discharged, the foe had quitted the post, and appeared in a new position of annoyance on the Dominie's flank or rear. Often did he exclaim prodigious, when marching up to the enemy in full confidence of victory. He found the field evacuated, and it may be supposed that it cost him no little labor to attempt a new formation. He was like a native Indian army, the colonel said, formidable by numerical strength and size of ordnance, but liable to be thrown into irreparable confusion by a movement to take them in flank on the whole. However, the Dominie, though somewhat fatigued with these mental exertions made at unusual speed, and upon the pressure of the moment, reckoned this one of the white days of his life, and always mentioned Mr. Pleydell as a very erudite and facetious person. By degrees the rest of the party dropped off, and left these three gentlemen together. Their conversation turned to Mrs. Bertram's settlements. Now what could drive it into the noddle of that old harridan, said Pleydell, to disinherit poor Lucy Bertram, under pretence of settling her property on a boy who has been so long dead and gone? I ask your pardon, Mr. Sampson, I forgot. What an affecting case this was for you. I remember taking your examination upon it, and I never had so much trouble to make anyone speak 3 words consecutively. You may talk of your Pythagoreans, or your silent Brahmins, Colonel, go to. I tell you, this learned gentleman beats them all in taciturnity, but the words of the wise are precious, and not to be thrown away lightly. Of a surety, said the Dominie, taking his blue-checked handkerchief from his eyes, that was a bitter day with me indeed, aye, and a day of grief hard to be borne. But he giveth strength who layeth on the load. Colonel Mannering took this opportunity to request Mr. Pleydell to inform him of the particulars attending the loss of the boy, and the counsellor, who was fond of talking upon subjects of criminal jurisprudence, especially when connected with his own experience, went through the circumstances at full length. And what is your opinion upon the result of the whole? Oh, that Kennedy was murdered. It's an old case, which has occurred on that coast, before now, the case of smuggler versus exciseman. What then is your conjecture concerning the fate of the child? Oh, murdered too, doubtless, answered Pleydell. He was old enough to tell what he had seen, and these ruthless scoundrels would not scruple committing a second Bethlehem massacre if they thought their interest required it. The Dominie groaned deeply, and ejaculated, enormous. Yet there was mention of gypsies in the business too, counsellor, said Mannering, and from what that vulgar-looking fellow said after the funeral. Mrs. Margaret Bertram's idea that the child was alive was founded upon the report of a gypsy, said Pleydell, catching at the half-spoken hint. I envy you the concatenation, Colonel. It is a shame to me not to have drawn the same conclusion. Well, follow this business up. Instantly here, hark, ye waiter, go down to Lucky Woods in the Cowgate, yell find my clerk driver, hell be set down to high jinks by this time, for we and our retainers, Colonel, are exceedingly regular in our irregularities. Tell him to come here instantly, and I will pay his forfeits. He won't appear in character, will he, said Mannering. Ah, no more of that, Hal, and thou lovest me, said Pleydell, but we must have some news from the land of Egypt, if possible. Oh, if I had but hold of the slightest thread of this complicated skein, you should see how I would unravel it. I would work the truth out of your Bohemian, as the French call them, better than a monitoire or a plainte de tournelle. I know how to manage a refractory witness. While Mr. Pleydell was thus vaunting his knowledge of his profession, the waiter re-entered with Mr. Driver, his mouth still greasy with mutton pies, and the froth of the last draught of tuppenny yet unsubsided on his upper lip with such speed. Had he obeyed the commands of his principal driver, you must go instantly and find out the woman who is old Mrs. Margaret Bertram's maid. Inquire for her everywhere, but if you find it necessary to have recourse to protocol, quid the tobacconist, or any other of these folks, you will take care not to appear yourself, but send some woman of your acquaintance. I dare say you know enough that may be so condescending as to oblige you. When you have found her out, engage her to come to my chambers tomorrow at 8 o'clock precisely. What shall I say to make her forthcoming? Asked the aide. Anything you choose, replied the lawyer. Is it my business to make lies for you, do you think? But let her be in presentia by 8 o'clock, as I have said before. The clerk grinned, made his reverence, and exit. That's a useful fellow, said the counselor. I don't believe his match ever carried a process hell right to my dictating 3 nights in the week without sleep. Or what's the same thing, he writes as well and correctly when he's asleep as when he's awake. Then he's such a steady fellow. Some of them are always changing their alehouses, so that they have 20 caddies sweating after them like the bare-headed captains traversing the taverns of Eastcheap in search of Sir John Falstaff. But this is a complete fixture. He has his winter seat by the fire, and his summer seat by the window in Lucky Woods betwixt, which seats are his only migrations. There he's to be found at all times when he is off duty. It is my opinion he never puts off his clothes or goes to sleep. Sheer ale supports him under everything. It is meat, drink, and cloth, bed, board, and washing. And is he always fit for duty upon a sudden turnout? I should distrust it, considering his quarters. Oh, drink never disturbs him, Colonel. He can write for hours after he cannot speak. I remember being called suddenly to draw an appeal case. I had been dining, and it was Saturday night, and I had ill will to begin to it. However, they got me down to Claryhugh's, and there we sat burling, till I had a fair tap at hen footnote C note 2 under my belt, and then they persuaded me to draw the paper. Then we had to seek driver, and it was all that 2 men could do to bear him in, for when found he was, as it happened, both motionless and speechless. But no sooner was his pen put between his fingers, his paper stretched before him, and he heard my voice, than he began to write like a scrivener, and excepting that we were obliged to have somebody to dip his pen in the ink, for he could not see the standish, I never saw a thing scrolled more handsomely. But how did your joint production look the next morning? Said the Colonel. Weug capital, not 3 words required to be altered. Footnote C note 3, it was sent off by that day's post, but y'all come and breakfast with me tomorrow, and hear this woman's examination. Why, your hour is rather early. Can't make it later. If I were not on the boards of the outer house precisely as the 9 hours bell rings, there would be a report that I had got an apoplexy, and I should feel the effects of it all the rest of the session. Well, I will make an exertion to wait upon you. Here the company broke up for the evening. In the morning, Colonel Mannering appeared at the councillor's chambers, although cursing the raw air of a Scottish morning in December. Mr. Playdell had got Mrs. Rebecca installed on one side of his fire, accommodated her with a cup of chocolate, and was already deeply engaged in conversation with her. Oh no, I assure you, Mrs. Rebecca, there is no intention to challenge your mistress' will, and I give you my word of honor that your legacy is quite safe. You have deserved it by your conduct to your mistress, and I wish it had been twice as much. Why, to be sure, sir, it's no right to mention what is said before ane ye heard how that dirty body quid cast up to me the bits o' compliments he gied me, and telled o'er again ony loose cracks. I might hae had why him now, if ane was talking loosely to your honor. There's nae saying what might come o't. I assure you, my good Rebecca, my character, and your own age and appearance, are your security, if you should talk as loosely as an amatory poet. Aweel, if your honor thinks I am Sapphoth, story is just this. Ye see, about a year ago or no, just sae, Lang my leddy was advised to go to Gilsland for a while, for her spirits were distressing her. Sair Ellengowan's troubles began to be spoken o' publicly, and sair vexed she was, for she was proud o' her family. For Ellengowan himsel and her, they sometimes greed and sometimes no, but at last they didn't agree at a for 2 or 3 year, for he was I wanting to borrow siller, and that was what she couldn't abide at no hand, and she was I wanting it paid back again, and that the laird he liked as little. So at last they were clean aff thegither. Then some of the company at Gilsland tells her that the estate was to be selled, and ye wad hae thought she had ta'en an ill will at Miss Lucy Bertram Frey that moment for money a time. She cried to me, oh Becky, if that useless peenging thing, oh a lassie there at Ellengowan that canna keep her ne'er-do-weel father within bounds. If she had been but a lad bairn, they couldna hae selled the auld inheritance for that foolbody's debts, and she would rin on that way, till I was just wearied and sick to hear her ban the pure lassie, as if she wadna hae been a lad bairn, and keep it the land if it had been in her will to change her sect. And I day at the spawwell below the craig at Gilsland, she was seeing a very bonny family, o bairnsthie belang to ane Mac Croskiand. She broke out is not it an odd like thing that ilka waff carl in the country has a son and heir, and that the house of Ellengowan is without male succession. There was a gypsy wife stood ahint, and heard her, a muckle sture fearsome looking wife she was, as ever I said een on wa, is it says she that dare say the house of Ellengowan will perish without male succession. My mistress just turned on her, she was a high-spirited woman. And I ready why in answer to a body it's me, that says it says she, that may say it with a sad heart why that the gypsy wife gripped till her hand I ken you weel enug, says she though ye kenna me, but as sure as that sun's in heaven, and as sure as that water's rinning to the sea, and as sure as there's an e that sees, and an ear that hears us baith Harry Bertram that was thought to perish at Warrock Point, never did die there he was to have a weary weird aught till his 21st year that was I said o' him. But if ye live, and I live yell hear mair o' him. This winter before the snaw lies 2 days on the dun of Singleside. I want nane o' your siller, she said to make ye think I am blearing your fair ye weel, till after Martinmas, and there, she left us standing. Was she a very tall woman, interrupted Mannering. Had she black hair black eyes, and a cut above the brow, added the lawyer. She was the tallest woman I ever saw, and her hair was as black as midnight unless where it was grey. And she had a scar abune the brow that ye might hae laid the lith of your finger in nobody that's seen her will ever forget her. And I am morally sure that it was on the ground o' what that gypsy woman said, that my mistress made her, while having Tina dislike at the young leddy o' Ellengowan, and she liked her. Far war after she was obliged to send her for she said Miss Bertram no content, why letting the Ellengowan property pass into strange hands owing to her being a lass. And no, a lad was coming by her poverty to be a burden, and a disgrace to Singleside too. But I hope my mistress is a good will for that, for it would be hard on me to lose the wee bit legacy I served for little fee and bounteth weel I wot. The counsellor relieved her fears on this head, then inquired after Jenny Gibson and understood she had accepted Mr. Dinmont's offer, and I have done sae mysel too, since he was sae discreet as to ask me, said Mrs. Rebecca. They are very decent folk the Dinmonts, though my lady didna doubt to hear muckle about the friends on that side the house. But she liked the Charlie's Hope hams, and the cheeses, and the muirfowl that they were sending, and the lambswool hose and mittens liked them weel enug. Mr. Playdell now dismissed Mrs. Rebecca. When she was gone, I think I know the gypsy woman, said the lawyer. I was just going to say the same, replied Mannering. And her name, said Playdell, is Meg Merrilies, answered the colonel. Are you avised of that, said the counsellor, looking at his military friend, with a comic expression of surprise. Mannering answered that he had known such a woman when he was at Ellengowan upwards of 20 years before, and then made his learned friend acquainted with all the remarkable particulars of his first visit there. Mr. Playdell listened with great attention, and then replied, I congratulated myself upon having made the acquaintance of a profound theologian in your chaplain, but I really did not expect to find a pupil of Albumazar or Messahala in his patron. I have a notion, however, this gypsy could tell us some more of the matter than she derives from astrology or second sight. I had her through hands once, and could then make little of her, but I must write to Macmorland to stir heaven and earth to find her out. I will gladly come to her myself to assist at her examination. I am still in the commission of the peace there. Though I have ceased to be sheriff, I never had anything more at heart in my life than tracing that murder and the fate of the child. I must write to the sheriff of Roxburghshire too, and to an active justice of peace in Cumberland. I hope when you come to the country, you will make Woodbourne your headquarters. Certainly, I was afraid you were going to forbid me, but we must go to breakfast now, or I shall be too late. On the following day, the new friends parted, and the colonel rejoined his family, without any adventure worthy of being detailed in these chapters. Chapter 11. Can no rest find me, no private place secure me? But still my miseries like bloodhounds haunt me. Unfortunate young man, which way now guides thee? Guides thee from death, the country's laid around for thee. Women pleased. Our narrative now recalls us for a moment to the period when young Haslewood received his wound. That accident had no sooner happened than the consequences to Miss Mannering, and to himself, rushed upon Brown's mind from the manner in which the muzzle of the piece was pointed. When it went off, he had no great fear that the consequences would be fatal, but an arrest in a strange country, and while he was unprovided with any means of establishing his rank and character, was at least to be avoided. He therefore resolved to escape for the present to the neighbouring coast of England, and to remain concealed there if possible, until he should receive letters from his regimental friends and remittances from his agent, and then to resume his own character, and offer to young Haslewood and his friends any explanation or satisfaction they might desire with this purpose. He walked stoutly forward, after leaving the spot where the accident had happened, and reached without adventure the village which we have called Portenferry, but which the reader will in vain seek for under that name in the county map. A large open boat was just about to leave the quay bound for the little seaport of Allenby in Cumberland. In this vessel, Brown embarked, and resolved to make that place his temporary abode, until he should receive letters and money from England. In the course of their short voyage, he entered into some conversation with the steersman who was also owner of the boat, a jolly old man who had occasionally been engaged in the smuggling trade, like most fishers on the coast. After talking about objects of less interest, Brown endeavored to turn the discourse toward the Mannering family. The sailor had heard of the attack upon the house at Woodbourne, but disapproved of the smugglers' proceedings. Hands off is fair play, zounds they'll bring the whole country down upon them. Nuh, when I was in that way, I played at jiffgaff with the officers here, a cargo team for a wheel. That was their luck, there another carried clean through, that was mine. Nuh hawks shouldna pike out hawks een. And this Colonel Mannering, said Brown, troth he's nae wise man, neither to interfere, know that I blame him for saving the gangers' lives. That was very right. But it wasna like a gentleman to be writing about the poor folks' pox o' tea and brandy kegs. However, he's a grand man and an officer man, and they do what they like. Why the like o' us? And his daughter, said Brown with a throbbing heart, is going to be married into a great family too, as I have heard. What, into the Haslewoods? Said the pilot. Nuh that's but idle clashes every Sabbath day as regularly as it came round. Did the young man ride hame? Why, the daughter of the late Ellengowan, and my daughter Peggy's in the service up at Woodbourne, and she says she's sure young Haslewood thinks nae mair of Miss Mannering than you do. Bitterly censuring his own precipitate adoption of a contrary belief, Brown yet heard with delight that the suspicions of Julia's fidelity, upon which he had so rashly acted, were probably void of foundation. How must he in the meantime be suffering in her opinion, or what could she suppose of conduct which must have made him appear to her regardless alike of her peace of mind, and of the interests of their affection? The old man's connection with the family at Woodbourne seemed to offer a safe mode of communication, of which he determined to avail himself. Your daughter is a maidservant at Woodbourne. I knew Miss Mannering in India, and though I am at present in an inferior rank of life, I have great reason to hope she would interest herself in my favor. I had a quarrel unfortunately with her father, who was my commanding officer, and I am sure the young lady would endeavor to reconcile him to me. Perhaps your daughter could deliver a letter to her upon the subject, without making mischief between her father and her. The old man, a friend to smuggling of every kind, readily answered for the letters being faithfully and secretly delivered. And accordingly, as soon as they arrived at Allenby, Brown wrote to Miss Mannering, stating the utmost contrition for what had happened through his rashness, and conjuring her to let him have an opportunity of pleading his own cause, and obtaining forgiveness for his indiscretion. He did not judge it safe to go into any detail concerning the circumstances by which he had been misled, and upon the whole endeavored to express himself with such ambiguity that if the letter should fall into wrong hands, it would be difficult either to understand its real purport or to trace the writer. This letter the old man undertook faithfully to deliver to his daughter at Woodbourne, and as his trade would speedily again bring him or his boat to Allenby, he promised farther to take charge of any answer with which the young lady might entrust him. And now our persecuted traveler landed at Allenby, and sought for such accommodations as might at once suit his temporary poverty, and his desire of remaining as much unobserved as possible. With this view, he assumed the name and profession of his friend Dudley, having command enough of the pencil to verify his pretended character to his host of Allenby. His baggage he pretended to expect from Wigton, and keeping himself as much within doors as possible, awaited the return of the letters which he had sent to his agent to de Lazara, and to his lieutenant-colonel from the first. He requested a supply of money. He conjured de Lazara, if possible, to join him in Scotland, and from the lieutenant-colonel he required such testimony of his rank and conduct in the regiment as should place his character as a gentleman, an officer beyond the power of question. The inconvenience of being run short in his finances struck him so strongly that he wrote to Dinmont on that subject, requesting a small temporary loan, having no doubt that, being within 60 or 70 miles of his residence, he should receive a speedy as well as favorable answer to his request of pecuniary accommodation, which was owing, as he stated, to his having been robbed after their parting. And then, with impatience enough though without any serious apprehension, he waited the answers of these various letters. It must be observed in excuse of his correspondence that the post was then much more tardy than since Mr. Palmer's ingenious invention has taken place, and with respect to honest Dinmont in particular, as he rarely received above 1 letter a quarter, unless during the time of his being engaged in a lawsuit when he regularly sent to the post-town, his correspondence usually remained for a month or two sticking in the postmaster's window among pamphlets, gingerbread rolls, or ballads, according to the trade, which the said postmaster exercised besides there, was then accustomed not yet wholly obsolete of causing a letter from one town to another perhaps within the distance of 30 miles, perform a circuit of 200 miles before delivery, which had the combined advantage of airing the epistle thoroughly, of adding some pence to the revenue of the post office, and of exercising the patience of the correspondents. Owing to these circumstances, Brown remained several days in Allenby, without any answers whatever, and his stock of money, though husbanded with the utmost economy, began to wear very low when he received by the hands of a young fisherman the following letter. You have acted with the most cruel indiscretion. You have shown how little I can trust to your declarations, that my peace and happiness are dear to you, and your rashness has nearly occasioned the death of a young man of the highest worth and honor. Must I say more? Must I add that I have been myself very ill in consequence of your violence and its effects, and alas, need I say still farther that I have thought anxiously upon them, as they are likely to affect you, although you have given me such slight cause to do so. The Roman 100 is gone from home for several days. Mr. H is almost quite recovered, and I have reason to think that the blame is laid in a quarter different from that where it is deserved. Yet do not think of venturing here. Our fate has been crossed by accidents of a nature too violent and terrible to permit me to think of renewing a correspondence which has so often threatened the most dreadful catastrophe. Farewell, therefore, and believe that no one can wish your happiness more sincerely than J. Roman 1000. This letter contained that species of advice which is frequently given for the precise purpose that it may lead to a directly opposite conduct from that which it recommends. At least so thought Brown, who immediately asked the young fisherman if he came from Portonferry. I, said the lad, I am Auld Willie Johnston's son, and I got that letter frae my sister Peggy, that's laundry maid at Woodbourne. My good friend, when do you sail? With the tide this evening. I'll return with you, but as I do not desire to go to Portonferry, I wish you could put me on shore somewhere on the coast. We can easily do that, said the lad. Although the price of provisions, etc., was then very moderate, the discharging his lodgings, and the expense of his living together with that of a change of dress, which safety as well as a proper regard to his external appearance rendered necessary, brought Brown's purse to a very low ebb. He left directions at the post office that his letters should be forwarded to Kippletringan, whither he resolved to proceed and reclaim the treasure which he had deposited in the hands of Mrs. Mac Candlish. He also felt it would be his duty to assume his proper character as soon as he should receive the necessary evidence for supporting it, and as an officer in the king's service give and receive every explanation which might be necessary with young Haslewood. If he is not very wrong-headed, indeed he thought he must allow the manner in which I acted to have been the necessary consequence of his own overbearing conduct. And now we must suppose him once more embarked on the Solway Firth. The wind was adverse, attended by some rain, and they struggled against it without much assistance from the tide. The boat was heavily laden with goods, part of which were probably contraband, and labored deep in the sea. Brown, who had been bred a sailor, and was indeed skilled in most athletic exercises, gave his powerful and effectual assistance in rowing or occasionally in steering the boat, and his advice in the management, which became the more delicate as the wind increased, and being opposed to the very rapid tides of that coast, made the voyage perilous. At length, after spending the whole night upon the Firth, they were at morning within sight of a beautiful bay upon the Scottish coast. The weather was now more Roman 1449. The snow, which had been for some time waning, had given way entirely under the fresh gale of the preceding night. The more distant hills indeed retained their snowy mantle, but all the open country was cleared, unless where a few white patches indicated that it had been drifted to an uncommon depth, even under its wintry appearance. The shore was highly interesting. The line of seacoast, with all its varied curves, indentures, and embayments, swept away from the sight on either hand, in that varied, intricate, yet graceful and easy line, which the eye loves so well to pursue, and it was no less relieved and varied in elevation than in outline by the different forms of the shore, the beach in some places being edged by steep rocks, and in others rising smoothly from the sands in easy and swelling slopes. Buildings of different kinds caught and reflected the wintry sunbeams of a December morning, and the woods, though now leafless, gave relief and variety to the landscape. Brown felt that lively and awakening interest, which taste and sensibility always derive from the beauties of nature, when opening suddenly to the eye after the dullness and gloom of a night voyage. Perhaps for who can presume to analyze that inexplicable feeling which binds the person born in a mountainous country to his native hills. Perhaps some early associations, retaining their effect long after the cause was forgotten, mingled in the feelings of pleasure with which he regarded the scene before him. And what said Brown to the boatman is the name of that fine cape that stretches into the sea with its sloping banks and hillocks of wood, and forms the right side of the bay. Warrock Point, answered the lad. And that old castle, my friend, with the modern house, situated just beneath it, it seems at this distance, a very large building. That's the old place, sir, and that's the new place below it. Well, land you there if you like. I should like it of all things. I must visit that ruin before I continue my journey. Aye, it's a queer auld bit, said the fisherman, and that highest tower is a gude landmark as far as Ramsay in Man, and the point of air there was muckle fighting about the place lang syne. Brown would have inquired into farther particulars, but a fisherman is seldom an antiquary. His boatman's local knowledge was summed up in the information already given that it was a grand landmark, and that there had been muckle fighting about the bit lang syne. I shall learn more of it, said Brown to himself, when I get ashore. The boat continued its course close under the point upon which the castle was situated, which frowned from the summit of its rocky site upon the still agitated waves of the bay beneath. I believe, said the steersman, ye'll get ashore here as dry as ony gate. There's a place where their berlins and galleys, as they cad them, used to lie in lang syne. But it's no used now, because it's ill carrying gudes up the narrow stairs, or o'er the rocks whiles of a moonlight night. I have landed articles there, though. While he thus spoke, they pulled round a point of rock, and found a very small harbour, partly formed by nature, partly by the indefatigable labour of the ancient inhabitants of the castle, who, as the fisherman observed, had found it essential for the protection of their boats and small craft, though it could not receive vessels of any burden. The 2 points of rock, which formed the access, approached each other so nearly that only one boat could enter at a time on each side, were still remaining 2 immense iron rings deeply mortised into the solid rock. Through these, according to tradition, there was nightly drawn a huge chain secured by an immense padlock for the protection of the haven, and the armada, which it contained, a ledge of rock, had by the assistance of the chisel and pickaxe been formed into a sort of quay. The rock was of extremely hard consistence, and the task so difficult that, according to the fisherman, a labourer who wrought at the work might in the evening have carried home in his bonnet all the shivers which he had struck from the mass in the course of the day. This little quay communicated with a rude staircase, already repeatedly mentioned, which descended from the old castle. There was also a communication between the beach and the quay by scrambling over the rocks. Ye had better land here, said the lad, for the surf's running high at the Shellicote Stane, and there will no be a dry thread among us, or we get the cargo out. Na in answer to an offer of money ye have wrought for your passage, and wrought far better than ony o us gude day to ye, I wuss ye weel. So saying, he pushed oil in order to land his cargo on the opposite side of the bay, and Brown, with a small bundle in his hand, containing the trifling stock of necessaries, which he had been obliged to purchase at Allenby, was left on the rocks beneath the ruin. And thus, unconscious as the most absolute stranger, and in circumstances which, if not destitute, were, for the present, highly embarrassing, without the countenance of a friend, within the circle of several hundred miles, accused of a heavy crime, and what was as bad as all the rest, being nearly penniless, did the harassed wanderer, for the first time after the interval of so many years, approach the remains of the castle, where his ancestors had exercised all but regal dominion. Chapter 12. Yes, ye moss green walls, ye towers defenceless, I revisit ye. Shame-stricken, where are all your trophies now? Your thronged courts, the revelry, the tumult. That spoke the grandeur of my house, the homage of neighbouring barons. Mysterious mother. Entering the castle of Ellangowan by a postern doorway, which showed symptoms of having been once secured, with the most jealous care, Brown, whom since he has set foot upon the property of his fathers, we shall hereafter call by his father's name of Bertram, wandered from one ruined apartment to another, surprised at the massive strength of some parts of the building, the rude and impressive magnificence of others, and the great extent of the whole in two of these rooms close beside each other. He saw signs of recent habitation in one small apartment, where empty bottles, half-gnawed bones, and dried fragments of bread in the vault which adjoined, and which was defended by a strong door. Then left open, he observed a considerable quantity of straw, and in both were the relics of recent fires. How little was it possible for Bertram to conceive that such trivial circumstances were closely connected with incidents affecting his prosperity, his honor, perhaps his life. After satisfying his curiosity by a hasty glance through the interior of the castle, Bertram now advanced through the great gateway which opened to the land, and paused to look upon the noble landscape which it commanded, having in vain endeavored to guess the position of Woodbourne, and having nearly ascertained that of Kippletringan, he turned to take a parting look at the stately ruins which he had just traversed. He admired the massive and picturesque effect of the huge round towers, which, flanking the gateway, gave a double portion of depth and majesty to the high yet gloomy arch, under which it opened. The carved stone escutcheon of the ancient family, bearing for their arms 3 wolves' heads, was hung diagonally beneath the helmet, and crest, the latter being a wolf couchant pierced with an arrow on either side, stood as supporters in full human size or larger, a salvage man proper to use the language of heraldry, wreathed and cinctured, and holding in his hand an oak tree eradicated, that is torn up by the roots. And the powerful barons who own this blazonry, thought Bertram, pursuing the usual train of ideas which flows upon the mind at such sinesdo, their posterity continue to possess the lands which they had labored to fortify so strongly, or are they wanderers, ignorant perhaps even of the fame or power of their forefathers, while their hereditary possessions are held by a race of strangers? Why is it, he thought, continuing to follow out the succession of ideas which the scene prompted? Is it that some scenes awaken thoughts which belong as it were to dreams of early and shadowy recollection, such as my old Brahmin Munshi would have ascribed to a state of previous existence? Is it the visions of our sleep that float confusedly in our memory, and are recalled by the appearance of such real objects as in any respect correspond to the phantoms they presented to our imagination? How often do we find ourselves in society which we have never before met, and yet feel impressed with a mysterious and ill-defined consciousness that neither the scene, the speakers, nor the subject are entirely new, nay, feel as if we could anticipate that part of the conversation which has not yet taken place? It is even so with me. While I gaze upon that ruin, nor can I divest myself of the idea that these massive towers, and that dark gateway retiring through its deep vaulted and ribbed arches, and dimly lighted by the courtyard beyond, are not entirely strange to me. Can it be that they have been familiar to me in infancy, and that I am to seek in their vicinity those friends of whom my childhood has still a tender though faint remembrance, and whom I early exchanged for such severe taskmasters? Yet Brown, who I think would not have deceived me, always told me I was brought off from the eastern coast after a skirmish in which my father was killed, and I do remember enough of a horrid scene of violence to strengthen his account. It happened that the spot upon which young Bertram chanced to station himself for the better viewing the castle was nearly the same on which his father had died. It was marked by a large old oak tree, the only one on the esplanade, and which, having been used for executions by the barons of Ellangowan, was called the justice tree. It chanced, and the coincidence was remarkable, that Glossin was this morning engaged with a person whom he was in the habit of consulting in such matters concerning some projected repairs and a large addition to the house of Ellangowan, and that, having no great pleasure in remains so intimately connected with the grandeur of the former inhabitants, he had resolved to use the stones of the ruinous castle in his new edifice. Accordingly, he came up the bank, followed by the land surveyor mentioned on a former occasion, who was also in the habit of acting as a sort of architect in case of necessity in drawing the plans, etc. Glossin was in the custom of relying upon his own skill. Bertram's back was towards them as they came up the ascent, and he was quite shrouded by the branches of the large tree, so that Glossin was not aware of the presence of the stranger till he was close upon him. Yes, sir, as I have often said before to you, the old place is a perfect quarry of hewn stone, and it would be better for the estate if it were all down, since it is only a den for smugglers. At this instant Bertram turned short round upon Glossin, at the distance of 2 yards only, and said, "Would you destroy this fine old castle, sir?" His face, person, and voice were so exactly those of his father in his best days that Glosson, hearing his exclamation, and seeing such a sudden apparition in the shape of his patron, and on nearly the very spot where he had expired, almost thought the grave had given up its dead. He staggered back 2 or 3 paces, as if he had received a sudden and deadly wound. He instantly recovered, however, his presence of mind, stimulated by the thrilling reflection that it was no inhabitant of the other world which stood before him, but an injured man whom the slightest want of dexterity on his part might lead to acquaintance with his rights, and the means of asserting them to his utter destruction. Yet his ideas were so much confused by the shock he had received that his first question partook of the alarm. "In the name of God, how came you here?" said Glosson. "How came I here?" repeated Bertram, surprised at the solemnity of the address. "I landed a quarter of an hour since in the little harbour beneath the castle, and was employing a moment's leisure in viewing these fine ruins. I trust there is no intrusion." "Intrusion, sir, no, sir," said Glosson in some degree, recovering his breath, and then whispered a few words into his companion's ear, who immediately left him, and descended towards the house. "Intrusion, sir, no, sir. You or any gentleman are welcome to satisfy your curiosity." "I thank you, sir," said Bertram. "They call this the old place, I am informed." "Yes, sir, in distinction to the new place, my house there below." Glosson, it must be remarked, was during the following dialogue on the one hand eager to learn what local recollections young Bertram had retained of the scenes of his infancy, and on the other compelled to be extremely cautious in his replies, lest he should awaken or assist by some name, phrase, or anecdote the slumbering train of association. He suffered indeed during the whole scene the agonies which he so richly deserved, yet his pride and interest, like the fortitude of a North American Indian, manned him to sustain the tortures inflicted at once by the contending stings of a guilty conscience, of hatred, of fear, and of suspicion. "I wish to ask the name, sir," said Bertram, "of the family to whom this stately ruin belongs." "It is my property, sir. My name is Glosson." "Glosson, Glosson," repeated Bertram, as if the answer were somewhat different from what he expected. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Glosson. I am apt to be very absent. May I ask if the castle has been long in your family?" "It was built, I believe, long ago by a family called Mac Dingawaya," answered Glosson, suppressing, for obvious reasons, the more familiar sound of Bertram, which might have awakened the recollections, which he was anxious to lull to rest, and slurring with an evasive answer the question concerning the endurance of his own possession. "And how do you read the half-defaced motto, sir?" said Bertram, "which is upon that scroll above the entablature with the arms?" I really do not exactly know," replied Glosson. "I should be apt to make it out. Our right makes our might." "I believe it is something of that kind," said Glosson. "May I ask, sir," said the stranger, "if it is your family motto?" Not ours. That is, I believe, the motto of the former people. Mine is in fact. I have had some correspondence with Mr. Cumming of the Lion office in Edinburgh about mine. He writes me the Glossons anciently bore for a motto, he who takes it makes it. "If there be any uncertainty, sir, and the case were mine," said Bertram, "I would assume the old motto, which seems to me the better of the two." Glosson, whose tongue by this time clove to the roof of his mouth, only answered by a nod. "It is odd enough," said Bertram, fixing his eye upon the arms and gateway, and partly addressing Glosson, partly, as it were, thinking aloud. "It is odd the tricks which our memory plays us. The remnants of an old prophecy or song or rhyme of some kind or other return to my recollection. On hearing that motto, stay, it is a strange jingle of sounds. The dark shall be light, and the wrong made right when Bertram's right and Bertram's might shall meet on." I cannot remember the last line. "On some particular height is the rhyme, I am sure, but I cannot hit upon the preceding word." "Confound your memory," muttered Glosson, "you remember by far too much of it." "There are other rhymes connected with these early recollections," continued the young man. "Pray, sir, is there any song current in this part of the world, respecting a daughter of the King of the Isle of Man, eloping with a Scottish knight?" "I am the worst person in the world to consult upon legendary antiquities," answered Glosson. "I could sing such a ballad," said Bertram, "from one end to another. When I was a boy, you must know, I left Scotland, which is my native country, very young, and those who brought me up discouraged all my attempts to preserve recollection of my native land, on account, I believe, of a boyish wish, which I had to escape from their charge." "Very natural," said Glosson, but speaking as if his utmost efforts were unable to unseal his lips beyond the width of a quarter of an inch. so that his whole utterance was a kind of compressed muttering, very different from the round, bold, bullying voice with which he usually spoke. Indeed, his appearance and demeanor during all this conversation seemed to diminish even his strength and stature, so that he appeared to wither into the shadow of himself, now advancing one foot, now the other, now stooping and wriggling his shoulders, now fumbling with the buttons of his waistcoat, now clasping his hands together. In short, he was the picture of a mean-spirited, shuffling rascal. In the very agonies of detection to these appearances, Bertram was totally inattentive, being dragged on, as it were, by the current of his own associations. Indeed, although he addressed Glosson, he was not so much thinking of him as arguing upon the embarrassing state of his own feelings. And recollection, yes, he said, I preserved my language among the sailors, most of whom spoke English, and when I could get into a corner by myself, I used to sing all that song over from beginning to end. I have forgot it all now, but I remember the tune well, though I cannot guess what should at present so strongly recall it to my memory. He took his flageolet from his pocket and played a simple melody. Apparently the tune awoke the corresponding associations of a damsel who closed beside a fine spring about halfway down the descent, and which had once supplied the castle with water, was engaged in bleaching linen. She immediately took up the song. Are these the links of Forth, she said, or are they the crooks of Dee, or the bonny woods of Warroch Head, that I so fain would see? By heaven, said Bertram, it is the very ballad. I must learn these words from the girl. Confusion, thought Glosson, if I cannot put a stop to this, all will be out. Oh, the devil take all ballads and ballad makers and ballad singers, and that D.D. Jade too, to set up her pipe. You will have time enough for this on some other occasion, he said aloud. At present, for now. He saw his emissary, with 2 or 3 men coming up the bank. At present, we must have some more serious conversation together. How do you mean, sir, said Bertram, turning short upon him, and not liking the tone which he made use of. Why, sir, as to that, I believe your name is Brown, said Glosson. And what of that, sir? Glosson looked over his shoulder to see how near his party had approached. They were coming fast on Vanbeest Brown, if I mistake not. And what of that, sir, said Bertram, with increasing astonishment and displeasure. Why, in that case, said Glosson, observing his friends had now got upon the level space close beside Theman, that case you are my prisoner in the king's name. At the same time, he stretched his hand towards Bertram's collar, while 2 of the men who had come up seized upon his arms. He shook himself, however, free of their grasp, by a violent effort, in which he pitched the most pertinacious down the bank, and drawing his cutlass stood on the defensive, while those who had felt his strength recoiled from his presence, and gazed at a safe distance. Observe, he called out at the same time, that I have no purpose to resist legal authority. Satisfy me that you have a magistrate's warrant, and are authorized to make this arrest, and I will obey it quietly, but let no man who loves his life venture to approach me, till I am satisfied for what crime, and by whose authority I am apprehended. Glosson then caused one of the officers show a warrant for the apprehension of Vanbeest Brown, accused of the crime of wilfully and maliciously shooting at Charles Hazelwood, younger of Hazelwood, with an intent to kill, and also of other crimes and misdemeanors, and which appointed him, having been so apprehended, to be brought before the next magistrate for examination, the warrant being formal, and the fact such as he could not deny. Bertram threw down his weapon, and submitted himself to the officers who, flying on him with eagerness corresponding to their former pusillanimity, were about to load him with irons, alleging the strength and activity which he had displayed as a justification of this severity. But Glosson was ashamed or afraid to permit this unnecessary insult, and directed the prisoner to be treated with all the decency and even respect that was consistent with safety. Afraid, however, to introduce him into his own house, where still further subjects of recollection might have been suggested, and anxious at the same time to cover his own proceedings by the sanction of another's authority, he ordered his carriage, for he had lately set up a carriage to be got ready, and in the meantime directed refreshments to be given to the prisoner and the officers who were consigned to one of the rooms in the old castle, until the means of conveyance for examination before a magistrate should be provided. Chapter 13. Bring in the evidence. Thou robed man of justice, take thy place. And thou, his yokefellow of equity, bench by his side. You are of the commission. Sit you too. King Lear. While the carriage was getting ready, Glosson had a letter to compose, about which he wasted no small time. It was to his neighbor, as he was fond of calling him, Sir Robert Hazelwood of Hazelwood, the head of an ancient and powerful interest in the county, which had in the decadence of the Ellengowan family gradually succeeded to much of their authority and influence. The present representative of the family was an elderly man dotingly fond of his own family, which was limited to an only son and daughter, and stoically indifferent to the fate of all mankind besides. For the rest, he was honorable in his general dealings, because he was afraid to suffer the censure of the world, and just from a better motive. He was presumptuously overconceited on the score of family pride and importance, a feeling considerably enhanced by his late succession to the title of a Nova Scotia baronet. And he hated the memory of the Ellengowan family, though now a memory only because a certain baron of that house was traditionally reported to have caused the founder of the Haslewood family hold his stirrup, until he mounted into his saddle in his general deportment. He was pompous and important, affecting a species of florid elocution, which often became ridiculous from his misarranging the triads and quaternions with which he loaded his sentences. To this personage, Glosson was now to write in such a conciliatory style as might be most acceptable to his vanity and family pride, and the following was the form of his note. Mr. Gilbert Glosson, he longed to add of Ellengowan, but prudence prevailed, and he suppressed that territorial designation. Mr. Gilbert Glosson has the honor to offer his most respectful compliments to Sir Robert Haslewood, and to inform him that he has this morning been fortunate enough to secure the person who wounded Mr. Roman 100 Haslewood, as Sir Robert Haslewood may probably choose to conduct the examination of this criminal himself. Mr. G. Glosson will cause the man to be carried to the inn at Kippletringan, or to Haslewood House, as Sir Robert Haslewood may be pleased to direct, and with Sir Robert Haslewood's permission Mr. G. Glosson will attend him at either of these places, with the proofs and declarations which he has been so fortunate as to collect respecting this atrocious business. Addressed Sir Robert Haslewood of Haslewood Bart, Haslewood House, etc., etc. Elngn. Tuesday.